Chapter 1. The beginning in the autumn of the first year of Wang Li, in the year of 1356, the wind swirled up a flurry of falling leaves, joyfully dancing in the air. I tightened my battle armor and cast a glance at the distant cathedral, for today I was to become a knight there. A knight, I murmured softly, the words escaping my lips with a hint of melancholy. So many people would not witness my glory. What worth was there in obtaining this title? Touching the crystal pendant that hung upon my chest, I lifted my gaze to the vast sky. Lord Shaya, General Lanbis, the names flitted through my mind, a tapestry woven from over 1,000 days and nights that enveloped me tightly. I in the year of Wang Li, in the year of 1352, in the eastern territory of the kingdom. I found myself in Mila's city. This city, the largest in the eastern regions of the Kingdom of Saint Arulfasir, was also known as the Unfallen City, guarding the eastern frontier. Constructed entirely of stone, it was a sight that the Shans, who had grown up in the misty forest, had never encountered before. The bustling marketplace, filled with raucous sounds and unpleasant odors, stretched out before me, with white, hard roads flanked by tall buildings. In a daze, I stood at the entrance of Mila's city, unable to take the first step. So this is the outside world. Magura, equally transfixed, finally managed to utter those words. Indeed, this is the outside world. The words spilled from my lips unconsciously, and at that moment, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. Slinging my tattered leather bag over my shoulder, I called out, "Let us go, Magura, and do not let those old fools of the forest look down upon us." Today marked the annual conscription day for the Kingdom of Saint Arulfasir. A rare opportunity for us, the minority clans. According to the kingdom's decree, minority groups could only seek other employment after serving in the military, and for us, enlisting was certainly preferable to starving in the misty forest. The recruitment area lay far from the city center in the western district, backed by a river, surrounded by a large camp enclosed by wooden fences. The surroundings were adorned with the battle flags of Arulfasir. Fluttering in the wind with a rustling sound, by the time we arrived, the camp was already bustling with activity. Warriors from various clans had gathered here, including the Trevinos from the western plains and the Wind clan from the east. Almost every minority group within the Kingdom of Arulfasir had a representative present, yet our arrival still attracted considerable attention. Look, the Shans from the misty forest. I never expected even they would come out this year. It seems all clans are represented at this conscription. But do these two really look like warriors? They appear to be nothing more than unweaned children. Whispers laden with malice floated around us, but I paid them no heed. With Magura, I squeezed through the throng and arrived at the imposing recruitment platform, which stood empty save for the flags embroidered with the kingdom's crest fluttering in the breeze. Just as I was struck by a sense of surprise, a melodious horn sounded from the surroundings. A knight in his 40s strode slowly onto the platform, clad in shimmering silver armor and wielding a knightly sword adorned with a sacred emblem, exuding an aura of valor. "It is Lord Dracop," a nearby youth suddenly exclaimed, his face glowing with an unusual reverence. Almost simultaneously, a thunderous roar erupted from the crowd as people surged forward toward the platform, the air thick with fervor. Magura and I found ourselves lost amidst the chaos. Being jostled by the crowd, the knight on the platform bore a satisfied expression, raising his hand to signal for quiet, displaying the poise of a leader. After a moment, he raised both hands high, indicating silence. "Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor, as Dracop, to undertake the important task of selecting warriors for the kingdom's army today. You are the backbone of the future of our kingdom's military. Here, I wish to extend my heartfelt blessings on behalf of His Majesty the King, and I hope to fight alongside all of you on the battlefield." A chorus of cheers erupted from the crowd, the uproar echoing in waves, causing my ears to ring painfully as the clamor gradually subsided. General Dracop gestured to indicate that this year's recruitment conference had officially commenced. Soon, organizers appeared around us, busily engaged in the registration and ranking process. A long blast of the horn resounded through the air, instantly silencing the previously raucous crowd. Signaling that the competition list was about to be announced, the herald stepped onto the recruitment platform, holding a thick stack of registries, and his distinct voice, tinged with a strong Western accent, reverberated throughout the recruitment center. "In the 123rd match, from West Trevinos, we have Nikos facing off against Fapu from the Misty Forest." I adjusted my equipment and strode boldly into the arena, only to be met with a chorus of boos from the crowd. A fellow clad in tattered leather armor, wielding a wooden shield and a flimsy curved blade, dares to participate in the recruitment. I scoffed inwardly. But more than the derision, I focused on my opponent. Nikos, a quintessential Trevino's warrior, was robust and imposing, towering over me by a full head. He donned heavy armor that left only his face exposed. And in his hands, he wielded a massive axe weighing nearly 100 pounds. "Come on, little Sean, let me see if I can cleave you in two," he taunted, brandishing his giant axe with a provocation that was unmistakable. I took a moment to assess the disparity between us. Clearly, strength was not on my side. I would have to rely on agility to counter this disadvantage, raising my shield and brandishing my blade. I sought to avoid direct confrontation, swiftly maneuvering behind Nikos. Thus, the arena witnessed a game of cat and mouse. The weighty armor hampered Nikos' movements, and as he let out a furious roar, swinging his axe in a wild frenzy, a suffocating wave of air surged toward me from all directions. Berserker! The thought flashed through my mind, just as Nikos' axe came crashing down before me. Without time to think, I instinctively raised my wooden shield. And with a resounding crash, the shield shattered, sending me hurtling backward. My left arm felt entirely numb, and a wave of nausea surged through my chest. It was evident that my insides had taken a severe blow, robbing me of half my fighting spirit. Nikos bellowed, charging at me with a madness in his eyes, devoid of any rational thought. Drawing upon a strength I did not know existed, I sprang to my feet just as his axe descended upon me. Leaping into the air, with a bone-crushing impact, my knee struck Nikos' only exposed facial area. Almost simultaneously, a searing pain shot through my waist as we both collapsed to the ground. Blood spurted from my mouth, painting the earth with a crimson bloom. Glancing sideways, I saw Nikos wobbling as he rose to his feet, his bloodied face appearing even more grotesque, but I could not help but admire his seemingly indomitable physique. Struggling to support my battered body, I lifted my curved blade, assuming a stance of defiance, the tip aimed directly at Nikos' brow. "Remarkable!" A booming voice rang out, and General Dracop appeared on the battlefield. Gesturing to signal the end of the duel, he then proclaimed, "This match has proven the capabilities of both warriors. To continue would only serve to spill unnecessary blood. Therefore, I declare that both Nikos and Fapu are selected." Joyful cheers erupted from the crowd, and Megura was the first to rush into the arena, supporting my faltering form as pain coursed through my entire body. At that moment, Nikos approached us, snorting derisively. "Consider yourself lucky this time. Next time, your head will be my trophy." I restrained the anger of Megura and replied with a smile, "If there is a next time, I too shall claim your head." A strange smile flickered across Nikos' face as he nodded. "Very well." With that, he hefted his massive axe and strode away. "A formidable opponent," I murmured, recalling the tales of berserkers, warriors whose names struck fear across the continent. Megura remarked, "Fapu, thank the heavens that the gods are with us. That fellow is a true maniac." I shook my head, gazing skyward, pondering what path the heavens intended for me. In the month of October in the year of Wang Li, 1352, Megura and I had passed the trials and officially became members of the kingdom's military. Assigned to the Southern Corps station near the southern barbarian territories in Xuefa. Xuefa was the largest city in the southern region, yet it appeared no grander than some mid-sized cities in the north. The rough stone houses and chaotic layout did little to convey the essence of a significant stronghold. "This is dreadful," Megura exclaimed, kicking at a protruding stone in the street, grumbling, "The roads here are worse than those in our village." I managed a wry smile. More troubling than the uneven streets was the harsh climate. After enduring over 10 days of incessant rain, the sun had finally made an appearance, yet it was hidden behind thick clouds that I scanned the surroundings and saw few people. Only a solitary old man huddled beneath a low eave in the distance. An indescribable air of despondency pervaded the entire city. "Well, it seems there is little to patrol here. Shall we find a tavern to rest?" I suggested after some contemplation. Megura's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Excellent. The only redeeming quality of this wretched city is its Longxi wine. There's a fine tavern nearby." Before I could respond, Megura's somewhat clumsy figure had already darted ahead with surprising agility. The tavern Megura spoke of appeared somewhat dilapidated. A crooked sign reading "Alson" hung above the door, from which raucous laughter and chatter emanated. As I pushed open the wooden door, a pungent blend of smoke and alcohol instantly assaulted my senses, and the interior was dimly lit. Shadows of several figures swayed within. Have two newcomers arrived? A strange cry pierced the air, and as I turned to investigate the source, I beheld a figure clad in a gray uniform, his disheveled golden locks framing a face marked by an air of languor. "Lord Shaya," both Magula and I exclaimed in unison. This weary-looking middle-aged man was none other than the commander of the city of Xuefa, the leader of the Southern Legion's Huanghu Knight Order, Jacob Shaya. He waved his hand dismissively and said, "Enough with the Lord Shaya, come. Today, I shall treat you. Consider it a welcome for our new recruits. Landlady, bring us 2 more bottles of Rome's wine." Magula and I exchanged glances but ultimately approached him. The robust aroma of Rome's wine instantly ignited our conversation, and the once lofty knight commander appeared surprisingly affable. In the year 1346 of the kingdom's calendar, we established this city of Xuefa. Marking the cessation of the barbarian incursions from the south, Shaya remarked, a hint of pride in his voice, for everyone knew he had overseen its construction. Curiosity compelled me to ask, then why does this city seem so devoid of vitality? A shadow of sorrow crossed Shaya's countenance. Do you not realize? This place is on the brink of becoming a battlefield. 2 months prior, the barbarians annihilated the southern garrison, leaving the Southern Legion in disarray. Yet, they have dispatched you new recruits here, a mere 1,000 strong. Without even informing you of the true situation, it pains me to see you perish in ignorance. I took a deep gulp, the air thick with a palpable sense of foreboding. Xuefa is constructed of stone. Surely the barbarians cannot breach its walls. Magula inquired anxiously. Shaya snorted, replying, "Indeed, given the barbarians' capabilities, it would be quite a challenge to take this city. But what is the point? The inner court has clearly expressed their intent to abandon the territories south of the pass. The climate here is harsh, resources scarce, and utter burden. Before long, the court will declare, the southern barbarians have become a menace. For the sake of the kingdom's citizens, it is best to retreat." Just as I was about to respond, the door of the tavern burst open with a thunderous crash, splintering into fragments as several soldiers clad in the brass armor of the Huanghu rushed inside. One of them shouted, "Lord Shaya, barbarians have been spotted 100 miles south of the city. Their numbers," he paused, visibly struggling to articulate the next few words, staggering. On the 24th of October in the year 1352 of the kingdom's calendar, the barbarians launched a full-scale assault on Xuefa. No one could ascertain the relentless motives behind the barbarians' invasions of the north. The southern barbarian valleys could sufficiently provide them with food. Time and again, they crossed treacherous marshlands, risking death to wage war against the Kingdom of Saint Arulfasir, year after year, only to increase the number of orphans on both sides. A phenomenon deemed the innate madness syndrome of the barbarians by the kingdom's historians seemed to have reached its zenith this year. Truly a spectacle, I exclaimed as I stood atop the city walls, gazing at the seemingly endless tide of barbarian soldiers, the force of 40,000. Combined, even the populations of 11 Shan villages could not muster such a vast army. Beside me, Magula stared at me as if I were a monster, exclaiming, "A spectacle? Fapu, they are the enemy. Even with Xuefa, we cannot possibly withstand such a multitude." His face was etched with deep concern that I patted his shoulder, offering reassurance. "Fear not, for we are the blessed of the gods. Even in the unfortunate event of our demise, I shall accompany you." Magula nodded, his trembling hand tightening around his weapon. All around us, the farmers-turned soldiers were busy transporting arrows to the battlements. In the distance, 3 or 4 farmers were securing a massive iron barrel to a movable frame. Soldiers bearing signal flags dashed past, infusing the air with a sense of impending dread. "Attention! Our stock of arrows is insufficient. Do not waste them. 1 arrow per enemy is sufficient, which will help conserve our supplies." A sharp voice called down from the high battlements, and a vividly dressed man waved his arms, prompting laughter to ripple through the ranks. Alleviating the tense atmosphere to that moment, the dull thud of war drums began to resonate. Though labeled as barbarians, their movements were marked by an unsettling organization. Under the drumming's command, large formations of barbarian soldiers advanced in orderly ranks, with the front line bristling with warriors bearing enormous wooden shields. That I inspected my equipment, a chainmail shirt, an iron shield, a Shan curved blade, a bow, and an uncertain quantity of arrows, along with several hefty stones that barely qualified as weapons. "Very well. The battle begins. May the gods be with me," I silently recited, knocking an arrow to the string. Boom, 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 boom. As the drumming intensified, the pace of the barbarian soldiers quickened when the drums sounded like the galloping of wild horses. A deafening roar erupted across the battlefield, akin to a pack of wolves howling. Countless barbarian warriors converged upon Xuefa from 3 directions. The first volley of arrows flew chaotically, tracing fragmented arcs through the air. As the barbarian soldiers, shielded by their massive shields, advanced rapidly to the base of the city walls, the shrill whistling of arrows ringing in my ears. Having never witnessed such a spectacle, I stood frozen, dazedly clutching an arrow, my gaze sweeping over the battlefield, where soldiers were lost in confusion, fear etched on their faces as they beheld the surging tide of barbarian warriors. "Do not panic. The enemy has yet to scale the walls," the officers shouted. "Prepare the boiling oil." I had no time to heed their instruction. A siege ladder had been placed directly before me, and the fierce visage of a barbarian soldier loomed into view. Whoosh! An arrow flew through the air, striking the foremost barbarian squarely in the forehead, causing him to tumble backward, a single drop of blood spilling forth as he hit the ground with a dull thud. The archer was a youth with the distinctive green eyes of the Wind clan, his face marred by scars. After casting a cold glance at me, he raised his hand and loosed another arrow, which found its mark in the chest of a barbarian who had just scaled the wall, sending him crashing down into the city, a crimson bloom erupting before my eyes. The rich scent of blood jolted my senses, and I swiftly knocked another arrow, drawing the string and releasing it, the arrow speeding across the short distance to pierce yet another enemy's chest. My first kill. Had he been an ordinary civilian, I might have felt a pang of shock, but in that moment, I had neither the time nor the luxury for such sentiments. Less than a minute later, another barbarian met a similar fate. An arrow embedded in his forehead, boiling oil cascaded down, enveloping the battlefield in a foul stench, as countless fiery figures writhed at the base of the walls, mingling with the falling corpses, allowing me a vivid glimpse into the depths of hell. The first wave of the assault was swiftly repelled, and the enemy did not immediately launch a second wave, instead retreating half a mile to regroup. The ground below was strewn with bodies, blood pooling into a small stream, flowing steadily under the waning light of the setting sun. This initial attack had merely been a probing effort, yet it had already claimed thousands of lives. What horrors awaited us in the true battle to come? The air atop the walls was thick with lamentations. Though our losses were markedly lighter than the enemy's, we had still lost over 100 men and sustained nearly 1,000 injuries. What had initially seemed a relatively straightforward defense had morphed into a dire struggle that I wiped the grime from my face and scanned the scene, spotting Magula devouring food voraciously, glancing up at me only to quickly return to his meal. "One must at least die with a full belly," he muttered, hastening his consumption of anything edible. That I sighed and turned my gaze to the solitary figure of the Wind clan warrior seated on the parapet, staring intently at the enemy encampment. "Thank you," I said, settling down beside him. The Wind clan member regarded me coldly, his voice frigid as he replied, "No need. I have not aided you." I chose not to respond, instead following his gaze toward the enemy camp. The barbarians were erecting barricades and caltrops, seemingly unprepared for a night assault. "It appears we may enjoy a peaceful night's rest," I remarked, leaping down from the parapet. "I shall lie down for a while." The flicker of doubt crossed the Wind clan warrior's eyes, as if questioning, "Is it truly so?" He slowly closed his eyes, and almost simultaneously, the orders for vigilance were relayed down. The night breeze gently caressed my face, and only a few stars adorned the sky, heralding another day of unfavorable weather. Yet, perhaps this would temper the ferocity of tomorrow's assault. My only hope was to survive for a few more days. The thought of the countless barbarian hordes outside made the prospect of survival seem like a mere fantasy. Suddenly, amidst the low hum of mosquitoes, an unusual rustling sound emerged. The sentry beside me stood up, peering into the inky darkness below the walls. Whoosh! Came a shrill scream, as a glinting axe embedded itself in the soldier's forehead. He staggered briefly before collapsing beside me, warm blood trickling down his face, splattering onto the ground in a rhythmic drip that echoed like a funeral bell in my heart. After standing in shock for a moment, a piercing cry escaped my lips. Enemy attack. The once quiet battlements erupted into chaos in an instant. Aya! A barbarian leapt from the walls, and I hastily raised my iron shield. The impact reverberated through my left arm, leaving it numb as the barbarian crumpled to the ground. A swift blow plunged into his chest, blood spraying across my face before I could wipe it away, and another barbarian appeared atop the walls. "Magula, hurry and alert the inner city." Having felled yet another barbarian, I could not help but cry out loudly, for the situation atop the walls had grown increasingly dire. Magura, aware of the gravity of the matter, forcefully pushed aside several barbarian foes and dashed down from the battlements like a bolt of lightning. The enemy surged ever more, and as I gazed into the distance, I beheld a sea of barbarian warriors, My iron shield was already etched with countless marks, and even my curved blade was riddled with chips, blood nearly pooling at my feet. The blade struck one of the barbarians, and a strange light flickered in his eyes as he grasped the hilt with a death grip. Almost simultaneously, foes emerged from both sides, their axes swinging towards me in unison. It was at this moment that I truly sensed the breath of death. A knife was swiftly hurled into the chest of one assailant. And as another axe came crashing down, a shadow appeared before me. With a sharp clang, I witnessed a barbarian collapse limply to the ground. "Golden armor!" I exclaimed, "Lord Shaya," as I withdrew my curved blade. Just as the blood-soaked Magura rushed up beside me. "Well done, leave the rear to us." Lord Shaya nodded to me, his sword radiating a brilliant light. The advancing barbarian soldiers, caught off guard, were enveloped in the mist of their own spilt blood. Such is the nature of knights. Gazing at Lord Shaya, who resembled a god of war, I felt an overwhelming longing swell within me. On the 25th of October in the year 1352 of the royal calendar, a night drenched in blood, when the first rays of dawn touched my head, I was utterly shocked by the scene before me. The battlements were awash in a sea of blood, with the bodies of friend and foe alike forming a thick layer. Groans filled the air, as the living lay helpless among the corpses, their vacant eyes staring blankly at the sky. The dull beat of drums resumed, albeit tinged with a sense of desolation. In the distance, the barbarians scattered handfuls of earth into the air, accompanied by the faint sounds of weeping. In one night, 3,000 of them would never again see their homeland. Likewise, our forces had suffered grievously. A large contingent tasked with defending the city had been nearly annihilated, with fewer than 100 survivors. Moreover, over 300 of the reinforcements from the Yellow Tiger Knights had perished. Now, the garrison of Xuefa City numbered less than 3,000, with scarcely 2,000 capable of fighting, while the enemy still boasted a force of 35,000. The disparity in military strength is indeed staggering. Standing atop the walls, Shaya exhaled deeply, lamenting. The battles of the previous night did not seem to have exhausted him. He remained spirited and alert. "By the way, rookie, what do you think the future holds?" Lord Shaya suddenly turned to me. I was taken aback, and it took me a while to regain my composure as I stammered. Lord Shaya, are you asking me?" He nodded affirmatively. I shook my head, replying, "Perhaps we will perish alongside Xuefa City, earning the title of martyrs for the kingdom, but I would prefer to survive." A flicker of confusion passed through Shaya's eyes as he mused. "To survive? Huh. Heh. But do we have a choice now? It seems we must choose which death suits us best." He waved his hand, signaling for me to withdraw, leaving him alone to grapple with that vexing choice. I stepped over the bodies and arrived at the makeshift triage center, where Magura lay reclined on a bed, bearing 14 wounds, one hand nearly severed. His valiant spirit caused me to regard him with newfound respect. On the other side, the Wind Tribe warrior was still alive. It was said that his swift arrows had claimed the lives of countless barbarians the previous night. Had he not run out of arrows, he might have emerged unscathed. "Magura, are you all right?" I asked, settling beside him and observing the blood-soaked bandages. A glimmer of excitement danced in Magura's eyes as he declared, "Fapu, do you know? I killed 6 barbarians yesterday. The elders in the village can no longer say we are cowards." A peculiar sensation welled up within me. Magura was no longer the timid individual he once was. He was becoming a warrior of whom the entire Shanju people could be proud. That afternoon, Lord Shaya summoned all capable fighters. Over 1,000 of us filled a small square, as fine raindrops fell from the sky, quickly soaking our garments. Dressed in only simple attire, Lord Shaya paced back and forth before suddenly facing us, proclaiming, "Do you have parents, wives, or children?" A moment of silence enveloped us before a smattering of voices replied, "Yes, I too have a family. My wife is beautiful, and she cooks splendid meals. My daughter just turned 5. They await my return in Arulfasir City, but the barbarians have surrounded Xuefa City, and the Knights of the Protectors are far away. Now we have but 2 choices, to die on the battlefield or to perish under the judgment of the Protectors." Lord Shaya's voice rang out, heavy with sorrow. Instantly, chaos erupted below, and many could not restrain their tears. "We do not wish to die. Lord Shaya, there must be another way," a voice cried out from somewhere, inciting a clamor among the crowd. Lord Shaya raised his hand, stating, "I am not one who embraces death. I am, in fact, quite afraid of it. However, I do not wish my wife and daughter to bear the shame of a cowardly husband and father for the rest of their lives. If we must die, at least let us leave something for our families, so they may hold their heads high and say, 'My son, my husband, My father died bravely on the battlefield of Xuefa. This is not a sacrifice for the kingdom, but merely a means of honoring our descendants, that if you still trust me as your commander, then I ask you all to fight alongside me." With that, he drew his knightly sword and raised it high, shouting, "The gods are with me." A brief silence ensued. When the first sword was raised from the crowd, an increasing number followed suit, the collective roar drowning out the entirety of Xuefa City. "The gods are with me." In that moment, no one feared death. Confronted with the inevitability of demise, Lord Shaya made a startling decision to launch a full-scale assault against the enemy's main formation. The odds were nearly 15 to 1 against us, and the thought bore a tragic sense of seeking a swift end. The city gates swung wide, and the cavalry surged forward. 200 heavily armored cavalrymen formed the vanguard, followed closely by 500 light cavalry and 1,200 infantry in a triangular assault formation. A total of 1,900 warriors faced off against the 25,000-strong barbarian horde. The rain fell heavily now, large droplets stinging my face, while the dim visibility affected both sides equally. In such circumstances, the massive barbarian formation appeared clumsy. Suddenly, I grasped Lord Shaya's intention to strike at the enemy's core with a small forest. If we failed, death would be our only fate. Yet if we succeeded, survival might be within our grasp. Lord Shaya unsheathed his knightly sword, pointing it at the main standard of the barbarians, and shouted, "Target the head of the barbarian king." With that, he lowered his visor, and the knightly sword traced a beautiful arc through the air. "Charge!" A thunderous battle cry erupted as the 200 cavalrymen surged forth. The barbarians, caught off guard by the sudden assault, momentarily lost their composure. By the time their commander regained his wits, the spears of the cavalry had already pierced the chest of the first rank of barbarians, shattering their formation. Disoriented, the barbarians soon found themselves overwhelmed by the mixed cavalry and infantry that followed. I drew my curved blade and viciously plunged it into the chest of one barbarian, blood splattering forth as his eyes filled with disbelief. He glanced down at the gaping wound before collapsing backward. Another barbarian nearby was equally caught off guard. It was only when my blade sliced through his throat that he instinctively raised his axe in defense. Wielding my curved blade, I pressed forward relentlessly, blood flowing beneath my feet, as comrades and foes alike fell beside me. In merely 15 minutes, our forces had breached the heart of the barbarian ranks. Chaos reigned among the enemy as they, deprived of any command, could only mount a frantic resistance, falling one by one beneath the blades of my resolute comrades. Yet the tide soon turned. After suffering thousands of casualties, the barbarians suddenly realized their plight, and countless enemies surged forth from all directions. As I felled another barbarian, I was suddenly surrounded by foes in the distance. Cavalrymen were tumbling from their mounts, their cries echoing through the air that I gasped for breath. My hands growing weaker by the moment, the banner of the barbarian king loomed before me, and I could even see the king himself, perched upon a black steed, his gaze filled with mockery, as if to say, "Do these few dare to invade my ranks?" A warhorse surged through the throngs, its golden sheen glinting brilliantly in the air. "Die, filthy barbarian!" A knightly sword arced through the air, striking the barbarian king squarely in the head. Almost simultaneously, several axes struck the knight riding the warhorse, and both horse and rider fell to the ground. The cacophony of battle momentarily quieted, leaving only the gentle patter of raindrops. "The king is dead," a voice rang out, and countless others echoed in agreement. Before my eyes, the barbarians cast down their weapons, fleeing hastily southward, their once mighty banners collapsing one after another. Had the war come to an end? Doubt clouded my mind as I stared vacantly at the surroundings. Littered with corpses, the lamenting cries of abandoned steeds filling the air, and dozens of soldiers standing helplessly on the battlefield, from death to life. Most had lost their sense of self, suddenly remembering the one who had saved us. I hurried over to the knight, only to find several axes striking him, crimson blood flowing abundantly from his wounds. "Lord Shaya." I called out the knight's name, rushing forward to support him. Shaya struggled to open his eyes and uttered with great difficulty, "It's a rookie. And you're still alive." A trickle of fresh blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. "Lord Shaya, please hold on a little longer. I will summon a doctor immediately." Just as I was about to rise, Shaya, drawing strength from an unknown source, grasped my arm and shook his head, saying, "No need. Even if the royal physician arrives, my life cannot be saved. You should conserve your strength to listen to my words." I had no choice but to kneel before Shaya, obeying his final wishes. "The barbarian horde will return soon. Once I have perished, according to the kingdom's laws, if the frontline commander falls in battle, The remaining forces are permitted to withdraw. You must convey my orders to abandon the defense of Xuefa City and return to the kingdom's territory. Shaya spoke with great effort. Tears welling in my eyes, I replied, "As you command, Lord Shaya." He took a breath and continued, "Additionally, upon returning to Saint Arulfasir City, please deliver my ashes to my wife and tell her to remarry soon, so she does not mourn my death." "Understood, my lord." I choked on my words, wiping away my tears. Shaya's gaze grew increasingly unfocused, and after a violent gasp, he managed to ask, "By the way, rookie, what is your name?" I hesitated for a moment before responding, "My name is Fapu." "Fapu, I have one last request of you. Should you aspire to become a knight, as spoken of in tales, protect my daughter and ensure she comes to no harm. This is the final wish of a father." Gazing into Shaya's eyes, which radiated with intense fervor, I nodded gravely and declared, "In the name of the divine, I, Fapu of the Shan tribe, shall become a knight and devote my life to safeguarding Lord Shaya's daughter." A faint smile graced Shaya's face as he looked up at the sky, murmuring, "Elise, how unfortunate, I will not be able to celebrate your 6th birthday." His eyes slowly closed, and Lord Jacob Shaya departed from this world at the tender age of 37. On that fateful day, out of the 1,900 that fought, only 76 survived, and all of the knight commanders perished in battle. The remaining 1,000 wounded soldiers were forced to embark on the path of defeat, retreating towards Saint Arulfasir City. Chapter 2. The turmoil in the year of the kingdom 1352, on the 6th day of the 11th month. After 10 days of arduous travel, the remaining 1,100 soldiers of the Yellow Tiger Knight Order appeared before the holy city of Elfasir. From an original force of 20,000, only this meager contingent remained. The once mighty Yellow Tiger Knight Order was now but a shadow of its former self. Understandably, the defeated troops were not welcomed. We were barred from entering the holy city. Encircled by the wolf knights clad in azure armor, the first to confront us was Lord Dracop, still wearing that familiar smile, accompanied by the pompous Nikos, donned in sacred knight armor, exuding an air of triumph. "Where is your commander?" Dracop bellowed. I stepped forward and bowed, replying, "Lord Dracop, we have no commander left. All the knights have perished." A look of sorrow crossed Dracop's face as he murmured, "Is that so? Even the valiant Shaya has fallen. Thank you for your efforts. Due to various circumstances, you will have to stay outside the city for the night. Tomorrow, I will personally escort you all into the city," Dracop declared, gesturing for the wolf knights to step back. I took a step forward, saying, "Lord Dracop, I have a personal effect of Lord Shaya's that I wish to deliver to his family. I implore you to allow me entry into the city today." Dracop's eyes flickered momentarily, and after a pause, he nodded. "Very well, I grant you permission to enter the city today." With a flick of his whip, he set off ahead. Nikos slowly rode up to me, coldly stating, "Well, you've managed to survive. Our feud will eventually be settled." Turning away, a chill washed over me, as the sunlight in the holy city seemed even more pallid than that in Xuefa. Saint Arulfasir City truly deserved its title as the capital of the kingdom. Bustling with prosperity, streets wide enough for 4 carriages to pass side by side were lined with shops, the sounds of commerce echoing in the AIRT that moment. I had no desire to explore the city. I inquired about Lord Shaya's residence and hurriedly made my way there. It was a modest dwelling, indistinguishable from the surrounding homes, even appearing somewhat dilapidated, yet it was undoubtedly Lord Shaya's abode that I approached and knocked on the somewhat flimsy door. An elderly woman opened it, appearing to be in her 50s. Hesitating, I asked, "Excuse me, is this the home of Jacob Shaya?" A flicker of fear crossed the woman's eyes, and she hurriedly replied, "You must be mistaken. This is not it." With a loud bang, the door slammed shut in my face. I stood there for a moment, double-checking the address. It was correct. Without a doubt, an ominous thought surged in my mind. Suddenly, with a loud thud, the door swung open again, and I rushed inside, startling the elderly woman into silence. Moments later, a horrifying scream echoed throughout the room. I drew my dagger, pressing it against her throat, and demanded, "Do not scream. Where is Lady Shaya?" "I am here. Please do not trouble the old woman," a dignified voice came from within. I paused, hurriedly sheathing my dagger, and apologized. "My apologies for the intrusion." I turned towards the inner room, where an extraordinarily beautiful woman stood, perhaps the most stunning I had ever seen, rendering me momentarily speechless. Lady Shaya gestured for the elderly woman to leave, and, with authority, asked, "You are not from the Sacred Knight Order. What is your purpose here?" Taken aback, I retrieved Lord Shaya's urn from my cloak and, with a quivering voice, said, This is Lord Shaya's ashes. I have come to fulfill his last wishes and deliver it to you. Gently, I extended the urn, and Lady Shaya trembled as she accepted it, beginning to weep silently. Did Jacob have any final words? She asked softly. That I cleared my throat and replied. He wished for you not to remain a widow and to remarry soon. How foolish. Why would he say such a thing? Do you truly believe I could forget him? Lady Shaya murmured, caressing the urn, lost in a profound emptiness, leaving me with an awkward sense of unease. After a while, she lifted her head and said, Thank you for your efforts. But I may need to trouble you a little longer. Please wait here. She then rose and walked into the inner room. I paced anxiously in the living room, glancing toward the inner chamber. I found myself waiting for what felt like an eternity, my worry growing with each passing moment. Suddenly, a piercing scream rang out, the elderly woman's distinctive tone echoing loudly. My instinct was to rush into the inner room, where a body floated midair. Unknown warrior, greetings. By the time you read this letter, I will have followed my husband into the afterlife. I lack the courage to live in a world without Jacob. Please forgive my cowardice. If my husband could trust you, I can rest assured in entrusting Elise to your care. She is still young. Please refrain from telling her of these events, and I hope you will love her dearly, allowing her to enjoy her childhood. This way, Jacob and I can peacefully dwell in another world. This is my last request of you, Celine Shaya. I sighed, folding the letter. Both spouses shared this trait of entrusting their final wishes before death, making it nearly impossible to refuse. Poor me, at merely 17, destined to become a caretaker for a child. Where's the child? I turned to the elderly woman, who looked terrified and pointed upstairs. I adjusted my attire and hurried up the stairs. There lay Elise, sweetly asleep, resembling a little angel from a fairy tale, her golden hair framing a strawberry-like face, sucking on her little finger, evoking an instant feeling of affection. Poor little girl. I couldn't help but sigh. At just 5 years old, she had lost her parents, and now she would be under the care of a warrior like me. What kind of happy childhood could she possibly have? From now on, I must become this little one's guardian. Shaking my head, I dispelled the nightmarish thought. Surely there must be other relatives. I should entrust her to them. Given my current status as a mere soldier, I could hardly afford to support a young lady. I hurriedly descended the stairs to inquire of the still-dazed elderly woman. Relatives? I do not know. Ah, yes, the lord of the family used to visit frequently. He was also an officer, but I heard he went north and hasn't been seen for a long time. Do you know the name of that lord? I am not familiar with the lady's affairs. Only that he held a significant position. So, it seems, I looked up at the ceiling, realizing this was quite troublesome. Without locating that lord, it would be challenging to arrange for little Elise's care. How could I embark on a journey into the unknown, leaving the matter of the young lady unresolved? I suppose I will have to take her to the camp for now. After much contemplation, I made a decision and urged the still-dazed elderly woman to accompany me, carrying the sleeping Elise towards the city gates. Make way, make way. The clamor of the streets suddenly obstructed our path. As a sea of black banners descended like nightfall, countless knights in black armor forming a lengthy procession on the streets. It's the Black Knights of Waitenor, but why are there so many all of a sudden? I muttered to myself. Although the kingdom of Waitenor had an alliance with Arulfas, the appearance of an entire troop of their cavalry in the capital was certainly out of the ordinary. The Blackenorians are here to help us drive away the damned barbarians. Haha. With the world's finest black cavalry on our side, the fallen heroes in the south can finally rest in peace. I've heard the royal army is preparing to set out. This is going to be quite a spectacle. The crowd around me radiated an air of excitement. Exchanging words that I, a mere warrior recently returned from the southern front, could not comprehend, in the midst of this fervent atmosphere, I felt a faint chill creeping in. Let us hasten, cried an elderly woman, her gaze fixed on the bewildering figure of the Black Knight, as she hurriedly urged her companions out of the city, on the 10th day of November in the year 1352 of the Wangli dynasty. His Holiness King Dekos Xi issued a general mobilization order to quell the southern barbarians. The Sacred City Guard and the Royal Protectorate Army formed the core of this force, amassing approximately 15,000 soldiers, complemented by 3 regiments of Waitenor Dark Knights as reinforcements. The southern barbarians have invaded our sacred territory, slaying our people and plundering our wealth. In the name of the divine, I shall exact retribution. Only blood can repay their atrocities. With a sigh, I rolled up the proclamation of war. The once forsaken South had suddenly transformed into a cauldron of opportunity. The royal family had certainly spared no expense this time. "Look, our grand army." A voice rang out amidst the throng, and I found myself at the gates of the encampment that in the distance, black nor loomed, its banners of Arulfasir fluttering in the wind, sending waves of sound crashing towards us. The gleam of white and black armor reflecting brilliantly under the sun's rays. Had this army been dispatched earlier, we would not have. A soldier choked on his words, wiping away tears. The haunting image of the mountain of corpses and sea of blood outside Xuefa City flooded my mind. Indeed, had the royal family sent reinforcements sooner, our plight would not have been so dire, and Lord Shaya would not have resorted to a suicidal charge. Yet, what good is it to ponder such matters only after the events have unfolded? I've heard it was General Dracop who advocated for this deployment and even personally invited the Blacknor cavalry. If only the court had more generals like him, Arulfasir would not be subjected to such humiliation from the southern barbarians, remarked another soldier. Upon hearing this, I turned my gaze towards the city of Arulfasir. Its towering walls emanating a sense of guardianship, though the defending forces within had dwindled to less than a tenth of their original strength, all composed of General Dracop's sacred knightly order. The general himself had chosen not to venture south, continuing to bear the heavy responsibility of guarding the holy city. What was amiss? Why did I feel a persistent unease in my heart? Enough staring. Return to your rest. I anticipate our deployment orders will be issued tomorrow, I said, dispelling my discontent with a wave of my hand, hoping we would be assigned to a more secure location. I had no desire to flirt with death once more. Tomorrow, is it? Murmured a member of the Wind tribe, a layer of hopeful yearning glazing over his green eyes as he tightened the quiver on his back and retreated to a corner. Closing his eyes in silence, I exchanged glances with Megura. This peculiar Wind tribe individual seemed able to see what eluded the rest of us. Enhance the knight's defenses, we concluded after a brief discussion. That night, I embraced my arms, gazing at the illuminated city of Arulfasir, a place that once gathered the world's treasures, now merely a hollow shell of its former glory, having once been the mightiest among the 7 holy nations. How much longer can the fallen Arulfasir endure? Since my enlistment, all I had witnessed was the avarice and idleness of bureaucrats. The valiant generals either found themselves ostracized from the center or perished in foreign lands, having turned a blind eye to suffering. Whatever. As long as I received my pay, I shook my head, dismissing further contemplation. What did it matter how Arulfasir transformed? I was but a humble soldier, content to fulfill Lord Shaya's requests, with a newfound sense of clarity. My heart felt lighter. I inhaled the fresh air, ready to return to camp for rest. That moment, an unsettling sound drifted from the holy city. A crimson glow ascended from its heart, not the glimmer of festive lights, but rather the writhing form of a raging dragon. It could only signify one thing: fire. Soon, the searing heat enveloped me. The holy city is ablaze, I exclaimed, my voice piercing the stillness of the night. Soldiers in the encampment hurriedly donned their gear, rushing to the barricades, gazing in shock at the inferno consuming the city that had not faced an attack in over a millennium, now burning fiercely before our eyes. As all its splendor seemed to fade into the flames, quickly extinguished the fire. Stunned by the shocking turn of events, I struggled to regain my composure as a soldier. Just then, a group of riders appeared in the distance. Their royal banners clearly visible. One rider broke away from the group, charging directly toward us. Are you soldiers of the Yellow Tiger? The knight, clad in sacred armor, bore a disheveled expression. Yes, my lord. I stepped forward. Excellent. General Shaya has sacrificed himself for the nation. Your loyalty is paramount. Ensure the king's safe escape. No sooner had he spoken than he pivoted his horse and vanished into the night like the wind, leaving us to grapple with the shocking news. What? General Dracop would betray us. Surely you jest. It cannot be true. Amidst the soldiers' murmurs, the cavalry bearing the sacred knightly order's banner advanced toward us. The clash between inadequately equipped infantry and fully armored cavalry was doomed from the outset. The frontline comrades barely had time to grasp their weapons before blood sprayed into the air. Moments later, arrows whistled through the sky, impotently embedding themselves in the torrent of armored figures. A sword cleaved a horse's foreleg, and the rider wailed as he hurtled forward. Before he could land, an arrow pierced his throat, its bloodied shaft embedding itself in another horse's body. I turned to witness a member of the Flash tribe gnawing an arrow while preparing another, and today I truly witnessed the prowess of the famed archers. Die! A sharp cry rang out as a warhorse leaped into the air, the lance glinting brilliantly in the moonlight. Another arrow struck the horse's eye, eliciting a harrowing scream as it reared, throwing its rider to the ground. As the knight struggled to rise, Magura's curved blade swiftly sliced across his throat, a spray of blood enveloping him in a crimson shroud. Everywhere, the cries of the dying echoed, and in the blink of an eye, half my comrades had vanished, while more enemies clad in sacred armor surged forth, quickly isolating us. Fewer than 200 of my companions remained by my side. "Form a spear wall," I shouted, and the polearm wielders, finally realizing their role as the cavalry's bane, hastily formed a defensive line. 2 rows of spears creating an impenetrable barrier against the oncoming threat. "What is your name?" I turned to the Silent Wind tribe member. His green eyes flickered, and after a moment's pause, he replied, "Su." "Excellent. Su. I entrust the next task to you." Su nodded, knocking an arrow onto his bowstring, pulling back, and releasing. A dull thud resonated amidst the swirling white, as an enemy rider tumbled from his mount, his body rolling away. Swallowed by the rushing cavalry, "Leave them to the wolf knights. We must pursue the king." A voice from the enemy called out, causing the hesitant sacred knights to swiftly turn their horses toward the direction of the king's escape, leaving behind over 600 corpses, the vast majority belonging to our side. Child. A fleeting moment of respite reminded me of what was truly important, and I dashed through the chaos towards the tents behind us. Inside, flames engulfed everything, the ground littered with the bodies of my fallen comrades, the cries of a child echoing ahead. Elise stood helplessly amidst the corpses, the elderly woman long since dead beside her. Among the fallen lay 6 sacred knights and numerous soldiers from our ranks. One yellow tiger soldier had shielded Elise with his body, for knightly lances protruding from him. "It's all right. I'm here now." I quickly scooped little Elise into my arms. Surveying the desolation around me, overwhelmed by a wave of sorrow I struggled to express. "We must go. The wolf knight forces are approaching." Magura urged, and I nodded, cradling Elise as we retreated from the outskirts of the holy city of Arulfasir alongside the fleeing yellow tiger knights. Since we had departed from the holy city, we had evaded General Dracop's relentless pursuit for nearly a month, finally arriving in this far western region. Yet, only over 100 of us remained. Some had fled while others had perished. The once mighty Yellow Tiger, one of the 3 knightly orders, now relied solely on our dwindling numbers to uphold its dignity. This land resembled a desolate wilderness, inhabited by the crude and savage Trevinians, particularly those among them known as berserkers, who were exceedingly perilous. "What a desolate place." Magura sighed as he surveyed the empty expanse. I chuckled, pointing to a distant elk. "At least we need not worry about food, nor the pursuit of Dracop's forces." Magura shrugged, his face reflecting resignation. "Let us rest here for today," I called out, and the soldiers erupted in cheers. After nearly a month of arduous travel, we were indeed fatigued. The bonfire on the plains exuded warmth, especially as we gathered around, inhaling the tantalizing aroma of roasted elk, momentarily forgetting all our hardships and struggles. Many could not resist breaking into song, and a joyous atmosphere enveloped the surroundings. I tore a piece of venison and gently offered it to Elise, who eagerly opened her mouth and bit into it. Laughter erupted around us, and Magura remarked, "It seems that little Elise is destined to become an outstanding warrior, exhibiting such spirit even while eating." Elise pouted and replied in her childish voice, "Uncle Magura just likes to bully people. I won't play with you anymore." This prompted another round of laughter, and Magura, scratching his head, offered an awkward smile, momentarily at a loss for words. I glanced at the 2 of them, a vague sentiment swelling within me, a feeling reminiscent of a joyful life shared with family. I knew that bringing Elise along would bring about numerous inconveniences, yet I found it hard to entrust her to others. Accompanying us grown men, the little Elise would likely struggle to maintain the demeanor of a normal girl. Suddenly, a commotion in the distance shattered the momentary tranquility as a group of horsemen appeared before the camp. "Prepare for battle," I shouted, drawing my curved blade. Chaos ensued as many scrambled to locate their weapons. The opposing force, numbering around 200, was entirely comprised of cavalry, their banners proudly displaying the royal emblem. The riders, clad in the shimmering armor of the Silver Dragon Knights, glinted under the moonlight with a dazzling radiance. I was not naive enough to believe they were indeed the Silver Dragon Knights. Even if they were, in such a scenario, they would undoubtedly perceive us as the beleaguered forces of the Dracopus army. With the sheer impact of their cavalry, our mere 100 would scarcely have the opportunity to utter a single word. Taking refuge behind a hastily erected wooden barricade, 30 archers spread out in skirmish formation, while the rest of us, under my command, arranged ourselves in AV formation, facing the enemy head-on. The speed of the approaching cavalry slowed, halting 100 meters away from us, in the chill of the night. Illuminated by the cold, gray moonlight, the two forces stood in an eerie standoff, silence enveloping us, only pierced by the occasional whinny of a horse, echoing through the oppressive stillness. A knight slowly stepped forward from their ranks, his silver armor nearly concealing his entire form, even his face obscured by a thick visor. In his hand, he wielded a massive lance that exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure, approaching the camp. He spoke in a muffled tone from behind his visor. "I am the commander of the Silver Dragon Knights. You have 15 minutes to declare your intentions, or you shall face annihilation." I stepped forward and declared loudly, "We are the vassals of the Yellow Tiger Knights. I care not who you are. If you dare to destroy us, let your blood bear testament to your foolishness." With that, I returned to my formation, swinging my curved blade. The frontline warriors promptly planted their shields into the ground, preparing their throwing spears, poised for a fight to the death. The knight hesitated for a moment, raising a hand slowly. Tension filled the air. To be honest, engaging 200 knights in battle seemed almost hopeless. Yet, regardless of who they were, if we did not resist, our 100 would surely perish without a fight. I gripped my curved blade tightly and shouted to those around me, "For our own sake, we must survive." Instantly, the air was filled with deafening battle cries, and the clanging of swords against shields rang out. The so-called Silver Dragon Knights formed a horizontal line, slowly advancing, yet they refrained from utilizing the full force of their cavalry, seemingly aiming to psychologically intimidate us instead. The archers at the forefront began to show signs of panic, but none drew their bows before orders were given. The knight's hand rose once more, and the cavalry halted, forming a square formation before us. Following this, the commander of the Silver Dragon Knights slowly removed his helmet. His rugged face was nearly obscured by a mass of hair, resembling a lion's head awkwardly placed upon a human body, with only a pair of enormous eyes betraying his humanity. This half-wild man was indeed the commander of the Silver Dragon Knights, I found myself questioning. Yet he must surely be the raging lion of legend. "Excellent. The fact that you have maintained your composure in the face of double the cavalry is commendable, truly worthy of the Yellow Tiger's soldiers," the knight remarked, stroking his beard and proclaiming loudly, "Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Valencer de Vancos, commander of the Silver Dragon Knights and the personal guard of His Majesty the Holy King. On this day, we united with the remnants of the Holy King's forces. Under the guidance of the Silver Dragon Knights, we arrived at the camp of the so-called legitimate royal army. The state of the royal army could only be described as withering, even including the Silver Dragon Knights. There were merely 3,000 men remaining. Astonishingly, the renowned foremost of the three knightly orders, the Silver Dragon Knights, comprised only 500, with a scant few holding the title of knight. The extreme shortage of combatants placed the royal army in a dire predicament, rendering them utterly incapable of matching the tens of thousands of troops of the Dracop's army, and they likely would struggle to withstand even the attacks of the local Trevinos. As I walked through the camp, a sense of sorrow washed over me. All around were dispirited souls, leaning weakly against crude wooden barriers, their hollow eyes gazing vacantly at the sky, devoid of any semblance of warrior spirit. In contrast to these demoralized soldiers, the noblemen gathered in the dimly lit small quarters exhibited a different kind of despondency. "Lord Valencer of the Silver Dragon Knights has arrived," bellowed a guard at the entrance with feigned seriousness. Valencer waved his hand and strode in, a suffocating atmosphere enveloping me as I followed. Through the dim glow of the oil lamps, I could barely make out 3 or 4 figures huddled around a conference table, embroiled in heated debate. "Valencer, you've worked hard." A voice suddenly emerged from the shadows, startling me. Following the sound, I saw a figure appear from the corner, a strong scent of alcohol wafting toward me. Valencer chuckled heartily, responding, "Lanbis, you seem to be in good spirits." At that moment, I finally discerned the speaker's features, a gaunt face dominated by an astonishingly large nose that almost consumed half of it. With sunken eyes that sparkled with an unusual light, Lord Lanbis scrutinized me up and down, and with a strange tone remarked, "Oh, Valencer, is your army so short-staffed that you've resorted to recruiting children?" I was taken aback and instinctively touched my face. I was nearly 20 years old. "Hardly a child soldier," Valencer, unfazed, replied. "This is a soldier from the Yellow Tiger Knights. By the way, why aren't you participating in the council meeting?" A hint of derision appeared on Lanbis's face as he retorted, "What is there to discuss? Sending 3,000 soldiers to attack the city of Sivia. Any discussion is pointless." He then cast an intrigued glance at me, sending a chill down my spine. The ongoing discussion in the room was evidently interrupted by their unrestrained banter. As a nobleman stepped out from the shadows, his expression one of irritation. "General Lanbis, I kindly ask you to speak with more decorum. Your absence from the meeting is inconsequential, but please do not disrupt our discussions," the nobleman shouted. Lanbis shrugged and turned away, offering no reply. Valancer had to step in, saying, "Allow me to interject. This individual is the representative of the Yellow Tiger Knights, here to offer his allegiance." The nobleman's face lit up with delight as he inquired, "How many of you are there?" I answered, "My lord. There are a total of 113 of us." Disappointment was evident on the nobleman's face as he waved his hand dismissively, saying, "I see. You may leave now." His tone was laced with an air of superiority. Suppressing my disdain for him, I bowed slightly and exited. The air outside felt noticeably fresher, and I took a deep breath to dispel the unease in my chest. The sky remained a brilliant blue. Yet beneath its protective embrace lay such a discordant assembly. Was I to pledge my loyalty to those nobles within, utterly devoid of charm? A question lingered in my mind. On the 8th day of the 12th month in the year 1352 of the royal calendar. After 2 days of rest, over 100 soldiers from the Yellow Tiger Knights were all assigned to General Lanbis's forces, who reportedly insisted vehemently on their inclusion under his command. The reason was quite simple. I need men. With that single sentence, I found myself appointed as Lanbis's combat advisor, inexplicably joining the notoriously problematic 1st Independent Soldiers Regiment of the Royal Army. In stark contrast to General Valancer's strict military discipline. General Lanbis's approach was one of leniency. His philosophy was, the soldiers have already bled on the battlefield. There is no need for them to suffer further off the field. However, there was one skill that General Lanbis deemed essential, the art of retreat. In battle, killing the enemy is not paramount. What matters is preserving your own life. That I do not wish for you to sacrifice yourselves for some foolish ideals, General Lanbis proclaimed. Such teachings were difficult for us, who had retreated from the battlefield of Xuefa, to accept. Was Lord Shaya's death foolish? I asked loudly, a sense of insult rising within me. Lanbis rubbed his nose, a sorrowful expression flickering in his deep-set eyes as he replied, "He was the most foolish person I have ever encountered." At this, an uproar ensued. The sound of swords being drawn filled the air, and every soldier of the Yellow Tiger bore a mask of fury. I stepped forward, shouting, "General Lanbis, you have just delivered the greatest insult to the Yellow Tiger. You do not understand Lord Shaya at all, and you have no right to criticize him." "Is that so?" Lanbis sighed. "I must have been woefully ignorant of him, to have allowed Celine to marry such a fool." I was momentarily stunned, stammering, You are the father of Lady Shaya?" The father of Lady Shaya, who was also the father-in-law of Lord Shaya, was standing before me, this seemingly eccentric middle-aged man with a large nose. It wasn't until Elise leapt into his arms, exclaiming "Grandpa," that I fully grasped the bewildering reality of the situation. Out of respect for Lord Shaya, we begrudgingly accepted General Lanbis's guidance. Enduring daily grueling training. As new records for the 100-meter dash were repeatedly broken. An order swept through the entire camp. A steady stream of people flowed toward the council chamber, where 7 or 8 individuals stood before the entrance, each displaying a range of expressions. Among them, Lanbis bore a countenance shrouded in a pallid gray, as if he were a man burdened by immense debts. Confronted by the restless soldiers, a nobleman bellowed, "We have no path of retreat. If we fail to seize the city of Sivia, the reputation of the royal army will be tarnished, and the usurper Dracop shall evade just punishment. For the glory of our venerable Saint Arulfasir, let us raise our swords. Victory shall be ours." A scattered cheer erupted from the crowd, predominantly from the noble soldiers clad in their finery, though many wore expressions of apathy, their fervor long extinguished by repeated defeats. "Ah, this is what they call foolish idealism," muttered Magula beside me, and I couldn't help but find a sliver of agreement with General Lanbis's perspective. The nobility seemed consumed by such notions. I wondered how 3,000 men could possibly assault the city of Sivia. Victory does not simply materialize by mere declaration. 3 days hence, I beheld General Lanbis clad in armor for the first time. His silver-gray breastplate was adorned with a wing motif, and the heavy knight's helm obscured much of his face, leaving only his prominent nose to stand out. "Remember, obey my commands and refrain from blindly seeking glory. Life is paramount," he proclaimed from atop his steed. Undeterred by the resentful glares of the nearby nobles. A warmth blossomed in my chest. He truly was an enigmatic figure. On the 24th day of the 12th month in the year 1352 of the royal calendar, outside the city of Sivia, Under the insistence of the nobles, we prepared to assault the stronghold of Sivia with a force of 3,000. The city, rumored to be the stronghold of Dracop's confidant, General Badako, was defended by approximately 2,500 men. A threefold advantage is necessary to breach the walls. How foolish these nobles are, ignorant of the most basic principles. Do they truly believe the divine will send us an additional 4,000 men? General Lanbis remarked sharply as he gazed upon the city from the platform. As his military advisor, I could only manage a bitter smile, stating, "General, the nobility sees only victory. They believe we are the royal army, and that with a mere rallying cry, the enemy will surely capitulate." Lanbis shot me a sidelong glance before bursting into laughter. "Fapu, your insight surpasses my own. It seems bringing you over from Valencer was indeed a judicious decision, for you must understand. At times, I was genuinely astonished by this general, whose mental state appeared exceedingly unconventional. His speech could only be described as disjointed. It was no wonder the nobles deemed him the kingdom's disgrace, a soldier's shame. Yet, he was the commander of the independent warrior battalion of the royal army, praised by the Saint King as if I could soar. Then Lanbis and Valencer would be my wings. "General Lanbis, the troops have assembled. Please issue your command." I felt compelled to remind him, lest he become ensnared in his own rambling. Lanbis paused momentarily, then waved his hand, declaring, "Relay the order to stand down. I wish to witness the remarkable performance of the nobles." Following his command, approximately 1,000 soldiers took position before the city of Sivia, but refrained from attacking, mirroring the inactivity of General Valencer's forces. Thus, half of the siege contingent remained idle, resulting in a peculiar stalemate. Amidst the chance of the invincibility of the royal army, the noble troops initiated the assault. From a distance, I beheld a sparse gathering of soldiers before the towering walls. Before they could reach the base, a barrage of arrows felled many of them, their ranks collapsing like cut wheat. Cries of despair echoing across the battlefield. "Order the troops to retreat. Let there be a modicum of disorder," Lanbis suddenly commanded, leaving me aghast. "General, are we to abandon our allies if the enemy charges forth? The noble troops will be annihilated." A glimmer of amusement flickered in Lanbis's eyes as he replied, "The death of the nobility would only benefit the kingdom. However, I am more intrigued by Badako's cunning. Relay the command immediately." Moments later, Lanbis's forces began their withdrawal, almost simultaneously as Valencer's troops advanced in a somewhat disorderly manner, feigning to cover the retreating noble forces, which appeared rather reckless. At that moment, I truly questioned the Saint King's judgment. How could such chaotic leadership earn the title of the kingdom's wings? Badako, clearly a master of military tactics, could not possibly forego such an opportunity. Approximately 2,000 mixed cavalry and infantry surged forth, charging toward our disarrayed ranks. Just then, General Lanbis issued the order to strike, and 300 cavalry charged directly toward the city gates, while the remaining infantry enveloped the enemy in a half-circle formation. Simultaneously, Valencer's forces transformed into a wedge formation, swiftly cleaving through Badako's ranks. Their cavalry maneuvered to the flanks, unleashing a bloody slaughter upon the surrounding enemy infantry. The disorganized portion of the enemy quickly succumbed to the overwhelming assault of Lanbis's forces, plunging into a nightmarish scenario of unilateral massacre. The other segment, though under Badako's command, faced an increasingly dire situation, their retreat hampered and morale swiftly eroding. Within moments, resistance crumbled, and Badako, shielded by a handful of cavalry, retreated eastward. I stood in stunned silence, compelled to admire these two seemingly eccentric generals. Indeed, they lived up to their moniker of the kingdom's wings. With 3,000 men, we had captured the city of Sivia, defended by 2,500, and the flag of the royal army now flew above Citravino. However, what? General Lanbis is being interrogated. I sputtered, choking on my drink. Magula nodded solemnly. Given Lanbis's disposition, it was likely he had clashed with the nobles after this new victory. What regard would the nobles hold for him? If a shiver ran down my spine at the thought of the potential consequences. I swiftly grasped my curved dagger and exclaimed, "Magula, gather the soldiers of the warrior battalion at once. I shall head to the council chamber." With that, I dashed out of the camp, racing toward the city. The council chamber was already crowded, a nobleman standing atop the high steps, loudly proclaiming, "Lanbis is a thief. The late king, despite his lowly status, entrusted him with grave responsibilities. Yet, his treacherous heart remains unquenched, watching as his allies perish in battle without offering assistance, resulting in the deaths of Duke Standish and Duke Hector. Thus, the judgment is as follows. Death by execution." "I protest," I shouted, forcing my way through the throng. General Lanbis leads from the front. Were it not for him, Sivia would still be in rebel hands. To execute him would be a disgrace to a benefactor. The nobles' faces contorted with rage. And they retorted, "Who are you? Speak such nonsense again, and you shall be deemed an accomplice and face execution." With a wave of his hand, several soldiers clad in noble attire advanced menacingly toward me. I drew my dagger and declared, "I am Fapu, advisor to General Lanbis. If the general is guilty, then I shall share in his condemnation." I stepped forward boldly. The nobles recoiled, shouting, "You lowly peasants, steeped in ignorance. Have only a dead end ahead. Seize him, and should he resist, kill him without hesitation." The sound of swords being drawn filled the air as a dozen soldiers surrounded me with sinister grins. "Stop!" boomed a commanding voice. And a formidable figure strode into view. General Valencer approached, flanked by several knights. The soldiers' faces turned pale with fear, and they instinctively retreated. "General Valencer," I sheathed my dagger and bowed. Valencer nodded and turned to the nobleman, Councillor Shaya. "Why have you apprehended General Lanbis?" Shaya wiped the sweat from his brow, weakly stating, "I have long proclaimed that Lanbis is irredeemably wicked. Only his execution can satisfy the crowd." Valencer's eyes widened in fury, as he pointed at the soldiers arriving in droves. "Is this how you intend to satisfy them, Councillor Shaya? When did the Saint King grant you the authority to arbitrarily detain superior officers?" His massive head loomed over Shaya, eyes blazing with intensity. "Let us discuss this calmly, General Valencer. This matter requires further deliberation," Shaya stammered, stepping back to avoid Valencer's fiery gaze, his demeanor betraying his weakness. Valencer's glare intensified. "Then release him." Shaya signaled to a nearby attendant, who hurried inside. Moments later, General Lanbis emerged with purposeful strides. Thus concluded the trial of Lanbis, a veritable farce orchestrated by the nobility, yet its ramifications were profoundly significant. Beneath the banner of the royal army, a chilling current surged forth, as the rift between the nobility and the military had reached a critical juncture. "General, if you harbor such disdain for the nobility, why do you continue to serve them?" I inquired upon Lanbis's return. A fleeting shadow crossed his eyes as he replied, "I have no interest in serving parasitic vermin. I am bound solely by my oath to protect the kingdom of my king." I nodded in understanding, gazing skyward, silently affirming, "Lord Shaya, may you watch over us from above. For the sake of our pact, I shall persevere." Snowflakes began to drift softly from the sky, heralding the arrival of a new year. In the year of Wangli 1352, a year marked by turmoil, it exited the stage amidst bloodshed, followed by the year 1353, which became infamously known as the Year of Blood. Chapter 3. The Wandering Exile in January of Wangli 1353. The arrival of winter had sealed all roads leading to West Televino with snow, and the expeditionary forces of Dracop were nowhere to be seen. Likewise, our supplies had reached a dire state, and compounding our misfortunes was the severe decline in the health of the Holy King, whose old wounds from the Holy City had finally flared up. "The Orthodox Kingdom's army truly is unfortunate," sighed Magula, shaking an empty wine bottle. "Ah, what a calamity, with those useless noblemen around. It's a miracle we managed to last this long." The only one daring to speak so openly was our General Lanbis. And the atmosphere fell into silence as several patrons of the dilapidated tavern rose to slip away. "General Lanbis, well, I must urge you to be mindful of your words and actions," I remarked, surveying the surroundings. "What is there to fear? Those spineless nobles. Humph, if it weren't for the king's face, I would have long thrown them to the prairie to be fed to wolves," Lanbis retorted, waving his hand before taking another swig. Just as an enormous figure appeared outside. Valencer General. Upon recognizing the newcomer, everyone except Lanbis involuntarily stood up in reverence for the renowned valiant of the kingdom's army, Valencer General. "Drink, drink, drink." He snatched the wine bottle from Lanbis's hand and hurled it to the ground, the crisp shattering sound reverberating through everyone's souls. "The king wishes to see you one last time." "What?" Lanbis, who had been in a drunken haze, sprang to his feet and seized Valencer by the collar. "What has happened to the king?" Valencer turned his head aside, revealing a glimmer of moisture in his eyes. "The king is gravely ill. He wishes to impart a few final words." Before he could finish, the figure of General Lanbis had already vanished into the bustling street. On January 8, Wangli 1353, King Deco's Xei of the Saintly Kingdom passed away. In his wake, he left no heir to unify the Orthodox Kingdom's army, and soon, a bureaucratic faction led by Commissioner Shaya seized control of the legions, propelling the Orthodox Kingdom's army at an alarming pace towards the realm of noble private armies. "The king has died," Lanbis lamented, gazing into the distance at the grasslands. "General," I began, but refrained from continuing. "Do you know, when I was a thief, I had no purpose. My days were spent solely on plundering. But then I encountered the king, who was still a prince at the time, clad in pristine white armor. Challenging me alone, that was the first time I ever faced defeat, and a crushing one at that. I thought he would slay me, yet he only asked me, 'Are you content to remain a thief for life?' The king." His voice choked, wiping away the tears at the corners of his eyes. General Lanbis was indeed crying. It was the first time I had witnessed such sorrow from him. I had always assumed this middle-aged man, aside from jesting and engaging in battle, would never know grief. It turned out he was just as human as the rest of us. That a strange stillness enveloped us as we stood silently atop the city walls. "My lord, it's not good. The noble army has killed civilians." A soldier's panicked cry shattered the silence. Lanbis and I exchanged glances, the previously sorrowful expression on Lanbis's face igniting with fury. "These wastrels. They are the ones who caused the king's demise." Before I could react, the general had already rushed into the city, and I stood frozen for a moment before hastily following the soldiers in pursuit. In the west of the city, before a small hut, lay several corpses, including that of a child. That a number of Lanbis's soldiers surrounded a few individuals clad in noble military attire, the tension palpable. Lanbis stood before the bodies, his face etched with sorrow, one hand resting on the hilt of his sword, slightly trembling as he struggled to control his emotions. Today, he was remarkably uncharacteristic. The noble soldiers wore indifferent expressions, as if they had merely slain a few dogs. "Who ordered the killing of civilians?" Lanbis's voice emerged heavy with gravity. One noble soldier sneered. "Civilians are but livestock. To defy attack's demand is to meet a dead end." In an instant, a flash of steel, and the speaking soldier found himself with a gaping wound at his throat, his eyes wide with terror as he fell backward. "Then you were even less than livestock," Lanbis retorted coldly. The remaining noble soldiers, momentarily stunned, drew their weapons in unison, and simultaneously, I and the warriors of Lanbis unsheathed our blades, plunging the scene into an atmosphere of confrontation. Moments later, reinforcements from both sides arrived, and it wasn't long before the first clash of blades erupted, unleashing chaos. Blood splattered, and a noble soldier collapsed softly before me, a sense of emptiness clouding my mind. Once comrades, now enemies in the blink of an eye. How cruel fate can be. "Watch out, Fapu!" A shout rang out, and before I could comprehend, a sharp pain pierced my right hand as a noble soldier grinned maliciously, swinging his sword down towards my head. With a swift whoosh, an arrow struck the soldier's forehead. Blood sprang before me. Magula had appeared at my side, shield raised, and swiftly knocked another arrow. "Thank you, Sue." I turned to the Wind Clan warrior. He nodded and released another shot, sending another noble soldier howling to the ground. Silver gray armor, accompanied by the fluttering silver dragon banner, emerged around us, as both factions slowly distanced themselves, forming two camps. Valancer stepped forward with heavy strides, flanked by pallid nobles. "Lanbis, why must it come to this?" Valancer's eyes reflected a flicker of pain. "For my lord. I refuse to let his kingdom and his people be destroyed by these wastrels," Lanbis replied sharply. Silence enveloped us. After a prolonged pause, Valancer heaved a sigh towards the heavens. "Go, pursue your truth, as a noble knight. I cannot accompany you. Perhaps our next encounter will be on the battlefield." Lanbis nodded, gesturing for his soldiers to retreat in a show of respect, departing West Sivia under the watchful gazes of both Valancer's army and the noble forces. The January uprising in Sivia marked the most significant blow to the Orthodox Kingdom's army, resulting in over 60 noble soldiers dead, with Lanbis's forces also suffering losses of 50 men. Consequently, the kingdom's army fractured into two factions, one led by General Lanbis, departing West Sivia with approximately 1,000 soldiers, later known as the Wandering Brigade. On January 26, Wangli 1353, it had been several weeks since we left West Sivia, traveling westward, nearly traversing the entirety of the West Televino Plain. Had it not been for the abundant tracts of elk, I would have thought none of the 1,000 souls here could behold the majestic Mount Hurley. "This is the sacred mountain Hurley, which blocks the demon lands," Lanbis exclaimed, rubbing his nose and sighing loudly, his eyes glimmering with reverence. Stretching for thousands of miles, the mountain's peak, shrouded in clouds and mist, emanated a solemn white. The legendary abode of the divine indeed imparted an otherworldly sensation. Stirring a profound feeling within me, Magula looked around, tongue out, remarking, "We've come so far, Such a massive mountain, yet it is nowhere to be seen in the forest of lost paths. I chuckled, then turned to Lanbis and asked, General, why have we ventured to such a remote place? It's a full 2 months' journey from here to the holy city. Do you think I came here to seek refuge? Let me share a secret. Back when I was a thief, this was my camp. It's been ages since I last returned. I wonder if that treasure still remains, Lanbis declared, a hint of pride gracing his features. Treasure. Magula's spirit instantly lifted, rolling up his sleeves, eager. General Lanbis, where is it? I shall go dig it up this instant. Lanbis raised his whip, pointing towards the peak of Hurley, Ramusden. There, in the embrace of the divine sun. The god of war Ramusden. Gasps echoed around us. Ramusden towered into the clouds, a place where even birds could not ascend. With an elevation of 7,000 meters, the location of Lanbis's treasure lay above 5,000 meters. To make matters worse, the mountainside before us was perilously steep, with inclines often exceeding 60 degrees, requiring us to crawl on our bellies to ascend. I patted my aching waist and looked up, the barren rocks intertwined with the bitter wormwood, disappearing into the horizon, beyond which lay a veil of mist. Magula was panting heavily beside me, his entire body nearly sprawled on the ground, in stark contrast to the exhausted soldiers who either lay or crouched. General Lanbis appeared remarkably invigorated, standing far atop a boulder with one hand on his waist and the other shielding his brow as he gazed into the distance. He hardly resembled a man nearing 50. What is the matter? We've only climbed a little over 500 meters, and you're all sprawled out. Lanbis suddenly turned and inquired. I replied weakly, General, we are human. We've ascended more than 500 meters. Can we not be tired? You all, even I, this half-aged man, outshine you. Truly a disgrace. And you still call yourselves warriors. Lanbis teased, rubbing his nose in mockery. Magula waved his hand, saying, General Lanbis, enough of the jesting. How much further do we have to go? Lanbis lifted his head and declared loudly, not far now. Just beyond that misty veil. A chorus of astonished gasps erupted from nearly everyone, followed by a collective surrender as they fell weakly to the ground, under the various inspirations of General Lanbis. After 2 days of arduous travel, we finally arrived at the so-called treasure cave. The cave was modest in size, and we quickly reached its depths along a dimly lit passage. Within the small cavern lay only a few dull and unremarkable swords and knives, alongside a tattered scroll resting on a nearly decayed wooden stand. Apart from that, there was nothing of note. Almost everyone felt a sense of betrayal, their resentful gazes fixated upon the radiant face of General Lanbis. Like a child, General Lanbis dove into the pile of relics, casually picking up a weathered blade, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Do you know what this is? This is the sacred sword Crucius, wielded by the holy king of Saint Arulfasir. Forged from meteoric iron, after over 1,000 years, it still retains its former grandeur. With a swift swing, he left a deep gouge in the stone wall. Watching General Lanbis brandishing these sacred weapons from the era of the 7 heroes, we were momentarily speechless. In a certain sense, these were indeed treasures that a glance exchanged between Magura and me revealed our mutual resignation. Our future could only be described as bleak and devoid of light. A gust of cold wind swept through, causing the battle flag to rustle ominously, as if yearning to soar with the winter breeze that I exhaled, watching my breath form a white mist before me, slowly rising. Through the haze, I gazed into the distance, where the boundless plains exuded a dreamlike beauty. Fapu, you seem quite idle, came a strange cry. Without needing to turn around, I knew it was Magura, dressed in training garb. He plopped heavily down beside me. What's the matter? What is General Lanbis up to now? Regarding our esteemed commander, I felt a touch of bitter amusement. Ever since he had brought down a heap of junk from Ramusden, he had been holed up in the main tent for days. And I heard that even Eliza had been accompanying him in polishing those ancient artifacts. If Lord Shaya in the heavens knew his daughter was engaged in such activities, he would surely descend in outrage. Magura shrugged, exclaiming helplessly, what else can we do? Aside from polishing weapons, it's all about studying that wretched scroll. It's utterly maddening. Poor little Eliza is stuck with such a madman. Sigh. Magura sighed deeply, his usual eloquence replaced by a look of despondency. I patted his shoulder sympathetically and then adopted a serious demeanor, saying, it seems necessary for me, as an advisor, to have a word with the commander. Magura stared at me with a bewildered expression, disbelief flickering across his face. In a tone laced with skepticism, he remarked, it seems we can only gamble on a dead horse being a live one. But you better be prepared. The current General Lanbis is not your average 50-year-old. As Magura watched me leave, I hastened towards the camp. The current Lanbis encampment was situated against Helry, forming a semicircular layout, surrounded by a makeshift wall of stones standing a meter high. The general's main tent was pitched at the center. Constructed from wooden frames draped with moose hides, appearing rather rudimentary, reminiscent of a barbarian's dwelling. Upon lifting the leather curtain to enter, a foul stench assaulted my senses, and the tent was shrouded in gloom. Illuminated only by a dim oil lamp, General Lanbis leaned beside the lamp, cradling the scroll in his hands, his complexion pale yet his spirit remarkably vibrant, particularly his eyes, which radiated a striking brilliance even in the dim light. In one corner of the tent, a pair of youthful eyes sparkled with innocence. Little Eliza clutched a weapon far too large for her age, huddled there. My heart sank at the thought of entrusting Eliza to her eccentric grandfather. It might just be the gravest mistake of my life. I must rectify this, a voice echoed within me. Straightening my attire, I strode confidently to General Lanbis. General, please lend an ear to your subordinate, I proclaimed loudly. Lanbis looked up and rubbed his nose, saying, Speak. General, we have been here for over a week. The hunting parties have ventured 30 miles away just to capture moose. And our food supplies are dwindling. How long do you intend to study this scroll? Fapu, there's no need to be so agitated. Do you not understand? This is an ancient relic. Once we decipher its contents, we shall gain tremendous assistance. General, you failed to comprehend this scroll 30 years ago. Do you truly believe it will be understood now? Please, awaken to reality. Lanbis blinked, then suddenly burst into laughter, exclaiming, Indeed, I have not understood it for 30 years. Fapu, you have reminded me, starting today, the task of studying the scroll falls to you. Before I could process his words, the scroll was thrust into my arms. Advisor Fapu, you must unravel its secrets, or face military justice. That is my command, Lanbis stated seriously. My mind swirled in confusion, barely noticing as the general departed the tent with Eliza. Child, your journey is still long. Can you tell me, what is the purpose of my struggle? Is it for those nobles who are less than livestock? Or is it for revenge against Lord Shaya? No, my child. Hatred clouds judgment. Your life should not be squandered on vengeance and slaughter. The world has changed. The rebellion is merely a prologue. Remember, protect yourself and feel your way along the path ahead with your heart. As the light faded, I felt as though I were drifting through a void. The encroaching darkness pressing down upon me. Fapu, wake up. I struggled to open my eyes. The tent was dim, with only the oil lamp flickering faintly. Magura was pushing my shoulder, his face etched with urgency. Magura, what brings you here at such a late hour? I touched my forehead, feeling dizzy. Magura's eyes widened in alarm as he exclaimed, Late? It's already well past noon. With that, he swiftly drew aside the heavy curtain. A blinding light flooding in. I jumped in surprise, as if stung, instinctively glancing at the scroll sprawled on the table. 10 full hours had passed. This scroll indeed possessed mysterious power. General Lanbis has issued orders. Our destination is the northern border town of Donru. We are to establish our own city. Ignoring the astonishment in my eyes, Magura's face was alight with excitement, his voice rising in pitch. Donru, I mulled over the name, recalling a vague impression from memory. Could it be the autonomous city of the Triwinos? A look of acquiescence spread across Magura's face. I swallowed hard. General Lanbis had truly lost his mind. The Triwinos were notoriously insular, particularly the western Triwinos, and Donru was their capital. Attempting to control it would undoubtedly result in rivers of blood on the 12th day of the second month in the year 1353 of the royal calendar. The Lanbis army commenced its march towards the northwestern border town of Donru, a territory beyond the kingdom's jurisdiction, inhabited by the Triwinos, who were more fearsome than the barbarians, for several days. I kept my distance from General Lanbis, feeling that the more time I spent with him, the closer I edged towards madness myself. Dark smoke billowed into the sky, a sight I beheld 5 days into our journey. Fapu, take a team to investigate. Lanbis gestured, his expression unusually grave. I hastily mounted my horse and rode out, drawing my curved blade as I called out. Magura, quickly, gather 10 men to follow me. Leading the charge, I raced towards the source of the smoke. The black smoke emanated from a Triwino village. As we approached, the horses grew restless, pricking their ears and snorting loudly. I dismounted and regrouped with Magura and the others. Cautiously advancing into the village, the scene was one of chaos. Food was strewn about, several houses still ablaze, crackling ominously. Magura, take a look around, I instructed, turning to the visibly anxious Magura. He nodded and signaled a few warriors to spread out throughout the village. Su, Take a few archers and secure the village exit, I directed, a hint of worry creeping into my voice. Zeus' eyes widened in surprise, but he complied with the order, watching the archers notch their arrows. I felt a measure of calm settle within me. A shrill scream shattered the eerie silence of the village, startling me. I rushed towards the source of the sound, leading the remaining warriors. In front of a modest thatched hut. Magura sat on the ground, mouth agape, panting heavily, his eyes wide with terror, fixed on the half-open door. Following his gaze, I looked inside and felt my body freeze. Almost simultaneously, the sound of retching echoed around us. A blood-soaked slaughterhouse. Inside the small dwelling, it was crammed with corpses, men and women alike, their deaths horrific. Unlike anything we warriors had ever witnessed. A voice echoed in my mind. Is this what humanity is capable of? The brutal carnage. The Truino village was clearly obliterated. As we began to clear the bodies, General Lanbis' main party arrived. Who is that person? I pointed to a large-headed man rummaging through the pile of corpses and asked Magura. He shook his head, replying, I have never seen him before. A similar confusion appeared on Sue's face. The man seemed to appear like a specter, and I had never encountered him previously. A sense of alertness surged within me as I gripped my blade tightly. Cautiously approaching him, Augustus, what is going on? General Lanbis rode forth on horseback, calling out from a distance. The large-headed man immediately lifted his head, revealing a pair of astonishingly large eyes, his face adorned with an unsettling smile. Emitting a shrill sound from his small mouth. Lanbis, this is a monumental discovery. A chill coursed through me. It seemed that, apart from Lanbis, there were other peculiar beings present. These members of the special tribes met a truly agonizing fate. Some were literally torn apart by external forces. Such immense strength could only be wielded by beasts, Augustus remarked, leisurely examining the corpses, his tone unervingly calm. And these few suffered even worse. Their hearts have been meticulously extracted. The assailants' methods were remarkably swift. I estimate. My stomach churned violently, unable to endure any further discourse from this individual, prompting me to withdraw. The only ones unfazed in this harrowing scene were that peculiar man and General Lanbis. Stepping out of the blood-soaked village, I inhaled deeply the fresh air. The sky remained a brilliant blue, yet beneath it, the world had descended into madness. It seemed that from the moment I emerged from the enchanted forest, the wheel of fate had tilted ominously. Lord Fapu. A youthful voice broke my reverie, and I paused, for until now, no one had addressed me as Lord. The speaker was a boy who appeared no older than 13 or 14. Clad in a loosely fitting warrior's garb, a warrior's sword dragging heavily on the ground. I am the apprentice warrior Diani, and from today forth, I belong to your esteemed first 113th Combat Squad. The boy puffed out his chest, his voice resonating with an unusual vigor, excitement gleaming on his face. Diani? I mulled over this noble name, recalling that just days prior, a band of exiled warriors had joined Lanbis' army. Augustus was likely among them. However, the first 113th squad was composed entirely of former members of the Golden Tiger Knights, the elite force of Lanbis' army. When had it transformed into a troop of children? Gazing at the boy before me, I could not help but smile wryly, recognizing the dire shortage of combat power had reached such depths. General Lanbis seemed rather desperate. For now, you shall serve as my personal guard. I sighed. The boy saluted with an exceedingly precise military gesture after tapping his right breast, then sprinted away, dragging his long sword behind him. Fapu, summon a military council for officers of squad leader rank and above. Magula's voice called from another corner, prompting me to take a deep breath and turn back towards the village. Despite the fact that Lanbis' army was still organized as a warrior corps, the actual fighting force barely numbered 1,000. In the vast conference hall, only a sparse few dozen remained. Lanbis had somehow procured a table, which served as a podium placed at the center of the assembly, and he stood upon it well before the others arrived. General, why have you summoned us? I can hardly endure the stench here, a squad leader exclaimed, laughter echoing around the room. Only within Lanbis' army could a subordinate speak so freely. Lanbis chuckled, I assure you. The odor won't knock you unconscious. Now, let me introduce you to the kingdom's chief of internal affairs, and also the foremost physician of the realm, Augustus Kralsasivo. The large-headed man wobbled into view, merely nodding without uttering another word. A clamor erupted among the attendees. Although Lanbis was somewhat eccentric, he had never engaged in such frivolous and superfluous theatrics. Augustus, the floor is yours. Lanbis gestured to the man. Augustus blinked his enormous eyes, cleared his throat, and emitted an incongruous sharp sound. I bear troubling news for you all. Within a 10-mile radius, the most fearsome soldiers of this continent, St. Jeganwol's dragon riders, are near. If there exists a fate worse than witnessing an entire village slaughtered, it is receiving the tidings that dragon riders are in the vicinity. When it comes to the military prowess of various nations, the Holy Knights of Saint Arulfasir, the Dark Knights of Saint Blacknor, and the Rainbow Knights of Saint Arulfasir are all recognized as elite fighting forces. Yet, when faced with the Dragon Riders of Saint Jegenwall, utter defeat is inevitable. The mounts of the Dragon Riders are not horses, but dragons. The elite Dragon Riders command true flying dragons, while the standard Dragon Riders ride earth dragons. These bipedal beasts are ferociously powerful, their combat abilities rivaling a small squad of infantry. The only consolation is that the total strength of the Dragon Riders is limited to 1,000. With 2 squad leaders stationed at the holy city of Jegenwall, while the remainder typically appears on the battlefield in smaller detachments. From the wounds of the deceased, there are indications of flying dragons. This suggests that at least 1 squad of dragon riders is nearby. Augustus disclosed this grim tidbit. The officers present collectively gasped, and the memory of the year 1323 in the royal calendar surged into my mind, the legend of a single squadron of dragon riders annihilating an army of 10,000 from the Shanju tribe. At that time, the males of dozens of villages in the enchanted forest were lost, and even now, the once proud Shanju people have yet to recover. How could dragon riders appear in Saint Arulfasir? A squad leader shouted. This very question flared in my mind. Had something extraordinary transpired since we departed from Sivia? Augustus cleared his throat and continued, You may not be aware, but the legitimate royal army has endorsed the second prince of Saint Arulfasir, the nephew of the Holy King, Augustus Tyndale, as the king of Saint Arulfasir. The Rainbow Knights entered the kingdom's territory 10 days ago. Meanwhile, Dracop has gained recognition from Saint Blacknor, and the Dark Knights have advanced from the east. As for the Dragon Riders, I am less informed. Like a bolt from the blue, I found myself momentarily incapacitated. What had begun as mere internal strife had suddenly escalated into a war encompassing the entire continent. Saint Blacknor, Saint Arulfasir, Saint Jegenwall, so many powerful nations embroiled in a civil conflict. What would unfold next? Lord Lanbis, shall we continue our advance towards Donru? I steadied my emotions and addressed General Lanbis. Lanbis scratched his nose and replied, Why not? Relay the order to the entire army to prepare for a rapid march. We need a stronghold now more than ever. Dismissed. With a heavy heart, I exited the conference hall. The sky appeared dimmer, and a chill wove through the air, signaling the approach of yet another heavy snowfall. The news swiftly circulated throughout the warrior corps, and instability rippled through the various units. However, we had no retreat left. Both the noble army and Dracop's forces sought to annihilate us, leaving General Lanbis's strategy as our sole option. After resting for a night in the small village, we resumed our journey towards Donru. Fortunate not to encounter the Dragon Riders, yet the path was strewn with the remnants of ravaged tribal villages, each one a testament to the mass slaughter of its inhabitants, aside from burying the dead. There was little else we could do. In that moment, I grasped the significance of strength. In a world already steeped in madness, only power could safeguard oneself. At that time, I had no inkling of how much I would ultimately sacrifice to attain this power. What is that? A soldier's shout shattered the silence of the camp, the cacophony jolting me from slumber. Disheveled, I burst from my tent and hurried to the edge of the encampment, where I beheld, through the thinning morning mist, dozens of colossal black shadows emerging, the sound of heavy footsteps drawing nearer. The immense pressure could only mean one thing: Dragon Riders. On the 23rd of February in the year 1353 of the royal calendar, nearly a day's journey from Donru, we encountered the fabled Dragon Riders, and this day's trek suddenly felt interminably distant. Perhaps I cannot fulfill Lord Shaya's commission, I murmured to myself, my gaze drifting towards Elise, who rode alongside General Lanbis. How much bloodshed must this young girl witness before she could lead a life of happiness? At the very least, I must ensure she remains unharmed until my last breath. I tightened my grip on my curved blade and nodded at Magula and the others. Magula no longer bore the timorous expression of yore. Raising his sword, he shouted, "The gods are with us." Almost simultaneously, the war drums reverberated throughout the camp. This was my first glimpse of the Dragon Riders, and I couldn't help but question whether these beings were descended from one of the 7 heroes, clad in filthy leather armor, their matted hair similarly soiled, wielding astonishingly long spears. Their eyes glinted with a wild ferocity. These barbarians appeared far less civilized than even the most primitive tribes. In stark contrast, their mounts were even more fearsome. The earth dragon stood nearly 2 meters tall, their massive jaws lined with sharp fangs, powerful hind legs supporting their bulk, while their relatively small forelimbs bore blade-like claws. Under the intimidation of these earth dragons, Our warhorses either collapsed in fear or bolted in panic, rendering our cavalry's combat effectiveness null before the battle had even commenced. We were forced to deploy infantry to confront their cavalry. Spear throwers, General Lanbis called out. Against the dragon riders, the power of bows and arrows was far too insignificant. The spear throwers were perhaps our best option, and unusual tension filled the air, with over 1,000 warriors of Lanbis's army facing merely a handful of dragon riders. Separated by a fragile wooden barricade, a confrontation none had anticipated, not even the dragon riders themselves. That I steadied my nerves, binding my sweat-soaked hands to my curved blade with a handkerchief, the air thick with hurried breaths. Beads of sweat dotting many faces, the dragon riders exchanged knowing glances, and then their dragon spears were raised, their blood-red eyes fixated upon us. Kill! A thunderous roar shattered the silence, the earth trembling as the dragon riders charged towards us with unbelievable speed. Almost simultaneously, a long spear soared through the air, obscuring the sky. Fighting the dragon knights, failing is not a disgrace, is a saying that echoes on the battlefield as the dragon knights charged unimpeded through the rain of spears. The frontline troops were engulfed in a sea of blood, scarcely having time to blink before an entire squadron of soldiers vanished forever, in the wake of the enemy's momentum. The central forces rapidly retreated, scattering to the flanks. When the dragon knights reached the colossal shield, they were astonished to find themselves surrounded by foes. Standing behind the shield was the pride of the Lanbis army, the elite archers, led by none other than myself. Observing the slightly sluggish dragon knights, I raised my sword high. Targets, aim. With the fall of my blade, the distinguished marksmen, composed entirely of the Wind clan, the finest archers on the continent, immediately traced graceful arcs in the air, their mournful cries resonating among the dragon knights. Even the mightiest has its weak points, was a phrase uttered by General Lanbis before the battle, and the formidable dragon knights became the victims of those very words. The blinded earth dragons, frenzied with rage, began to attack everything nearby, their animal instincts unleashed, as the dragon knights' formidable charge was dismantled amidst the chaos. Meanwhile, the scattered spear warriors unleashed torrents of blood. The once unstoppable dragon knights faced a crushing blow at Trevino. And after losing nearly half a squadron, the remnants were forced to accept a bitter defeat as the last dragon knight disappeared from our sight. I felt a strange sense of elation. We had only lost a little over a squadron while annihilating nearly 20 dragon knights, an unprecedented feat in the annals of continental warfare. General Lanbis opened my eyes anew. One of the wings of the kingdom. Beneath his seemingly mad demeanor lay an exceptional military mind. February 23, 1353, the initial battle against the Dragon Knights ended in victory. Yet, after a fleeting moment of joy, a shadow fell over our hearts. The kingdom had reached such a dire state. Once the greatest sacred nation on the continent, now a place ravaged by foreign invaders. All right, let us continue towards Donru, aiming to encamp there by tomorrow. General Lanbis shouted, and I was reminded that we still had to face the equally formidable berserkers of Citrevino, that I couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Why were all our opponents such formidable warriors? Donru, the largest city on the Trevino plains, lay near the territory of the Silver Dragon Knights of the northern sacred nation, Elfasir, and was the kingdom's only autonomous city. The garrison of Donru was entirely composed of Trevino people, with the berserkers being the most fearsome among them. Berserkers! I exhaled, and images of the fearsome Necost under Dracop flashed in my mind, frenzied. Brutal and nearly immortal, they were often speculated by historians to be remnants of the ancient demon race. Shaking my head, I dispelled these tumultuous thoughts. I am about to engage the berserkers. What use is it to dwell on such things? I self-deprecatingly remarked, lifting my gaze to see the dark silhouette of Donru emerging, adorned with countless banners, indicating that the Trevino people had long awaited us. Halt the advance. General Lanbis waved his hand, his face exhibiting a rare solemnity. Following his gaze, I spotted a dark dot swirling in the sky. Our keen eyesight was renowned. Even from over 2 miles away, I could discern what it was. A wyvern. Magura and I exclaimed almost in unison. Beneath the wyvern was a contingent of approximately 200 dragon knights, but unlike those we had just battled, all the riders were clad in light green scale armor. Even the earth dragons donned the same colored barding. A chill crept over me. The pressure emanating from this group of dragon knights was far greater than before, especially with the wyvern's presence tipping the balance of power. The only consolation was that the Trevino people appeared not to be aligned with the dragon knights. The Trevino forces, brandishing black banners, stood off against the Dragon Knights, numbering about 500, all formidable axe-wielding warriors, exuding an aura of ferocity. "Fap!" A voice called out, and before I knew it, General Lanbis had ridden beside me. I bowed slightly and asked, "General, shall we engage?" "Engage?" Lanbis mused, stroking his nose, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. "Are we to confront the Dragon Knights or the Berserkers?" I paused, then answered without hesitation, "Certainly the Dragon Knights. We have already slain so many of them. They will not let us escape. We should seize the opportunity to annihilate them alongside the Trevino forces, earning their gratitude in the process." A broad smile spread across Lanbis's face, reminiscent of a wise elder. And my heart sank a little. Though General Lanbis possessed a touch of madness, I deeply respected his battlefield acumen. The smile he wore suggested that my perspective might be somewhat flawed. Do not entangle yourself in the conflict between the Berserkers and the Dragon Knights. Fap, use your eagle-like eyes to comprehend the terror of the regular Dragon Knights and the Trevino Berserkers. Lanbis gazed into the distance as the two sides drew closer, uttering these words, after a moment of silence. He continued, "Prepare for defense. Regardless of which side prevails, the remaining forces may prove formidable." I raised my head and addressed Lanbis. "General, if the Trevino people are so fearsome, why do we still advance on Donru?" "Because I possess a surefire talisman for victory," Lanbis replied with a smile, spurring his horse back to our formation. "What a peculiar general," I muttered to myself, then turned to the still Magura beside me. "Execute the general's orders, prepare the caltrops, and alert the archers to enter battle readiness." Magura nodded, retrieving the command flag from his pocket, and an air of grim determination enveloped the entire Lanbis army. I gazed into the distance at the enemy. The two mightiest warriors on the continent were about to clash before me. "Do not intervene," I whispered, for the strength of the opposition was anything but ordinary. Let my eyes bear witness. February 24, 1353, the Battle of the Dragon gradually commenced. Chapter 4. The Battle of the Dragon. The wyvern circled in the sky, emitting thunderous roars, its massive wings stirring the air into swirling eddies. The green-clad Dragon Knights dispersed slowly beneath the wyvern's protection, forming a V-shaped pocket assault formation, while the Trevino forces gradually converged towards the center, preparing to meet them with a solid circular defense. Both sides possess exceptional commanders, I exclaimed, to which Magura wiped the sweat from his brow and retorted, "The more exceptional the commander, the worse our predicament becomes." "Fap, you seem overly enamored with their overwhelming power." I shook my head, sharpening a caltrop with my sword. "Great power can indeed forge us, provided we survive." Magura's face displayed confusion as he muttered, "Power won't feed us. I just want to keep myself safe right now." With that, he began diligently sharpening the caltrop. As we exchanged words, the wyvern suddenly shot into the clouds. The moment we looked up, the ground began to tremble. The Dragon Knights' charge had begun. The charge of the regular Dragon Knights was entirely different from the chaotic rush of their lesser kin, even amidst their high-speed movement. They maintained a perfect formation. When sunlight glinted off their green armor, a profound sense of reverence welled within me. Had it been any other troop, they would have crumbled under such an onslaught. Yet the Trevino people, perhaps with particularly resilient nerves, began to unfasten their enormous shields, driving the sharpened tips deep into the ground, instantaneously forming a colossal shield wall. This tactic was something I had never witnessed before, a complete abandonment of retreat, showcasing the Trevino people's renowned sturdiness. Almost simultaneously, the ends of the Dragon Knights V formation rapidly converged. The first wave of Dragon Knights thrust their long spears into the Trevino formation. It created a piercing impact akin to a dagger. The immense circular formation was effortlessly cleaved apart, turning all in its path to naught. Everyone in the Lanbis army ceased their labors, and we suddenly realized that no amount of caltrops could halt such overwhelming force. I suddenly grasped that if we had faced this troop yesterday, the archers behind the shield would not have managed to shoot a single arrow. This was the terror of the regular Dragon Knights. For the first time, I felt a profound sense of fear welling up from within. "The Trevino people are finished," Magura lamented, and I understood his implication. Next it would be us. I forced a smile and remarked, "At least our tombstones can bear the glorious inscription, 'Fell in battle against the Dragon Knights.'" Magura's face softened slightly. "Indeed. If we could have a final battle with the Dragon Knights, it would be a worthy end, though it's a pity the villagers won't witness our valor." I patted his shoulder and said, "I wonder how Lord Shaya will scold me. Therefore, Magura, we cannot afford to die carelessly. Rest assured, Fap, I won't let you die before me. We exchanged a smile, our fears momentarily dissipated, turning my gaze back to the Dragon Knight slaughtering the Trevino forces. I took a deep breath and silently intoned, "Come forth, Dragon Knights. Let us engage in a true contest." As everyone harbored a resolve to face death, preparing for the final showdown, the battlefield's dynamics underwent a dramatic transformation. A bloodied Tralvino warrior staggered to his feet, prompting the nearby dragon cavalry to nonchalantly thrust their lances. That lance, having tasted the blood of numerous foes, perhaps evoked a tinge of regret in the heart of the dragon rider. Killing a half-dead man seemed somewhat wasteful. The lance pierced the Tralvino warrior without resistance, yet it could not be retracted. A massive axe cleaved through the lance wielder, along with his steed, reducing them to a gruesome heap of flesh. The very warrior who had been pierced was the one to deliver this fatal strike, and the dragon rider was fortunate to become the first casualty at the hands of the Tralvino berserker. Silence reigned. Compared to the dragon cavalry, which could ignite the spirit of battle, the berserker only evoked a longing for death, a force that had no place in this world. A similar sentiment coursed through the dragon riders. But unlike the reactions of ordinary men, they discarded their lances and drew their lengthy dragon blades, a different kind of fury manifesting within them. Those struck by the dragon blades would often find their bodies utterly dismembered. We should not intervene in the war between dragon riders and berserkers. I reiterated this phrase as the battle horn reverberated throughout the Lanbis army. General Lanbis issued commands to prepare for combat. He raised his hand high, and the flag bearers beside him simultaneously hoisted the battle banners, ensuring all soldiers could discern the battle orders. The infantry's banner fell first, followed closely by the horizontal formation's banner. The frontline commanders immediately grasped the general's intent, and commands echoed throughout the infantry squads. I waved my hand and shouted, "Advance!" The shield and sword bearers formed the vanguard, while archers and spear throwers constituted the second line, all unfolding along the battlefield between the dragon riders and Tralvino warriors, steadily advancing to the rhythmic beat of drums, in anticipation of the dragon cavalry's formidable charge. General Lanbis deployed a peculiar formation of multiple overlapping lines, leaving approximately 100 meters of space between each line to create a staggered killing effect. At a sudden, urgent drumbeat marked the end of our quarter-hour slow march. The foremost troops could now hear the unsettling sounds of blades striking flesh. The battlefield of dragon riders and Tralvino warriors was perilously close. "Hold your positions." All commanders understood what needed to be done, as varying tones rang out. The sword and shield bearers knelt, raising their tall shields, while archers knocked their first arrows, and spear throwers gripped their initial spears. The first, second, and third combat squads occupied the fourth line of the horizontal formation, with 3 full squads of pikemen behind them, 1 infantry squad on each flank, and behind them, a cavalry squad from General Lanbis's main force. This clearly marked the center of resistance against the enemy. I gazed into the distance, where layers of dust met a blend of green and black, red flowing across the verdant earth, with only the blue sky maintaining its purity. This was war, a vibrant tapestry of colors. "The dragon cavalry is charging," Magura shouted, and I quickly raised my hand. "Knock arrows." The Wind Clan swiftly retrieved their special short arrows and knocked them onto their swift bows. My gaze instinctively drifted towards Sue, who nodded at me, offering a slight reassurance. I turned my attention back to the front. Even the dragon riders, who had fought bloodily against the Tralvino, lived up to their reputation as formidable warriors. A mere squad quickly breached 2 horizontal lines, causing 2 entire infantry squads to scatter like sand. The third wave of arrows sliced through the sky once more. "Impressive," I exclaimed. At that moment, the third defensive line began to show signs of fracture, soon splitting like a severed thread, as the nearly unscathed dragon riders surged through the breach, their green armor leaping before me, and at my command, the fourth wave of arrows was loosed. The foremost earth dragons emitted a heart-rending wail before crashing heavily to the ground. The archers, even at high speeds, accurately pierced their only vulnerable eyes, while the following dragon riders leapt over their fallen comrades, charging with renewed ferocity. We scarcely had time to knock a second arrow before lances carved a bloody path, and the first few warriors were instantly reduced to mere pulp. The fourth line had fallen. Su quickly knocked an arrow, and with a sharp whoosh, the last earth dragon collapsed in a thunderous crash. I hastily drew my curved blade and charged forward. Roar! A fearsome cry erupted as one of the leading warriors fell victim to the dragon blade. Behind his torn body, a pair of glowing red eyes fixed on me. Exuding a terrifying predatory aura that I raised my shield and surged forward even faster. There was no retreat now. One step back, and I would become the second sacrifice. The dragon blade struck my shield with tremendous force, sending a jolt of pain through my arm. I had no time to ponder whether my arm was broken as my curved blade plunged into the opponent's chest, blood spraying onto me. The metallic scent filling the air. Roar! Another deafening roar erupted. A powerful force collided with me, knocking me to the ground, just as multiple arrows pierced the raging dragon rider from all directions that I gasped for breath. Struggling to rise, facing the elite dragon riders so closely was indeed a perilous endeavor. At that moment, I recalled the enemy I had just charged past and quickly turned around. The sturdy rectangular formation comprised of 3 squads of pikemen had deeply sunken in one area. A thin layer separated us from the last dragon rider, who lay dead, leaving in his wake a trail of blood. 30 dragon riders, and several times that number of pikemen were piled together in that spot. General Lanbis's battle flag still fluttered, and the dispersed troops reformed their ranks. However, the original 10 squads had dwindled to just 8 in the blink of an eye. The cries of dragons echoed across Tralvino's land as the descendants of Gijanvol lamented under the might of the berserkers. Wanderer, do not further involve yourself in this war. Blood has already soaked this land. The mercenary band made its first appearance in the lyrics of the bards, yet the price of fame seemed exorbitant. The devastation left in the wake of the dragon riders could only be described as appalling. Even my squad, which had sustained the least damage, suffered a casualty rate exceeding 10% in an instant. And the enemy was merely a small squad. If another wave were to surge forth, I would have no choice but to offer my apologies to Lord Shaya. O gods, have mercy upon me. Are these still human? Magura panted, his entire being a disarray. It was a stroke of luck to have avoided the dragon rider's charge, and he was the only one left to voice such sentiments that I shook my head. There was no time to discuss this matter now. Attending to the wounded and reorganizing our formation had me overwhelmed. Do not intervene in the war between dragon riders and berserkers. That phrase seemed to have been cast aside by General Lanbis. I mused bitterly. All I could do now was brace for the next wave of the enemy's onslaught. The annihilation of a single squad would hardly impact the overall combat capability of the dragon riders. Yet psychologically, it was an entirely different matter. The plan to annihilate the Tralvino and then engage us had been thwarted by the berserkers, leading to a gross underestimation of our strength, which clearly placed the dragon riders at a disadvantage. Would the commander there think along these lines? I gazed at the anxious dragons circling the sky, a question forming in my mind. The dragons emitted a chilling, sharp cry before suddenly diving at incredible speed. And almost simultaneously, the dragon riders on the ground scattered with astonishing swiftness. Before we could react, a brilliant explosion erupted at the center of the battlefield. A quarter of an hour later, a massive black circle appeared on the ground, devoid of any trace of life within its confines. As we awoke from our shock, the ground was already bereft of dragon riders, and what stared back at us were the remnants of 100 Tralvino warriors. From their utterly irrational gazes, I sensed the grim presence of the deity of death. With a resounding thud, the drum struck sharply, and General Lanbis's main banner suddenly tilted. The general was advancing towards the front lines at such a moment. Under the puzzled gazes of several hundred soldiers, General Lanbis, shielded by his guard cavalry, moved forward slowly, wielding a half of an axe high above his head. What is the general doing with that garbage from Ramuzden? Magura muttered beside me. I shook my head and sighed. He certainly won't be using it for battle, but could it be the general's so-called talisman for victory? On the 24th day of the second month in the year 1353, armed with a dilapidated axe from the 7 heroic era, we entered the city of Donlu. The reason for this can broadly be explained as sacred relic, as the frenzied Tralvino and the equally deranged General Lanbis found common ground. Give me another chance. I'd rather die than serve under Lanbis, Magura grumbled as he took a swig of ale. I sighed. I was growing increasingly perplexed by what the general was thinking. Upon entering the city, he issued orders for free movement, albeit with the caveat: anyone who disturbs the peace shall be executed. The broad definition left us paralyzed. We all flocked to various taverns, exchanging our meager savings for drinks. This guy hasn't paid us a single cent in months, and now he expects us to foot the bill for our drinks. Unbelievable. If I get riled up, ILL cause a scene. Magura continued his complaints that I patted his shoulder. All right, be careful or the general will have your head. Before I could finish my sentence, the sounds of commotion erupted from outside. Mixed with the clattering of battles, Magura and I exchanged glances, exclaiming in unison, "No way, can there really be someone who dares to cause trouble?" A group of warriors encircled a robust Tralvian, his bare torso displaying well-defined muscles, while disheveled golden locks obscured much of his visage, revealing only a portion of his bearded lower face. The phrase muscular limbs immediately left a profound impression, further accentuated by the moans of the fallen scattered around him. Is there anyone else? Such a feeble attack is utterly uninspiring. Is there no one stronger? The Tralvian bellowed. Who is this person? I inquired of a nearby member of the Tay tribe. It is Leitis, the finest berserker among us Tralvians and the captain of our Donlu guard. The Tay tribesman replied with an expression of utmost reverence. Meanwhile, two warriors were sent sprawling, blood spewing from their mouths, illustrating the formidable prowess that is rare to find within the entire warrior cadre. Indeed, the title of berserker was well-deserved. But why is your captain seeking to engage our men in combat? Stammering. The Tay tribesman pondered for a moment before responding, heaven knows. Upon entering Donlu City, a conflict arose unintentionally between our forces and certain members of the Tay tribe. The unusually brutal image of the berserker Leitis lingered as a nightmare for us long after, as he accounted for a 10% non-combat attrition rate within the independent tactical corps in pursuit of martial glory. However, this incident served as a catalyst for General Lanbis to forge a harmonious cooperative agreement with the Tay tribe. In our discussions below, it was often accompanied by the query, could this be due to that guy? Regardless, the independent warrior corps had found a foothold, taking a solid step towards the restoration of the true Kingdom of Alufasir. The following day, my lord, wake up. I opened my eyes to find the trainee warrior Diani before me, now serving as my attendant to Lord Fapu. Shaking my head, I struggled to rise from the comfort of my bed. Only then noticing that the outside world remained shrouded in gray. Yanni, what time is it now? I felt compelled to ask, as my body indicated that it was not yet time to rise. A proud expression illuminated the young man's face as he declared, "It is precisely 4 o'clock, Lord Fapu." "Good heavens," I exclaimed, raising my hand. "It is hardly time to rise." Yanni immediately appeared aggrieved, muttering, "But Lord Lanbis." Seeing his youthful countenance, I lacked the energy to express anger and instead asked, "What does Lord Lanbis want this time?" "He wishes to convene an urgent secret military council." Quickly, Yanni articulated the cumbersome phrase, his eyes wide with anticipation. After a resigned sigh, I pulled myself up, recalling that today marked my birthday, my 20th. Starting my birthday with an urgent military meeting was hardly an auspicious omen. After hastily preparing myself, I rushed to General Lanbis's residence. "This is truly dreadful," General Lanbis remarked, rubbing his nose and uttering such a statement that it was I who should have said those words, summoned to this dim chamber before fully awakening. And worse yet, he was the one exclaiming, "This is dreadful." A creeping sense of unease began to infiltrate my mind. "General, have not the dragon riders already been repelled? What remains to be concerned?" I attempted to remain calm. Lanbis shook his head, sighing, "The issue lies not here. Fapu, you have witnessed the terror of that dragon, have you not? Only a dragon lord could unleash such a massive fireball." I swallowed hard, struggling to articulate, "Dragon, lord, indeed. Dragon lord, one of the sky guardians, 3-headed dragons of Jijinver. The 3-headed dragons, Wind Shaderil, Flames Dandalo, and Water's Leash, are the last of Jijinver's dragon lords, nearly deified in legend if one of them truly stands against us. This battle may well be insurmountable. General, should we consider evacuating Donlu? That is unnecessary. No matter how formidable, a dragon lord is still but one individual. The dragon riders have sustained severe losses, with only one squad likely remaining. Furthermore, the dragon that unleashed such an enormous fireball will require at least a month of recuperation, affording us ample time to prepare. Then what exactly concerns you, General? I felt compelled to inquire. Lanbis shook his head, suddenly unfurling a vast map of the continent, his hand slamming down upon a minuscule section. "It is this that worries me. The Kingdom of Saint Arulfasir." The chill of early spring made one shiver. Even the stoutest of war horses occasionally snorted in discomfort, while my heart felt as though it were encased in ice. "Damn it, does Lord Lanbis wish to abandon us?" Magura, wiping his nose, muttered with a pallid expression. I could only sympathize. It had been 3 days since we departed Donlu City, with nothing but grass in sight. At this pace, we would endure another 7 days before reaching the borders of Jijinver. I now regretted my earlier impulsiveness. General, leave this to me. I shall scout Jijinver's situation. And thus, I foolishly volunteered to take 6 men to the dragon's lair. Reflecting on this, I glanced back at my companions, Magura, who was undoubtedly present, one longspear warrior named Tatum, who, according to legend, single-handedly defeated a dragon rider. He had once commanded the 231st Longspear Squad, sporting a mane of fiery red hair and a penchant for sarcasm. There is no choice. The 231st Squad has been entirely wiped out, and we cannot muster a unit for him at present. Let us keep him occupied for now. I recalled General Lanbis's words, and my teeth involuntarily clenched in pain. Another was Augustus's appointee, appearing as a quintessential knight. Garbed in pristine white attire devoid of any creases, even the placement of his knight's sword seemed meticulously arranged. Melchior, at times, I genuinely questioned whether he was the one orchestrating this operation. Yet, the most troubling among them was Diani. My lord, as your retainer, how could I leave your side? Such a strong sense of responsibility often leaves one unable to refuse. Lastly, the one who caused me the most headache, Latiz, the ultra-violent berserker, from the moment he joined the squad. He had clashed with Tatum, their ongoing rivalry evident in the battle scars they bore, and one could easily find themselves collateral damage in their skirmishes. What was most irksome was that his inclusion seemed tied to the general's dealings with the Tay tribe. In 7 days, we shall enter Jijinver. If fortune smiles upon us, we might be toasting in Donlu within a fortnight. I proclaimed loudly, attempting to rally morale. Indeed, the best part would be no longer having to endure that wretched face, Tatum retorted sharply. But, my lord, I do not drink. Yanni innocently raised his hand, masking the brewing conflict that was sure to erupt. Suddenly, Sue approached me swiftly, whispering, sounds of battle, approximately 3 miles northeast. From his serious demeanor, I sensed the gravity of the situation. It was surprising we encountered the dragon riders so soon. I raised my hand to silence the laughter of my companions and led them toward the source of the noise. The 3-mile trek passed in an instant, to avoid the dragon riders. We chose a vast meadow, climbing to its summit for a clear view below. In the distance, a merchant caravan came into view, identifiable by the fluttering blue banner as merchants from eastern Talavino. There were roughly 30 individuals, though only 3 remained standing, huddled near a wagon. 2 dragon riders circled menacingly around them. These fellows, Magura muttered under his breath, his anger clearly stemming from the severed heads displayed on the dragon riders' lances. Yanni crept closer to my side, whispering, my lord, shall we? I waved my hand, turning to Sue, who fell silent for a moment, then raised a finger, indicating that he could only take down 1 dragon rider. I nodded, formulating a plan. The dragon rider raised his lance high, and the merchants' faces paled, slowly closing their eyes in resignation to their fate. At that moment, Sue released the bowstring, and an arrow arced through the air, striking 1 dragon rider squarely in the face, causing droplets of blood to splatter forth. The dragon rider shuddered, slowly sliding from his mount and crashing to the ground with a dull thud. "One!" Yanni exclaimed, excitement bubbling forth, half his body emerging from the meadow, drawing the attention of the 2nd dragon rider, who yanked the reins and charged toward us, his body flattening against the dragon to evade Sue's arrow. 50 meters. 40 meters, Melchior accurately counted, his voice steady. 20 meters. 10 meters. I gestured with my hand. 2 dark figures burst forth from the sides of the meadow like lightning, a long spear plunging heavily into the dragon's chest. The dragon emitted a chilling scream, followed by the distinct sound of bones snapping, as a figure tumbled backward. Almost simultaneously, a massive axe swept through, blood spraying into the air. I hurried over, finding Tatum wiping blood from the corner of his mouth, discarding a broken spear, and grinning at me. The skill level of the dragon riders is clearly declining. 2 of us took him down. Gazing at the fallen dragon rider, blood gushed from his abdomen, staining the grass beneath him a vivid crimson, while the distant dragon rider's body lay with an arrow embedded in his forehead, his mount helplessly licking his face, emitting mournful cries. It was only then that I truly felt the sorrow of the dragon riders, despite bearing the name of the strongest warriors. They could not escape the fate of dying on the battlefield. The merchants looked on in astonishment, Nearly 20 guards had perished without inflicting a single scratch on the dragon riders, while we, a mere 7, had brought down 2 of them. Let us depart. I waved my hand, signaling that the merchant had already violated the task. I had no desire to associate with these money-driven fellows any longer. Magula led the horses, and the group hastily mounted. Wait a moment, esteemed benefactor. One of the merchants shouted as he rushed over, panting from the mere 100-meter distance. He removed his wide-brimmed hat, revealing a plump face adorned with the smiles of a street vendor. Benefactor, I cannot thank you enough. Whatever you require, please do not hesitate to ask. As long as it is within my power, I shall fulfill your wishes. I shook my head, preparing to give the order to depart, when anxiety suddenly crossed the merchant's face. Benefactor, how about this? There are 3 carts of goods waiting here, and as soon as we reach Jijinver City, I shall give you 1 cart. You see, I am not the owner of the goods. Once we arrive, even at a high price, I must purchase them from the owner. Clearly, he intended for us to protect them, yet he spoke as if it were otherwise. A true merchant of East Talernvino. I sighed inwardly, about to refuse, when a word flashed into my mind. Are you referring to Jijinver City? Indeed. Is there a problem? If not, we could also go to Hulong City, the border town of Jijinver, where I can. I paid no heed to the merchant's incessant chatter, turning to my companions, who all nodded in agreement. Using the merchant caravan as cover to enter Jijinver was indeed a clever strategy. Very well. Merchant, we shall accompany you to Jijinver City. May I inquire your name? The merchant's face displayed surprise, and after a moment, he replied, Mirachi Vaidanov of the East Talernvino United Chamber of Commerce. On the last day of February in the year 1353, we encountered the merchant Mirachi, a stout middle-aged man leading us toward the dragon's territory, Saint City, Jijinver. 8 days later, we crossed the Hulong Mountains and entered the valley of Jijinver. Is this truly Jijinver? ? Magula exclaimed. In the common perception, Jijinver is the dwelling place of dragons, a realm of darkness. Yet what we witnessed was a scene of tranquility, as if spring had arrived early in this valley. A refreshing breeze greeting us. You have arrived at the perfect time. The centennial Holy Dragon Festival is about to commence. Favored by the Holy Dragon, one could become a new dragon general. However, I am more intrigued by the local specialty. Dragon horns are treasures worth their weight in gold. Did you know? In Talernvino, a single dragon horn can fetch over 1,000 gold coins, yet here it costs merely 100. Mirachi spoke with such fervor, oblivious to the searing gazes around him. At least 6 individuals seemed eager to carve him into pieces. Is that so? Yanni's eyes sparkled with interest. This youth possessed a keen curiosity about everything. With him nearby, Mirachi's words flowed with even greater enthusiasm that I had little desire to engage with them, softly instructing, Prepare yourselves. We shall soon enter the holy city. Do not reveal any signs of our presence. Ladies' eyes shone brightly, exclaiming, At last, we have arrived. I wonder how formidable the legendary dragon riders truly are. We are here to gather information, not to engage in combat. Please, we do not wish to be a burden on you. I couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation in dealing with this giant. Ladies pondered for a moment, nodded in agreement, and wandered off to one side. I felt compelled to summon Melchior to keep an eye on him, lest he cause some trouble. All right, we shall set off. Let us enter Jijinver City before sunset. I raised my voice, cutting off Mirachi's endless prattle. As long as we could ascertain the true nature of Jijinver, we could return to Donlu City. I had no interest in spending more time with this loquacious fellow. To my surprise, Jijinver seemed almost unguarded, with scarcely any sign of dragon riders along the way. The road leading to Jijinver City was lined with peculiar individuals. That one dressed like a bear is a froster. The last time I purchased mink fur from them, they sold me second-rate goods. That one is a Malay. Yes, the bare-chested one. Do not buy anything from them. They are notorious for short-changing. Though reluctant, I had to admit that Mirachi was well-informed. Through his introductions, we learned that nearly every ethnicity on the continent was represented here. What is so great about becoming a dragon general in Jijinver? Magula surveyed the surroundings. Speaking softly, Tatum snorted disdainfully, remarking, I could send them straight to hell. I truly do not understand what those fools are thinking, fighting over the title of Dragon General. I interrupted their discussion as a small group of dragon riders appeared on the main road. Compared to the dragon riders in Donlu, these individuals could only be described as lethargic, nearly slumped over their dragon mounts. They were clad in the formal blue armor of dragon riders, yet their steeds appeared overnourished. their figures excessively corpulent. Are these truly dragon riders? I couldn't help but question, glancing back to see disappointment etched on both Magula and Tatum's faces. Kijialuo? Mirachi ceased his lengthy discourse, stepping forward. The leading dragon rider's face immediately broke into a smile. Mirachi, why are there only so few of you? We encountered dragon rider attacks and nearly perished in North Donlu. Is that so? I never imagined those rascals would be so brazen. Were it not for Lord Shadi's order forbidding us from leaving the sacred domain, we would have eradicated that trash with our holy dragon riders. The expression on Kijialuo's face was one of arrogance. While I resented Kijialuo's hubris, I was grateful for the crucial information he divulged. Our adversaries were not the regular army of Jijinver. However, I still needed to ascertain the identity of those dragon riders and why they were present in Yalufaxor. Jijinver City consists of an upper and a lower city. The upper city is the dwelling place of the Holy Dragon, accessible only to dragon generals and dragon riders. In fact, the upper city, located atop the Holy Dragon Mountain, is generally inaccessible to ordinary folk, while the lower city serves as the residence for common inhabitants, resembling the outside world, with shops and residences scattered about, evoking a sense of familiarity akin to St. Yalufaxor City. With Mirachi's assistance, we swiftly found lodging in the lower city of Jijinver, at a procurement shop owned by Mirachi's partner. The shop was small, almost cramped. Upon our entrance, there was hardly any room to maneuver. Noticing the shopkeeper's disgruntled expression, I left Melchior and Yanni behind to guard our belongings, while the rest of us ventured out to gather information. The entirety of Jijinver City was teeming with various ethnic groups, including those with long-standing enmities. Duels and vendettas were commonplace on the streets, with anguished cries echoing, the chaos reaching a shocking level. The only perplexing aspect was the indifference of the dragon riders. Even in the face of such atrocities occurring before them, they remained unmoved, lacking any sense of the responsibilities befitting their station. Come here. Fapu, over here. A faint voice suddenly resonated within my mind, and I looked around, immediately sensing the direction it beckoned me. Magula, I wish to go there. I pointed toward a silent grove of linden trees to my right. Magula hesitated, saying, Aren't we supposed to return to the shop? Melchior and Yanni have been waiting for quite some time. I shook my head, replying, No, I have a feeling that something is calling me from there. But Magula glanced at the lower city not far away. The sky was already dimming, and if we did not return soon, the shop might close. I understood Magula's concerns at this moment amidst such turmoil. Returning to the shop sooner would afford us greater safety. How about this? You head back first. And you? I cannot leave you behind. It is fine. Those attending the Holy Dragon Festival cannot harm me. Besides, I am merely going to take a look. If danger arises, I can easily escape. After all, we of the Shanzu tribe are capable of outrunning even birds. Furthermore, if we do not return, how will the people at the shop know where we are? Magula lowered his head and thought for a while before finally conceding, All right. I will head back to the shop. If you have not returned in a quarter of an hour, I will come with Sue to search for you. I am the commander. It would be quite embarrassing to have my subordinates come to my rescue. I shall be cautious. After coaxing Magula back to the lower city of Jijinver, I straightened my attire and approached the grove of linden trees. All right, I have come to meet you. Taking a deep breath, I strode into the somewhat gloomy grove, where something awaited me, as if it had been calling to me from a distant memory all along. The linden grove was shrouded in darkness, towering ancient trees obscuring the sky. And from the depths of the blackness, chilling gusts occasionally swirled forth, the mournful cries of blackbirds adding to the grove's eerie atmosphere. You have finally arrived. I have awaited you for millennia. The voice echoed once more, and I felt a wave of confusion wash over me, as if the objects around me were slowly fading away, leaving only a colossal black silhouette swaying before me. Who are you? The words escaped my lips. And it was only then that I realized my body was no longer under my control. An inexplicable force surged into me. As white light gradually enveloped me, my thoughts merging into a white ocean like a gentle stream. You shall soon know. I will dispatch a messenger to bring you to my domain. The shadow flickered uncertainly, the deep voice echoing in my ears. Messenger? A question arose in my mind, plunging me into deep contemplation. Master, master. A familiar voice drifted from the void. Is that you, Yanni? The sound resonated within me, and a sudden, sharp pain pressed in from all sides, causing the white light to dissipate instantly. As my thoughts were pulled into an abyss of darkness, I opened my eyes, and the world before me appeared somewhat ethereal and insubstantial. until Magula's somewhat pudgy face materialized before me, at which point I began to grasp that this was not merely a dream. Magula, slap me. I managed to utter these words with considerable effort. Feeling as though my tongue were knotted, a look of astonishment flashed across Magula's face, leaving him momentarily at a loss. I'll do it, a gruff voice declared. And a wave of excruciating pain immediately radiated from my lower abdomen throughout my entire body. Radis, a name burst forth from my lips. And it was only then that I truly returned to reality. Yanni looked at me with concern. In his eyes, I could even discern a hint of sorrow. I am fine now. Yanni, I am still your master. Although I could not see my own face, I was certain it appeared quite disheveled. Magula let out a long breath, placing a hand over his heart, and said, You scared me half to death. I thought you. Thankfully, you're all right. What about the others? I glanced around and noticed a few figures were missing. They were still in the shop. It seems something is about to happen in the city. And Melchior deemed it necessary to leave a few behind. Magula replied. I nodded slightly. Although I had not known Melchior for long, his composure had indeed earned my respect. What time is it now? I recalled that I had not been in the forest for long. So how could events have unfolded so swiftly? Magula's face displayed an incredulous expression. Fapu, have you lost track of time? I told you, if you didn't return to the shop within 3/4 of an hour, I would come looking for you. It is already 7 o'clock. No way. I could not have spent more than 1/4 of an hour in the woods. What woods? When we arrived, you were clearly leaning against a tree. I was worried you had ventured too deep into the forest and would get lost. But it turns out, a sudden jolt of pain struck my head, and as I raised my hand to press against my forehead, I noticed the fading black dragon emblem on the back of my right hand. Dazed, I returned to the shop, only to find Sue and the others wearing grim expressions. What happened? I banished the chaotic thoughts from my mind and inquired. The three exchanged glances, and after a long moment, Tatum finally spoke. All the dragon knights from the upper city have mobilized. They are gathering outside the lower city, apparently to dragon knights. I was momentarily stunned. The worst-case scenario would indeed be that they had discovered our existence. But surely it was excessive to deploy dragon knights against a mere 7 individuals. My mind buzzed, and I felt a wave of headache wash over me. Melchior, what do you think we should do? Melchior stroked his chin thoughtfully and replied in a deep voice. We have not yet completed our mission. Returning now would leave us unable to report to Lord Lanbis. However, given the current situation, I suggest sending a few individuals back to report the information we have gathered, while the rest of us remain here to assess the situation. I pondered for a moment and nodded. Very well. Radis and Yanni should return first. You must deliver the message to the general. Yanni's face flushed, and he protested. Master, are you asking me to retreat at such a critical moment? Because you are still young. You can easily evade the dragon cavalry's gaze. This mission is of utmost importance. Only by receiving this information can General Lanbis make an informed decision. The lives of over 1,000 warriors depend on whether you can deliver the news in time. This was the first time I had reprimanded Yanni. I then turned to Radis and added, Also, I know you are quite capable, but for the sake of the child's safety, please exercise utmost caution. Radis grinned broadly and laughed heartily. Rest assured, entrusting it to me poses no issue. All right. Yanni, you are to set out immediately and aim to return to Donru within 10 days. Inform the general that if we have not returned in 3 days, then it is highly likely that Jijwal is involved in this matter. The general must be prepared. I clapped Yanni on the shoulder and continued. Furthermore, if we truly, the task of protecting Miss Elise will fall to you. Master. Yanni's eyes glistened with moisture as he stammered. Radis. I called out. Radis nodded and, grabbing Yanni, they swiftly vanished into the dark night outside. A distant cacophony of wild dog howls gradually fading away. Chapter 5. The Black Holy Dragon. My lord, you are incomparably brave. As the sun and moon traverse the heavens, I have never witnessed a warrior such as yourself. The earth trembles beneath your feet, and death bows its head before you. A tremendous chant reverberated through the air, accompanied by the sound of wings flapping. Only a dragon knight could achieve such feats. They arrived rather quickly. I mused quietly. Such clarity indicated they were undoubtedly here for us. Captain, you all should leave. I will handle those crawling creatures. Tatum stepped forward and proclaimed loudly. Melchior, standing beside him, coldly remarked, that is futile. With your combat prowess, you will not delay them for even a minute. By then, we may not even have time to escape through the back door. Moreover, his gaze shifted towards the ajar back door. A dull thud emanated from that direction, followed by the ominous sound of heavy breathing. The dragon knights had completely sealed off the small room. Let us head out. There is no need for resistance, at the very least. We should leave others with a whole shop. I glanced at the trembling shopkeeper beside me and sighed. Pushing open the door to the small establishment, the sky was filled with dragon knights. Whether it was fortunate or otherwise to behold such a multitude of dragons was uncertain. The dragon knights held their long dragon spears aloft, reflecting glimmers of light in the moonlight, their eyes tinged with a hint of red, all fixated upon us. A dragoness long cry pierced the air. And the clustered dragon knights began to disperse, revealing two massive flying dragons, a blue one and a green one, against the moonlight. Water of Leash, wind of Shadeli. Melchior uttered in a hushed tone, "Dragon generals." I thought, a peculiar excitement bubbling up within me. Jejwal had even dispatched dragon generals. We would surely etch our names into the annals of history. Shadeli appeared like a decrepit old man, not even donning his dragon general armor, hunched over upon the back of his dragon, evoking a sense of sympathy. In stark contrast, Leash exuded the aura of a battle-hardened warrior, his tall frame clad in green dragon general armor, radiating an indescribable valor. Cough, cough. Is this him? Shadeli labored to speak, a trembling hand pointing towards me. Indeed, Lord Shadeli, the revelation of the holy dragon points to him, Leash replied, bowing deeply, his face adorned with reverence. How can this be? The caliber of dragon generals seems to decline with each generation. Dantoro was already quite poor, and yet, I never expected, cough, cough. However, the revelation of the holy dragon cannot be evaded, my lord. Enough, I understand. After all, such a caliber would hardly pass even a test. Take him away. At least this year's Holy Dragon Festival has not been in vain. Understood, my lord. Leash bowed once more, then turned to face us, his expression suddenly transforming into one of arrogance. Take him away. A hand pointed straight at me. Almost simultaneously, the sound of swords being drawn filled the air as Magula and the others surrounded me. How outrageous. Seeking death. Leash bellowed in anger, raising a hand high. As the dragon knights lowered their dragon spears simultaneously, an uneasy current sweeping through the entire street. I will go with you, I shouted, pushing aside the blades that shielded me. Fapu, are you insane? Magula cried out. If you fall into their hands, will you even survive? Enough, Magula, I do not wish to see my comrades bleed any further. Hufa, Zavia, and Donru, too many. I shook my head and turned around, saying, I will go with you, but please spare my companions. Allow them to leave Jejwal. Leash retracted his hand and scoffed. Do not worry. I have no interest in killing these ants. I nodded and approached Magula, whispering, quickly leave this place, catch up with Yanni and the others, return to Donru as soon as possible, and inform General Lanbis to be prepared for the worst. Also, do not return to attempt any foolish rescue. You will lead Team 113. I do not wish to return to see my comrades missing. Fapu, you must survive. If I learn that the Dragon Clan poses a threat to you, I will risk my life to avenge you. Understood. After acknowledging the others with a nod, I strode toward the opposite side, a colossal shadow suddenly enveloping me. Who are you? Call upon your guardian. The red eyes glimmered in the shadows, and a deep voice answered my inquiry. You are the voice that summoned me in the woods. Indeed. It is I. May I see you? Silence ensued. After a prolonged moment, accompanied by a soft sigh, the surroundings suddenly brightened, revealing a sight that left my mouth agape. A massive black dragon, its horn crown indicating it possessed a lifespan of over 1,000 years. Its skin appearing somewhat wrinkled, even the brilliance of its eyes could not conceal the undeniable truth of its age. Upon seeing it, a term flashed through my mind. Could it be that you are the guardian holy dragon of Jejwal, one of the 7 heroes? My lips could no longer be sealed. It was already a rare marvel for a dragon to speak, yet even more astonishing was the fact that the speaking dragon was one of the 7 heroes. The weight of such historical gravitas could crush any soul. I swallowed hard, struggling to close my gaping mouth, and after a moment of contemplation, I inquired, why have you sought me out? I am hardly fit to be a dragon commander. To my surprise, the sacred dragon displayed a smile, its gaze softening gradually. Is that so? Before I assess your potential as a dragon commander, would you kindly hand over what you are concealing? What item? I felt over my body, pondering what peculiar possession might catch the eye of a dragon. That my hand paused upon encountering a scroll, the tattered relic esteemed by General Lanbis. Surely, this could not be what the dragon desired. Is it this? I lifted it high, suddenly recalling that if this item held significant importance, my impulsive reveal might seem rather reckless. Ah, The wondrous ancient scroll returned to me the lost history of the Carusi magic kingdom, and as its witness, I shall faithfully record. The sacred dragon's eyes gleamed with an extraordinary brightness, and the scroll, emitting a soft yellow glow, inexplicably levitated from my grasp. When it reached a certain height, it unfurled, completely obscuring my view of the sacred dragon. After a considerable time, as the dragon exhaled a heavy breath, the scroll descended, crumbling to dust upon impact with the ground. Stunned, I remained immobile, unable to process the events unfolding before me. Thank you, O messenger. You have restored the history of the Carusi magic kingdom. Lost for a millennium. Thus, the history that commenced in the Age of Chaos is finally complete. Once again, I found my mouth agape. This scroll cannot merely be a book of history, can it? Indeed, surely your interest in me cannot solely revolve around the scroll. It is somewhat so. Yet, with your power, acquiring it would be effortless. Why all the mystery? I wish not to intervene in history once more. This world is already in balance. The power of dragons has waned back to that of formidable beasts, and external magic has faded. Should I entangle myself again, it would disrupt the laws and precipitate a second collapse. And what of the Dragon Knights? Their ability to perceive such a minuscule scroll is confined to Jijinver. Should the Dragon Knights venture forth, they would merely disrupt the equilibrium, but Dandelo's hunting efforts merely prevent the dragon lineage from deteriorating too drastically. However, excessive power will inevitably be swallowed by history. No amount of struggle will change that. The sacred dragon's words clarified everything. Yet I remained reluctant to accept my fate. Being mysteriously summoned to the Dragon Palace merely to serve as a transient messenger felt rather ironic, a result that would elicit only bitter smiles from my companions. Yet I am grateful to you. Were it not for you, I know not when this wish might have been fulfilled. In return, I shall bestow upon you a singular ability, one that does not disrupt balance. The sacred dragon smiled once more, its crimson gaze piercing through to me. A sudden, intense pain surged through my palm, revealing a black mark of the sacred dragon upon the back of my hand. I grant you the breath of the dragon. It is a power that instills fear in all beasts. How you wield it is entirely up to you. The power that incites terror in all creatures felt akin to casting off cheap labor, and the troubling thought arose that those outside believed me to be the sacred dragon's chosen commander. Should complications arise, I might meet my end right here. What of those outside? Should you become a dragon commander, it would not be unremarkable. Consider this a label of your potential as a dragon commander, quite useful among those of lower status. The sacred dragon resumed its laughter. Devoid of the dignity befitting a dragon, my request of you has been fulfilled. You shall now return to the mortal realm. Before I could utter another word, a powerful gust swept me away. And when I regained my senses, I found myself standing outside the imposing entrance of the Dragon Palace, surrounded by an eerie silence. Save for the rhythmic sounds of breathing, I was now engulfed in a throng of dragon knights, all awaiting respectfully outside. Who would have thought this dimwit could pass the dragon's test? A voice filled with disdain undoubtedly belonged to Leash. Soon after, another cold voice interjected, "To the Elder Council for arbitration." A chill coursed through my veins. The Elder Council's chamber was darker than the Dragon Palace. Within the pitch-black room, I discerned 13 indistinct figures. It was not long before the voices of the aged began to resonate. Has the sacred dragon fallen asleep this year? Nothing remarkable can be discerned from him. To grant him a title like this is a disservice to the esteemed dragon commanders of yore. Once the murmurs of the 13 had subsided, a buzzing discussion ensued, in tones I could not comprehend, flooding my heart with waves of anxiety. This assembly marked the most excruciating experience of my life. Resolution. You are bestowed the title of the 4th Dragon Commander, Indra, inheriting the illustrious name of the great god of war. However, prior to this, you must first undergo the Dragon Commander's test of position, wherein a designated challenger from the Elder Council shall duel you. Bad news. Nothing could be more tormenting than this. The test of position? Who would I duel, regardless of the opponent? It seemed a path to certain death. Before sweat could dampen me, I raised my objection. I currently possess no capacity for combat, and I have matters in the south that remain unresolved. Might I request a brief extension? A murmur of whispers followed. Considering the 4th Dragon Commander's temporary inability to face the challenge, we shall extend the time frame by 7 months. An unusually generous allowance was granted, and the atmosphere fell into silence. Casting my gaze around, I hesitated before asking, "May I depart now?" "You may," came the collective response of the 13 voices. With a deep sigh of relief, I hastily exited that suffocating place. In a farcical turn of events, I had been bestowed the title of the fourth dragon commander, Indra, albeit temporarily and unofficially, leading me to suspect it was merely a prank by the ancient sacred dragon. I lingered for several days, observing the situation, and in that time, I diligently perused the vast historical archives of the Dzyenvir people, unwittingly wasting several days, realizing that my companions in the south had likely grown anxious waiting for me. I quickly prepared my belongings to return southward, though the impending test of position weighed heavily on my mind, dampening my excitement to reunite with them. Yet before I could leave, the Dzyenvir people had a knack for presenting me with unexpected surprises. Why bring a woman along? I pointed at the demure figure beside Treachery, who appeared as if a gust of wind could whisk her away. Her shimmering silver hair obscured her features, and her delicate frame evoked a sense of pity, to ensure you do not perish before the test of position. The dragon commander of Dzyenvir can only meet their demise at the hands of their own, Treachery coldly retorted, then signaled with a clap. 4 armed dragon knights marched in with purpose. The woman stepped forward silently. Positioning herself among them, the knights drew their dragon blades and, with a battle cry, charged forward. Before I could intervene, the woman deftly moved, her hand slicing gracefully through the air, a spray of crimson mist erupting. Cascading down her foot, I heard a brief gasp, and amidst the chaos, only 3 knights remained, one of whom staggered before collapsing to the ground, silent forevermore. My astonishment barely faded before the other 2 lay lifeless as well. Galen. This is your new master? Treachery addressed the woman without acknowledging my shock. Master. Her tone bore no trace of reverence, as cold as a stone in winter. I nodded involuntarily, a wave of despair washing over me. Even a woman surpassed me in prowess. How could I possibly survive the test of position against a dragon commander? March 10, year 1352 of the king. I successfully completed my reconnaissance of the sacred kingdom of Dzyenvir and set forth southward, eager to reunite with my companions. Chapter 6. The visitor. April, year 1353 of the king's spring returned to the Trevino plain, where vibrant blossoms adorned the lush carpet of greenery. Yet amidst this serene backdrop, a discordant hue marred the tranquility. It is blood. I touched the red liquid upon the grass and looked ahead, where a vast expanse of grass lay torn asunder, scattered remnants of weaponry littering the ground. Clearly, a fierce battle had transpired here. Please, let there be no trouble, I silently pleaded, ever since parting ways with my companions in Dzyenvir. After each brutal trial, I gazed longingly towards the south, where Magura, Su, and Yanni lived amidst turmoil, facing peril at every moment. I will return. You must await me in Donru. Master, why have we halted? A voice tinged with chill emanated from behind me. I turned to see Galen, her expression devoid of warmth. Recalling her swift dispatch of the 4 dragon knights, I quickly replied, "Oh, we shall depart at once." She nodded, offering no further words. That I remounted my horse, raising my whip. Just 2 more days, Magura. Await me in Donru. Go. April 3rd, I returned to the city of Danru. In less than a month, this vast town, known as Eternal Donru by the Tez people, had transformed into a scene of devastation, and I could scarcely believe my eyes. From a distance, I beheld the once mighty walls of Donru shattered. Through the enormous gaps, smoke still billowing from within. Blackness had become the town's defining hue. Damn it. I clenched my fists, a wave of unease rising within me. We must enter. Yes, master, the followers echoed in unison, falling into silence thereafter. I mounted my steed and charged directly towards Donlu city. Leading my horse along the bustling streets of Donlu, I surveyed my surroundings. The once vibrant marketplace within the city lay in utter ruin. Shattered doors and windows precariously leaning against equally dilapidated buildings, with the air thick with the acrid stench of decay. Along the long stretch from the city gate to the Elders' Hall, the ground was stained with blood and scattered weaponry. A clear testament to the fierce urban warfare that had transpired here. Strangely, however, there were no signs of the massive war axes characteristic of the Trevino people. Aside from the usual arms, there were peculiar long spears. Unfamiliar to both our troops and the dragon cavalry, a resounding crash shattered my thoughts, and upon looking up, I saw 2 dragon cavalrymen stagger around the street corner, while the deep, rumbling breaths of a dragon echoed ominously behind me. In an instant, we found ourselves cornered by 5 dragon cavalrymen in the lengthy marketplace. I thought this wretched city held no treasures left, but it seems we have stumbled upon a fat lamb, remarked one of the dragon cavalrymen, clad in standard dragon battle armor, while the others wore the lesser leather armor of subordinate dragon riders. It was evident that this was a wandering hunting party. the entirety of which was dictated by the military structure of War. Master, shall I take care of them? A voice emerged from behind me. I nodded slightly and replied, just incapacitate them. I still have questions to ask. Understood. The follower slowly stepped forward, a dagger appearing in her hand seemingly out of nowhere. A fellow kin, exclaimed the dragon cavalryman in astonishment, raising his lance. Kill her. The subordinate dragon rider pressed down upon his mount, charging forward with a wild shriek, in the split second before the lance could pierce her. The follower leapt high, delivering a swift kick that sent the earth dragon crashing to the ground with a muffled groan, white foam spilling from its mouth, while the dragon rider atop was pinned beneath. Emitting pained whimpers, the dragon cavalrymen were utterly taken aback. Such overwhelming power was hard for those who prided themselves on being the most formidable cavalry of the continent to accept. You are a high-ranking dragon knight. The lead dragon cavalryman's voice distorted in disbelief. Fear etched across his face. Seize that man. He pointed at me, suddenly shouting. I immediately heard a flurry of chaotic sounds behind me. Damn it! I cursed under my breath, raising my right hand as a surge of warmth shot forth from my abdomen. The voice resonated in my heart. Shaluo obeys Boruo, Boruo obeys Molu. Molu is a vassal of Troy. Troy serves the holy dragon. Do not defy, lest the wrath of the holy dragon consume all. As the emblem of the holy dragon manifested upon my hand, the voice echoed within me. Almost simultaneously, a heavy thud resounded behind me. The earth dragon instinctively halted its charge, flinging its rider to the ground. The regular dragon cavalryman swallowed hard, struggling to utter a few words. Dragon. General. I approached the disheartened dragon cavalryman, stating, Boruo, tell me what transpired here. I command you in the name of Troy. The dragon cavalryman tumbled off his earth dragon, prostrating himself before me. My lord, I am not entirely certain. 7 days ago, Lord Dantaluo ordered an assault, but this city has long been abandoned. 3 days prior, a squad stationed here was attacked. The enemy numbered over 4,000 and were said to be strange warriors clad in vibrant colors. My entire squad was nearly annihilated. By the time Lord Dantaluo's main force arrived, this was the state of affairs, and thereafter, I waved my hand, asking, what of the original garrison? The dragon cavalryman wore a blank expression and shook his head. I do not know. However, 2 days ago, one of our hunting parties was ambushed in West Donlu, and there were reports of berserkers. A flicker of joy surged within me as I hurriedly made my way back, exclaiming, we shall head to West Donlu. As we remounted our steeds, the dragon cavalryman shouted, to offend the Lord is akin to offending the holy dragon. He drew his dragon blade and slashed at his own neck. Rest in peace. Lost warrior, your soul shall be welcomed back to the holy dragon mountain. I murmured, gently patting my mount as I passed by their lifeless bodies. A warrior of War, despite its formidable reputation. One cannot escape the rigid hierarchy that governs it. Perhaps this was their tragedy that I couldn't help but glance back at the dragon knight who had silently followed me. Another sorrowful tale, one of the elite 8 legions of the War dragon knights. Forced to dwell in darkness simply for being female, once a shadow of a kshatriya, now so easily given to me. Yet, I was even more pitiable, burdened with the title of Dragon General, subjected to the cursed trial of Dragon General legitimacy. I raised my hand, glancing at the faintly visible black emblem of the holy dragon on the back of my hand, and couldn't help but mock myself. The future appeared bleak. April 6th. It has been 3 days since we departed Donlu City, journeying westward. The traces of war were evident everywhere along the way. A battalion brought by Dantaluo from the Holy Realm had suffered catastrophic losses, with fallen earth dragons and shattered lances bearing witness to the tragic fate that had befallen the once mighty dragon cavalry. Vibrant colored troops. I pondered, noting that the state of the dragon cavalrymen suggested they had been overwhelmed by sheer numerical superiority. Scattered around each dragon cavalryman's corpse lay various weapons, from long spears to battle knives, and even heavy war hammers. Given the current combat capacity of the Lanbisi army, it was implausible to muster such forces. The Rainbow Knights. The thought struck me suddenly, this could be said to be the largest and most diverse knightly order on the continent. Boasting over 60,000 soldiers. To this day, many knightly orders have vanished beneath the resplendent hues of Elfasir's 7-colored rainbow. If it were indeed them, even if Dantaluo had taken all the dragon cavalry with him, victory would remain elusive. Likewise, should the Lanbisi army encounter the Rainbow Knights, the outcome would be far worse than facing the dragon cavalry. I must find General Lanbisi before the Rainbow Knights, a voice echoed in my heart, even in death. I wish to be with my comrades. With this thought in mind, I called out, "Jialan, we shall travel through the night." Jialan paused for a moment, surprised that it was the first time I had called her by name. "Yes, master." Her tone was devoid of much of the previous disdain. The twin moons of Trevisai and Jekka cast an exceptionally bright light across the fields, a blessing from the divine that made the night travel feel less daunting. Jialan and I galloped swiftly under the moonlight, feeling the refreshing breeze swirl around us. Suddenly, the horse beneath me emitted a piercing, anguished cry, and I felt a jolt of pain, causing me to crash heavily to the ground. "Master!" Jialan leapt from her mount and rushed to my side. I waved my hand dismissively, signaling that I was fine, while gripping the curved dagger at my waist. Sensing an unsettling tension in the air, sudden, heavy footsteps resonated, and vibrant colors emerged on the distant horizon. The first to appear were the earthy-hued armored infantrymen, their armor so thick that one might doubt the mobility of the soldiers within. Behind them, I discerned archers clad in green tunics and long spearmen in azure armor. Alongside battle priests robed in purple. 350 men, I quickly deduced from the orderly formation. However, the tremors of the earth indicated that this was merely a fraction of their strength. Red-armored cavalry, orange-light cavalry, and blue-light shield bearers swiftly flanked the enemy formation, creating a concave arrangement, with shield bearers at the center and a mix of armored and light cavalry on either flank. This was the Seven-Colored Rainbow of Elfasir. And I couldn't help but admire the formidable military might of this war nation, which posed threats to the three great holy nations, Yaluofasir, Jijanwoer, and Blake Noir. Yet, to mobilize such a grand force against just two individuals felt somewhat absurd. I couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. A fully mobilized battalion from Elfasir was being dispatched against a mere being who bore the title of Dragon General without possessing its might. Alongside a high-ranking Dragon Knight, if others were to learn of this, it would surely become the subject of ridicule. A similarly perplexed expression appeared on the face of the shield-bearer in the front rank, evidently. They too were troubled by the scarcity of their adversaries, for setting up such formations against just two individuals seemed ludicrous. Nevertheless, the discipline of Elfasir's military ensured that their formation remained unyielding. A knight stepped slowly from the ranks. Judging by his armor, he appeared to be a royal knight of Elfasir. He looked quite young, possessing enchanting blue eyes, yet the seven-colored cloud insignia embedded on his right breastplate indicated that he was indeed the commander of this troop. "Jijanwoer people, you are quite the headache for me." The knight rested his chin on his hand, leaning against his mount, his tone laced with hostility. "Of my 3 battalions, only one remains intact. If the old fogies back in the Holy City find out, they will surely strip me of my title as Knight Commander." I was at a loss for words. This young knight was rather self-absorbed, engaging in soliloquy at such a moment, almost rivaling General Lanbis's eccentricity. However, capturing a Jijanwoer Dragon General would be a different matter, the knight suddenly exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with a strange light as they fixated on me. "Isn't that right, esteemed Endorio, the 4th Dragon General of Jijanwoer? You are quite the treasure." A chill ran down my spine. I was not well versed in the affairs of Dragon Generals, yet this knight was able to clearly state my rank and title. It seemed that Elfasir's reach was extending further than I had anticipated. "Well, I suppose you don't need me to invite you, do you? Even if you are a Dragon General, accompanied by a high-ranking Dragon Knight, you cannot hope to defeat my 600 elite warriors. Rather than perish in battle, it would be wiser to return with me to Elfasir, for those above are quite keen to converse with someone of your esteemed stature." The knight taunted, his eyes devoid of any respect. "My lord." Galen stepped forward slightly as I surveyed my surroundings. The flat expanse of the grassland offered no escape from the enemy's cavalry. The only choices left were to fight or to surrender. I raised my hand, signaling my intent to battle. Yielding to the threats of the enemy was not the conduct befitting a son of the Shanju clan, especially since I was a Dragon General. The knight scoffed, saying, "Excellent. I feared you would not fight. When you descend into hell, do not forget my name. Portalio de Phaler, the Yellow Knight of Elfasir, esteemed 4th Dragon General." Surrounded by a throng of cavalry, Portalio departed the battlefield, leaving approximately 500 infantry to slowly encircle us in a half-moon formation, evidently intent on trapping me alive with their solid infantry line. That I gazed at the encroaching enemy, considering their level of training. It would likely require an entire squadron of Dragon Knights to secure a victory, yet I had only one Dragon Knight at my disposal. "Galen," I called out, and she unsheathed her short sword, immediately positioning herself before me. "Run." With that command, I turned and fled, leaving behind a flurry of eyes watching my retreat. Galen hesitated for but a moment before swiftly following suit. The infantry of Elfasir momentarily lost their resolve. But as Portalio's furious voice rang out, they abandoned their formation and charged after us in a frenzied rush. Heavily armored infantry collided with pike wielders, while the agile archers struggled to navigate the slow-moving mass of light infantry. The once orderly Elfasir army descended into chaos due to the flight of two individuals. The enemy's light cavalry maneuvered around the congested infantry and swiftly appeared behind us, their jeers ringing in my ears. I turned and unleashed the singular power bestowed upon me by the Holy Dragon. A cacophony of neighing horses erupted as the leading mounts stumbled, their riders tumbling to the ground with pained groans. Yet again, confusion reigned, and the cavalry became an impediment to the infantry. The first volley of arrows whizzed through the air, falling uselessly behind me, as I gained several meters in my escape. This was the most disgraceful flight I had ever experienced. If General Lanbis were to learn of it, he would surely say, "Well done, preserving your life is quite sufficient." My lord. Galen's shout broke through my spiraling thoughts, and I suddenly realized that the enemy's heavy cavalry had, unbeknownst to me, maneuvered to the front, swiftly forming an ironclad line before us. "This is dire," I muttered under my breath. Now, even if I utilized my powers, I would merely be piling iron blocks in our path. The disarray behind us was sufficient to encircle us in this fleeting moment. "We shall fly past." After a moment's thought, I shouted, simultaneously channeling my strength. Galen immediately understood, grasped my hand, and leapt over the heads of the fallen heavy cavalry. The enemy, taken aback by such extraordinary agility, could only watch in astonishment as we vanished into the distance. I could not say how long we ran, but when fatigue began to overwhelm me, I noticed that there were no pursuers in sight. We had covered 10 miles in the blink of an eye, a feat surely aided by General Lanbis's rigorous training. Turning to look at Galen beside me, I found her face smeared with soot, the once frigid solitude in her demeanor considerably diminished, prompting me to chuckle. "Galen, you look rather presentable now." Galen's eyes widened in surprise before she quickly comprehended, hastily wiping her face and gazing at the dark smudge on her hand, her expression abruptly turning stern. "My lord, please conduct yourself with decorum. Jesting with a servant is not befitting of someone of your stature." Indeed. A shiver coursed through me. The women of Jejinver were not to be trifled with. "We must hurry. The enemy is closing in." Sensing the ground tremor beneath us, I steadied my breath. Realizing that the two moons were proving troublesome, making it all too easy for the enemy to track our trail, I could not help but chuckle bitterly at my circumstances. Here I was, a proud dragon general, fleeing like a lost dog through the night, and should word spread, the entire Jejinver would be shamed by my disgrace. If I were captured, death would be a certainty. However, the first to arrive would undoubtedly be the light cavalry, which could potentially benefit us by disrupting their formation. Merely half an hour later, we were overtaken by the swiftest of the light cavalry. Having learned from my earlier display of power, the enemy scattered at a distance, dismounting to confront us. Approximately 80. I counted silently, drawing my curved blade. "Galen, we must resolve this swiftly. If we cannot, we shall break through immediately." Galen nodded, suddenly dashing forward with astonishing speed. Almost simultaneously, shouts erupted from all directions. Blood splattered before my eyes as an enemy charged at me, crumpling to the ground. Behind him emerged another foe, brandishing a battle axe and striking downwards. With little resistance, I severed his throat and plunged my blade into another's chest. In the blink of an eye, 3 corpses lay at my feet, while even more fell victim to Galen's ghostly prowess. The enemy's numerical advantage was swiftly quelled by our might, and after a gasp of astonishment, their morale shattered, many involuntarily stepping back, exposing significant gaps in their formation. "It is time," I shouted, as the thunderous sound of heavy cavalry reached my ears. However, at that moment, the enemy's spirit inexplicably revived, eyes alight with fervor, pressing upon us with renewed fervor. "This is disastrous, utterly disastrous," I exclaimed, kicking aside a shrieking enemy. The opposing forces, now reckless in their determination to thwart our escape, threatened our very survival. Time had dragged on too long. Even if we could break through this frenzied throng, the heavy cavalry would inevitably pursue us. Galen, bloodied from battle, returned to my side, leaving a trail of fallen foes in her wake, proving herself worthy of a high-ranking dragon knight. "My lord, it is difficult to break free," she gasped. Wiping the sweat from her brow, I dispatched another enemy, and surveyed our surroundings. At least half of the enemy remained, and I could see the tall lances of the heavy cavalry in the distance. "Let us await the winds," I suddenly declared. "Winds?" Galen looked puzzled. I gestured toward the rapidly shifting clouds above. "It seems the swift winds of Tralavino are soon to arrive. If we survive until then, we can gamble our fates once more. But before that..." A barrage of blades whistled toward us, interrupting my words as the enemy launched another assault. Mere moments later, we found ourselves completely encircled, the light cavalry, now suffering heavy casualties, replaced by the infantry, who presented a professional land combat force. A stark contrast to the untrained light cavalry. This was my first close encounter with the heavy infantry of Elfasir. Their bulkiness was the only impression I retained. Their heavy armor was impervious even to the bolts of Waitenor. One hand supporting a sturdy shield while the other wielded a heavy spear. It was no small feat for these bulky beetles to track us down from such a distance. Yet, I was grateful for their slowness, as it granted us precious time. "Use bows and arrows to kill them. There is no need to waste our valuable combat strength any further." Portalio's cold voice cut through the din of battle. Drawl commanded the archery officer. As the sky darkened rapidly, the thick clouds obscuring the light of the two moons, the swift winds of Tralavino had finally arrived. The neighing of horses echoed around us. I whispered, "Galen, be alert. Follow my orders, and do not move." Galen nodded and halted, positioning herself defensively before me. The enemy archers, clearly taken aback by the sudden darkness, were met with shouts from behind the heavy infantry. "Shoot! The enemy is in the center, even in the darkness." They remained there. Portalio's voice rang out from the shadows, a man I deemed the most formidable opponent I had ever encountered. Just then, a strange, whistling sound rushed toward us from afar. "Get down!" I shouted fiercely, urging Galen to drop to the ground. Almost simultaneously, a powerful gust swept overhead, followed by the thud of heavy objects crashing to the earth. April of the year 1353 of the royal calendar marked perhaps the most tumultuous month of my life. After departing Jejinver, I first encountered a Dragon Knight ambush, then crossed paths with the Elfasir Rainbow Knights, and now faced the swift winds of Tralavino. It seemed from the outset that my fate was ill-fated. As Galen and I shook off the dust, we discovered the battlefield transformed. The enemy's formation lay in disarray. The lightly armored archers swept aside by the wind, twisted and sprawled upon the ground, while many heavy infantrymen were suffocated within their own armor, blood seeping through the seams. "Let us depart," I sighed softly, for the air was thick with the groans of agony. Yet, if I were to pity them, I knew I would be the next to perish. As we traversed a considerable distance, a voice echoed from behind. "You little demon of the Shanju clan, I shall slay you. I swear by the high god, and by the honor of my Farah family." Portalio staggered to his feet from the pile of corpses, his eyes ablaze with fiery intensity. "Master," Galen murmured, gesturing whether to eliminate the frenzied knight, her expression now lacking the disdain she once held for me. I shook my head, replying, "There is no need. If he were to kill me, it would merely be a consequence of war." Gazing at the figures of Trevisi and Jekka emerging from the clouds above, I sighed. I could not alter fate, yet I wished not to be governed by it. 4 days later, we rendezvoused with the Lanbisi army in the Chika region of Sidnu. The Lanbisi forces were encamped in a small valley, and upon sighting the familiar battle flag of Arulfasir, a tumult of emotions surged within me. Beneath the banner were dozens of tents, while soldiers stationed high in the lookout tower remained vigilantly alert. The Lanbisi army was still present. A voice within me resounded, and with excitement, I grasped Galen's hand and charged towards the assembly. "Fapu! Captain Fapu has returned," shouted the sentry, and the previously tranquil valley erupted into a lively commotion as countless heads emerged from the modest barracks. "My lord," Yanni was the first to part the crowd, calling out as he rushed towards me, his eyes brimming with tears, followed closely by Magula, Sue, Tatum, and Ladis. My comrades who once fought alongside me appeared before me. "Fapu, according to our agreement, not a single member of the 113th squad is absent," Magula exclaimed, his face alight with joy. I saluted and replied, "I have returned as well, in accordance with our pact." "Not quite. Captain, you've brought someone back with you," a voice chimed in, prompting a chorus of hearty laughter from those around. Galen's expression darkened immediately, silencing the crowd, and Magula tugged at my sleeve, whispering, "You truly have returned with someone remarkable." I managed a wry smile, yet warmth filled my heart. It was here that I rediscovered the essence of home. Melchior, donned in the garb of a royal guard officer, appeared before me, first saluting, then stating, "Welcome back, Captain." He quickly assumed a serious demeanor, saying, "General Lanbis wishes to see you immediately." I nodded and called out, "Magula, please make arrangements. Tonight, we shall have a grand reunion for the 113th Squad." "Absolutely." Cheers erupted around us. The general's tent lay at the innermost part of the valley, still modest in its simplicity. Upon lifting the tent flap, "Uncle Fapu," came the sweet voice of Eliza as she leaped into my embrace. General Lanbis stood at the far end, a smile gracing his face that I held Eliza and awkwardly said, "General, I." To which Lanbis chuckled, "Eliza has missed you dearly. There is no shame in a hug. Now, Eliza, your Uncle Fapu has pressing matters to attend to, so off you go and play. I shall ensure he spends time with you later." Eliza pouted but obediently slid from my arms. Escorted away by her attendants, the general's expression turned grave as he remarked, "Fapu, it appears the situation is not in our favor. The Elfasir army has 2 battle groups that have entered Trevino and engaged the dragoons. Currently, about 1 battle group remains, approximately 2,000 strong, yet reports suggest that another force of around 3,000 is advancing towards us." Lanbis studied the map, scratching his nose. "That amounts to 5,000. The moment I spoke, I regretted my lackluster response, feeling foolish. Lanbis raised his head and suddenly burst into laughter. "Indeed, 5,000. However, that is 2,000 plus 3,000, meaning we still have a chance." I queried, "General, even with reinforcements?" "We can muster at most 1,500 men. The disparity in numbers is nearly 4-fold, and the combat effectiveness is further skewed. How can we speak of opportunity?" Lanbis pointed to a location on the map, stating, "Look here. If the intel is accurate, the enemy will converge at this point. Prior to that, here lies the remaining 2,000 troops, disorganized and scattered after their engagement with the dragoons. That if we launch a surprise attack now, we can inflict maximum damage on the enemy. However, we must ensure that the other 3,000 do not encircle us." As I felt the general's scheming gaze flit over me, a wave of trepidation washed over me, and I stammered, "General, you wouldn't assign the 113th Squad to act as guerrilla fighters, would you?" "No. How could a single squad hold off a force of 3,000? Lanbis chuckled, shaking his head that I steadied my racing heart. And Lanbis declared, "Thus, from this moment forth, you shall be the commander of the independent 1st Brigade. I will assign you a berserker squad, a spear squad, and a cavalry unit, along with your squad, totaling approximately 330 men. Are you suggesting that we hold off 10 times our number with merely 330 soldiers?" I gulped, struggling to articulate my thoughts. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't harbor such confidence. But if a dragon general leads the charge, what have I to fear? Lanbis erupted into hearty laughter. I stood dumbfounded, momentarily speechless, before eventually saying, "Even you are aware of this? The Elfasir people have widely publicized your remarkable achievements. You truly are formidable, managing to embarrass the Farah family. Many now seek your head." Lanbis patted my shoulder, saying, "Very well, I entrust this entirely to you. Keep the enemy occupied for 3 days. Creating illusions is what your Shanju can excel at." After a prolonged silence, I sighed. "Yes, General, you certainly know how to create trouble for me." Lanbis smiled. "You are my treasure, thus I place my trust in you. Remember, your task is to delay the enemy, not engage them in battle. Your brigade is a valuable asset to the Independent Warriors Legion, and I do not wish to hand it over to the Elfasir without cause." "Understood. General, I shall ensure that those 3,000 do not reach here within 3 days." I pointed at a small black dot on the map. On the 10th of April, in the year 1353 of the Wanli calendar. I led the newly formed brigade away from the campsite, heading eastward towards the approaching 3,000 Elfasir reinforcements, aiming to delay them and provide General Lanbis with those precious 3 days. The thought of facing tenfold odds was astounding, yet astonishingly, the morale among my troops remained high, each face radiating excitement as if we were not heading to battle but embarking on a hunt. Because you are a dragon general. Having annihilated an entire battle group of Elfasir with just 2 men, with you by our side, 3,000 enemies will be no more than mere beasts to be hunted. Magula responded to my concerns. I furrowed my brow. Such sentiments among my subordinates were troubling. indicating an over-reliance that could lead to disarray if we suffered a setback. Yet, for now, I had no choice, as high spirits were not entirely unfavorable. Troublesome, I mused, gazing at the undulating mountains in the distance, feeling as though the road ahead stretched endlessly. That on the 15th of April, scouts reported contact with the enemy, and we immediately established camp, convening for a war council that night. Magula, where is the enemy now? I inquired, my eyes fixed on the map. Magula pointed to a small. According to the scouts, the enemy was in East Treldy yesterday, given their marching speed over the past few days. They should be here. What of your cavalry unit? I asked Melchior, who stood nearby. They are fully prepared. All provisions have been packed, Melchior replied. The enemy's marching speed exceeds our estimates. In 2 days, they will reach the general's designated strike point. However, according to the scouts, their supply train lags far behind, accompanied only by a single infantry squad for protection. Melchior will be responsible for the attack, aiming to destroy the enemy's food supplies, should Melchior succeed. The enemy will have 2 possible reactions. 1, they retreat to the nearest Treldy for resupply, which is our hope. Or 2, they accelerate their advance to join forces with the remaining 2,000. Securing necessary reinforcements, which is our concern. The officers within the tent exchanged glances, and after a pause, Tatum remarked, if that is the case, our forces will be unable to halt the enemy. Thus, we must prepare a grand bait. The most delectable type, I suggested. We are at war. Why should we serve them bait? Lanbis shouted, rising in protest. Despite being the leader of the berserkers with immense strength, Lanbis often lacked the necessary foresight. I pretended not to hear and continued. The enemy's target is the general. If we can make them believe the general is with us, it should draw their attention. What does bait have to do with that? Lanbis persisted in his outcry. Lanbis, silence your mouth. Tatum reprimanded him before turning to me, but we have only a little over 300 men. Would the enemy be foolish enough to believe General Lanbis is with us? Hence, we must feign strength, strong enough to convince the enemy that we are the main force. Most of the officers bore expressions of incredulity, save for Melchior, who solemnly remarked, however, such a course of action will exact a considerable toll. I nodded slightly and replied, at the very least. We must ensure that these costs are justified. Now, allow me to elucidate my plan. The moment the enemy opts for the second option, we shall execute it. Just as I was about to continue, Sue abruptly drew back the tent flap and strode in. Under the gaze of the assembled officers, he approached me and whispered a few words. Is it true? I exclaimed in astonishment, to which Sue nodded gravely. Immediately, I began to scour the map, and after a brief pause, I lifted my gaze and declared, the previous resolution is hereby annulled. Melchior, Tatum, Reyes, Magura, and all commanders, heed my command. From this moment forth, no troops shall disarm. Cavalry shall not dismount. No explanations shall be given, and any disobedience shall be met with military justice. Yes, the officers accepted the order, albeit with confusion. Sue led me. I turned to Sue, who remained silent, and proceeded directly towards the tent exit. In a corner of the camp, a figure hunched over, and upon recognizing him, I could scarcely believe my eyes. Lord Augustus, the Minister of Internal Affairs, appeared almost like a beggar, his distinctive large eyes barely recognizable. Lord Augustus, what transpired with the general? I rushed forward, grasping his hand and exclaiming. Augustus shook his head weakly, lamenting, it is over. All is lost. We were attacked shortly after your departure. The enemy deployed 2,000 troops, and the independent warriors were completely annihilated. Impossible. The general assured me before I left that as long as we held on for 3 days, we could vanquish the enemy. He cannot be mistaken. I shouted in anger, unable to accept this news, for in my eyes, General Lanbis was the embodiment of invincibility, and with him, failure was not an option. Fap, I understand your feelings, but this is the truth. The dozens who escaped with me can attest to it, Augustus said. Grimacing in pain, I released his hand helplessly, lost in despair. What of the general? Where is General Lanbis? Augustus lowered his head and replied, he has been captured, but his current condition is unknown. And Elise? She has been rescued. I glanced up at the 2 moons in the sky, suddenly realizing how bleak their light appeared. O divine being, how long must you torment me? If this is the case, I would rather forsake the light. Sue, summon everyone for assembly. Once the command was issued, the original tents vanished in an instant, and 330 soldiers stood in neat formation that I slowly approached them and declared, "I do not wish to conceal the truth from you. General Lanbis headquarters has suffered a devastating blow, and the general himself has been captured." Perhaps out of shock, there was an eerie silence among them. "We have no path of retreat. Both sides wish to annihilate us. If any of you wish to retreat and hide, I will not hinder you. However, I refuse to look back on my life in old age and claim that it was devoid of brilliance. Therefore, I shall fight, even if I stand alone." A profound silence enveloped the gathering. "The Yellow Tiger's troops have already faced death once. What does it matter if I perish alongside Lord Fapu again? Indeed, I am no coward. If I am to die, let it be on the battlefield. Let us fight. Let us fight." The soldiers erupted into a fervent roar that I was immediately inspired by their courage and unsheathed my curved blade. "I hereby swear to the divine, I, Fap of the Flash clan, shall not yield to anyone. I shall rebuild Saint Arulfasir, and I will eradicate all sin until my last breath. Long live Saint Arulfasir. Advance. Target the 3,000 Elfasir troops. While they are still intoxicated by their victory, let them feel the divine retribution." On the night of April 15th, I chose the most gruesome and treacherous path. After an hour of swift marching, we discovered the enemy's encampment. Nestled against a small hill, a vast array of tents was haphazardly scattered about. The central command tent was brightly lit, but the others lay shrouded in darkness, save for a few patrolling soldiers bearing torches. With a whoosh, a figure landed behind me. "Galen, what is the situation inside?" I did not turn to see the newcomer, for I recognized him instantly. My attendant, Yanni, bore an expression of astonishment at such ghostly agility. Only a dragon knight could possess such prowess. "Master, the enemy is indeed at rest, as if they have just concluded a feast. As expected, the enemy has likely received word and will naturally become complacent. Yanni, inform Sue that the battle commences." I rose, drawing my curved blade from my waist. The blood of my comrades can only be avenged with the blood of our foes. A quarter of an hour later, the first volley of fire arrows descended upon the enemy's camp, followed by a fierce assault from the east by berserkers, from the west by pikemen, and from the north by a mixed cavalry and infantry force that plunged into the chaotic enemy encampment. I swung my sword, propelled by a spray of blood, charging towards the central tent, where a middle-aged man clad in a knight's tabard stood surrounded by a group of soldiers. "Who are you? What fate awaits those who oppose the Elfasir army?" The middle-aged man shouted hoarsely, his eyes filled with terror. That I remained silent, steadily closing the distance. The first enemy raised his sword and, with a roar, lunged at me. I thrust my blade, piercing his abdomen without resistance, and almost simultaneously, I felt a rush of wind from both sides. With one hand, I seized the lifeless enemy to block an incoming sword from the right, and with the other, I swiftly withdrew my blade, slashing through the other side. Another burst of blood sprayed forth, and as the left side enemy collapsed to the ground, my sword completed a full arc. Plunging viciously into another foe's chest, blood dripped from my blade, and the once clamorous battlefield fell silent. The remaining guards' faces reflected the terror of death, instinctively parting to reveal the knight before me. "I am Czech, the Blue Knight Commander of Elfasir. State your name." The middle-aged man drew his sword, his voice tinged with pallor. "Fap." I merely shouted my name and charged forward. On April 15th of the year 1353. That night, 3,000 Elfasir troops were obliterated, including Commander Czech and over 900 others slain, with more than 1,400 captured and hundreds unaccounted for. My forces sustained only 11 berserker deaths, 21 pikemen, 14 infantry, and 3 cavalrymen. This battle became known as the Night of Elfasir's Weeping, marking the most lopsided casualty ratio since the onset of war. Stepping over charred corpses, I arrived at the center of the camp, where over 1,000 Elfasir soldiers huddled, their dark faces etched with fear. "My lord." Yanni rushed towards me, breathless. "What is it?" I inquired, noticing the sweat glistening on his brow. Yanni gasped for air and said, "My lord, it is dire. Lord Reyes has declared that all captives must be executed to avenge our fallen brothers." A ripple of unrest surged among the captives, and the vigilant pikemen immediately raised their weapons, the sharp tips glinting in the sunlight. "That Reyes certainly knows how to create trouble for me," I muttered, feeling a throbbing headache, shaking my head in exasperation. At that moment, Magura and Melchior entered my line of sight. "Fap, how shall we deal with these captives? Our forces are limited, and watching over so many will be quite troublesome. Magura called out from a distance. Release them, I decided after a moment's contemplation. Release them? Magura hastened toward me, incredulous. Are you mad? Over 1,000 of them. If they return to the enemy, we will have many more adversaries. Then what do you propose? I retorted. Magura pondered, scratching the back of his head in confusion. Momentarily at a loss for words, my gaze shifted to Melchior, who solemnly stated, the captain's suggestion is indeed a valid choice. Rather than keeping them here, it would be better to let them go. 1,000 disarmed soldiers pose no threat to the enemy. However, in my personal opinion, it would be best to allow Reyes to proceed as he wishes. I waved my hand and sighed. I am no saint, but I do not wish to shed meaningless blood. The matter concerning Reyes is yours to handle. Tatum, release them. Tatum, responsible for guarding the captives, waved his hand, and the vigilant pikemen immediately sheathed their weapons. Parting to create a path, the Elfasir soldiers exchanged glances, and after a while, one stepped out of the circle of caution, bowing slightly in gratitude as he exited. After a moment, over 300 remained stationary. Why do you still linger? Do you wish to finish your breakfast before departing? Magura shouted in exasperation. A man dressed as an officer emerged from the crowd and bowed to me, saying, Thank you for your mercy, my lord. But we are merely Elfasir vassals. Returning would only lead to our doom. We hope you can grant us refuge to avoid an ignoble execution. Dream on. How could such a thing be possible? You were enemies yesterday. Do you wish to become allies today? Magura retorted furiously, nearly lunging at them. That I contemplated for a moment and replied, To remain with us is to be close to death. Thus, are you willing to follow us? We do not fear death. We simply do not wish to die meaninglessly for the Elfasir nobility, the man replied. Very well, you shall be incorporated into my forces. Officer, what is your name? Shulk, captain of the 7th Division of the Rainbow Knights. Excellent, Shulk. From this moment forth, you shall serve as the captain of the 2nd Division of the Independent Warriors, reporting solely to me for the time being. Understood. Fap, Magula bellowed. His eyes nearly ablaze with fury. I raised my hand, halting his further actions, and said, Now that they are one of us, I will explain everything to you later. Shulk, you are to reorganize your division immediately. I expect the 2nd Division to stand before me before sunset. Melchior, assist Shulk. The two men saluted and led their contingent away. At that moment, I turned to face Magula and said, Magula, allow me to explain. It better be a reasonable explanation. For otherwise, even your rank will not spare you from my wrath. Magula retorted, his countenance fraught with displeasure. Magula, we are left with merely over 200 men. With such scant numbers, we hardly stand a chance on the battlefield. Instead of fading away slowly, it is far better to accept additional strength. That I will not concern myself with who they are, as long as they fight alongside us. They will be the heroes of the revival of Arulfasir. Are you not afraid they might turn against us? These newcomers outnumber our original forces. This is a gamble. Magula. If we lose, we merely die. However, if they are earnest in their loyalty, we gain double the strength. I must take this risk, as it provides me hope. The hope of rebuilding Arulfasir. My gaze drifted skyward. I would not waver. Even if this path led to perdition, Magula sighed and replied, Very well, we shall face the divine together. Fap, I will walk this path with you. I smiled and patted his shoulder. Let us proceed. We have much to accomplish. Shulk's organizational efforts were astonishing. By the time the sun was still high overhead, the reformation of the 2nd Division was complete. Though still clad in the uniforms of Arulfasir, the rainbow insignia had been torn away, replaced instead with the emblem of the Wandering Brigade, rendered in pigment made from grass juice on the right breast. Gazing at the neatly arranged soldiers of the 2nd Division, I could not help but marvel at having chosen wisely. The officers accompanying me, including Magula, Sue, and Tatum, were still grappling with their thoughts, while Lanbis remained in isolation within the barracks. Brooding, Melchior had been assigned to provide counsel, and the only other discontented face was that of Lord Augustus, the logistics officer. From this day forth, you are members of the independent warriors. I cannot offer you any comforts. Instead, I bring only slaughter and death. However, I can assure you of one thing. I will stand with you, regardless of the challenges we may face. I proclaimed loudly before them, after a moment of silence. Shulk knelt before me. I vow to share life and death with you, my lord. The declaration resonated throughout the assembly. Galen emerged from the crowd, quietly approaching my side, and whispered, My lord, we have received news regarding Lanbis. He is to be executed in Donru in 3 days. I was taken aback. General Lanbis, with his stature, would not typically be subjected to such haste. The enemy evidently believed the independent warriors were no longer a threat and sought to eliminate the general swiftly. Yanni, summon all officers for an emergency military council at once, I commanded, pulling the attendant who stood nearby. Yanni nodded and dashed toward the camp. Chapter 7. The rescue of General Lanbis Donru, my lord. We have arrived. Yanni called out. Pointing ahead, I reined in my warhorse. After 2 days of relentless travel, we had finally reached our destination, with only a handful of cavalry remaining by my side. Shulk, I addressed the newly appointed captain. He nodded, signaling his soldiers to don the uniforms of Arulfasir. Yanni, remain here and rendezvous with Magula and the others. I pulled up my mask, concealing my identity. Inform them that we have entered, and proceed according to our plan. We move, I urged, spurring my horse forward. In the mere span of a few days, Donru appeared transformed. The previous gaping void had been filled with stones and clay, and the banners of Arulfasir now fluttered atop the battlements. The city gate stood infantry clad in earthen-toned heavy armor, peering through the slits in their helmets at every passerby. Halt! Which division do you belong to? State your designation, an infantryman demanded, barring our way. We are the 3rd Brigade of the Rainbow Knights, under the command of Sir Check. I am Captain Block. With urgent matters to report to your officer, Shulk responded loudly. A flicker of doubt crossed the infantryman's eyes as he replied, Wait here. He turned and hastened back into the city. I lowered my head, blending into the throng of cavalry. Even the elves would find it difficult to discern our presence. Galen appeared at my side, clad in knightly armor that concealed her femininity. My lord, the captives and fleeing soldiers have yet to arrive here. Galen murmured. I nodded in acknowledgement. She truly was the finest spy of Jijinver. Perhaps my only gain from that place. With the news yet to reach this location, we had gained an advantage in safety. Before long, a youth clad in the robes of a knight commander emerged at the city gate. To my astonishment, it was Paterio, the very individual who had pursued us. A most unexpected complication had presented itself. Paterio, wearing a grim expression, coldly inquired, Who is Block? Shulk performed the military salute of Arulfasir and replied, That would be me. Paterio scrutinized Shulk from head to toe before stating, I was not aware that Sir Check had a captain by that name. Shulk responded, Sir, I was originally the captain of the 1st Brigade of the 2nd Division. 3 days ago, we were ambushed, and Captain Crut was killed in action. According to the kingdom's regulations, I assumed command. Captains die in battle. There should not be such a large force of enemies in this Trevino. I cannot say. The situation was chaotic at the time, and many soldiers perished. The enemy seemed to be numerous. Sir Check instructed me to convey this message, hoping that our allies in Donru could provide the necessary assistance. That check is as useless as ever, Paterio scoffed. You may enter. A fine performance awaits tomorrow. Benacci, see to their accommodations. I exhaled a sigh of relief. At least we had cleared the first hurdle. The entirety of Donru resembled a vast military encampment, with most buildings reduced to rubble, atop which makeshift tents were erected. The crowded barracks suggested that the enemy forces far exceeded 2,000. How come your division is so large? Shulk queried, as the knight attending us beamed with pride. You see, our knight commander Paterio is of the royal lineage of Arulfasir. His sister is Princess Antis. Not long ago, he was attacked here and nearly lost his life, prompting him to summon 2 brigades from the 9th Division, which had been patrolling the southern parts of Trevino. In addition to the original 4 brigades, we now boast a force of nearly 4,000. I heard you annihilated a rebel army. Indeed, that was several days ago. We deployed our full forces, yet the enemy, numbering just over 1,000, fought valiantly throughout the night. Thankfully, under the brilliant command of Paterio, we were able to eliminate this band of rebels. The knight continued in a hushed tone. I share this with you in confidence. We suffered significant losses this time. Nearly an entire brigade perished, and the city is now filled with wounded soldiers, leaving little strength to assist you. As we conversed, we arrived at a dilapidated encampment. This is the quarters for the servants. You shall have to endure here for the night. But fret not, the servants will be relocated elsewhere, ensuring those unsavory individuals do not share your space. The knight chuckled, gesturing for several accompanying soldiers to enter. Moments later, dozens of disheveled soldiers were ushered out. Observing the plight of these lowest-ranking soldiers of Arulfasir, I suddenly understood Shulk and his comrade's choice. Here, they had no dignity, and even in death, they would receive no honor, once the last soldier vanished from our sight. I arranged watchful sentinels and convened a meeting within a tent. Before me lay a rough sketch of Donru, with the former Elder's Council Hall now transformed into the Knight Commander's residence. According to intelligence, General Lanbis was imprisoned in the basement of that very structure. There are 4 guards here, and beyond that, I cannot ascertain. There are likely an equal number of enemies. My fingers traced the map. Galen, do you have any additional intelligence? Galen shook her head and replied, the defenses are quite formidable. I feared alarming them and did not delve further. I nodded and continued. Tomorrow, General Lanbis is to be executed. Making tonight our final opportunity, I estimate that Magula and the others will arrive outside the city tonight, but their forces are not yet sufficient to confront the enemy directly. Thus, we must exercise utmost caution. The warriors within the tent responded affirmatively. Now for the tasks of each division. The first division is tasked with the rescue. Led by Shulk, the second division will secure the city gate, ensuring the passage remains clear in the event of conflict. The third division, under my command, will execute the rescue mission. Is that understood? Understood. Very well. Rest well. Tonight shall be a sleepless night. Indeed, the warriors bowed in unison and retreated, leaving only Galen, who regarded me with a curious expression and did not depart. Galen, do you have something to say? I inquired. Galen replied gently. My lord, forgive my boldness, but this is the first time I have witnessed someone so devoted to another. If it were Lord Kshatriya, he would certainly have chosen a different approach. I sighed and said, Galen, do you know why I chose not to remain in Jijanvar? It is because I cannot forsake my comrades. General Lanbis is not only my superior, but also my mentor. I cannot stand idly by and watch him perish. This is my principle, no matter the cost. A flicker of emotion crossed Galen's eyes as she suddenly knelt before me, saying, My lord, I apologize for my previous offenses. I hastily helped her to her feet. Feeling a great weight lift from my heart, the wall between Galen and me seemed to have softened, which I deemed to be good news. Dark clouds drifted across the sky, dimming the brilliance of the 2 moons. I silently rejoiced, for such a night was ideal for a rescue. The conference hall was brightly lit, with approximately 20 soldiers patrolling its perimeter, making entry quite challenging. My lord, over there. Galen pointed to a shadowy thicket that grew at the corner of the hall. A blind spot for the patrolling guards, I gestured for a dozen soldiers to follow me quietly. Before us stood towering walls, and at a height of merely 5 or 6 meters, there was a small window. The soldiers' faces were instantly filled with astonishment, and I turned to Galen with a questioning gaze. Galen touched the wall, then suddenly thrust her fingers into the hard stone, climbing up like a gecko until she reached the window and flipped inside. When I regained my senses, a rope had already been thrown down from above. Collecting my astonishment, I was the first to climb up, only to find 2 guards lifeless on the ground, evidently slain by Galen's powerful strikes. The corridor was dimly lit, with only a few oil lamps casting a feeble glow. This must be the 3rd floor of the hall, surprisingly vulnerable in its defenses. I unfolded a simple map of the hall. There were 2 staircases leading to the lower levels, one being a servant's passage that could directly access the basement. However, according to Galen's intel, each floor was guarded, and proceeding this way would inevitably alert others. Glancing back at the 2 corpses, a sudden idea struck me. Disguising myself in the enemy's attire, I strode boldly through the corridor, feeling a peculiar thrill at infiltrating enemy territory. The opposition could hardly imagine that an enemy would dare to enter so audaciously. Who goes there? A sharp shout interrupted my advance, as a soldier blocked the passage to the basement. I come on the orders of Lord Potalius to conduct a patrol, I replied, quickening my pace. I have not heard of this. Ahead is a restricted area. No one may enter, the soldier declared loudly, his eyes betraying suspicion. Is that so? I possess Lord Potalius's writ, I said as I reached into my garment. The soldier hesitated for a moment, and I was already beside him, swiftly drawing a dagger from my cloak and plunging it into his chest while my other hand muffled his cries. His gaze gradually dulled, and as he felt the life ebbing from his body, I released him, watching as his corpse slid slowly to the ground. My comrades then filed in, swiftly engulfed by the darkness of the basement. After a few faint sounds, the basement fell silent. The guards within had been eliminated, stepping over their bodies, I arrived at the solitary cell in the basement. One of my companions knocked open the heavy cell door, and as I adjusted to the dim light, I was immediately taken aback by the scene before me. General Lanbis was crucified, his bare torso marred by horrifying wounds. "General," I rushed forward, swiftly extracting the iron nails. Lanbis's body leaned weakly against me. "My lord, this is not a suitable way to exit." Galen appeared behind me. I replied, "We shall fight our way out. Signal immediately when we begin the operation." Having said this, I hoisted General Lanbis onto my back. Galen hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded and departed, while the other soldiers drew their weapons, forming a protective barrier around me as we charged toward the hall. The enemy clearly did not anticipate an internal assault. By the time they realized what was happening, we had already burst through the main doors. Outside, a crimson glow engulfed us. Shulk's squad was setting fires everywhere. And in mere moments, Donlu City was submerged in flames, filled with frantic cries. Despite this, soldiers appeared around us, outnumbering us significantly. Facing such odds, we could only lament our fate within the conference hall. Galen manifested a stunning silhouette, and within the light and shadow she wove, several Elfasir soldiers lost their lives. Almost simultaneously, 3 of my companions fell to the chaos. Supporting General Lanbis, I fought desperately with my curved blade, had it not been for my comrades fiercely resisting. I could not fathom how many wounds I would have sustained. The short 20-meter path from the hall's entrance to the courtyard had claimed 7 of my companions and dozens of enemies. Yet before us stood nothing but foes. "My lord, this cannot continue," Galen exclaimed anxiously after dispatching several assailants. From her gaze, I understood her meaning, yet I shook my head, withdrawing a binding strap from my garment and securing General Lanbis to myself. In that fleeting moment, another comrade fell beside me, impaled by at least 10 weapons. "My lord, we have arrived." A loud shout announced the arrival of dozens of reinforcements, led by Shulk with his knightly sword. Alongside him were not only the original troops, but also several Elfasir soldiers clad in servant garb. Shulk's presence momentarily alleviated the pressure. The enemies surrounding us retreated into the conference hall, only for dozens of guards in light gray uniforms and green cloaks to surge forth again. Among their ranks appeared Lord Potelius, his face contorted with rage. "Loose arrows." Potelius's chilling command was barely uttered when I heard the whoosh of arrows slicing through the air. "Protect the Lord," someone shouted. And several soldiers shielded me, followed by dull thuds as life swiftly drained from them. At that moment, my only option was to flee, to ensure that my comrades' blood did not spill in vain. The yellow armor of the Elfasir heavy infantry clanged ominously before us. The first few comrades barely had time to react before they were pierced by the heavy infantry's formidable spears. Shulk rushed to my side, shouting, "My lord, it is hopeless. The casualties behind us are too severe. We cannot withstand so many enemies." I turned my head to see nothing but blue and green. The enemy's infantry and pikemen brandished their weapons, roaring as they pursued us in such a torrent of colors. Our forces resembled a solitary boat adrift in a vast sea, ever on the brink of capsizing. Flames engulfed the area. Being within the city prevented the enemy's cavalry from deploying effectively, which was perhaps a small mercy for us. Fight our way back. I gritted my teeth. Engaging the heavy infantry with our light and heavy troops was tantamount to seeking death, rather than such a fate. It would be wiser to seek another opportunity. I raised my blade and led the charge backward. The enemy clearly did not anticipate our daring retreat. The first few soldiers instinctively recoiled, colliding with the troops behind them, and in their confusion, they were ruthlessly cut down. In mere moments, the enemy had fallen back over 100 meters, hundreds of soldiers retreating in disarray toward 2 alleys in the rear. Just then, the fluttering banner of the Arulfasir appeared behind the heavy infantry. "Those who stand in my way shall perish." Leitis roared, wielding a massive battle axe, and under the berserker's incredible destructive power, the enemy's heavy armor shattered like paper. "We shall break through." I swung my blade toward the gap opened by Leitis. As the startled enemy infantry finally reacted, they attempted to regroup, but we had already escaped the encirclement and rejoined our allied forces. "My lord," Yanni appeared, covered in grime, amidst Leitis's troops. I had not expected this retainer to be so anxious. I could only smile at him. This was no time for lengthy discussions. The sound of cavalry hooves echoed around us, and the enemy's light cavalry soon came into view. A rain of arrows fell, and several horsemen tumbled from their mounts with dull thuds, as Sue and his archers appeared among the surrounding tents. The remaining cavalry had no time to react. The long spears swiftly ended their lives. "My lord, we must leave quickly. We cannot hold them off for long," Tatum shouted, as his pike squad defended against the relentless enemy cavalry. Just behind him lay the city gate of Donlu, where Magura's infantry struggled against overwhelming odds. That I quickened my pace, my comrades gathering around me, blood flowing beneath our feet. Everyone understood that a moment's delay could mean eternal rest within Donlu City. On the dark night of April 24th in the year of the king, for the sake of one person, both sides left behind hundreds of corpses, proving through this disproportionate exchange that the new commander is an impulsive individual. While leaving behind a topic that would ignite heated debates among historians, we withdrew from the city of Donlu and arrived at a temporarily safe encampment. Brave warriors, may you find eternal rest beneath the earth. I poured a cup of Longxi wine into the wind, the pure liquid cascading over the mounds of graves that I in this moment. I could only offer a feeble psychological compensation for the countless comrades lost due to my decisions. 14 berserkers, 19 spearmen, 21 Elfasir servants, 17 infantry, and 6 cavalry, 77 lives in total. Is it worth sacrificing so many lives for the sake of one, my lord Fapu? Melchior remarked from beside me. I sighed. Indeed, to deem it worth it would be to disregard the 77 lives that now rest in Donlu. Yet, let the historians comment, Melchior. For now, we must continue down this path. Melchior's eyes widened momentarily before he exhaled. My lord, you truly are selfish. Selfish? Perhaps that is the most fitting description. I shook my head, gazing at Tatum in the distance, who was diligently marking the graves while collecting pebbles from each mound into his pouch. Though Tatum was known for his sharp tongue, he possessed a peculiar affection for his subordinates. This time, he bore an overwhelming burden of resentment. My lord, a voice called from behind, and I turned to see Yanni rushing towards me, breathless. My lord, Lord Lanbis has awakened. This was the only piece of good news I had heard since leaving Donlu 3 days prior, and I hurried to the camp. Outside General Lanbis's tent, a crowd had gathered. Augustus raised his hands and shouted, "The general is very weak and cannot see anyone for the time being. At least let us catch a glimpse." Ladies' rough voice resonated like thunder, prompting a chorus of agreement that I squeezed through the crowd and waved. "Everyone, please return for now. Lord Lanbis has just regained consciousness and lacks the energy to meet so many. Allow me to convey your greetings in his stead." The warriors fell silent for a moment. Nodding in agreement, Augustus quietly advised, "Fapu, Lanbis is still very fragile. Do not tire him unnecessarily, especially regarding military matters. Better to speak less." I nodded and followed his guidance into the tent. General Lanbis lay on the bed, his eyes the only part of him still alive with vitality. That I nodded at him and quietly sat beside him. "How embarrassing it is for you to see me like this," Lanbis chuckled softly, revealing no hint of sorrow. "General, regardless of how you are, you remain my general," I replied solemnly. Lanbis blinked, a glimmer of gratitude flashing in his eyes. "It appears the younger generation has caught me off guard. The kingdom's wings can only reach this far. What a pity." He suddenly fell silent, and I detected a glimmer of tears in his eyes. The nearly 1,000 warriors of the Independent Warriors Brigade, who had followed him for years, had perished overnight, a devastating blow indeed. "General, you still have us. The Independent Warriors Brigade has not been entirely wiped out." General Lanbis slowly turned his head and spoke in an unusually calm voice. "Fapu, the Independent Warriors Brigade no longer exists. I do not wish for you to bear the unnecessary burden of this nonentity. Return to your homeland. Do not spill meaningless blood for the foolish dreams of an old man." "General, had this been in the past, I might have chosen to flee this damned war. However, the comrades who perished in Donlu now prevent me from doing so." I gazed at General Lanbis, my tone steady. Lanbis turned to me, a look of astonishment crossing his face, and after a while, he asked, "Do you not regret taking this irreversible path?" I shook my head firmly. "I have no regrets, no matter the cost." "Fapu, you are remarkably like the late king in his youth, never fearing any difficulty and boldly pursuing your ideals. Perhaps you shall transcend the limits of a mere general and become a true leader. However, from this moment on, you shall have no choice in the matter." Lanbis sighed. That I looked up at the tent ceiling, and through it, I seemed to glimpse the azure sky. There was no turning back now. "May the companions who have gone before me in paradise watch over me. Lord Shaya, bear witness to my vow to fight for the restoration of Arulfasir." Lanbis trembled as he extended his hand. From this day forth, you shall be the leader of the Independent Warriors Brigade. All future decisions will rest with you." I grasped the general's hand tightly. On April 25th, I assumed the position of leader of the Independent Warriors Brigade, officially becoming its second commander. From that moment, the Wandering Brigade was born. Onward to Jegenwall. As I uttered these words, the faces of all the officers below turned pale. Melchior spoke gravely. "My lord, you must understand that according to the Seven Kingdoms Accord, no army is permitted to enter Jegenwall. Violators will face the united pursuit of the 7 holy nations. Moreover, Jegenwall is home to at least 700 stationed troops, which already outnumbers us, not to mention the vast disparity in combat strength." Lanbis immediately jumped up, exclaiming, "What are we afraid of? Worst case, we fight another berserk dragon war. My squad still has dozens of men left." I raised my hand, displaying the emblem of the Holy Dragon. "I am the Dragon General of Jegenwall. My troops are the forces of Jegenwall and are not bound by the Seven Kingdoms Accord. My lord, if you intend to use Jegenwall as a base, it might be unrealistic. Its strategic maneuverability is limited, and once embroiled in war, the major holy nations may disregard the accord at that point." Melchior's eyes flickered with doubt, that I shook my head. "I do not wish to settle in Jegenwall. I merely seek passage to the northern holy nation, Saint Landivanaya." Landivanaya. Astonished voices erupted from the ranks of officers. "Is it the Landivanaya, known as the nation of technology?" Magura inquired. I nodded, and a cacophony of murmurs filled the air. Landivanaya occupied merely a tiny fraction of the Holy Land's map. Slightly larger than Jegenwall, enveloped by vast snowy plains to the north, yet it produced the novel wonders required by the entire Holy Land and maintained good relations with all major holy nations. "All units, prepare to depart. We set off tomorrow." I waved my hand, and the officers left the temporary meeting place, still perplexed. "My lord, are you truly returning to Jegenwall?" I was surprised to find Galen beside me, his face filled with confusion. "Your trial period is not yet over. Returning so soon would make things difficult with General Shaya." I sighed. Shaya was indeed a troublesome figure, though he was sycophantic. His capabilities, as one of the 3 great dragons, were terrifying. That it was said that even the combined might of the 8 divisions could not contend with that towering man. If he were to assess my abilities, I would likely bid farewell to this world. It seems I must deal with the old man. I felt a bitter taste in my mouth. Galen's complexion paled. "Master Shadiri." "Yes, our supreme commander, the leader of the Dragon Knights, Shadiri." I reluctantly uttered the name, feeling a chill emanating from the depths of the underworld simply by standing in his presence. "Prepare yourself. We may not even reach Jegenwall." I smiled. Galen paused briefly, then obediently stepped back. The entire meeting space was soon left with only me, listening to the cacophony outside as I fell into deep contemplation. "Child, do you have any troubles?" a gentle voice inquired. "I am troubled because my selfishness has led so many down an irreversible path." "Child, life is but a fleeting moment that if one cannot ignite a spark in that instant, they will fade into obscurity. They chose this path not because of your selfishness, but because they, like you, yearn to leave the most beautiful spark in that fleeting moment." "Thank you." The next day, 581 members of the Independent Warriors Brigade began their longest journey. Among them, perhaps only 1/10 would ever see the holy city of Alufacil again. Chapter 8. Farewell. General, the arrival of spring bestowed verdant beauty upon the Trevino plains. The fresh air infused with the fragrance of blooming flowers, creating an exquisite sensation. However, this enjoyment was swiftly shattered by the news brought by Melchior. "The enemy likely numbers around 300, Melchior stated, an expression of resignation on his face. "All infantry, with at least 50 in heavy armor." I surveyed my surroundings. 3 consecutive days of forced march had left the warriors thoroughly exhausted. If we were to engage in battle under current conditions, even with our numerical advantage, we could face defeat. "Lanbis," I called out after a moment of contemplation. As soon as I spoke, a massive figure darted to my side. "Ah, are we going to fight?" his booming voice echoed, sending vibrations through my ears. "The Berserker squad must immediately retreat to the rear and protect the supply convoy alongside Tatum's spearmen." "What? You want us to guard the supply convoy? We were born to charge into battle," Lanbis exclaimed, his face a mask of dissatisfaction. "For this fellow, it is imperative to compel him to wield his axe with force." I let out a sigh and remarked, "The enemy's main force may encircle us from behind. That is where the true battlefield lies." Ladis nodded with excitement, gesturing for his subordinates to retreat to the rear formation. Why must I play the role of a caretaker for these fellows? A silent lament coursed through my mind, as I was tasked with leading my comrades northward while simultaneously managing the berserkers. Should they become impulsive, our entire warrior regiment would be doomed. With this thought, I could not help but glance back at General Lanbis, who was still recuperating in the rear. It was he and the elders of the special tribe who had inserted this destructive unit into our ranks. Magura, direct your troops to the right flank, and Sharker's forces to the left. No one is to converge toward the center without my command. I issued my next order with urgency. But won't that leave only a small squad of cavalry at the center? The enemy boasts a large contingent, Magura inquired. Indeed, I intend to feign weakness and invite the esteemed Elfasir forces into our trap. We lack the luxury of time to engage them in a drawn-out battle. This conflict must be resolved swiftly. I waved my hand. Prepare yourselves. As Magura and his men vanished from my sight, I exhaled deeply. This was my first time commanding a direct assault. Previous encounters had all been under the veil of night, where I was branded as the despicable ambusher by the Elfasir, seemingly reliant on trickery for victory. My lord, your order for Ladis to withdraw to the rear. Are you concerned? Melchior pulled me back to reality. Yes, it is curious that the Rainbow Legion has only infantry on the field. Do you not find it strange? Ambush tactics are not my invention. Melchior nodded, a rare smile gracing his face. It is indeed a privilege to stand alongside you, my lord. Having a companion like you is also my fortune, I replied with a smile. At that moment, a moving rainbow gradually emerged along the horizon. My experiences in combat against the Elfasir had almost all been forged in chaos. Their most proud formations seemed to dissipate like mist before the swift winds of Trevino. This time, I was to confront the true might of the enemy. Leading the charge without question was the heavily armored infantry, wielding astonishingly large shields, deployed in a dense formation of shield against shield. Following them were the pikemen and light infantry, arranged in a relatively loose formation, evidently to counter the scattered arrows. Yanni brought forth the warhorse, and as I mounted, I instructed, Yanni, return to the rear and take good care of General Lanbis and Elise. My lord, I wish to fight alongside you, the young Yanni exclaimed, his face flushed. If you wish to aid me, then tend to them diligently. If you are distracted by their safety, we shall lose this battle. As I spoke, I accepted the helmet Galen offered. Thus, Yanni, the responsibility of their protection falls to you. Yes, my lord. Yanni tapped his right chest in a gesture of vow. I shall fulfill this task with my life. Before I could utter another word, Yanni vanished from my sight like a whirlwind, and I shook my head. This Yanni certainly embodied the vigor of youth. Galen cast a glance my way. You are quite concerned about Yanni. My lord, I ruffled my hair. He is my squire, after all. Once I donned my helmet and unsheathed my curved blade from my waist, I cried out, let the Elfasir spill their blood upon the sacred soil of Arulfas. The cavalry beside me raised their weapons. Erupting in a thunderous roar. It was the last day of April in the year 1353 of the royal calendar, and we could already behold the majestic silhouette of the guardian mountain of Jejinver. The Elfasir heavy infantry approached with a rhythmic, drumming cadence, their deliberate steps causing the warhorses to whinny in agitation. Do not fear, it will soon be over, I reassured my steed with a gentle pat. My lord, the enemy's javelin squad has moved to the second rank, Melchior stated gravely. I lifted my gaze, observing the blue advancing past the green, directly positioned behind the yellow. The first wave consists of flying javelins. No sooner had I spoken than hundreds of javelins soared from the enemy ranks, densely filling half the sky. Thud, 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 ah! The dull sound of metal-piercing flesh was interspersed with anguished cries from my men. Several cavalrymen at the forefront, along with their mounts, were transformed into pincushions. While around me, javelins formed a veritable thicket. I nodded gratefully at Galen, who had been by my side, as her presence indeed provided me with a sense of security. Galen did not respond, her focus unwaveringly fixed ahead. Steady, I raised my hand. My eyes locked onto the approaching enemy. A moment of silence ensued, abruptly shattered as massive war spears thrust forth from behind the towering shields. Almost simultaneously, I observed the shields lift slightly. The heavy infantry charge commenced. They advanced in perfect unison, the yellow wall of moving shields pressing forward, the earth trembling beneath the weight of their march. The iron wall of Elfasir charges, I murmured, swinging my hand down decisively. With a swift pull of the reins, I turned my horse sharply, the cavalry unit retreating at an astonishing speed, flowing back toward the rear like a receding tide. The enemy, evidently taken aback by the rapid withdrawal of the leading formation, saw their heavy infantry adjust their ranks, the yellow line fracturing into segments. From the gaps emerged the enemy's light infantry and pikemen, launching a series of diamond-shaped assaults. Even amidst adversaries, I could not help but marvel at the Elfasir's formation prowess. Capable of morphing into such varied battle arrays in an instant, each executed with remarkable precision, scarcely a flaw to be found. However, I nodded at Galen, who immediately understood. She retrieved a bell from her bosom and hurled it skyward. The sharp clang reverberated across the battlefield, rallying the banners of the independent units on both flanks. The cavalry did not return to engage, but executed a swift clockwise maneuver under my command. Circumventing Sharkur's forces and infiltrating the enemy's rear, the Elfasir heavy infantry shifted entirely to the flanks, leaving only a fraction of light infantry behind, when the cavalry unit, stirring up a whirlwind of dust, appeared behind them. The Elfasir lost their bearings in that fleeting moment, the pikemen failing to even raise their lances. With a swift bend and a slice of my blade, several soldiers fell, blood cascading as the cavalry plunged into the enemy ranks. The once proud formation of the Elfasir began to unravel from within. Annihilate the Elfasir. The tumultuous battlefield suddenly resonated with Megura's voice. From a distance, I could see his squad breaching the heavy infantry's defenses. The swift archers undoubtedly played a crucial role, many heavy infantrymen collapsing from strikes to their only exposed faces. Following this, the domain of the Yellow Tiger warriors ensued, renowned across the continent for their individual combat prowess. Under their fierce onslaught, the enemy's light infantry and pikemen could only retreat step by step. When Sharkur's contingent surged forward with overwhelming numbers, the morale of the Elfasir completely crumbled. Their feeble resistance lasted merely a minute before 300 soldiers vanished. At that moment, red and orange surged forth from our distant rear. The enemy cavalry finally made their appearance. Form ranks, Tatum bellowed from the back. The long pike unit stationed beside the supply carts promptly arranged themselves in a circular formation. Their pike tips aimed directly at the enemy cavalry. Come forth, Elfasir dogs. Lanbis brandished his massive axe, stepping to the front of the formation in a provocative display. The enemy cavalry circled momentarily, let out a howl, and vanished from our sight. Thus concluded our first encounter. Set up camp here, I commanded, gazing in the direction the Elfasir had retreated. Set up camp here, Melchior echoed with evident confusion. I nodded, pointing towards Jejinver. I have no desire for weary soldiers to engage in battle there, especially against the likes of the knight Captain Paterio. Melchior's realization dawned, and he nodded. Indeed, Paterio poses a significant threat. As we spoke, the soldiers had already begun unloading tents from the supply wagons and setting them up. By the time the sunset extinguished the last remnants of light, a medium-sized camp had materialized. The night sky remained breathtakingly beautiful. The twin moons shone brightly enough to evoke envy even from the divine. Isolated at the front of the camp, I gazed upward at this masterpiece of the Creator. A thought arose within me. My lord, Galen's voice, soft as a whisper, broke through my reverie. Galen, look at the moon. I gestured towards the sky. Galen slightly raised her head, a glimmer of wonder in her eyes. Isn't it beautiful? That serene beauty. When will you and I be able to enjoy such splendor? I wondered aloud, though I could not fathom why the words escaped my lips. Galen blinked, lowering her gaze. My lord, you certainly will. I glanced at Galen. She still carefully concealed herself within her cold exterior. Would she truly continue like this for a lifetime? It ought not to be so. The two of us fell into a silence, silently gazing at the soft white glow of Teravisi and Jekka. My lord. Yanni's voice shattered the awkwardness, and I turned to see him rushing towards me. Breathless. What has happened? I approached him eagerly. No, it's not good, Lanbis. Before he could finish his words, I had already plunged into the camp, charging straight towards General Lanbis's tent. Augustus stood at the entrance with a dejected expression, shaking his head intermittently, while Melchior beside him wore a grave demeanor, and the air was thick with an unsettling tension. How is the general? I grasped Augustus's shoulder firmly. His face was etched with pain as he replied. He was fine. But suddenly he has entered a state of fervor. Given his current condition, He will soon be completely exhausted, and by then, alas. I released my grip and strode into the tent. To my astonishment, General Lanbis stood there, clad in nothing but a robe, with a topographical map of northern Donru spread out before him. "General," I called out sharply. Lanbis raised a finger to his lips, signaling silence, his gaze fixed intently on the map. Momentarily at a loss for words, I stood dumbly before him. "Fapu," General Lanbis suddenly spoke that I instinctively straightened my posture. "General, what is your command? I hope you can temporarily assume command." I was taken aback, recalling my purpose, and quickly responded, "General, you need rest now. Let me handle the matters of war." Lanbis shook his head. "There is no time, Fapu. Please gather all the officers. We must convene a war council here." This is the wish of Lanbis, the former commander of the independent warriors. I saluted and exited the tent. The two individuals outside looked at me with questioning expressions, and I whispered, "You heard him too." Melchior returned a salute and hurried back into the camp. "Have you lost your mind? Lanbis can barely endure any more," Augustus shouted, striding back into the tent. "I have not lost my mind. I can feel the general's heart. This is the only course of action I can take, as long as it is the general's wish. I will do whatever it takes to fulfill it." I waved my hand, halting Augustus's impassioned advance. Augustus slumped to the ground, murmuring, "Lanbis, you are too foolish. You are depleting your precious life. Do you not wish to see what Elise looks like at 10 years old?" The order to prepare for battle was urgently issued after the war council. Following the general's instructions, all troops withdrew from the camp and deployed outside. Cough, cough. General Lanbis's harsh cough echoed, his once formidable frame appearing increasingly hunched. "General," I stepped forward. Lanbis waved his hand, preventing my support, his face a mask of bittersweet resignation. "Enough. This body can no longer endure. I only wish to hold on until the final battle with Valencer." General Valencer. The name escaped my lips involuntarily. Yes, the Silver Dragon's rampant lion is nearby. How could I not sense the presence of another demigod? Lanbis smiled, a strange light flickering in his eyes, and at that moment, I could hear the distant rumble of approaching forces. The banner of the Silver Dragon fluttered into view, and leading the charge was General Valencer. "The enemy has at least 800 men," Melchior whispered. "The Silver Dragon Knights number around 400. The disparity in combat strength is evident." Lanbis shook his head. "Do not concern yourself with the other 400 rabble. They will not affect the outcome of the battle." Melchior paused, perplexed. "General, those are the troops of Elfasir. How could they be considered rabble? Their combat strength should not be underestimated." Lanbis continued to shake his head, his eyes fixed ahead. The Silver Dragon forces suddenly halted, neatly aligning in formation. Moments later, a cavalry unit clad in Elfasir armor surged forth from the ranks, swiftly charging towards our encampment. "Prepare." I raised a hand, and the standard-bearers behind me gripped their banners tightly. Awaiting my next command, as the enemy troops breached the camp, they immediately scattered, raising their lances to pierce every tent. "Archers." My hand came down heavily, and as the banner rose, a brilliant blaze illuminated a vast semicircle of the camp. Fire arrows slicing through the air, gracefully descending into the encampment. Flames quickly spread, and the tents filled with hay became the enemy's nightmare. Moments later, the long spear unit's banner was raised, revealing the figures of the Tatum squadron on either flank. The disoriented and chaotic enemy cavalry were no match for the long spears, their wails echoing across the battlefield. "The Silver Dragon has not moved." General Lanbis sighed. From a distance, I could see the banner of the Silver Dragon Knights standing still, the 400 horsemen maintaining a straight line, indifferent to the tragic plight of their allies. "Prepare for a frontal assault." Lanbis raised a hand that I nodded and relayed the general's orders, the air filled with the piercing sound of horns. At this moment, the Elfasir cavalry was in full retreat, gradually disappearing from our sight. Infantry, berserkers, and servants lying in ambush around us began to emerge, gathering around our formation, while the long spear unit abandoned their pursuit of the enemy, orderly falling back, forming a square of 500 soldiers before the Silver Dragon. Only then did General Valencer raise his hand, and the cavalry split in two, slowly fanning out to the flanks. General Lanbis coughed again, his gentle gaze resting on my face, and suddenly said, "Fapu, watch closely. This is the last lesson I can impart to you. Observe the duel between the wings of the kingdom." I nodded dully. feeling moisture welling in my eyes. Circle formation, blades and spears facing outward, archers fire to the left and right. General Lanbis commanded softly, just as the Silver Dragon cavalry launched their charge. The brief interval from command to arrow release was all it took for the first wave of Silver Dragon Knights to reach our flanks. Their speed was breathtaking. Even for dragon riders, the damage inflicted by the indiscriminate arrows was staggering. A heavy thud resonated from both sides as the struck cavalrymen fell from their galloping steeds, their spines shattered by the tremendous impact. Many dying on the spot, the Silver Dragon Knights, undeterred by the hail of arrows, executed a graceful turn and charged into my rear ranks. The sound of splintering would ringing out from the long spear formation. I drew my curved blade and shouted, "Magura Retes!" Magura responded instantly, his shield-wielding infantry forming a dense wall of shields around General Lanbis, while Wright's berserker unit advanced with heavy steps, blocking the infantry line. The cavalry, General Lanbis intoned gravely, as the Silver Dragon Knights had now broken through the long spear formation, engaging in close combat with the berserkers. Nearby, the standard-bearer quickly raised the cavalry banner, revealing our own cavalry emerging from the distant rear. Almost simultaneously, the rear ranks of the Silver Dragon Knights softened their formation, spreading out into a half-circle with astonishing speed, turning their horses towards my cavalry, encircling us that I could not help but pay tribute to the two commanders in such a chaotic battlefield. Their ability to swiftly adjust their combat strategy and make near-perfect decisions was remarkable. If the Dragon Knights represented the pinnacle of individual combat prowess, then they, the wings of the kingdom, embodied the highest realm of tactical ability. Fapu. Prepare for infantry engagement, General Lanbis sighed. The ferocity of the berserkers could not counter the Silver Dragon Knights' impressive coordination, almost instantly tearing the berserker unit apart, each berserker struggling against strikes from all directions. I nodded, raising my curved blade with one hand, as the servant and infantry units promptly formed several small circular formations, spreading out like fish scales, a formation designed by General Lanbis to absorb the enemy's powerful charge and create opportunities for counterattack. The Silver Dragon Knights crashed into the infantry formation moments later. The dense circular formations forced them to fight in tight spaces, significantly diminishing their impact. Meanwhile, the long spear infantry that had initially collapsed retreated to the flanks. Entering the gaps to engage the cavalry, a torrent of blood flowing among the Silver Dragon ranks. The piercing sound of horns blared, and the Silver Dragon Knights quickly withdrew, re-establishing their formation at a distance. While our forces reorganized around the nearly decimated cavalry unit an hour into the battle, both sides had sustained significant casualties, creating distance between them. In this brief time, our cavalry units and berserker squads had lost their combat effectiveness. While more than 30% of our infantry, long spear, and servant units were rendered unfit for battle. Fortunately, the fatalities on both sides remained below 10%. General Valancer rode out alone, approaching us, so close that he could be pierced by arrows. Lanbis, come out and speak. His voice remained robust. General, Lanbis raised his hand, silencing my words. Fapu, there is one last thing I must tell you, and no matter how well Valancer and I fight, it cannot change the fate of the kingdom. From now on, I can teach you nothing more. You must forge your own path. With that, he straightened his military uniform, carefully fastening a button he had never fastened before, and marched out of the military ranks with an unusual neatness. In Valancer's eyes, a palpable sorrow was evident. With his keen perception, how could he not discern that at this moment, Lanbis possessed only a facade of spirit, while deep within his being, the collapse had already begun? Why must it be so? This was General Valancer's initial utterance, after which the two men silently locked gazes, uttering not a single word. What a peculiar scene it was, with thousands of warriors arrayed on either side, yet their commanders stood in the midst of the battlefield. Gazing at one another, two full moons cast a gentle glow, illuminating the heads of all present, as well as the bodies of the fallen, creating a beauty akin to tranquil silence. Fapu, what has happened to our general? Magura could not help but approach. Speaking softly, I sighed. The two of them, as twin wings, rendered words between them superfluous. Only they comprehended the essence of their unspoken exchange, and furthermore, await the command. I uttered but a single phrase. General Valancer's hand was the first to rise. And around me, the sound of swords being drawn resonated. Even Su began to prepare his arrows for battle, Yet General Lanbis remained unresponsive. His hand fell heavily, and almost simultaneously, the Silver Dragon Knights turned their steeds and slowly retreated. As the last cavalryman vanished from our sight, General Valancer raised his hand once more, executing a standard Arulfasir military salute, directed towards our General Lanbis. That moment, I could perceive the flickering glow in the eyes of the Silver Dragon's fierce lion, a hint of unease subtly creeping into my heart. On April 30, 1353 of the royal calendar, one of the kingdom's twin wings, the commander of the Independent Warrior Corps, Lanbis, drew his final breath, still standing. My friend Lanbis, may you find peace in the celestial realm. General Valancer poured out a cup of wine. It is indeed a rare feat for an enemy to offer such blessings, but given that the recipient was a close friend of the general, it was a different matter altogether. However, the grim expressions of the subordinate officers revealed that not everyone shared this sentiment. The death of the general was difficult for many to accept. The pillar that had supported the entire warrior corps had fallen, and before us stood a multitude of foes. Even I felt the foreboding darkness ahead. Yet regardless of the circumstances, I was determined to fulfill the general's wishes and sustain our efforts until the Arulfasir banner was once again planted in the holy city. The funeral proceeded amidst a somber atmosphere. When the final handful of earth was placed upon the grave by Elise, a gentle spring rain began to fall from the sky, adding a touch of sorrow to the scene. A legendary general was thus interred in the meadows of Tralvino. You must be Fapu, Valancer called out, halting me. Indeed, General, I nodded. With a subordinate like you, Lanbis can surely rest in the celestial realm. Valancer sighed, his enormous eyes filled with grief. I was momentarily perplexed by his words and could only respond, thank you for the compliment. General Valanzire, is there anything else you wish to convey? I am about to return to the royal army. Now that Lanbis is no longer with us, the attention of the Elfasilians towards you will diminish significantly. This is the best gift he has bequeathed you. Valancer continued, Fapu, the reason I have not eliminated you is partly due to my friend's regard, and partly because I wish to grant myself hope that Arulfasir still has a future. Strive well, until you can tread over my corpse and return to the holy city. With a military salute, General Valancer strode away from my sight. It was only then that I realized I was surrounded by the soldiers of the Independent Warrior Corps. My lord, what should we do? This question was evident on every face. I surveyed my comrades, their faces coated in dust, their armor stained with the red of blood and the yellow of mud. The notion of this troop embarking on a mission to restore the Holy Kingdom seemed almost laughable. Yet there was no escaping it. I do not possess the exceptional command skills of General Lanbis, nor do I have the ample resources of other units. What I can offer you is not freedom, but rather hunger, suffering, and death. From this moment forth, I shall embark on a path of wandering, perhaps never to return to Arulfasir. Your paths are for you to choose. Galen silently approached my side. For her, life had long been predetermined, leaving her little room for choice, with perhaps only the question of how to meet her end. Accompanying Galen was Sue, his green eyes reflecting an unwavering resolve. Magura shook her head and stepped forward. I truly am a fool. I could have sought a better position. Yet Fapu, we should return to the misty forest together. Shulk approached, bowing slightly. Let us repay our Lord's kindness with our lifeless forms. Behind him stood the foot soldiers. As long as we can fight. The berserker, Lanbis, chimed in. We cannot abandon you, you fool. Who knows what trouble you might stir? Tatum followed closely. For the revival of the kingdom, this life is but a service to my lord. Melchior. That day, I officially assumed the position of commander of the Independent Warrior Corps, which comprised a berserker squadron, a spear squadron, an infantry squadron, a footman brigade, and a cavalry detachment, totaling 530 individuals. From this day forth, this unit was officially renamed the Wandering Legion, and we continued our advance northward. Just as General Valancer had predicted, the Elfasilians' attention towards us had significantly waned. Information gleaned by Galen revealed that their losses in Tralvino had directly impacted the Eastern Front, simultaneously igniting factional strife within Elfasir. Portalio was recalled to his homeland, and most of the troops in Tralvino had been dispatched eastward. Thus, we found ourselves relatively secure in this region. After several days of continuous battles, our unit was afforded a brief respite, yet for safety's sake, we opted to move northward and established camp near the sacred mountain of Jajenver. Beyond the mountain lies Jajenver, Magura exclaimed, shading her eyes and gazing into the distance with exaggerated expression. Indeed, I never expected to return so swiftly. I sighed, as if I had only just emerged from within. I wonder if Mirik is still there. Yanni inquired excitedly, oblivious to the feeble groans resonating around us. The loquacious Taranvino merchant had become an irksome thorn in the hearts of nearly all who had ventured to Jijinver. Oddly enough, ever since the incident in the lower city, Mirik had vanished without a trace, as if he had evaporated. His identity was likely more complex than that of a mere merchant. My lord, when are we prepared to enter Jijinver? Melchior asked quietly, pulling me from my reverie. We will wait for Galen's news, I replied succinctly. As a dragon knight, she had already entered the upper city of Jijinver ahead of us to meet with Shadalai and Li Che. Although I was a dragon lord, bringing such a large contingent into Jijinver necessitated the approval of the Elder Council and the Dragon Knight Committee. Should circumstances change, it would be prudent to have a plan in place to avoid becoming ensnared within Jijinver. Thus, the day stretched long before us. Chapter 9, A Way Out. What? Non-dragon soldiers are not permitted to remain in Jijinver? I received the order from Galen, furrowing my brow. Those antiquated members of the Elder Council certainly knew how to create trouble. The signatures left on the order revealed the names of all 13 elders. What is the stance of the Dragon Knight Committee? Galen replied softly. They hold no significant objections, and they are quite impressed with your accomplishments in Tralvino. However, the remainder of her words was unnecessary. I understood all too well that the judicial and internal affairs of Jijinver were solely under the control of the Elder Council. The rights of the Dragon Lord were limited to the protection of the sacred dragons. While the Dragon Knight Committee, rather than functioning as an administrative body, resembled more of a social club, that it appeared I would need to find a way to sway those elderly gentlemen. Galen summoned Megura and the others. I set aside the order. First, we needed to make some arrangements. On the same day, I crossed the sacred mountain with only Galen by my side, leaving the Wandering Legion under the command of Megura, Melchior, and others to guard against unforeseen enemy threats. Jijinver remained as beautiful as ever, adorned with flowers and verdant trees, accompanied by the melodious chirping of birds. The temperate climate of the valley indeed imparted a sense of paradise. After inhaling the fragrant air, I soon spotted the figures of dragon knights emerging from the end of the main road. In an instant, they charged towards us, and amidst a flurry of whinnies, the riders on earth dragons dismounted in unison. Welcome, Lord Indra, the dragon knights proclaimed reverently, kneeling upon the ground. Judging by their attire, they belonged to the royal guard stationed near the sacred dragon mountain, known as the Dragon Knights among dragon knights, all of whom had ascended through their ranks. Their reception of us was a testament to the esteem in which Lord Shadalai held us. After nodding in acknowledgement, the dragon knights stood upright, one of them bowing once more. Lord Indra, Lord Shadalai requests your immediate presence in the upper city to discuss important matters. I was momentarily taken aback. Lord Shadalai was indeed relentless. Having sent his summons the moment I arrived. Times, I found myself unclear about whether it was the Elder Council or the leader of the Dragon Knights who was more vexing. Understood, I replied coolly. Instantly, a plume of colored smoke ascended from among the Dragon Knights, and shortly thereafter, several massive life forms appeared in the sky. The Eightfold Assembly. Upon recognizing the riders on the flying dragons, Galen could not help but exclaim in astonishment. What has arrived is none other than the remaining 7 members of the Eightfold Assembly. The astonishing pressure emanating from them is unmistakable. During my month in Jijinwer, I had not encountered a single one. Yet upon my return, they all stand before me. In comparison to the subservience of the Dragon Knights, the Dragon Riders exude a far more imposing demeanor. Not a single individual dismounts from their dragons. All 14 eyes glimmer with an air of invincibility. Lord Indra, I am Dandolo of the Eightfold Assembly, here to escort you to the Holy Dragon Mountain. There is no trace of respect in Dandolo's demeanor. His eyes reveal nothing but disdain, and he emphasizes the word escort with palpable condescension. I smile, fully understanding the dissatisfaction these dragon riders harbor. In terms of combat prowess, I am hardly a match even for a high-ranking dragon knight, yet warfare cannot be resolved by mere personal duels. I appreciate your assistance, I say, adopting an air of superiority. Instantly, I hear the sound of gritted teeth emanating from them. Please, take your seat. Dandolo, with a grim expression, gestures toward 2 vacant dragons nearby. One is Galen's mount, Fiery Blaze, while the other appears somewhat malnourished, resembling a mere hatchling. Master, do sit upon Fiery Blaze, Galen suggests, clearly sensing the ill intentions of the other. I wave my hand dismissively. pointing instead at the underfed creature and inquiring, "Does it have a name?" "None." Dandelo replies curtly. "Very well," I respond, mounting the dragon. "From this moment forth, I name you Flash, and you shall be my steed." The dragon unfurls its wings and emits a joyful roar, eliciting expressions of disbelief from the surrounding dragon riders. Only then do they exhibit a modicum of respect. "Lord Indra, please." The holy dragon mountain stands like a colossal egg at the center of the Jijanwar basin, and the Elder Hall, Dragon Riders' Council Chamber, Dragon Guard, and Dragon Palace, constructed atop it, resemble the heads of hatchlings pecking through the eggshell. This marks my second visit to the holy dragon mountain, and compared to my previous sentiments, I now feel a greater sense of aversion. The withered 13 elders, the ominous Kshatriya, and the overbearing leash, the days and nights spent on the holy dragon mountain can only be described as torment. Flash flaps its wings, extending its massive claws forward in preparation for descent, revealing the expansive square above the holy dragon mountain. There, hundreds of dragon riders kneel in 2 rows, and between them lies the flower-laden avenue leading to the dragon palace. At the end of this path stands the formidable figure of Leash. Reluctantly, I descend amidst the flapping of dragon wings. The moment I dismount Flash, the dragon riders on either side bow low to the ground, performing the grandest of prostrations customary in Jijanwar. "Welcome, the 4th Dragon General Indra." Leash greets me with a smile devoid of warmth, emphasizing the word "fourth" with a hint of mockery, as if to say, "You are merely the 4th, I am the 2nd. Under the command of this individual, it is no wonder the dragon riders appeared disdainful. "Lord Leash, you seem as spirited as ever," I respond with a remark devoid of originality. The 2 dragon generals exchange pleasantries, worn thin by millennia of repetition. The speaker conveys no sense of respect, while the listener merely feels a breeze of insincerity. After a brief silence, Leash gestures slightly, revealing the grayish-white elder hall behind his massive figure. The chill emanates from the dragon horn-adorned door, casting a shadow over the previously clear sky. "Oh, the 13 elders." I exhale quietly, adjusting my attire slightly. Dealing with these ancient figures, who dwell between the realms of the living and the dead, is no different than contending with the Kshatriya. "Master," Galen steps forward, indicating whether to accompany me. I reply, "There is no need for you to follow. Facing those elders will shorten one's lifespan." Upon hearing this, Leash emits a heavy grunt from his nose, but I pay no heed to his potential reaction. After a hearty laugh, I stride boldly into the Elder Hall. In stark contrast to the exterior's lowly appearance, the interior of the Elder Hall feels remarkably spacious, and unlike the dimness of my last visit, it appears particularly bright today, allowing me to discern everything around me. Surrounding the circular dais are 14 massive pillars, each intricately carved with the deeds of various dragon heroes since the Age of Chaos. Above them, a hemispherical vaulted ceiling is supported by the pillars, at the center of which is a striking relief of a black dragon. The knight upon it is none other than King Jijanwar, one of the 7 heroes, holding a dragon spear with a gaze directed far into the distance, exuding an indescribable gallantry. On the 13 platforms between the pillars stand the elders, cloaked in tightly wrapped black robes, appearing lifeless under the flickering firelight. "Esteemed 13 elders, your brilliance can only be rivaled by the sun itself. By your sacred decree, I, the 2nd Dragon General Leash, present the 4th Dragon General Indra." Leash proclaims in a voice akin to a rusty bell, ringing loudly throughout the hall. "Is that so? Indra has returned." A feeble voice emanates from the elder facing the entrance, as a withered hand emerges from within the black robe. I bow slightly and respond, "Indeed. Esteemed Elder Nanda." "Haha, Indra still remembers me." Elder Nanda nods slightly, lapsing into silence, and the Elder Hall once more succumbs to a pall of stillness. Clearing my throat, I inquire, "Esteemed Elder, is there any possibility of leniency regarding my troops' passage to the northern border?" Leash promptly steps forward, raising his voice. 13 elders. Indra has 6 months left in the lower realms. At present, he is not an official dragon general and lacks the authority to mobilize troops. Those soldiers in the lower realms cannot be considered dragon soldiers. According to the previous 7 Kings agreement, they cannot be permitted passage. A silence falls over the Elder Hall. An unusual atmosphere permeates the air. It is said that the elders can communicate telepathically, and it seems this is indeed true. After a lengthy pause, Elder Nanda speaks. What Leash says holds merit. Indra, you have another option. Convene the Dragon General's formal assessment immediately. If you succeed, we shall allow your army to cross the Holy Land. A flicker of delight crosses Leash's eyes as he bows deeply, stating, Esteemed 13 elders, your decision is nothing short of wise. Turning to me, his expression twists into a mocking grin, his eyes glinting with malice as if to say, What will you do now? Indra, ponder this well. Given your current abilities, not only am I your superior, but even the lowly kshatriyas of the lower realms would best you. Thank you for your concern, Lord Leash. I reply coolly, realizing that the power struggles in Jijin War are far more treacherous than I had imagined. That night, within the Dragon Guard's quarters, Master, do you truly intend to undertake the trial? A hint of worry flickers across Galen's face that I wipe my curved blade, contemplating. There is no choice. Our General Leash will not kindly allow us passage. And those elders do not appear to be reasonable individuals. But your strength. Galen hesitates, his complexion paling slightly. I sigh, acknowledging the truth. Any random Dragon Knight could pose a significant threat to me. And given Leash's mindset, it is certain that I would be forced to duel a Dragon Rider, possibly even someone from the Eightfold Assembly. In the blink of an eye, the fourth Dragon General could vanish from this world. To survive, I must first prepare myself. After sheathing my blade, I leap from the windowsill, offering a smile to Galen. Galen, I need your assistance. After a brief moment of surprise, Galen lowers his head. Yes, Master. Our objective, the Dragon Palace. I shall pay a visit to the eldest elder. Adjusting my attire, I step into the encompassing darkness alongside Galen. What is it? A sharp voice calls out as two guards, Dragon Knights stationed around the Dragon Palace, block our path. It is Lord Indra. One quickly identifies me. I wish to see the Holy Dragon, I declare directly. The Dragon Knights exchange glances, their expressions revealing their predicament. We are truly sorry, but Lord Kshatriya has issued an order prohibiting anyone from approaching the Dragon Palace. Those who defy the command shall be executed. We kindly ask that you return. It seems I have no choice but to force my way through. My lord, then I must take offense. The Dragon Knights simultaneously reach for their blades. And in that instant, Galen charges forward, landing a punch on one, sending him sprawling and spitting blood. Turning, she delivers a swift kick to the head of the other, the sound of bones breaking resounding in the air, rendering him motionless on the ground. Intruders. Galen's foot halts the struggles of the fallen, and after spitting blood, he collapses, raising a cloud of dust. Run! I tug at Galen, hastily making our way toward the Dragon Palace. As sharp alarm bells ring out in the distance, and shadows flit about in the darkness, Holy Dragon Mountain has not seen such commotion in a millennium. The previously dark summit now shines as brightly as day. With Dragon Knights mounting their dragons, their roars enveloping the mountain in chaos. Why now? We have reached the imposing doors of the Dragon Palace. Galen dares not approach the sacred ground of Jijin War. Turning to face the stairs, preparing for the potential assault of Dragon Knights, taking a deep breath, I push open the heavy door, and the aura of the Holy Dragon rushes to greet me. You have come again? A voice emerges from the darkness. Greetings. Esteemed Holy Dragon, I nod in acknowledgement. Enter. Gently closing the grand door behind me, I approached the sacred dragon. A glimmer of annoyance flickered in its crimson eyes, and after a moment of mutual gaze, the sacred dragon opened its mouth. I am aware of thy desires. Come forth, and I shall bestow upon thee another power. I drew near as instructed, and the dragon's claw lightly brushed against my skin. My blood is thy blood. Thou shalt bear the lineage of the sacred dragon. A slight sting coursed through my skin, and an unusual sensation spread throughout my body. The blood of the sacred dragon shall bless thee. Thy recovery will far exceed that of others. However, the dragon paused, causing my heart to tighten instinctively. This elder was known for his ominous predictions. Thy strength shall be difficult to augment. This must be a side effect. Are you implying that I am doomed to be a mere punching bag for the rest of my life? That is one way to interpret it. The temperature within the sacred dragon's hall plummeted, and I stood there, momentarily stunned. But know this. One who can only fight can never become a leader. I watch over thee. Within thee lies the essence of a general. Moreover, do not be deceived by the path before thee. Seek the northern route with thine eyes and thine heart. With these words, a gust of wind swept me away, and the heavy door slammed shut behind me. That being, Master. The voice of Galen reached me. As I turned, I was met with a throng of dragon knights, their dragons exhaling heavy breaths, pairs of red eyes fixated upon me. Indra, trespassing into the sacred dragon's hall is a grave sin. Let us see what you shall do now. Leash, with a sinister smile, emerged from among the knights. Beside him stood Galen, restrained by several dragon knights. It was I who summoned him here. The voice of the sacred dragon echoed through the door, causing Leash's expression to darken. Cough. Then this matter cannot be held against the fourth dragon general. Shatrai, having appeared out of nowhere, looked even more hunched, resembling a shrimp. Even if Indra cannot be judged, this woman has harmed her kin. According to the first chapter, second section, first article of the Dragon Codex, the penalty is death. Shatrai, you bear no objections to this, do you? Cough. Everything shall be handled according to the Dragon Codex. Lord's sacred judgment. Tomorrow, I shall partake in the Dragon General's formal trial. According to the Dragon Codex, I am now entitled to execute the rights of a Dragon General. Galen is my subordinate, and her life shall be determined solely by me. I stepped forward, determined that Galen must not suffer for this. It was my directive that led to this action, and I must bear the responsibility. Everything shall be dealt with according to the Dragon Codex. Cough. You. Leash pointed at me, his face darkening further. Yet, moments later, he regained his composure and sneered. Very well. Let us see if you can survive the trial tomorrow. With a flick of his cloak, he vanished from my sight amidst the roars of dragons. Take care. With that phrase, Shatrai too disappeared, and soon the sounds of dragon wings left only Galen and me before the sacred dragon's hall. Master, why did you do such a thing? You must understand that this could cost you your life. Well, it's done now. The real concern is how to handle tomorrow. I scratched my head and chuckled foolishly, prompting a look of surprise from Galen. After blinking a few times, she lowered her head. Understood. Master, Galen will. Lost in thought, I scarcely heard her words. Tomorrow loomed as an exceedingly significant day. The following day, rain had been falling incessantly since morning, casting a dreary atmosphere that sapped any motivation out of course. This was merely my sentiment, bearing no relation to the throngs of spectators crowding before the martial arena, where an air of fervor enveloped the surroundings and excitement flickered on every face. Leash, his demeanor grim, sat beneath the martial arena's rain cover, flanked by 7 elders. 3 dragon knights stood stiffly on the arena, representatives of the Eightfold Assembly, Mohuluo, Sheena, and the one who welcomed us. Dandaro. Leash's grandiosity was evident. Any one of these knights could elevate me to celestial heights. With a sigh of despair, I slowly ascended the arena, positioning myself before the 3 dragon knights. The knights regarded me with frigid stares, their gazes reminiscent of those directed at livestock destined for slaughter. Indra! Indra! A deafening roar erupted from the crowd. Countless hands raised in fervor as the people of Jijinwol surged toward the arena, chanting my name. The trial begins. Leash, clearly displeased with the unfolding spectacle, abruptly stood and declared. Mohuluo was the first to step forward. This robust man in his 30s, chief of the Eightfold Assembly, now glared at me with disdain, his already crimson eyes resembling pools of blood. Thou art utterly unworthy of the title of Dragon General. Today, thy blood shall cleanse the shame of our kin. Ensnared in his own ego, Mohuluo slowly drew forth an unusual weapon from his waist, resembling a gigantic saw blade, a curious artifact seemingly unique to Jijinwol. A byproduct of the pursuit of individual strength. Thou shalt become the 100th sacrifice to Rin. With a flick of his wrist, the saw blade emitted a sharp sound, and an oppressive aura surged from all directions. I remained still, merely observing the leader of the Eightfold Assembly. With my current strength, opposing him would be akin to a Mandus attempting to stop a chariot. Dost thou think that I will not strike without drawing my weapon? Prepare to die. Mohuluo roared and charged at me. All I could perceive was a shadow lunging forward, followed by a piercing pain in my right hand. Blood trickled down my arm. That lightning-fast slash from Mohuluo rendered my right hand numb, leaving a gaping wound unlike any from a sword or blade, a deep laceration. Suddenly, a surge of strength coursed within me, safeguarding my heart and hastening my recovery. The pain gradually subsided. Is this the power of the sacred dragon's blood? I mused inwardly, feeling far better than I had anticipated. Thus, I resolved to keep my curved dagger sheathed, standing resolutely at the center of the arena. The sight of blood sent the crowd into a frenzy, their cheers crashing against my ears like tumultuous waves. Mohuluo, step aside. Sheena halted Mohoyuo's advance, tearing off his clothing to reveal a muscular physique before striding forward. Without weapons, I shall crush thee with my bare fists. There could be no more ludicrous a statement. One unleashed a flurry of punches, showcasing remarkable combat skills, while the other exhibited no intent to evade the eyes of the ordinary. Sheena appeared to be dancing with a sandbag. Each powerful blow inflicted excruciating pain upon me. The blood of the sacred dragon shielded my heart. And even as consciousness began to slip away, I did not falter. Breathless, Sheena paused, casting a bewildered gaze upon me. Regaining a semblance of clarity amidst the chaos, I addressed him. Is it over? Preposterous, Sheena bellowed, summoning all his strength to strike my chest. My ribs cracked audibly, and a trickle of blood escaped my lips. Gazing at my still-standing form, Sheena turned a confused look towards Leash, who frowned from the sidelines. Silence enveloped the arena. The once boisterous crowd faded into oblivion. And all that remained was the sound of our breaths. Dandaro drew forth his long sword, gripping it with both hands, directing it toward the ground, droplets of rain cascading down the blade, coalescing into pearls that fell with a soft patter. Thud! The delicate sound of raindrops hitting the ground sent splashes into the air as Dandaro leaped into the air, raising his sword high. Perish! Breaking through the swelling curtain of rain, he descended with an overwhelming force that in that moment, I reacted, rolling aside with some awkwardness, leaving behind a massive crack where I had stood. After coughing up blood, I drew my blade and slashed at the void, a splash of blood marking my face, mingling with the rain and soaking into my wet garments. Clutching my arms, Dandaro retreated. Visibly astonished, as the 3 dragon knights encircled me, watching in silence, I understood that there would be no more chances. Should they launch an attack, I would surely perish. Let us pause for now, continuing would serve no purpose. Cough. The dark voice of Shatrai resonated ominously. What? The sacred trial for the position of Dragon General has not yet concluded. Lord Shatrai, dost thou wish to disrupt our clan's millennia-old traditions? Leash vehemently objected, displaying far less composure than his usual demeanor before Shatrai. Cough. Indra's blood is sufficient to atone for the mistakes of his subordinates. Since Galan shall not be punished, I presume that Lord Indra shall not continue fighting either. Shatrai cast a sidelong glance at Leash. Ignoring him entirely, I nodded, the pain from my wounds rendering me speechless. However, with this, Indra's trial cannot be deemed past. The next opportunity shall be in several months if by then Indra has yet to acquire the strength to protect himself. General Leash may act at will. With a dismissive wave, Shatrai quelled Leash's anger, vanishing into the curtain of rain. A chorus of disappointed sighs wafted through the crowd as they dispersed. Master, Galan swiftly leaped onto the platform. Propping up my faltering body in her eyes, I glimpsed a rare concern. I am fine. I patted her hand, shaking my head to indicate that it was not a grave matter. Master, your injuries are severe. We must find a healer. Indra, today thou may have evaded fate, but thou shalt not escape the trial for the position of Dragon General 5 months hence. Even if thou art not in Jijanwol, I shall seek thee out. The roar of the departing chariot drowned out the words beneath Garan. It seemed that the esteemed 2nd Dragon General was intent on eliminating me with great haste. Jijinver, indeed, is not a place that offers warmth to my spirit. Alas! Stimulated by the tirade of the departing chariot, a more pressing thought surged into my mind, and I exerted my utmost strength to shout regarding the matter of the passage. The elders, gradually departing, paused for but a moment, and the voice of the first elder, Nantu, drifted over. You are not yet a formal Dragon General. The resolution is rejected. However, the mountainous terrain surrounding is not under the protection of the Holy Dragon, and its inhabitants are unbound by the Dragon Code. Take care of yourself, Indra. Thank you. I uttered the final words through a mixture of blood and foam, and with Garen's company, I staggered away from the place that nearly claimed my life. It is indeed Lord Fap. As I suspected, others refer to you as Indra, and I thought you were no longer Fap. However, upon closer inspection, it seems I was mistaken. Thus, you must be Lord Fap, while Indra is likely your title here. Hee. Is it truly you? I thought I would never see you again. A plump figure suddenly materialized before me, babbling incessantly to my first instinct was to shield myself with Garan, who turned with a puzzled expression. And I involuntarily emitted a groan. The merchant Talanvino, known for his unrelenting crows, had reappeared before me once more. In the year 1353 of the Wan calendar, on the 5th day of the 5th month. On the western mountains of Jijinver, this expanse is a continuation of the holy mountain Heller, rising above 1,000 meters in elevation, covering a vast area, its branches sprawling over land nearly equivalent to that of Jijinver. Due to the relatively flat terrain, a multitude of broadleaf pines flourished here, densely concealing the entire landscape, thereby earning it the moniker Sea of Forests. The wandering brigade trudged laboriously through this woodland expanse. Compared to the perils of the journey, Marachi's incessant chatter was far more exhausting to both body and mind. Apart from Yanni, the nearest companion was at least 3 feet away at T.O. this day. I felt somewhat dazed by his presence. The reason could be distilled to a single point. His business in Jijinver had come to an end due to our entanglement, and now he lacked even the funds to return home. Forced to accompany us to St. Landanovia, from where we would detour to Talanvino. Fap, this is untenable. Magura appeared beside me, her face ashen, her voice weary. Her deeply sunken cheeks bore the marks of great suffering, a visage shared by many such as Melchior, Tatum, and other valiant warriors that I sighed and replied. In comparison to this, I am even more concerned for those individuals. Magura paused in surprise, following my gaze to discover that, unbeknownst to us, several figures clad in black had emerged around us. 4. All dragon riders. Garan approached, drawing her short sword. The burly Shinaro, the lanky Maharaga, and Dandaro, even with their features obscured, were instantly recognizable to me. As for the other, a seemingly delicate and eerie man, it need not be said that he was Gandaba, half of the Eightfold Division. I chuckled softly. The wounds they had left were yet to heal. However, their appearance at this moment was certainly not a greeting. Are you here to bid me farewell? Esteemed members of the Eightfold Division, I quipped lightly. Indeed, we have come to escort you to the netherworld. Shinaro brandished 2 hooked blades, revealing his murderous intent. Form ranks, Melchior commanded, prompting an immediate response, even amidst the forest. The soldiers of the Wandering Brigade quickly formed their battle formation, taking advantage of the towering ancient trees. The infantry and servant squads were the first to create a shield wall. Behind them, the spear and berserker squads arranged themselves in a loose formation, while the cavalry dismounted early, encircling us with their steeds. 500 men faced off against 4 high-ranking dragon riders, yet I felt no assurance of victory on the plains. Perhaps, but my gaze swept the surrounding trees, which afforded the enemy too much freedom. With the dragon riders' extraordinary leaping ability, they could easily launch aerial assaults from the treetops, rendering our defensive formation futile against such strikes. Sure enough, the 4 dragon riders revealed themselves only briefly before soaring into the high treetops, disappearing from sight. Dragon riders, concealed kill, Garan whispered urgently. Before I could react, several shadows plummeted from the treetops. The soldiers nearest to me instinctively shielded me. A cloud of blood mist erupting before me as a soldier, impaled by a massive branch, succumbed to death. Gandaba's transformed blade into beast, Garan exclaimed, drawing her dual swords, ready to ascend the canopy. I grasped her hand, shaking my head. The enemy is hidden while we are exposed. It is unwise. Deploy the smoke screen. The surrounding soldiers promptly ignited damp materials, and black smoke billowed upward, quickly obscuring the entire canopy. Amidst a cacophony of violent coughing, several figures leaped down, immediately erecting a wall of shields around them. Spear Squad. Tatum's face lit with excitement. For him, it was finally an opportunity to witness the legendary might of the Dragon Riders. He waved his spear, directing his squad to charge at the Dragon Riders from all sides. Although Dandaro and his comrades possessed formidable combat power, they were thrown into disarray by the sudden smoke. Caught off guard and floundering, a piercing scream shattered the air. My leg! Damn those aerophasial dogs! Shinaro lamented, collapsing as a spear pierced his thigh. Simultaneously, 2 spear-wielding soldiers lost their lives to the hooks that Shinaro had driven into their throats. Berserkers, I nodded, in mere moments. The spear squad had suffered a 10% casualty rate, yet the Dragon Riders' combat strength had also waned significantly. Now was the time to deliver a fatal blow. Reytes raised his battle axe with enthusiasm, shouting, "Slay these little vermin." A pallor of despair settled upon the faces of the Dragon Riders. The long howl erupted from Dandaro, and before we could react, he, Maharaga, and Gandaba swiftly ascended the treetops, disregarding the dense smoke, leaving behind a chorus of shrieks. They are calling for the dragon. Garan exclaimed in alarm that I was momentarily taken aback. I had not expected even the mighty eightfold division to choose the path of retreat. However, it seemed they had forgotten one thing. Shannaro, ensnared within the heavy encirclement of over 400 warriors, was now unable to fly due to his injury. Dandaro, you are truly merciless, Shannaro yelled, yanking the spear from his leg in fury. Surrender. Shannaro, there is no need to waste your life, I called out. Bah! Shannaro spat onto the ground, revealing 2 slender blades in his hands. Indra, you wretched dragon general, let me show you the true power of the eightfold division. Today, I shall drink your blood dry. With a swift motion, Shannaro charged forward as if uninjured. Servant squad, infantry squad, formed the shield wall. Melchior bellowed. Under the command of Megura and Shulk, the shield-bearing infantry and servants positioned themselves before me. While Raytez berserkers and Tatum's spear squad flanked Shannaro, over 400 soldiers employed military tactics against a single dragon rider. I could not help but marvel at the sheer might of individual strength. No wonder Jajenver had remained unyielding with its 1,000-man army. The clash of weapons resonated continuously, and I witnessed a line of blood surge toward me as Shannaro's slender blades proved unnaturally sharp, cleaving many shield-bearers in half, and in the blink of an eye, over 20 warriors fell. Garan, I called softly. A dragon rider must be countered with a dragon rider. Garan nodded, unsheathing her short sword to meet the fray. The surrounding soldiers retreated, granting ample space for the 2 dragon riders to engage. I pressed my hand upon my curved blade, inching closer to the fierce combat between the two. Should Garan find herself in peril, I would instantly join the fray. However, the situation on the battlefield rendered my concerns unwarranted. Shannaro was nearing his limits, and Garan, as one of the eightfold division, was not inferior in strength to Shannaro. The odds had become distinctly clear. With a resounding crash, the 2 figures swiftly separated. Shannaro, drenched in blood, fell into the ranks of the spear squad. Almost simultaneously, Garan soared back to my side, her complexion notably pale, as the last strike had drained her energy. That I was about to speak when a chilling scream echoed throughout the forest. Shannaro was pierced by numerous spears, and in a final act of defiance, he swung with all his might, blood splattering around him. Such a frenzied display instilled fear in the soldiers. Even the fiercest berserkers kept their distance from the dragon rider. After a time, Shannaro finally collapsed weakly. That I approached his side, watching as his gaze grew distant. Why must it come to this? I hold no great enmity against you. Indra, I swear by the honor of the dragon riders. We will surely kill you. Shannaro suddenly summoned the last of his strength. Before I could react, several spears were thrust into his chest, blood gushing from his mouth as his eyes slowly stiffened. The dragon riders' assault had resulted in the deaths of nearly 50 soldiers. The wandering brigade had yet to reach Landinovia, yet they had already suffered a 10% loss in combat strength. And their only victory had been the fright of 3 and the death of 1 dragon rider. In such a dense forest, accompanied by 3 dragon knights, our losses are likely to increase by yet another digit. The fleeing dragon knights will undoubtedly return. How do you think they will deal with us? I inquired softly to Galen in front of the tomb of the fallen warriors. A flicker of fear crossed Galen's face as he trembled, replying, "We have slain their companions. With Dandaro's temperament, they will surely employ dragon knight stealth kill, lurking in the shadows to eliminate us one by one until we are utterly exterminated." Indeed. It seems that from here to Landinovia, we shall not find solace for our sleep. I sighed. However, we currently have no time to rest, as countless silhouettes began to emerge from the surrounding woods. Chapter 10. Opportunity. We are surrounded. Even the slowest among us, Raytez, noted the anomaly, as at least 100 figures emerged from the surrounding trees. More alarmingly, a significant number were perched upon branches, a clear indication that these individuals were at least of dragon cavalry caliber. Engaging in combat with soldiers fresh from battle against such a multitude of dragon cavalry would be akin to seeking glory in suicide. Yet, I did not perceive any overt hostility from our adversaries until the situation became clearer. I would not act recklessly. Form up. This marked the second time we had arranged ourselves today. The fate of the wandering mercenary band could aptly be described as calamitous. The opposing side made no immediate movements. And after a considerable pause, a stooped figure emerged from the depths of the forest. "Lord Shadoweye, Master Shadoweye." The astonished exclamations escaped simultaneously from Galen and me, as the figure, with hair as gray as ash and a face wrinkled like tree bark, could only belong to one as visibly aged as Elder 13. "Ah, I did not expect to find high-ranking kin among you." The clear voice of Shadoweye resounded, and I realized that both Galen and I had mistaken his identity. "I am Elder Shaylee of the Forest Sea. You truly are rare visitors." On the 5th of May, we encountered the inhabitants of the Forest Sea for the first time that I, in retrospect, this period could only be described as the mercy of the divine, for at that time, our wandering mercenary band possessed barely enough strength to withstand a single ambush from 3 dragon knights. The village of the Forest Sea's inhabitants lay deep within the woods, comprising dozens of small wooden houses constructed upon massive trees, with bridges connecting the trees, allowing for ease of movement without descending to the ground. This alone was sufficient to instill belief that any intruder daring to trespass would meet only with death. This village took us over 100 years to establish. Previously, the inhabitants could only seek refuge among the towering trees, Elder Shaylee remarked, gesturing towards the village. Building homes in the trees not only deters the attacks of wild beasts, but also enhances our defensive capabilities. Elder Shaylee, you are also of the Jijingvor people. Why have you come to this desolate place? I glanced around, noting the presence of Jijingvor insignias everywhere, with the black sacred dragon flag of Jijingvor prominently displayed in the village center. Elder Shaylee sighed softly, his eyes clouded with sorrow. "Because we are the Forsaken, those unwelcome in the Dragon Code." I turned instinctively towards Galen. Her gaze conveyed her understanding of these people's true identity. The Forsaken of Jijingvor, also known as the Dark Dragon Clan, were those who had failed to pass the Dragon Knight trials over the years, transgressors of the Dragon Code, deemed inauspicious. Elder Shaylee himself was considered ill-fated. Being the twin brother of Shadoweye, a saying circulated among the Jijingvor, a person possesses but one soul and one body. Twins, alas, have their souls severed and their bodies divided. Only by relinquishing one can wholeness be attained. Due to this belief, the later-born twin was immediately abandoned. Those fortunate enough were taken by the Dark Dragon Clan, while the less fortunate became prey to the beasts of the Forest Sea. It is precisely for this reason that among my people of the Forest Sea, there exist warriors not inferior to dragon cavalry, even dragon knights. Elder Shaylee spoke with a hint of pride. Many years ago, our people of the Forest Sea nearly faced extinction, but over the past century, we have intermarried with outsiders, nurturing a remarkable lineage of descendants. In terms of general combat prowess, we do not fall short of our kin. I nodded. In such a harsh environment, these dark dragons indeed possessed a fortitude and combat capability surpassing that of the native Jijingvor warriors. Well then, kin of my clan, let us partake in the evening festivities of the Forest Sea. Dancing around the bonfire is a delightful indulgence. Upon concluding his statement, Elder Shaylee laughed heartily, his cheerful demeanor a stark contrast to Lord Shadoweye's foreboding presence. The bonfire cast a rosy glow upon every face. Encircling the blazing pyre were young men and women engaged in dance. Magura excitedly waved his arms, performing the unique, lively stomp dance of his tribe. The buoyant rhythm contrasting sharply with his somewhat corpulent figure, enticing clusters of men and women to join him. This was a long-forgotten memory, during our time lost in the misty forest. I recalled the nights spent around the bonfire, dancing joyously to dispel the weighty pressure brought forth by the endless darkness. "Ah, youth is truly delightful," Elder Shaylee remarked as he sat down beside me. His agility belied his age of over a century. "Elder Shaylee," I greeted him with a smile. "Indra, I truly envy you," Elder Shaylee suddenly declared. I was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. "You are able to forge your own path. Even when the road ahead is fraught with peril, you press on, while we languish in this forest, living the same monotonous life day after day. While tranquil, it lacks a spark of passion. Alas, the Dark Dragon Clan." Elder Shaylee sighed deeply, his eyes reflecting his discontent. "Elder, I was at a loss for words. Yet, seeing you all has rekindled my fighting spirit, but to be honest, Indra, although the current Dragon Knights are all lacking in progress, they still possess an overwhelming advantage over ordinary soldiers. That you managed to slay a high-ranking Dragon Knight with a mere 500 men must have left the elders' faces devoid of color." I inwardly sighed. A single warrior taking down 50 was a feat that could only be described as extraordinarily fierce. Yet the Dragon Knights were an embarrassment. The disparity of strength was glaring. Jijingvor has fallen to such depths. Not long ago, Shadalai commanded a battalion of just over 300, annihilating a force of 10,000 Shanzu people. This was merely 30 years past. Was that incident commanded by Lord Shadalai? I asked, astonished to learn that the frail elder was so formidable. Elder Shayli chuckled. Indeed, in his prime, Shadalai was known as the Dragon of Jijingvor, to speak nothing of his prowess. His genius in command was unparalleled in the entire history of Jijingvor. Alas, he ventured into the forbidden realms of Jijingvor, ultimately seeking personal power and blurring the lines between man and ghost. Today's dragon cavalry and dragon knights possess no tactical or strategic acumen whatsoever. Take that Dandaro. For instance, leading a battalion in an attempt to replicate Shadalai's former glory, only to rely solely on brute force in battle. He deserved to be overwhelmed by superior numbers. I could not help but admire Elder Shayli's keen insight. He quickly identified the crux of the issue, and I was astonished that he could maintain such awareness of the outside world within this forest. Is it not peculiar that this old man of the woods knows so much? Allow me to introduce you to the eyes of our forest sea dwellers. Elder Shayli clapped his hands, and 4 figures emerged from the shadows. The newcomers were shrouded in black cloth, revealing only their bright eyes. Their forms remarkably petite, leading one to wonder whether such slender bodies could withstand the winds. Do not underestimate them. They are the strongest 4 among us in the forest sea. Elder Shayli laughed heartily. Them? I inquired. Indeed. Them. Elder Shayli gestured, and the 4 simultaneously removed their masks, revealing cherubic faces before my astonished gaze. The 4 cherubs, I stammered, pointing at the legendary strongest force of the forest sea, whose average age seemed scarcely to exceed 14. Even Yanni appeared more mature in comparison. It seems you still do not believe, Elder Shayli chuckled, raising his hand. The 4 cherubs swiftly melted into the darkness, only to reveal several streaks of cold light shooting skyward, followed by a thunderous crash as a colossal dragon plummeted into the forest, struggling briefly before succumbing to death. A dragon knight, Galen, appeared behind me, and upon focusing my gaze, I indeed saw a figure tumble from the dragon's carcass. None other than Mowaliger, clearly taken aback by his discovery. Mowaliger clumsily rolled beneath a massive tree, instinctively drawing upon his surroundings to unsheath his enormous chainsaw. The commotion quickly drew the attention of the mercenary soldiers, who promptly brandished their weapons, surrounding Mowaliger. For sufficient, have your subordinates withdraw. The counterattack of a dragon knight can be quite formidable. Elder Shayli spoke with a rare seriousness etched upon his face. Melchial? Magula, you shall withdraw your forces to the right flank. Tatum, Lytris, you will retreat to the left flank, while Shark, fall back to the center. No one is permitted to engage in battle without my command. Understood. The orders of each commander swiftly echoed throughout the army, as the troops retreated in an orderly fashion, creating a vast expanse in the center. Shayli nodded in approval. Indra, your personal combat prowess may be lacking, yet your strategies in warfare are quite commendable. Thank you for the compliment. Very well. Now you may observe the unfolding battle against high-level opponents with peace of mind. Shayli clasped his hands together, a look of enjoyment gracing his face as if he were watching a grand spectacle. Following his gaze, I beheld the 4 young warriors standing around Mohiriga, their hands glimmering with scintillating lights, appearing particularly enchanting under the moonlight. Mohiriga steadied his emotions, vigorously shaking his hands, and a resonant, buzzing sound erupted from the chainsaw in his grasp. As the tremors intensified, a silvery radiance leaped into our view. I didn't expect this dragon knight to have mastered the shattering slash. One must never underestimate our warriors. Shayli let out a gentle sigh, speaking words I could not comprehend. However, I held no doubts regarding Mohiriga's combat capabilities. Merely witnessing that leaping curtain of light made it impossible for me to fathom how many lives would be sacrificed to vanquish this formidable foe. My only concern lay with those 4 young warriors. The 4 young warriors leapt into action almost simultaneously, unleashing a myriad of light points from their palms, weaving a stunning starry sky around Mohiriga. Clang, clang, clang. The concentrated sounds emanated from Mohiriga, sparks flying within a foot of him, as the curtain of light burst open in that instant. Gasps of awe surrounded me. To fight against such an opponent is truly an honor unto death. Shark murmured, his face reflecting a profound respect. Perhaps the essence of knightly education lies in the pursuit of such formidable adversaries, engaging in one-on-one duels with worthy foes upon the battlefield. a dream cherished by every aspiring or established knight. Yet, I shall not choose this path. A voice within me echoed this thought. War is not a game for solitary warriors to dictate. Even bearing the title of coward, my only pursuit remains victory. For only through triumph can I uphold my promise to Lord Shaya. At that moment, the four young warriors altered their tactics, no longer firing light points from their hands, but rather delicate strands of spider silk. Mohuriga's hands and feet were instantly ensnared, the dazzling curtain of light gradually dimming. Yet, in that brief moment, a piercing wail erupted from his lips, as a more resplendent curtain of light enveloped him entirely. What is it with today's dragon knights? Why does each one aspire to become a berserker? Elder Shaya sighed, retrieving a dark object from within his garments, resembling a beast's ring. Without a flick of his hand, a radiant light swept across our vision, and the brilliant curtain vanished without a trace. Mohuriga wore a bewildered expression. At the center of his brow lay the beast ring. Why is there a dragon general here? This was his final utterance before he succumbed to unconsciousness. Truly, I never anticipated that the dragon knight's mind would be so hard-headed. Elder Shaya stepped forward, carefully removing the beast ring, treating it with utmost reverence, as if fearing damage. It was then that I realized the elders of Jeganwall were not to be underestimated. Elder, what shall we do with this dragon knight? A resident of the forest reminded Elder Shaya, who was still examining the beast ring. He raised an eyebrow and replied decisively, cast him out of the village. He wouldn't dare return, and collect his weapon, placing it in the armory. After all, it is the weapon of a dragon knight. Understood. Thus, the bonfire gathering drew to a close, and one certainty remained. We would not be troubled by the dragon knight any further this night. May 6, year 1353 of the Wong calendar. Although the dense forest obscured the colors of the sky, I sensed it to be a fine day, influenced in part by the psychological state of the warriors who had enjoyed a restful night. Magula had already risen early to practice his morning exercises. Good morning. Elder Shaya was the first of the forest dwellers to appear before me. Good morning, Elder, I replied with a smile. You are departing today, are you not? Elder Shaya suddenly inquired. I nodded in affirmation. Indeed, Elder, we are not residents of the forest, and we have significant matters to attend to. I see I shall not impede your journey. However, I do have a favor to ask of you. I was momentarily taken aback. What difficulty could a resident of the forest possibly face? As young eagles grow, they must learn to soar. I have aged and can no longer guide them, and the solitary life in the forest is ill-suited for the youth. Therefore, I hope you can lead them on your path. Even if they cannot return, at the very least, their names will be etched in history. I was utterly astonished. I never expected Elder Shaya to make such a request. Elder Shaya, our path is fraught with darkness. How could I possibly allow your kin to face such risks? Elder Shaya shook his head, saying, Indra, though fate granted me a late birth, it bestowed upon me the finest visioned eye in you. I see the bloodline of the Holy Dragon. For the Holy Dragon to choose you is your destiny. If you cannot find an opportunity to ignite your own flame while by my side, then I would rather my kin remain in the forest for eternity. Moreover, there are enemies lurking in this forest, with your current strength. Do you have the confidence to escape? I was left speechless. Indeed, given the current strength of our wandering brigade, we would likely be annihilated before even reaching the forest's edge. The presence of such a strong force in the forest would undoubtedly bolster my efforts to reclaim Arulfasir. Very well. I am willing to accept the forces of the forest. I bowed slightly in gratitude. Elder Shaya laughed heartily, suddenly raising his head to let out a long howled "I" in an instant. The surroundings were filled with a rustling sound. And soon, the ground was kneeling with forest warriors, led by the four young warriors at the forefront. My kin, from this day forth, you are no longer residents of the forest. That I entrust your lives to Indra, wherever he goes. You shall follow him eternally. Elder Shaya's voice resonated throughout the forest. Observing the astonished faces of the forest warriors, I opened my mouth and uttered what would later be known as the Oath of Contract: I, Fapu of the Flash clan, now bearing the title of the fourth Dragon General, Indra, do hereby swear in the name of the divine. Your path lies in my hands, and my life is in yours. Almost simultaneously, all the forest warriors prostrated themselves upon the ground. With our lives, we shall eternally protect our lord. On this day, I forged a pact with 300 warriors of the forest, exchanging oaths of life. And this band of dragon warriors would later unite with the Berserker Brigade, collectively known as Fapu's Wrathful Dragonwing, their renown echoing across the Holy Continent. As a trade, I hope Elder Shaylee will accept a few of our members. Heh. No need to say more. It must be that young girl and the old man. Indeed, Eliza has experienced too much bloodshed, and I cannot bear to place her in further danger. It would be a disservice to her deceased kin. Lord Augustus is not suited for extensive journeys. Remaining in the forest would be more meaningful for him. I have a fondness for the young girl, and as for the old man, he is a physician. We are in need of one. Leaving Eliza and the others in the forest seemed to be the best course of action I could devise, for with that grandfather present, no harm could befall them. On that day, we departed from the forest village, with Elder Shaylee's slightly melancholic chanting trailing behind us. Grant me your eyes, that your vision may broaden. Grant me your hands, that all thorns may be severed. Grant me your feet, that they may carry you anywhere. May 15, year 1353 of the Wan calendar. It has been 5 days since we left the forest. And now we find ourselves at the juncture of Jeganwal and Landanovia. Throughout our journey, we have been persistently harassed by the Dragon Knights, had it not been for the presence of the Dragon Warrior Brigade. Reaching this point would have been a miracle. Thus, we took an additional rest here for several days, while dispatching our eyes to infiltrate Landanovia for intel. The situation is not looking too favorable. The chaos in Landanovia exceeded our expectations, with the flames of war still raging within Arulfasir. Both sides have turned their attention to this nation known for producing miraculous equipment. Rumors of drawn swords among representatives within Landanovia were as plentiful as the stars in the sky. And it was said that the scheduling of the priest's duties within the city extended 3 months ahead. With a mere 2,000 soldiers in the Landanovia Guard, it was impossible to maintain control. Perhaps we can take over the city defenses of Landanovia, I suggested. Laying out the city's blueprints before me, that a wave of astonishment washed over us. Even Magula regarded me with the eyes of one who beheld a monster. Melchior cleared his throat and said, "My lord, with our current military strength, we could indeed seize Landanovia in one fell swoop. However, Landanovia is a vassal principality of the northern Holy Kingdom of Waitenor. Should we engage in battle, we would have to confront the Silver Knights, reputed to be the strongest infantry in the entire continent. The only knightly order devoid of cavalry, the Order of the Silver Knights, stands in stark contrast to the Blacknor Dark Knights, an order composed entirely of horsemen. They are undoubtedly the two most peculiar knightly orders on the Holy Land. If the Dark Knights resemble a ravenous fire of pillage, then the Silver Knights embody the steadfastness of a mighty mountain." Such was the sentiment. The infantry of the Alpha Sylph Rainbow Knights has already become a source of considerable vexation. If compared to the higher echelon of the Silver Knights, their presence would indeed pose a significant challenge. As I stroked my chin, an idea struck me suddenly. What if the people of Landanovia were to invite us? A profound silence ensued. Faces of the Orthodox Knights such as Melchior and Shulk reflected expressions of despair, and Magula was the first to sigh, saying, "Fapu, Fapu, your mind. Enough of that. Tomorrow I shall journey to the city of Landanovia. As long as Mirik and Galen accompany me, it will suffice." I interrupted Magula's words with an unusual firmness. "My lord, I shall not oppose your decision, but why must we bring along that annoying crow?" Melchior inquired with a look of skepticism. I sighed heavily, feeling dejected. "Do you think I desire this? However, should he remain within our ranks, I cannot guarantee that any of us would escape with our reputations intact, free of the stain of civilian bloodshed." All eyes drifted toward the figure of Radis, who sat aside, his eyes shadowed and on the brink of mental collapse. Mirik had a particular affinity for the Berserker squad. Let us take this opportunity to rid ourselves of him. This was the first time I entertained such a malicious thought. Mirik truly was a perpetual source of torment for the brigade. Nevertheless, before we proceed, we must devise a plan for our support. If necessary, we shall seize the city of Landanovia and restore Saint Arulfasir. It is a place we must claim. I slammed my hand down on the map of Landanovia, my eyes gleaming with an unwavering resolve. "Yes, my lord." All the commanders bowed in unison. Securing Landanovia would grant us access to its armament manufacturing industry, an undeniable boon for our ragtag brigade, which lacked essential equipment. Only then would we possess the foundational strength to contend with the ancient nations steeped in 1,000 years of history. This was my hope for the restoration of Arulfasir. "Landanovia, await my arrival. I shall personally open your gates." I silently vowed, already envisioning it under the control of our brigade. Landanovia, more aptly described as a city than a nation, starkly contrasts with the ancient holy realms that have persisted since the era of the Seven Heroes. It is an emerging nation. Established less than a century ago, its first ruler was merely a duke from Waitenor, rewarded with this territory for his valiant deeds in the century-long 50-year war. Under the guidance of its third ruler, Falsi Landanovia, renowned for possessing the most brilliant mind on the continent, it gradually embarked on a path towards technological advancement. However, the current sovereign, Adamski Landanovia, lacks any semblance of intelligence. In the terms of Lord Augustus, he suffers from congenital brain dysfunction. To put it simply, he is an idiot. This information did not come from the quartet, but was gleaned from Mirika's incessant chatter. Though he resembled a crow, his understanding of the continent's nation surpassed that of the average individual. Thus, as long as we can connect with the upper echelons of this nation, there would be no one to hinder our endeavors. Presently, Landanovia's political landscape is controlled by three key figures, one of whom is the Grand Chancellor Taroski von Nedeov. A man quite amenable to negotiation. It was through his influence that I managed to. Mirika's voice grew increasingly enthusiastic, completely unaware that Galen and I had already moved ahead. Although I had acquired a fair understanding of Landanovia's defenses, the sight of its towering, robust walls still astonished me. It was an entirely different reality than what the documents had described. It appears easily surmountable, hardly imposing at all. This was the intel provided by those children. And it suddenly dawned on me that having lived in the forest for so long, they had likely lost all sense of height. It must be around 10 meters tall, with our current siege equipment. We have little hope of breaching it. It seems we'll have to resort to stealth. Standing before the city gate, I murmured to myself, contemplating how we might capture this stronghold should negotiations falter. Make way. Make way. His Excellency, Grand Chancellor Leo, is exiting the city for an inspection. All non-essential personnel, clear the way. Before I could fully process the situation, several burly men shoved me aside, and a throng of individuals poured forth from the city gates. This was my first encounter with such a lavish display. Leading the procession were 6 pairs of stunning maidens clad in pristine white mink coats. Following them were 24 attendants in splendid attire, each brandishing colorful banners. And then came the Grand Chancellor's 16-man sedan chair, upon which sat a rather portly middle-aged gentleman, feasting heartily in the company of 2 handmaidens. Finally, a small cavalry unit clad in full paladin armor followed, their steeds adorned in matching barding, resembling a moving mass of metal. In that fleeting moment, I grasped the state of Landanovia. A military focused on ostentation could not possibly possess true combat prowess. That is the Grand Chancellor among the 3 power brokers, however. This man is insatiably greedy and has a notorious reputation for his debauchery. To engage with him would be a drain on one's resources, for he is indeed the greedy wolf of Landanovia, having traversed so many regions. I have yet to encounter someone so avaricious. If one were to rank the corrupt officials of the continent, he would undoubtedly find himself among the top 10. Regrettably, as the Grand Chancellor, all trade dealings pass through his hands, and he has pilfered the vast majority of goods entering and exiting Landanovia. Mirik continued to prattle on, utterly oblivious to the strange glances cast our way by those around us. Before long, several individuals who appeared to be spies approached us. Such audacity, daring to slander a superior. The foremost individual bore a pallid complexion, his eyes encircled by dark rings from prolonged sleeplessness, yet his voice rang out with remarkable clarity. Do you know who I am? Even if you do not recognize me, you ought to know who stands beside me. If you are unaware of that as well, it is time for you to educate yourselves. Before Mirik could finish his sentence, a swarm of spies descended upon him, pinning him to the ground, and one of them hurriedly stuffed a cloth into his mouth. I know not who you were before, but I assure you, shortly you shall learn what you will become. The pallid-faced man grinned maliciously, and Mirik could only emit muffled protests that I sighed deeply, relieved to see the bothersome noise finally silenced, only to be met with a refreshing breeze that enveloped me. And you, associating with this rabble, failed to prevent him. You have committed the crime of collective punishment. After dealing with Mirik, the pallid-faced man turned his attention to us. I shrugged my shoulders, offering no resistance as they restrained me, while Galen swiftly leapt away, vanishing from sight. Thus, I was arrested under numerous charges, including disturbing the peace, slandering a superior, harboring nefarious intent, and unlawfully possessing dangerous items, and so on, and was taken into the city of Landanovia. This incident would later be referred to as the most failed arrest operation in Landanovia. Chapter 11. The night of Landinovia, though my hands and feet were shackled with at least 10 pounds of chains. Being escorted through the streets of Landinovia in the company of so many government officials proved to be a rather enjoyable experience. Thanks to Galen's astonishing escape prior to his departure, both Mirik and I had risen in status. The 1st Guard detachment of Landinovia assigned a substantial number of soldiers to escort us. And the once boisterous street was now hushed, replaced by the heavy footfalls of soldiers, who cleared a path for us as we advanced. I glanced around. Landinovia indeed differed from ordinary towns. Firstly, the streets were notably wide, accommodating the passage of 8 carriages side by side. Secondly, the shops lining the streets were scarce in general merchandise or fabric stores. Instead, all I beheld were establishments like Gachiro Weapons Store and Melgerson Armory, making it not an exaggeration to label this place a grand arms factory. Acquiring this place would undoubtedly provide us with the armaments of thousands of soldiers. I sighed inwardly, further solidifying my resolve to obtain it. What are you mumbling about? Hurry up, do you think this is a leisurely stroll? The pallid-faced man shoved me roughly, instantly dissipating my ambitions. The Grand Chancellor's office serves as the judicial authority of Landinovia, and its architecture is characterized by an eerie atmosphere, with gray-white walls, dim lighting, and a pitch-black ceiling. However, upon witnessing the decisive demeanor of Grand Chancellor Mikoyansky, one might find that ambience softened somewhat. What? He seduced your wife? That's simple. Just sleep with his wife instead. What? No wife? Then he must have a mother or sisters at home. Just pick one. This commoner has harmed a noble? Need I even ask? Wipe out the entire family of that scoundrel. What crimes have these two committed? After swiftly resolving the other cases, Mikoyansky discovered the only remaining prisoners in the office. My lord, these two have been cursing Lord Leo in the streets and are suspected of being spies among the rabble. The pallid-faced man hastily stepped forward to answer. Cursing Leo is hardly a grave offense. The words of Mikoyansky left everyone present utterly astounded. As he so brazenly expressed his dissatisfaction with his colleagues, I couldn't help but question whether he was, in fact, a single-celled organism. However, the pale-faced man quickly regained his composure and hastily remarked, "But my lord, there is still one accomplice who has escaped, and he is quite agile, resembling the inhabitants of the south." Mikoyansky's interest was immediately piqued, and after stroking his bearded chin, he stated, "In that case, let us detain him first, that I must attend to Roski's banquet today, and I do not have the time." "Yes, my lord." The pale-faced man bowed slightly and ushered us towards the cells at the back. "Consider yourselves fortunate that you were not executed. However, you shall spend the rest of your lives in this cell." This was the words of the guiding jailer. If the cell is sturdy enough, I thought to myself, as I found it hard to imagine a cell that could withstand the might of Galen. Yet, upon entering the cell, I was taken aback, not by its strength, but by its utter squalor. It appeared to be hastily constructed from wooden planks, which had weathered the elements and were riddled with decay. A light touch could reduce them to dust. Even more astonishing was the fact that this dilapidated place housed several inmates, including a few who appeared rather formidable. Do not think that the disrepair of this cell provides an opportunity for escape. Bear in mind that the guards of the Grand Protectorate are numerous. Those who wish to leave are currently hanging from the trees in the courtyard. Stay put. And when the Grand Protector decides to remember you, your time here will come to an end. The pale-faced man threatened ominously. I felt compelled to inquire, "May I ask how you are addressed?" "Seeking revenge, are we? It matters little, for you shall not live long. My name is Leodo Paplov. Take my name to hell with you," he replied. "No, I was hoping to recruit you to my side. Having such an exceptional spy would be quite advantageous." I shook my head, uttering words that astonished Paplov. Bang! I was violently thrown into a cell. "Humph! You wish to recruit me? A dying prisoner speaks such grandiloquent words. Prepare to have your neck cleaned for the execution." Paplov's voice echoed from outside. Rising to my feet, I brushed off the straw clinging to my clothes and sighed, "Was that truly necessary?" As I surveyed the cell, I noted its small size, barely a few square meters, dim and damp, with an odor reminiscent of mold permeating the air. Thankfully, I was not placed in the same cell as Mirachi. Otherwise, even an inn would resemble hell. Another newcomer. "I see." A hoarse voice emerged from a corner of the cell. Even with the renowned keen eyesight of my kind, it took considerable effort to locate the owner of the voice. He appeared to be a cultured man in his 30s. Sporting the typical gray eyes of Landinovia, unlike the usual listless inmates, he exuded a vigorous spirit, despite being burdened with various shackles. "Who are you?" I stepped closer. The man smiled and replied, "Just a prisoner." Cough, cough. His laughter caused the chains around his collarbone to rattle, triggering a fit of violent coughing. To be shackled in such a manner, you must be of a rank beyond that of a mere prisoner. I scrutinized him closely, aside from the collarbone chains. He bore wrist and ankle chains, even a neck yoke. This level of treatment was not something even the most notorious of thieves would receive. After several coughs, the man spoke with effort. "What is so extraordinary about being a calm prisoner?" "I am a prisoner, and what of it?" I was taken aback and then chuckled. "Indeed, we are all pitiable little prisoners. I am Fapu of the Shanju. And you?" "Me. You may call me Lisu." Lisu. I pondered this peculiar name, recalling that I had heard it before, albeit buried amidst a plethora of disjointed reports, its significance obscured by a deluge of similar, trivial information. "How did you come to be imprisoned?" Curiosity bubbled up, and I momentarily forgot how foolish it was to ask a prisoner such questions. Lisu regarded me with mild surprise, scanning me from head to toe before bursting into laughter. "The fourth dragon general is quite the curious individual." "You? How do you know?" I stammered, overwhelmed by surprise, pointing at Lisu. "Before I was incarcerated, you were already making a name for yourself in the south, a rare Shanju, a dark-haired dragon general, and foolish enough to utter such a famous name. I possess a modicum of intelligence." "You know," Lisu chuckled heartily as he coughed, and I realized I had almost forgotten the sensation of blushing. "Well then, esteemed dragon general, you did not deliberately allow yourself to be captured just to experience the facilities of a Landenovian prison, did you?" As I regained my composure, Lisu fixed his gaze upon me, his eyes suddenly sharp. From the moment I entered the cell, I felt as though I was being scrutinized by this Landenovian. I knew I could not allow this to continue. Meeting Lissu's gaze, I inquired, "Before we proceed, may I ask why you were imprisoned?" The two of us exchanged silent glances, time flowing like a gentle stream. Until the sound of the bell tolled, Lisu exhaled. "Very well, I shall tell you. I was once a local administrator in Landenovia, one of the first native officials promoted by the late king to counteract the influence from Waitenor. The late king worked tirelessly towards this goal, yet 1 year ago, the king of Landenovia, known as the reincarnation of Duke Vanisek, Fidite, suddenly passed away. According to the official narrative, Fidite's death was attributed to natural causes, despite the blood flowing from his 7 orifices. Following this, envoys from Waitenor hastily elevated Fidite's brother, Prince Adamski, a new king entirely unlike his predecessor, lacking any governing ability. Rumors suggested that he had spent his life in the depths of the palace, overly indulged by his mother, and was mentally underdeveloped. This marked the infamous May incident in Landenovia, attributed to Waitenor's nefarious schemes. Reports indicated that over 1,000 local officials were subsequently purged, with more than 100 executed, 300 exiled, and the rest disappeared without a trace. In order to resist the regime imposed upon us by Waitenor, we had no choice but to fight. However, supported by the Waitenor forces, countless comrades have sacrificed their lives over the past year. And I was captured just half a month ago." Lisu sighed, bringing our conversation to a close. A wave of sorrow washed over me as I absorbed these revelations, realizing that the people of Landenovia had endured far more suffering than we had. I regarded the former bureaucrat-turned-warrior before me, whose hands, once accustomed to holding a pen, were now calloused from wielding a blade. "Why, then, were you not executed immediately?" A peculiar question sprang to mind. Given Miguel Yangsky's temperament, he would have surely delivered the fatal blow long ago. Lisu studied me for a moment before responding. "I am bait, an enticement for my comrades, but the end is near. I shall be executed tomorrow, and everything will come to a close." "Tomorrow, indeed, now that I have spoken. It is your turn, is it not?" Tomorrow he was to be executed, yet Lisu bore little worry, his keen eyes still fixed upon me. "I will reclaim Landenovia," I declared, puffing out my chest with resolute determination. And various expressions flickered across Lisu's face. After a moment, he clutched his forehead and erupted into laughter, accompanied by a fit of coughing. "How amusing! You wish to reclaim Landenovia. Have you considered that even if you could vanquish the Landenovian guards, behind them lies the holy nation of Waitenor? A ragtag band of vagabonds stands no chance against a regular army. Regardless, I shall tread the path I have chosen, even if it means opposing the entire continent. I shall not retreat. A madman, but I like it, For the sake of liberating our long-suffering compatriots, to drive away the damned Waitenor puppets, Lusu extended his hand. For the revival of my nation, I too reached out my hand. To our respective ideals. Let us shake on it. On the evening of May 16th, in the year 1353, within a dilapidated cell, the hands of a young man yearning for the restoration of his country and a prisoner on the brink of execution clasped together. Among the many significant events of 1353, historians would solemnly document this handshake in the most prominent position, the handshake of giants. The wheels of history began to turn at that moment. What followed was the bloody night of Landinovia. As I ran my fingers along the rough wooden planks, decayed to the point that with my strength, I could easily reduce them to powder, I realized I needed to alter my plans to rescue Lusu. A degree of risk was necessary. The Dragonlance warriors should be lying in wait outside the city, ready to respond to my signal at a moment's notice. Fapu, do not underestimate these wooden planks. Whatever means you employ, they will produce an astonishing sound. Lusu cautioned me from beside that I smiled and replied, rest assured. Brother Lusu, as soon as I signal, help will arrive within half an hour. Just as I finished speaking, a cacophony erupted around us, the sounds of fierce fighting gradually drawing closer. Cough, cough, it seems your friends are more anxious than you are, Lusu remarked. Suppressing his pain with a grin that I paused momentarily, reflecting that it was unlike Galen's character to launch an assault before I signaled. Could it be that the Berserker squad of Lanbis had intervened? It seemed they intended for the dragon warriors to first sow chaos among the enemy, followed by a fierce onslaught from the Berserkers, thereby minimizing our losses. However, at this moment, the sounds of battle around us grew increasingly intense. The ferocity of the conflict far exceeding mere ambushed, my brow furrowed involuntarily. Setting aside the source of the insider who opened the city gates, was this not the most foolishly straightforward tactic? Such a method of exhausting one's own strength was truly unwise. What are Magura and the others doing? I muttered under my breath. It had been a full quarter of an hour since the onset of battle. Yet the footsteps outside had scarcely advanced 100 paces. The reputation of the Berserkers and Dragon Spear warriors lay in tatters, even if this elite force had been deployed to the dungeons. The combined might of the Yellow Tiger warriors and the servants should not have led to such disarray. Poor command and equally poor combat. If I discovered who was in charge of this battle, I would not hesitate to strip them of their military rank. Just then, the sounds of fighting outside suddenly intensified, accompanied by the sharp sounds of broken spears and shattered swords surging toward us. Bang! The wooden planks emitted a feeble groan as they splintered apart, and a massive figure, bathed in moonlight, appeared before us. Just as I was about to call out Lanbis' name, I noticed that he was not wielding Trevino's colossal battle axe, but rather an oddly shaped warhammer. Brother Rusu, we've come to rescue you. The burly man shouted that Teas. Rusu struggled to move into the light, laboring to speak, and I was taken aback. I had not anticipated that Brother Rusu possessed such formidable subordinates. The man named Teas hurriedly stepped forward and knelt before Rusu, choking back tears. My lord, you have suffered greatly. We could have rescued you sooner. But the lackeys of Waitenor moved you to this prison, which has delayed our efforts until now. I cleared my throat, reminding them that we were still in a battlefield, and there was little time for a long-lost reunion. Who are you? Teas finally noticed my presence, his gray eyes brimming with murderous intent. He is a newly acquainted companion of mine, Rusu said, calming his excited heart. Fap, given our current situation, it would be best for you to come with us first, and we can contact your companions later. I nodded, suddenly remembering that there was still another person in the dungeons, Talonvino merchant Mirachi. Though that raven was bothersome, he was still my companion, and I could not allow him to become a casualty of our escape. Brother Rusu, I need to rescue another friend. Hey, we are currently surrounded by the enemy. Delaying for even a minute means more bloodshed, Teas exclaimed, his words contrasting sharply with his rugged appearance. Enough, Teas. Fap. Hurry back and return swiftly. Rusu nodded to me. I quickly darted back to the dungeon, crashing through the door, which groaned in protest as it shattered apart. Before my eyes lay the central corridor of the prison, where several guards stared at me in shock. Evidently stunned by my abrupt visit, I would not allow them to regain their senses. I swiftly seized one of their long knives and, in a flash, slashed across his throat. As blood sprayed toward the heavens. The bodies of the remaining guards fell to the ground. Faced with so many cells, I had no time to visit each one individually, so I resorted to smashing all the cell doors to smithereens. Instantly, the narrow corridor was filled with people. Did I not say so? As long as I am here, escaping from this wretched place is a certainty. Not only are the facilities poor, but the defenses are also lacking. Even a place 1,000 times better could not hold me, let alone this dreadful locale. Would you not agree? Do not wander off. The mere sound of my voice was sufficient to locate Talanvino merchant Mirachi, and I quickly squeezed through the crowd, grabbing his hand. Not dawdle. Mirachi, let us go. Before he could protest, I tugged him along towards Brother Rusu. Let us depart, I shouted from a distance, as the number of enemies continued to swell. Onward, onward. Brother Rusu has been found. Let us break through, Tejas bellowed, brandishing his hammer with a voice that resonated to the heavens. That I could not help but inwardly groan at this simpleton. Such a shout only served to inform others that we harbored significant figures here. Sure enough, enemies began to rush toward us from all directions. Bang! Colorful fireworks erupted in the air, and I flicked my wrist, firing another signal flare. This communication device, a specialty of Jegenwald, could be seen from a considerable distance. Are you still in the mood to fire off such things? Tejas yelled in anger, as yet another soldier from Landinovia fell to the ground, his blood staining the earth. This fellow may lack intelligence, but he possessed brute strength rivaling that of Trevino's warriors. Within the range of his hammer, it was either death or injury. That I sighed, too weary to explain. Our situation was dire, with merely 100 of us surrounded by at least tenfold enemy forces. Setting aside the thought of breaking through, even holding our ground for half an hour seemed daunting. Our only hope rested on the wandering mercenaries not straying too far to provide timely reinforcements. Left flank, soften your formation. Right flank, charge. Rusu's voice rang out. He was the sole variable on this battlefield. Under his command, over 100 ambushes moved with discipline, utilizing the terrain around the prison to ensure that we always faced the enemy with a local numerical advantage. Otherwise, with Tejas' impulsiveness, we would likely have been leading everyone into an open confrontation with the enemy on the streets. However, no matter how exquisite the tactics, when our numbers dwindled with each fallen comrade, while the enemy continued to swell, it rendered our efforts somewhat futile. Let us retreat to the dungeon. Our losses are too great in open ground, I shouted, rushing to Rusu's side. Rusu nodded and promptly issued the order, leaving us with barely 80 men. Thud, thud, thud. The arrows struck the wooden planks with a rapid, brittle sound just as we retreated, with the enemy archers finally making their appearance, completely shattering our hopes of breaking free. The dungeon was dimly lit, illuminated only by the faint moonlight filtering in, and I could barely make out the mass of people within the corridor. Besides the bloodied ambushers, there were many prisoners kneeling on the ground, clutching their heads. How many are left? Rusu coughed lightly, the earlier action having aggravated several of his wounds. Tejas scanned the surroundings and after a pause, replied, there are still 73 of us. Brother Rusu, we will fight to the death to see you out. There are over 300 brethren outside the city. As long as we reach the city gate, we will be saved. Once we step out of here, we will be like hedgehogs. I leaned against a wooden plank, peeking at the situation outside, where countless archers readied their arrows to fire. What did you say? Tejas erupted in anger. As long as the enemy does not think to set fire, we might consider ourselves lucky. I huffed, making it clear that this was not the time for infighting. I can assure you of that. This is the precious dungeon of our esteemed Lord Mikhailinski. Given the advantageous position, he would not dare abandon it. For the lives of those soldiers, Rusu revealed a hint of disgust. Mirchi, gather the prisoners. Why me? I am but a merchant. Why must I do such a thing? If this gets back to Talanvino, saying I was once a prisoner, my reputation would be ruined. I still have a significant business to tend to there. My 2 lovely children are waiting for my return. Mirachi fretted, clutching his head and mumbling to himself, clearly not heeding my words. That I shall go. A prisoner who appeared to be in his early 20s stood up. That I nodded and said, then I leave it to you. The young prisoner eagerly dashed into the various cells, and soon, the prisoners began to gather in the corridor. That I climbed atop a crate to gain a vantage point, allowing me to see everyone. Most of their faces etched with despair, many trembling uncontrollably. As you all may know, there are at least 1,000 soldiers from Landinovia outside. Within moments, they will storm in. I am not a citizen of Landinovia, but I know the character of your esteemed Governor Mikhailinski. Even if you manage to survive amidst the chaos, you will be executed. A chorus of weeping erupted, with 2 individuals collapsing to the ground. In that case, I hope you will sell your already dead lives to me. The price I offer is the eternal safety of your families. This is I, Fapu of the Flash tribe, the promise of Indra. The fourth dragon general of Jegenwald. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. The illustrious name of the fourth dragon general once again aided me, as prisoners knelt down, pledging their lives to me. In an instant, I had amassed nearly 300 fearless warriors. Given that the enemy is unlikely to use fire, they will likely employ light infantry to engage us, utilizing their numerical advantage in a war of attrition. I proclaimed loudly, with Rusu nodding in agreement beside me. Based on the current situation, the enemy cannot deploy more than 2 squads at once. Our advantage lies in the environment of the entire prison area. A point we must thank the designers for making so densely packed to save space. The ripple of laughter slightly eased the tense atmosphere within the dungeon. Thus, we shall first abandon the surroundings. Leading the enemy inside. In such a confined space, their numerical advantage will be rendered ineffective, and in that moment, we can combine our strengths to annihilate the foe. Excellent! A chorus of joyous exclamations erupted, and the previously pale faces of the prisoners now sparkled with excitement. I find myself burdened by unspeakable anguish. Any person of even modest intellect would undoubtedly contemplate dismantling these wooden cells, an endeavor that would require but a fleeting moment. In no time, the 400 souls here would be entirely exposed to the gaze of over 1,000 well-equipped soldiers from Landinovia. However, the adversary might still presume that a mere combat unit of fewer than 100 resides within, opting for a foolish yet somewhat effective forceful assault. Yet, as the enemy began to position large numbers of lightly equipped infantry before the cells, I realized that the initial wave of attack would come from their vigorous onslaught. Rusu, accompanied by Tejas, was the first to retreat into the inner cells, along with dozens who were unable to fight. As we advanced, all combatants withdrew from the gaping hole, ensuring that the enemy would not immediately consider breaching other cells after facing resistance here. As I anticipated, the latent inertia prompted a throng of enemies to spill through the breach, soon filling the entire corridor with their light infantry. With a piercing shout, I burst forth from the cell, the foremost enemy soldiers swiftly raising their shields. This reaction indicated that this contingent must be the enemy's elite forces, displaying commendable defensive instincts even in such a sudden scenario. That a prisoner roared in fury, completely forsaking his own defense to tackle several enemy soldiers at the front. Almost simultaneously, multiple daggers struck him, and as blood splattered, another prisoner hurled himself into the fray, sacrificing himself to disrupt the enemy's tightly knit formation. The 100-odd foes jammed in the corridor were swiftly fragmented into sections, as more surged forth from both sides. Under the prisoners' fearless assault, the soldiers of Landinovia faltered, many being overwhelmed and killed by the unarmed inmates. The corridor echoed with agonizing groans and dying cries. "Slay all the enemies, spare not a single soul," I bellowed. Cleaving through an enemy soldier, the ambush squad composed of attackers firmly held the exit, and the demoralized foes fell one after another. Within a mere quarter hour, the first squad that had entered was decimated, with no survivors, while our side also suffered grievous losses, nearly 50 prisoners slain. The dimly lit corridor was now shrouded in a faint hue of blood, littered with corpses, and the moans of the wounded reverberated incessantly. As I tread slowly, my heart trembled upon witnessing a prisoner dragging himself with a severed leg. That a soft lament arose within me. This was the grim reality of war. In my suffering, the prisoner gasped, blood pouring from his leg. "I can bear this no longer." I knelt and slowly drew my blade. "What is thy name, and do you have any last wishes?" This was the least I could do, rather than let him bleed out in agony. It was kinder to grant him an early release. This was the only means available here. "I am Leguski from the Gariford family, Dragon Lord. I hope that when you escape, you will tell my son Jejia that I perished on the battlefield in my final moments." As he spoke, a trickle of blood escaped his lips. "Leguski, you are a true warrior. Your bravery shall forever be remembered by posterity," I murmured solemnly, swiftly plunging the blade into his heart, ending his suffering. In death. A faint smile graced his visage, and a single tear trailed down my cheek. The rapid annihilation of the squad that first entered the cells astonished the enemy commander, who could be seen frantically repositioning his forces through the gaps. When one underestimates an adversary and suffers remarkable losses, the average person tends to immediately overestimate the opponent's capabilities, a theory once imparted by General Lanbis. Judging by the current situation, the enemy commander appeared to be operating under such conventional wisdom. Thus, it would take some time to muster sufficient forces to convince them of a guaranteed victory. Time was of the essence for us. Only another quarter-hour remains, I muttered. This was the shortest time frame possible for the mercenary brigade to arrive. If support reached us by then, the people here would have a chance at survival. The heavy thud of footsteps echoed, a sound only heavy infantry could produce. Peering outside, I gasped in shock. An entire regiment of heavy infantry, roughly 2 companies, advanced in perfect formation. Judging by the massive war hammers they wielded, the enemy had evidently resolved to reduce this prison to rubble. Against heavy infantry, even the most potent cavalry charge may prove ineffectual. If it were Radis's berserker squad, in their frenzied state, they would undoubtedly become the bane of heavy infantry. Yet, I was flanked by only 300 ill-equipped individuals, many of whom were wielding weapons for the very first time. "Prepare the torches," I shouted, seizing some enemy wooden scabbards, slicing them into strips with my blade, and tearing clothing to bind them together. Though crude, once ignited with flint, they would burn fiercely, though the others were puzzled by my intent. They complied one by one, and soon the dim corridor was aglow with bright torches. "Surely you cannot intend to fight with those?" Tejas queried, his expression one of skepticism, struggling to comprehend. I raised the torch, the searing heat enveloping me. "I intend to set fire." My resolve was unwavering, startling Tejas. "Set fire? You wish to perish alongside the enemy. If you insist on doing so, await my death. That I refuse to bear the stigma of cowardice," Tejas shouted, his warhammer striking the ground heavily. If only Rusu were here, he would grasp my intentions. Given our current plight, even without igniting a fire, the enemy would soon raze this place to the ground, leaving most here with no escape. However, if I ignited the flames, the enemy might deduce that we sought to commit suicide. Given Rusu's significance, they would undoubtedly rush to intervene, and the ensuing chaos was precisely what I needed. Amidst Tejas's furious protests, I directed the prisoners to pile flammable materials at the forefront of the cells: hay, broken wood, even torn garments. Once everything was arranged, the heavy footsteps approached the cells. With a crash, the first cell collapsed, wooden debris raining down like a tempest. The heavily armored infantry remained oblivious to the wooden shards raining upon them, maintaining their formation as they advanced. Meanwhile, we, torchbearers, were exposed beneath the moonlight in a heartbeat. I shook my head. Engaging this contingent head-on could only be described as tragic. Nevertheless, I hurled the torch with great force, a brilliant arc of light illuminating the eyes of all present. Moments later, dozens of fiery lines tore through our vision, the crimson glow dazzling at the point of impact. The sluggish heavy infantry found themselves encircled by flames. Their thick armor had become a death sentence. Smoke billowed through the gaps, and the sound of coughing erupted as the first batch of suffocated heavy infantry collapsed to the ground, their numbers far exceeding those who perished in the flames. The tongues of fire, propelled by the wind, consumed the second row of cells, forcing us to retreat further inside. "Quickly, extinguish the flames. We must not allow them to spread outside," a hoarse voice cried, followed by the sound of chaotic footsteps. Many voices were evidently departing to fetch water. The moment I had awaited had arrived. Kicking aside flaming boards amidst the searing heat, I plunged into the throng of enemy soldiers preoccupied with extinguishing the fire. The enemy, taken aback by the sudden emergence of those they thought were intent on self-destruction, were caught off guard by the time they dropped their water buckets and fumbled for their weapons. The 300 of us surged forth. One side harbored a death wish, while the other spiraled into disarray. Despite the numerical disparity, the enemy forces began to crumble, with scattered water buckets and countless Landinovia soldiers drowning in pools of water. The enemy retreated like a tide before us, swiftly ceding the backyard. Utilizing the bodies of our fallen heavy infantry to barricade the sole passage, we fortified our position, although the prison was alarmingly rudimentary. The surrounding walls were remarkably sturdy, constructed chiefly of massive stones towering over 3 meters high, rendering it nearly impregnable. The air was thick with a foul stench, the prison still ablaze, and the scorching winds rushed toward us. The ground was a quagmire, saturated with water and blood. Yet, the faces of the prisoners were alight with exhilaration, reveling in the fact that they had forced the overwhelming enemy to retreat. This achievement was a source of immense pride. "The situation has not changed significantly," Rusu sighed. Striking at the heart of the matter, I nodded silently. The enemy had merely experienced a brief retreat under surprise assault, having not suffered a fatal blow, although we had decimated a substantial portion of their heavy infantry. depriving them of significant combat support. They still retained vastly superior general forces. Tejas, how many of us remain? I called out. Tejas glanced around and replied, including those, we have over 300 left. Those referred to the prisoners donning the armor stripped from the corpses, their audacity stirring a hint of respect within the towering figure. Next comes a proper war of attrition, Rusu stated. Having lost all usable conditions, we would have to focus our efforts on the passageway. Engaging the superior enemy in a war of attrition, if we could not hold that position, no one here would survive. I shall lead the first wave. Let the enemy taste the sting of my war hammer, Tejas declared loudly. The sonorous blast of a horn resonated, and the enemy, having regained their composure after the chaos, reformed their ranks and commenced their assault. The enemy commander evidently shared the same sentiment, discarding any tactical approaches and relentlessly launching waves of infantry assaults. Even with the inhuman endurance of Tejas, he could not withstand the unyielding onslaught of so many adversaries. I was compelled to withdraw this blood-soaked warrior, still shouting, I am not dead yet. I can still fight. His position was swiftly filled by other soldiers, and the blood of our side began to flow profusely. In just 10 minutes, a mere 10 minutes, both sides lost hundreds of lives in the narrow passage, due to the overwhelming number of corpses. The opposing forces had to first clear the piled bodies before they could continue fighting. I stepped over the fallen. I desperately swung my blade, witnessing comrades fall around me, yet each gap was quickly filled by another. At that moment, whether I killed an enemy or fell to one became inconsequential. Only one conviction sustained me. Yalu Fazil has not yet been reclaimed. I cannot die now. A sudden sharp pain coursed through my body as an enemy spearman, having slipped past my rain of blades, thrust a long spear into my abdomen. Before he could even smirk, my sword had already cleaved deeply into his chest. Dizziness overwhelmed me, my vision blurred, and an overwhelming weakness spread throughout my body. Just then, a spearman charged at me with a ghastly scream, and I found myself too weak to even lift my weapon. A spray of blood arced through the air, and a familiar figure emerged before my eyes. Though tinged with the scent of blood, it was indeed my gallant in the whirlwind of her dual blades. The advancing enemies were all turned to specters. In the distance fluttered the battle standard of the mercenary brigade. Reinforcements have arrived. Let us break through. Tejas' voice boomed, and his massive figure leapt into my view. Inspired by his presence, the soldiers surged forward, and the now demoralized foes hastily discarded their weapons, kneeling in surrender. The scales of victory finally tipped in our favor. A shroud of darkness enveloped me, and then I lost consciousness. Chapter 12. A new journey in the chaotic darkness. I drifted endlessly in this boundless expanse. Is this hell? I pondered, discovering that hell was an utterly desolate place. Devoid of the legendary guardians and Azura's point, two shadowy figures slowly floated towards me, coalescing before my eyes. General Lanbis, Lord Shaya. Upon recognizing them, I exclaimed in disbelief. To my astonishment, I had encountered two superiors in hell, though they ought to be in paradise. Fapu, you've arrived here before becoming a knight. My admonitions have been in vain. Lord Shaya sighed. My lord, did I entrust the independent battalion to you for such waste? Get back at once. General Lanbis's large foot came crashing down onto my face, causing my vision to swirl violently. Huh. I sat up, my mind in disarray, instinctively rubbing my forehead as the nauseating feeling churned within me. A resounding crash echoed, followed by a high-pitched female voice. He is awake. Before I could grasp the situation, the room filled with various people. Wonderful, the Lord is all right, came the voice of Yanni. I told you. Fapu's constitution is too resilient to be taken down by a mere infantryman. Magula's joy was palpable. Thank goodness the Lord is unharmed. Otherwise, I would have executed all those captives as retribution, Rage shouted. Master. Galen wept with joy, her sobs drowning out the voices of others. Enough. The Lord needs rest. Let us not disturb him. Melchior waved his hand, silencing the protests and ushering everyone out. It was only then that I realized I was lying in a bed, my body wrapped in bandages, and the room was a pristine white, filled with the scent of herbs. A miracle. Given your injuries, you should have been bedridden for several more days. I wouldn't have been surprised if you never rose again. Yet here you are, sitting up less than a day later, remarked a sharp-tongued voice. I turned to assess the speaker, astonished to find a woman clad in a physician's white robe, one that suggested a high-ranking healer. Appearing to be in her 20s, a rarity on this continent. What are you staring at? Never seen a woman before. You warriors only know how to kill. Beyond creating death and tragedy, do you know how to do anything else? The female physician approached, casually unfastening my clothing. Shocked, I quickly grasped her hand. What are you doing? My face flushed crimson. What are you embarrassed about? I've seen plenty of warrior bodies. Your wounds were bandaged by me, she retorted. Pushing my hand away, I was momentarily speechless, stammering, You have seen my body. Even if the sky were to fall, I couldn't have been more astonished at that moment. What is there to fear? The commander of the mercenary brigade showing me his body is nothing to be surprised about. I truly don't understand what warriors are made of. You kill without a hint of mercy, she said disdainfully, her face filled with contempt for soldiers. At least let me know your name, I sighed, feeling fatigued by this seemingly unprincipled physician. What is it to you? I don't mind telling you. My name is Mina Vidakas. While speaking, this woman bearing the noble surname of the Holy King removed the last shred of my modesty. On the 18th day of the 5th month in the year 1353 of the King's calendar, my body had slightly regained strength. To comprehend the current situation, I convened a military council at the home of my friend Mirak, where I was recuperating. What is the current status? I inquired, seated upon the bed, with a vast map spread before my feet. We have completely taken control of Landinovia. Grand Chancellor Toloski von Nedeov is currently held in a temporary cell. Grand Protector Mikhailinski was beaten to death by the populace. And only Grand Administrator Leo managed to escape, Melchior responded. And the current sovereign? A heavy silence followed, and after a long pause, Melchior finally spoke. That fellow is a nuisance. Nominally, he remains the ruler of this nation. Yet his actions do not merit such a title. Idiocy aside, the issue is that he is nothing short of a beast. The fact that someone as composed as Melchior uttered such words only confirmed the troubling nature of Adamski. That brute has killed 7 attendants within 2 days. And he also. Magula's face contorted with revulsion, and as I glanced at the others, each displayed expressions of extreme disgust. If we were to execute the ruler of Landinovia at this juncture, we would instantly bear the crime of treason. First from the Waitenor army, and subsequently perhaps from the expeditionary force of the Elfasir army. However, we currently lack the strength to confront these holy nations directly. We must retain the current sovereign until they find a suitable reason to mobilize. At which point we should be prepared for battle, Melchior stated, his face revealing his reluctance to make such a decision. I rubbed my forehead, carefully considering his words. Melchior had a point. Yet, I wished to hear another perspective. For his power was indispensable if we were to establish a foothold in Landinovia. Please summon Brother Luzu for me, I instructed Yanni, who stood nearby. Yanni straightened his attire and dashed out of the room. Soon, Luzu entered, accompanied by Tejas, his face alight with excitement at the prospect of overthrowing Landinovia's old regime, a fulfillment of his aspirations. I wish to speak with Brother Luzu privately, I said. The officers bowed slightly and withdrew. Tejas, you may leave as well. Luzu discerned my intent from my expression. Moments later, only Luzu and I remained in the room. Brother Luzu, I would like to discuss a matter with you, I initiated. You wish to retain the current king? Luzu quickly grasped my intentions. I nodded. Luzu lowered his head and thought for a moment before shaking it. That's not the best idea. Even if you keep the current king, Waitenor will still have a reason to mobilize. In this chaotic world, there is little sense of justice left. What do you propose? Let us stage a play. I'll take on the role of the villain, and you can play the hero. A peculiar expression crossed Luzu's face, one that suggested mischief. If all goes well, we might gain even greater benefits. As the door gently closed behind Luzu, I suddenly felt fortunate to have met this individual. His plan was nothing short of brilliant. Even General Lanbis could not have conceived a scheme so devious. Melchior. After some contemplation, I called out a name. Melchior opened the door and strode in. My lord. What is your command? Immediately find out who the most skilled negotiator in Landinovia is. Regardless of where he may be, he must appear in my chamber before dawn. As you wish, my lord. Melchior bowed slightly and withdrew. Galen. No matter what means you employ, find a young member of the Landinovian royal family and bring him to the Legion's camp. The Dragon Lance Brigade is now under your command. I uttered these words to the empty room, fully aware that she would hear every syllable. The candlelight within flickered slightly, and my keen ears detected the faint sounds of rapid movement. This is the only course of action left to us. May our plan succeed. I sighed softly. and the room fell into a profound stillness. There remained 4 hours until dawn, and tomorrow in this secret chamber, the nefarious scheme of the so-called shameless duo would officially take form. 2 hours later, Melchior entered my chamber accompanied by a rather unsavory-looking middle-aged man. "Are you the most distinguished negotiator in all of Landanovia?" I scrutinized the man, whose diminutive stature and sallow complexion were overshadowed only by the cunning glint in his beady eyes, imparting an impression that could only be described as vermin. "Hee, my lord, you need not worry if I claim second place. No one dares assert they are first." The man emitted a jarring laugh. "Oh, what remarkable abilities do you possess?" His boastful words piqued my curiosity slightly. "I possess no talents, but I am more unscrupulous than anyone else. I am willing to employ methods others would dare not." The man replied, "Excellent. I require your unscrupulousness. What is your name?" "I am Rovsky of the Vorotai family." "Melchior, procure a sum of 10,000 gold coins for him. This money is my funding for you. Travel to the capital of Waitenor and buy off as many nobles as you can. Your sole task is to convince the people of Waitenor that these are merely common brigands." "Yes, my lord, I shall see this task accomplished." Rovsky beamed with a greedy gleam in his eyes. 10,000 gold coins will afford you a rather pleasant existence, provided you are alive to spend it. I warned him sternly. Rovsky quickly suppressed his smile, nodding, his face now etched with fear. "Very well, you may go." I gestured for Rovsky to leave, and he bowed repeatedly as he retreated from the room. "Gallant, is everything in order?" I addressed the ceiling. "Yes, master. I have safely delivered Adamski's nephew to the military camp." A delicate voice reached my ears. "Is there any trouble?" I pondered. "None. I see. Thank you for your efforts." Gallant's presence receded, and I lowered my gaze to the vast map spread before me. The situation in Landanovia was far from favorable. As Brother Rusu had stated, should conflict arise now, it wouldn't be long before Landanovia became the 18th province of Waitenor. And this time it would be in name as well. On the 19th day of the 5th month in the year 1353 of the royal calendar, the weather was exceptionally foul, with heavy rain pouring down since the morning, the dense curtain of rain nearly obscuring all visibility. Today, Rusu had issued a city-wide curfew, with the defector troops, primarily composed of the Landanovian City Defense Army, tasked with enforcing it. The armed forces of Teyas marched into the royal palace, apprehending the king of Landanovia and hastily escorting him to the execution grounds. Alongside him were the Grand Chancellor Tarowski, von Nedeov, and several corrupt officials. The sound of clanking iron chains grew louder as it approached, and through the rain curtain, I could vaguely discern a long line of figures, their lavish noble garments clinging to their bodies, presenting a sight of humiliation that these nobles had likely never imagined enduring. The first to come into focus was Grand Chancellor Tarowski von Nedeov, whose once lofty head now hung low, the heavy chains at his feet causing his steps to falter. At times he had to rely on the assistance of armed commoners to take another step. Following closely was the king of Landanovia, appearing to be under 30, his demeanor and actions more akin to a beast than a man, emitting hoarse growls from his throat, the chains rattling ominously. "He is nothing short of a beast," Magura scoffed. "Is it our fortune or misfortune that such a person can ascend to the throne? My lord, are we truly executing the king? If so, we will be directly facing the Waitenorians." Melchior reminded me. I smiled and replied, "Remember, it is not we who shall execute him." Melchior paused for a moment, a look of understanding dawning upon him. "Long live Landanovia. Execute these scoundrels." The resounding cries surged in waves, the faces of the townsfolk alight with exhilaration. Years of oppression were finally being avenged, and countless objects flew from the crowd, striking those who had once looked down upon them. "First up is Tarowski," Rusu bellowed, and two armed commoners dragged the now limp Tarowski onto the execution platform, pinning him to the guillotine. As Rusu's hand came down heavily, the blade glinted with a bright flash, followed by a spray of blood that arched into the sky. On this day, approximately 40 nobles, all notorious for their misdeeds, were executed alongside the reigning king. The gates to war with Waitenor had been flung wide open on the 22nd day of the 5th month in the year 1353 of the royal calendar. According to plan, the Wandering Legion departed from Landanovia, having only been stationed there for a few days. Among those leaving with us were nearly 100 members of the Landanovian Merchant Guild and several hundred youths who volunteered to join the Wandering Legion. Before our departure, I fulfilled my promise to the late Leguski by visiting his family. Their dwelling was in a state of disrepair, located in a small village outside Landanovia. Leguski's wife, though only in her 30s. Bore the weight of years of labor upon her, appearing to be at least 50. Leguski's son, Jejia, was frail, his slender arms no thicker than a bamboo shoot. Warrior, we are but common folk, and with my husband imprisoned, we have nothing to offer. The woman looked at our large group, fear evident in her eyes. Surely, my husband hasn't gotten into more trouble in prison. Compared to the chaos in the city, these people were more concerned with whether they would have their next meal. I removed my hat and slowly knelt before them. The little boy immediately scampered behind his mother, peeking out timidly. Warrior, what are you doing? The woman gasped, her face pale. In the name of the Wandering Legion's commander, I extend my respects to you. Your husband has tragically fallen in battle. Fallen? That cannot be. He is but a farmer and was imprisoned for speaking out against a noble. You must be mistaken. Warrior. The woman shook her head vigorously. I sighed deeply and produced Leguski's urn from my bosom, a portion of what I had painstakingly retrieved from the charred remnants of the prison. Ah, the woman collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down her face. Having spent my life in the throes of war, I had long forgotten the sting of losing a loved one, yet witnessing this woman stirred that pain within me once more. I recalled General Lanbis's words, Fap, regardless of the righteousness of war, it is brutal for all involved. As a commander, one must not only grasp the tides of battle, but also cherish life. My lord, we must be on our way. Melchior reminded me from the side that I bowed to the mother and son, donning my hat once more. I cannot restore your husband's life, but I wish to provide you with a better living situation. Consider this a small compensation for the brave Leguski. Yanni, the young lad promptly approached, producing a pouch of gold coins. I know that no amount of money can equate to your husband's life, but you can purchase land to secure a place for your family to live in peace. This is the only thing I can do for Leguski. The woman weakly accepted the coins, still unable to comprehend her husband's death, while the child stepped forward from behind his mother. Looking into his innocent eyes, I felt a wave of emotion wash over me. After patting his head, I said, Child, be brave like your father. Your mother will need your protection. The boy nodded. His understanding still unclear, I withdrew my curved blade and handed it to him. Take this knife as a keepsake. In the future, anyone who comes before me bearing this knife will receive my assistance. With that, I turned and returned to my troops, raising my hand. We set forth. Arulfasir awaits us. The banners rose high, and behind me were the members of the Wandering Legion, a Dragon Lance Brigade, an Infantry Brigade, a Pike Brigade, a Servant Brigade, a Berserker Squad, an Archer Squad, and a Cavalry Squad, totaling 1,500 men. But why is she here? I pointed at the physician mingling among the Landanovian merchants. She should still be in Landanovia. The disdain that future generations hold for Minavia, a warrior woman, manifests in various interpretations within the mercenary corps. However, the truth is, a lizard physique as rare as yours has always been the focus of my research. Minavia asserted to Yanni with an unusually emphatic tone. When I first heard this from a young attendant soldier, I could only manage a bitter smile. Perhaps it isn't such a bad idea for this doctor and his subordinates to be together, at the very least. It provides a place for everyone to seek medical attention, although the recent influx of inexplicable ailments has been somewhat concerning. Thus, accompanied by our future great physician, we set forth towards Waitenor, arriving at the border of the two nations 3 days later. Waitenor is the oldest nation on the Holy Continent. As far back as the Dark Ages, the people of Waitenor had established a small principality in the north during the era of the Seven Heroes. The then sovereign of Waitenor, Yeshu Waitin, known as the Silver Swordsman, among the Seven Heroes, risked annihilation by the armies of the Dark Empire, rallying warriors from his clan alongside the remaining 6 heroes to resist the Dark Emperor. By the conclusion of the final campaign against the imperial capital, only a mere 100 able-bodied men remained from the Waitenor clan, which explains why the illustrious King Arulfasir of that generation praised him as the most selfless man. Of course, like other holy nations, several generations later, even the descendants of the most selfless man have succumbed to selfishness and decayed. At the border, we encountered numerous vexations from the Waitenor border guards. However, once a purse of gold found its way into the commander's hands, they swiftly became accommodating, not only providing us with a camping site, but also assuming general security duties. After settling the soldiers, I took Yanni and Galen directly towards the holy city of Waitenor. The holy city of Waitenor, perhaps due to its ancient origins, is comprised entirely of rough-hewn massive stones. The widest street within the city barely accommodates 2 carts side by side, and compared to the bustling cities of the southern Holy Lands. Even Landinovia appears more respectable, and I had no inclination to examine the urban structure of Waitenor. Upon entering the city, I instructed Galen to seek out the despicable Rofsky, who was working here, while I headed straight to the largest administrative building in the city, the National Political Assembly Hall. So it seems, Landinovia has already descended to such a state. However, I've heard that only small bandits roam there, and with over 2,000 guards from your country, it shouldn't be that dire, right? The corpulent official rolled his eyes, adopting an expression of indifference towards me. While I marveled at Rofsky's efficiency, I also lamented the decline of Waitenor. Nevertheless, I had my methods for dealing with these parasites. Yanni, frowning, presented a pouch of gems. The official's eyes brightened as he unceremoniously pocketed it, saying, "I can certainly understand. Thieves are rampant these days, and with merely 2,000 guards, it is indeed difficult to manage. I shall certainly report this to the Holy King. We must not allow our vassals to suffer humiliation." "Thank you, my lord," I replied with a bow. "No trouble at all." The official chuckled repeatedly before turning and vanishing from my sight. "My lord, why are you still being so courteous to these parasites?" After exiting the National Political Assembly Hall, the young Yanni pouted, her expression clearly displaying dissatisfaction. I chuckled and shook my head, saying, "Yanni, General Lanbis once told me, whatever can be obtained through strategy, never resort to force. We are merely sacrificing a bit of money. Yet what we stand to gain is something that countless warriors might bleed for without achieving." Yanni paused, perplexed, asking, "What is that?" I gazed up at the sky and replied, "It is the very sky under which we survive." "Now, let us find Galen. She should have located Rofsky by now." Disgust flickered across Yanni's face. For this young aspiring knight, Rofsky's presence was undoubtedly synonymous with malevolence. "Help!" A piercing female voice echoed throughout the streets of Waitenor. Just as we were heading to meet Galen, I couldn't help but furrow my brow. While Yanni's first instinct was to grip her knight's sword at her waist, I had no desire for a hero's rescue scenario to unfold at this moment. But a flicker of justice within me compelled me towards the source of the sea, or wide in a rather narrow alley. Several ruffians surrounded a woman, dressed entirely in a white priestess robe. Her age was indeterminate, but from her melodious voice, she appeared to be quite young. However, her priestess robe was rather peculiar, adorned with golden floral embroidery, and a strange sun emblem hung from her chest, setting her apart from typical high priestesses. "Don't be afraid. We just want to have some fun," the ruffians uttered monotonously, their words laced with various lewd gestures. "What are you doing?" Yanni unsheathed her knight's sword and strode forward. "Mind your own business." Two of the ruffians brandished short knives. I couldn't help but gasp softly. Their movements clearly indicated they were trained, and of a military sort. If Yanni were to engage them, she might find herself at a disadvantage. Yanni stepped back, I commanded, taking a few steps forward. "Are you from the Flash clan of the Lost Forest?" one of the ruffians exclaimed. Astonished, his gaze fixating on my weapon. It was the first time I had encountered ruffians so knowledgeable as to deduce my origins from my blade. "So, the ruffians of Waitenor are quite cultured," I sighed, drawing my curved dagger, crafted by a weapons merchant in Landinovia, perfectly mimicking the curved handle style of the Lost Forest, made from exquisite iron. The sound of the blade being drawn transformed the ruffians' demeanor. They, too, produced weapons, encircling me in a half-moon formation. "We are the Holy City's secret guard. We suspect you have connections with the heretical Saruth sect," one declared in an overly bureaucratic tone. "I wonder how you reached that conclusion," I replied, taken aback. It was already peculiar that these ruffians had transformed into government officials, but now they were linking me to a sect I had never even heard of, showcasing their vivid imagination. Any ordinary person would have fled upon seeing so many ruffians harassing a woman, especially when she is clad in Saruth priestess robes. Who other than a heretic would come to her rescue? The ruffian retorted confidently, his gaze firmly fixed on me, having already branded me a heretic. "If that is the case, I have no further objections. Consider me a follower of the Saruth sect," I replied dismissively, brandishing my curved dagger and charging into the formation of ruffians. Compared to the warriors of Jegenval, I was undoubtedly far inferior, yet against these government spies, even a small squad posed no threat. After a brief cacophony of cries, the ground was strewn with members of the Holy City's secret guard. Upon retracting my dagger, I suddenly realized the Saruth priestess had vanished without a trace. slipping away silently without so much as a word of gratitude to her savior. The Saruth sect truly is heretical, I muttered to myself. So, Yanni, please refrain from engaging in such foolish heroics in the future. The youth nodded, seemingly understanding that I glanced up at the sky, suddenly realizing the time wasted. Galen might have grown anxious waiting for us. Let us hurry. We mustn't keep Galen waiting. Grabbing Yanni, I dashed back to the street. Upon arriving at the designated small inn, the sky had already darkened as soon as I stepped inside. Rovsky's nauseating sycophancy greeted me. My lord, I never expected you would personally come to the capital. Had I known earlier, I would have arranged the finest food and accommodation for you. A headache surged through me. Sometimes, achieving one's goals necessitates substantial sacrifices, compared to my time in Landinovia. Rovsky now appeared utterly transformed, dressed in nothing but the finest garments crafted by renowned tailors, adorned with a gemstone ring from the Eastern Empire of Estefar. The total cost of his attire could easily purchase the equipment for an entire squad. Indeed, if I had delayed my arrival, those 10,000 gold coins would have gone straight into your pocket, I replied with a smile. With a thud, Rovsky dropped to his knees, his voice quavering. My lord, without proper attire here, no noble would pay you any mind. This is all for your sake. To be honest, I feel quite uncomfortable in this get-up. I couldn't help but chuckle. I kicked him lightly, saying, Enough with the theatrics. I am somewhat satisfied with your activities thus far. Now you must embark on another task. Rovsky hastily stood, brushing off the dust from his clothes. Please, command me, and I shall strive to fulfill your wishes. I wish to obtain the West Frontier Fortress, Sevilla. Upon hearing my request, his movement stiffened, and with a mournful expression, he lamented, My lord, are you referring to the fortress renowned as the unassailable Sevilla? Indeed, the unassailable Sevilla, however, that is merely its former title. Now, it is but a pile of stones in the West Frontier. I nodded. Chapter 13. The Fortress of Sevilla. The Fortress of Sevilla was constructed in the year 1184 of the royal calendar, enduring numerous tribulations such as fires and laborers' riots before its completion in 1205. Its primary purpose was to guard against the few barbaric tribes from the western territories, the Fulost people. However, the following year marked the outbreak of the 50 Years' War, during which the elite forces of Waitenor were entirely dispatched to the main battlefield in the south, leaving only a single 1,000-man battalion stationed at Sevilla. The commander of this battalion was none other than the future Duke of Landinovia, Vinisek Landinovia, who was merely 20 years old at the time, although many contemporaries criticized him for attaining such a position at a young age solely due to the influence of his father, Duke Ovisky. Over the following decades, this once notorious dandy, renowned in the Holy City, managed to defend Sevilla with his 1,000 men, leaving behind a mound of Fulost corpses at the fortress's walls. Consequently, a saying emerged, with Vinisek Sevilla, it shall never fall. However, after Vinisek subdued the Fulost people and was bestowed the title of Duke of Landinovia, along with lands previously belonging to the Fulost, the significance of Sevilla diminished by the year 1278. The last regular garrison withdrew from Sevilla. Thereafter, Sevilla existed merely as a border outpost until 30 years ago when a band of thieves ravaged it, rendering the never-fallen Sevilla a mere figment of dreams. Even in its decline, it remains a fortress. How could the Waitenor people relinquish something so vital to us? Rovsky struggled to articulate. That will depend on you, but with the skills of Landinovia's foremost negotiator, I believe it should be manageable. If funds are insufficient, feel free to speak up. I will not be stingy, I replied, laughing heartily. Lord Fapu, you are indeed impressive. Rovsky bowed his head. Having spent such a hefty sum, it would be a disservice to our hard-earned money not to leverage your abilities. I patted Rovsky on the shoulder. I entrust this matter to you. Yes, my lord, Rovsky replied despondently, turning to leave the small inn, while Galen and Yanni, still present, regarded me with peculiar glances that I coughed lightly and gestured. All right, nothing to see here. Go back to sleep. Later, when Galen inquired why I had such confidence in Rovsky to handle a matter so critical to the future of the mercenary band, I merely smiled faintly. The Rovsky isn't scrupulous. He is the best candidate to deal with those corrupt officials. Upon hearing this, Rovsky could only sigh. Those who gave me life are my parents. Those who understand me are Fapu. In June of the year 1353 of the royal calendar, After spending nearly 10 days in the holy city of Waitenor, Rofsky finally established connections within the upper echelons, expending vast sums of money, when the royal decree arrived in my hands, stating, "In consideration of the plight of our vassal Landanovia, the fortress Sevio is hereby lent, with hopes that you may once again achieve glory under the radiance of your ancestors." I hurriedly departed the holy city with Galen and Yanni, heading straight to the lodging of the mercenary band. While Rofsky remained in the holy city, where his activities would facilitate many matters. O you who hang the sun, greatness be your only title. O you who hang the moon, your soul is as pure as an angel. O you who hang the stars, your devotion shall be blessed by Salus. A resounding hymn echoed before us as a vast expanse of white banners appeared on the horizon. At this moment, we had been away from Waitenor for 2 days and had 3 more days' journey to the border. Master, Galen stepped forward and whispered. I glanced around. We were in the wilderness, devoid of any cover. Encountering a large group of individuals singing incomprehensible hymns in such an environment was far from ideal. Let us step aside. After a brief moment of contemplation, I decided to lead Yanni and Galen off the stone-paved road and onto the muddy ground by the roadside. The white robes of the priests instantly reminded me of the woman I had seen in the holy city. The sea of people before me, stretching over 100 meters, was indeed the so-called followers of the Salus sect, a group branded as heretics in the holy city, but evidently boasting a considerable following outside its walls. Lost souls, I see you shrouded in shadows. Hang upon you the star amulet of our Lord Salus, for it shall dispel the darkness and bring forth the light. A priest suddenly broke away from the throng and approached us, holding a protective talisman. Though his face was obscured, I wagered that beneath the white cloak lay the visage of a merchant. No, we do not have the luxury of time to worship deities beyond the supreme God. I promptly shook my head, wary of mingling with these merchant-like priests, as they would inevitably lead to the depletion of my purse. Wayward lambs, you have been misled for millennia. Salus is the supreme God. It is not too late to repent, the priest persisted, his tone growing more insistent, now accompanied by several burly followers. I am sorry, but we are uninterested, I firmly declared. It seems you will not turn back from your misguided path until you witness the miracles of Salus. The priest scoffed, suddenly beginning to chant softly, O Lord Salus, grant me the power of the Spirit, that the wayward lambs may return to your radiance. As he spoke, a fireball soared into the sky, prompting the nearby followers to kneel in fervent praise. With my keen eyes, I discerned the priest's sleight of hand, clutching a firework in his palm, igniting it with the other hand in the moment of chanting. Such tricks could only deceive the simple-minded villagers. Since the age of the 7 heroes, the power of magic had gradually waned with the rise of the sacred mountain. The most significant recorded use of magic occurred during the religious war, in the year 251 of the royal calendar, when the priests of various sects exhausted the entire magical essence of the Holy Land. Since then, the priests, deprived of magical replenishment, gradually withdrew from the annals of history, giving rise to the age of knights. That I shook my head, resolutely asserting, I will not take it. The sound of unsheathed swords echoed, revealing the true nature of the Salus sect as unscrupulous merchants. That I sighed and drew my curved blade. Halt! How can you act so rudely towards the benefactor of the saint? A booming voice interrupted the impending bloodshed. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man clad in high priestly garb and adorned with a moon amulet approached us. I am one of the 7 apostles of Salus, named Norman. Honorable guest, the radiant saint wishes to meet with you. He bowed deeply. Speaking with great respect, I was momentarily bewildered. When had I become the savior of a saint? It is you. Upon seeing the saint, I exclaimed in shock. The familiar attire and the peculiar amulet hanging from her chest belonged to the woman who had slipped away in the holy city. Her presence among these priests had been predictable from their behavior. Benefactor, please forgive my abrupt departure that day. I simply could not afford to be captured. The saint bowed apologetically, her voice muffled beneath her heavy veil. I smiled, indicating that I bore no ill will, and then stated, Very well, since that is the case. We must continue our journey, so I bid you farewell. I gestured, intending to leave with Galen and the others. Benefactor, how can I allow this? At the very least, let me express my gratitude. The saint interjected, stepping in front of us. In that case, I happen to need a contingent of laborers. Can you spare some hands? I tilted my head in consideration. How many do you require? 3,000, I replied bluntly. Interrupting the saint's response, the saint swallowed hard, struggling to articulate, 3 3,000. Indeed, I require that many. I chuckled, realizing this would allow me to bid farewell to these merchant priests. Very well, I shall agree. The saint nodded, uttering words that took me by surprise. Regardless, I had secured 3,000 laborers who required no remuneration. Although the process was somewhat absurd, it would undoubtedly become a significant topic of study for historians in the future. Pondering what compelled the Salas sect to support the mercenary band, which had been on the brink of ruin. However, the presence of these 3,000 souls would surely mark a pivotal turning point for the mercenary band. 5 days later, on June 17, 1353 of the royal calendar. After reuniting with our companions at the border, we arrived at the legendary never-fallen Sevilla. Had I known, I would not have spent so much money, was my initial impression upon seeing Sevilla. The moat was nearly dry. The trench before the city was almost filled with dirt, and the low defensive walls were in disrepair. Most alarming was the condition of the city walls. Through the gaps, I could see the overgrown courtyard clearly. The drawbridge is missing. The watchtowers are half ruined, and there is no sign of the siege machinery. Melchior reported a lengthy list of deficiencies. Magura, who began calculating expenses, wore a distressed expression. We are in deficit. The funds we brought from Landinovia are completely insufficient. Surely not. I recall we brought a quarter of Landinovia's treasury with us. I exclaimed in shock. Indeed, if only you hadn't squandered so much in Waitenor, Magullara remarked, her expression twisted into one of barely concealed disdain. Fortunately, we won't have to pay extra for labor now. Shulk cast a glance at the Saras followers murmuring behind us. Aren't we responsible for feeding 3,000 mouths, with so many chanting individuals? Do they not realize the money isn't being spent fast enough? Magullara scoffed, her words dripping with discontent towards me that I cleared my throat, hastily shifting the topic. Melchior, how many days do you estimate will be needed to restore Sevilla? Merely to draw water from nearby sources to fill the moat will take 7 days. Repairs to the walls and the reopening of trenches will require no less than 3 months. Melchior calculated briefly before delivering this grim news. 3 months. Then, very well, from this moment forth, we shall assume the role of laborers. I waved my hand. All officers to the front lines. This is our castle, and we shall restore it with our own hands. Excellent. The individuals who had finally reclaimed their castle began the transformation into a habitable space. Yet the challenges were far beyond our imagination. 250 gold coins for quarry tools, 100 for levers, 360 for shovels, Magullara recited, her hand skimming across the parchment. The dimly lit makeshift tent was filled with officers, each face reflecting overwhelming fatigue. I can't take it anymore. Every day we do nothing but dig stones. We are the valiant Talavino berserkers. Radis leaped up, shattering the brief silence within the tent. The Dragonlance warriors are still digging trenches, Tatum retorted. You. Radis pointed an accusing finger at Tatum, his face flushed with anger. For reasons unknown, these two always seemed at odds. Enough. You both are far too old for such childlike bickering, I interjected, halting their unrestrained exchange. Magullara, how much of a financial shortfall do we face? Magullara shrugged, raising her hands in resignation. At least over 10,000 gold coins. In a few days, the mercenary band will be bankrupt. If we can't even secure funds for food, we might have to resort to thievery before Sevilla is restored. Melchior sighed, shaking his head. It seems we need to communicate with Mirik. I exhaled heavily. The officers murmured in surprise, and in the blink of an eye, the tent was left with only Melchior and myself. My lord, do you seek assistance from the Talavino Merchant Guild? Melchior furrowed his brow. Indeed, I affirmed with a nod. However, Talavino merchants are notorious for their stinginess. Given our current predicament, it would be odd for them to part with even a single coin. Then we have no choice but to establish a connection through Mirik. And in the meantime, we shall borrow some funds from Randinovia. It must be so. If the mercenary band finds itself in dire straits due to lack of funds, General Lanbis will surely intervene. I shook my head, self-deprecatingly stating, let us request the assistance of our Talavino merchants. As you wish, my lord. Melchior bowed and exited. Dear Fapu, it seems you have not forgotten me in the shadows. I am deeply touched. I have yet to express my gratitude for the life-saving assistance you provided in Randinovia. Mere moments later, Mirik's voice burst into the tent. I looked up at the tent's ceiling, feeling a wave of dizziness. With a resounding thud, Mirik's portly figure came into view. Mirik, spare me the pleasantries. I wish to meet with the president of the Talavino Merchant Guild. I interrupted him brusquely. Mirik stared blankly for a moment, then finally responded, "No way. You want to meet the president of the Talavino Merchant Guild? Do you even know who he is? He is a direct descendant of the legendary merchant Truivik. Even prominent merchants like myself may not see him for a year, let alone someone like you. I wish to know if you have any means to contact him." Mirik fell silent for a moment before nodding. "Very well. In light of your past assistance, I will attempt to reach out to him. However, you must understand that he is a descendant of the legendary merchant, and his whereabouts are unpredictable. Even I lack confidence in locating him. Moreover, it is quite a distance to Talavino, and the round trip will take several days, at least half a month. Additionally, I haven't been home in a long time, so I must visit my children." I sighed. "Do your best, but ideally, make it swift." Mirik nodded and turned to leave the tent. Watching his retreating figure, I shook my head. Half a month is neither long nor short. But during this time, we must devise other strategies to gather funds. If only a few tens of thousands of gold coins could fall from the sky right now, I mused aloud, compared to the time of wandering. It seems everything now requires money. Without any economic source, the mercenary band might truly become a band of thieves. The most arduous days for the mercenary band undoubtedly occurred while toiling in Sevilla, where all officers and soldiers toiled together in sweat. Berserkers quarried stones, dragon-lance warriors dug trenches, servants built walls, spear warriors chopped wood, and even the mounts of the cavalry became mere transporters that I wondered if, in the event of battle then, the soldiers would possess any fighting spirit left. As the intensity of labor increased, so did the frequency of accidents, making the role of the medic Mina Vyas suddenly vital. With long lines forming outside her makeshift clinic daily, most of those in line, I suspected, were purposely injuring themselves. After all, even a strong warrior like Radis could be struck by a stone on the toe. Yet aside from this, another challenge loomed before me. What? There's a band of thieves lurking nearby. I nearly jumped out of my skin at the news brought to me by Galen during my rest. "Yes, my lord," for sentinels on guard spotted a thief scout, Galen whispered. "Did they capture anyone?" I frowned, concerned about the unknown intentions of these intruders, for we were, quite frankly, destitute. Galen shook his head. "Why must they come now of all times? Notify the Dragonlance Brigade and the Berserker Squad to prepare for battle. Their tasks will temporarily be handled by those Saras followers." I turned to Ani, who stood by. Ani quickly gathered the scattered utensils and vanished in a flash. "Also, Galen, find a way to capture a few scouts. I want to ascertain the strength of our adversaries." Galen nodded, vanishing from sight. It seems another battle is on the horizon. I stretched my body. It had nearly been a month since I last fought. And after laboring daily, I had almost forgotten how to wield a blade. Thanks to Galen's prowess, by nightfall, 3 scouts were bound and brought into my tent. They appeared malnourished, their frail bodies and sallow faces resembling that of common beggars, had it not been for Galen's report that a Dragonlance warrior had been injured during their capture. One might have mistaken them for mere vagrants. "Which band of thieves do you belong to? What do you intend to do here?" Magullara demanded fiercely, brandishing her curved blade before them. "Kill us, and we won't utter a single word," one declared defiantly. Straightening his neck, "These men were desperate," I concluded. "Typical punishments would be ineffective against them. Radis, choose one. You may deal with them as you wish." I suddenly addressed the nearby berserker. Radis looked taken aback, but excitement quickly lit up his eyes. "Can I really do as I please?" I nodded. The faces of the 3 scouts turned ashen. Anyone could see that this imposing figure wielding an axe was a Talavino. And there were many notorious tales about Talavinos, enough to send a shiver down their spines at the mere mention of "do as you will." "I'll talk. Just don't let me fall into the hands of a Talavino," one of them shouted. Sweat streaming down his face that I sighed, shaking my head. The thieves of today truly lacked wisdom. "Melchior, it's your turn." Melchior stepped forward to interrogate them closely, and the anxious man cast furtive glances at Radis while divulging information without reservation. This band of thieves was indeed formidable, comprising the majority of those operating between Randanovia and Waitenor, numbering nearly 1,000, and among them were several notorious bands like the Black Hawk Brigade and the Gale Brigade, all cavalry, their combat prowess rivaling that of regular knightly orders. But why would so many bands unite? That seems rather peculiar. Magullara expressed her confusion. "It's quite simple. The castle we occupy influences the entire border region. If a large group that appears to be military were to refurbish the castle here, wouldn't any thief feel a thorn in their side?" Tatum chimed in, articulating this reality. The officers nodded in agreement. However, this also presents an opportunity. Thieves are typically quite wealthy. Just as we lack funds, why not take this chance to eliminate them and seize their shovels, hammers, and spades? I waved my hand with utmost confidence and boldly declared that those ruthless brigands had been transformed into nothing more than plump sheep. According to the confessions of the captives, the entire band of thieves was encamped in a nearby valley. At that moment, I resolved to mobilize the elite units of the Berserker Squad and the Dragonlance Brigade for a night raid. Ensuring that we struck before the enemy learned of the scouts' capture. To guard against any unforeseen circumstances, I ordered the other divisions to be on standby. Our objective is the treasure of the thieves. I issued a concise command, and a deafening chorus of shouts erupted around me. After a brief march, the Dragonlance warriors swiftly infiltrated the periphery of the valley with their remarkable agility. By the time I led the berserkers to their position, they were already fully prepared. The valley was extraordinarily tranquil under the silvery moonlight, revealing hundreds of tents and several campfires flickering amidst the shadows, along with a few wandering guards, which constituted the entirety of the thieves' defensive system. Let the Dragonlance warriors stealthily eliminate the guards first. Once the perimeter is secure, Lanbis, your troops will charge into the center and disrupt their command. I issued my orders in a hushed tone. Lanbis saluted, nodding in acknowledgement. Very well, let us depart. I unsheathed my curved blade, and simultaneously, countless figures leaped from my surroundings, darting towards the enemy encampment like birds in flight. But a series of muffled thuds echoed as the patrolling thieves were swiftly dispatched. Moments later, Lanbis' troops unleashed a thunderous battle cry as they surged into the enemy camp. With a resounding crash, the central command tent collapsed, but not a single soul emerged. This is disastrous. I immediately realized it was a trap. Those scouts were far more cunning than I had anticipated. Master, trouble is at hand. Galen rushed to my side, and following her gaze, I saw countless torches igniting on the surrounding hills that we were completely surrounded. This was the first time I had fallen victim to an enemy's ruse. Judging by the number of torches, I could discern that our adversaries numbered well over 1,000. Berserker Squad, form a shield wall, Dragonlance warriors to the center. I made my decision, and almost simultaneously, a hail of arrows rained down from the hills. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of arrows striking our shields reverberated, and now and then, someone was struck. The coarse curses of the berserkers echoed throughout the valley. After a brief cacophony, a deafening charge erupted from all sides, the force of the sound crashing over us like a tidal wave, shaking the entire valley. The thieves, clad in various garbs, soon filled our sight. Where are the 1,000 men? I sighed. The moonlight could scarcely compete with the sea of torches created by the brigands. Everywhere I looked, a sea of heads surged forth, their sinister faces illuminated by the flickering flames. Kill, kill. Lanbis bellowed with fervor, his eyes gleaming with a manic light, and I could even see his muscles quivering with anticipation. The berserkers' frenzied assault would surely draw the attention of the dragon cavalry. Dragonlance warriors, maintain formation. Berserkers, advance. I released the bindings that had restrained Lanbis and his men, and from the heart of the Dragonlance warriors, a wave of crimson surged outward. The valley was filled with the chilling screams of the enemy, who clearly had not anticipated the presence of berserkers in our ranks. The first 300 men they sent to engage us vanished in an instant, leaving a scene of utter devastation in their wake. A shout erupted from the remaining thieves, and they scattered into the hills, arrows once again raining down upon us. The frenzied berserkers were beyond command. Amidst the storm of arrows, Lanbis and his men plunged into the woods, a flash of fire igniting in their wake. The enemy has set fire. This was the second time I was taken aback today. Their cunning exceeded my expectations. The inferno could impede the berserkers' advance. Soon enough, Lanbis' berserker squad retreated in disarray from the hills, beating the flames from their bodies. Lanbis was furious, despicable, so utterly despicable, to resort to fire. His roar reverberated painfully in my ears. Never mind. At least they did not lead you deeper into the flames. Otherwise, the berserker squad would have been eliminated. I consoled him. Clearly the thieves had not anticipated Lanbis' swift actions, and in their panic, they had set the fire, obstructing the berserkers' advance. If they had been even a moment later, when Lanbis and his men had fully entered the surrounding woods, a chill crawled down my spine. The fire blazed throughout the night, completely severing our route of retreat. Finally extinguishing with the dawn, leaving every face covered in soot. Such a disheveled battle was unlike any I had ever fought. Withdraw immediately. I gestured for the weary soldiers who had fought all night, nearly exhausting themselves in the struggle against the burning valley. However, I was more concerned about our companions in Sevilla. The towering flames could be seen from miles away, and given Magura's temperament, he would surely send reinforcements. Yet as of now, not a single soul had appeared, leaving only one explanation. They had fallen prey to the thieves' ambush. What a mess! I glanced around at the still smoldering valley, muttering to myself. Regardless, I could only offer my respects to the enemy commander. It was no wonder this borderland had become a haven of chaos with such a remarkable figure among the thieves. Just as I had suspected, the path was littered with discarded weapons and pools of bright red blood, yet neither side had left behind any corpses. From this, it was evident that both sides were engaged in a battle of formations. Melchior's calm command on the battlefield likely left the enemy with no opportunities. Before long, I caught sight of the banner of the mercenary corps still fluttering over Sevilla. We lost 237 men. This was the most devastating battle we've fought so far. And we still have no clear understanding of the enemy situation. Melchior's face was grave. The reinforcements had encountered a cavalry charge from the enemy. Had it not been for Melchior, I would now be surrounded by various thieves' flags. My lord, I have given up on further reinforcements. I hope you can understand. Melchior stated suddenly that I waved my hand, saying, I must express my gratitude. Had you recklessly pressed on, the retreating thieves would have coordinated with the cavalry to annihilate your forces. A unit without cover would soon meet its end. You have saved the mercenary corps. Melchior nodded appreciatively. The current situation is that we are entirely at the mercy of the thieves. They have taken control of the area surrounding Sevilla. The supply of provisions for such a large number of people has become a significant issue. If we split our forces to procure food, sending too many would create a defensive gap, while sending too few would result in immediate annihilation by the bandits. I spread out the map, furrowing my brow. The officers displayed expressions of contemplation. For now, we must first eliminate their eyes. Galen, you are in charge. Capture anyone who appears to be a scout. After Galen disappeared from sight, I continued, our adversaries possess far more cunning than we could have imagined, yet they are confined to Sevilla. Moreover, they are thieves, and thieves are inherently suspicious of all. Their reactions after losing their scouts will be crucial for us. We must endure until then. Understood. The officers rose in unison, saluting to express their compliance. In the following days, led by Galen, the Dragonlance warriors nearly cleared the area surrounding Sevilla. The makeshift prison was overflowing, adhering to the principle of better to mistakenly capture 1,000 than to let one slip away. As individuals continued to be bound and brought in daily, the bandit army has begun to move towards Sevilla. Their numbers are quite substantial. This news came a week later from the forward Dragonlance warriors. The blinded thieves evidently opted for the safer strategy of encircling Sevilla, as we lacked essential provisions. Rather than engaging in a battle of wits outside Sevilla, they preferred to besiege us with superior numbers, forcing us into desperation. Do we have enough provisions to last a few more days? I inquired of Magura, who was responsible for supplies. Magura lowered his head to calculate, finally responding, it's hard to say if we can conserve. We might stretch it to about 2 weeks. In other words, we cannot afford a protracted conflict with the enemy. I chuckled. Let us take the lead. I refuse to believe that with the strength of the Trevino people, we cannot annihilate those ruffians. Lanbis shouted, still haunted by the humiliation suffered in the valley. Galen, how many foes do we face? I turned my gaze to her. Galen hesitated for a moment, then finally replied, around 4,000. A gasp of astonishment swept through the ranks. With such a formidable force, how could our mere 1,000 warriors contend against them? It seems we have no choice but to prepare for the abandonment of Sevilla. I sighed. The officers were taken aback, and Lanbis was the first to leap up in protest. I oppose this. I vehemently oppose it. This is a disgrace for warriors. I would rather die here. I ignored Lanbis's vehement reaction and continued. Given the presence of those Sarthes cultists, the enemy believes we have 5,000 men. Adding the strength demonstrated in the valley, our forces should be enough to intimidate them, which is why they require such a large number to encircle us. If we withdraw now, the enemy will not hinder us. They desire Sevilla. So we shall relinquish it, and then we will encircle those 4,000 brigands. A wave of murmurs erupted, many faces displaying disbelief at the notion of encircling 4,000 with merely 1,000. But the officers still rose to their feet in support of my plan. Yes, my lord. On the 19th day of the 6th month in the year 1353, under the guidance of the Sarathians, the wandering mercenary corps evacuated from Sevilla, just as the moat was filled to the brim and the trenches were fully excavated. Our fortress, exclaimed the warriors with heartfelt lamentations, tears streaming down their faces. Many took soil from Sevilla as a memento before their departure. To prevent the leakage of information, the officers were strictly ordered to refrain from disclosing the battle plans, leaving the soldiers to depart with heavy hearts. I mused silently to eye in the distance. The banner of the brigands began to flutter, and from afar, I could discern the mocking expressions on their faces. Almost simultaneously with our departure, the brigand army commenced their advance towards Sevilla. However, curiously, they did not directly enter, but instead set up tents outside the fortress. A cautious enemy, I thought to myself. Promptly issuing a second directive, after a day's march, under the command of Melchior, all Sarathians and common folk continued to move into the territory of Waitenor. The enemy, no matter how clever, could not anticipate that our main force was not the combat troops. The remaining forces, led by myself, stealthily slipped into the nearby forest as night fell. No fires shall be lit, and no loud noises shall be made. Those who disobey will be executed. This was the most severe order I had issued. As long as we can eliminate those scoundrels, I can endure anything, Lanbis declared, grinning broadly. Especially you. It would be best if you kept your mouth shut. Tatum retorted coldly from the side that I furrowed my brow slightly. These two certainly had an abundance of chatter, and I had no choice but to wave my hand and declare, "Let us depart." After a chorus of affirmations, we swiftly moved towards Sevilla, arriving at the surrounding forest one day later. Most of the brigand army has already entered the fortress, but a contingent of approximately 400 remains stationed outside. The scouts' reports were not entirely favorable. I rubbed my chin, gazing at Sevilla. The castle walls were illuminated by torches. Various brigand banners fluttered in the wind. And outside the fortress, by the moat, dozens of tents glowed brightly, with patrolling soldiers occasionally passing through my line of sight. They leave no opportunity for a surprise attack, I sighed. However, fortunately, I had no intention of conducting a sneak assault. I meant to drive the enemy openly into Sevilla. Have all other areas been scouted? Have any anomalies been discovered? None, my lord. Having suffered a setback once, I was not eager to experience it again. Very well. Relay the order to rest in place. We shall launch our attack tomorrow morning. Yes. A faint rustling sound ensued, and soon, the suppressed command reverberated throughout the entire corps. Master, Gallon appeared beside me, her face slightly flushed, her breath somewhat uneven. The quartet has entered. I nodded, feeling a deep sense of reassurance towards Gallon. Did you encounter any difficulties? A note of concern inadvertently slipped into my tone. None, my lord, she replied, still exuding her gentle demeanor, though I suddenly noticed a hint of blush on her cheeks. That is good to hear, I replied foolishly. Actually you, my lord, your armor and curved blade. Yanni suddenly interjected, interrupting my words that I paused momentarily before accepting my gear. When I turned back, Gallon's figure had already vanished into the dark forest. A wave of melancholy washed over my heart. The following day, as the sun began to peak over the horizon, the soldiers of the wandering mercenary corps were already prepared for departure, the bright tips of their spears and the gleaming white longswords flashing around me. Very well, let us drive the enemy into Sevilla. I unsheathed my curved blade, pointing resolutely in that direction. The earth-shattering battle cry erupted like thunder in spring, as the first wave of berserkers and the second wave of dragoon warriors surged forth from the forest, followed closely by infantry, servants, and pikemen. Chapter 14. The Battle at Sevilla. Boom, boom, boom. The somewhat frantic sound of drums summoned the nearby brigand forces, who responded with remarkable speed, even surprising me. Almost simultaneously, the sound of splintering would echoed from the front line. The berserker squadron, enveloped in a rain of blood, crashed into the hastily assembled formation of the enemy. The brigands, caught off guard, barely had time to comprehend the situation before the long dragoons shattered their hopes. Within a quarter of an hour from the onset of battle, none of the initial brigands stood unscathed, as blood rapidly stained the moat. Quickly, I shouted, as the archers readied their long arrows against the bowstrings. As the first volley of arrows sliced through the sky, the enemy reinforcements surged forth from the castle gates. The cries of despair erupted as the blindly charging brigands, lacking necessary armor, fell prey to a rain of scattered arrows. collapsing like cut stalks of straw. Their first wave of attack swiftly dismantled. A resounding woo of a horn signaled the brigands' retreat back into the fortress as the heavy gates slowly closed before us. We sustained negligible losses in securing the perimeter of Sevilla, while the brigand forces suffered over 500 casualties, with none of the 400 stationed outside surviving. Swiftly, you lead the archers to seal off the entrance. The other officers convened for an emergency council. I surveyed the battlefield and issued my commands. As the excited officers gathered around me, I unfolded the map. The fortress of Sevilla is flanked on 3 sides by mountains, with a moat 10 meters wide on the 4th side, for defensive purposes. There is only one exit from the fortress, which is before us, a narrow stone bridge merely 2 meters wide connecting it to the outside world. Thus, the enemy cannot deploy their superior numbers in a frontal assault. They can only contest with us in this confined space. I traced the map with my finger, analyzing the current situation. Excellent. In a frontal engagement, we Travinians are not inferior to any race, Lanbis shouted, brandishing his battle axe. However, I do not believe the enemy will be so foolish. The most likely tactic they will employ is to use the low parapets along the moat to suppress us with arrows, preventing our approach to the stone bridge, and then launching a decisive assault. Once they seize the bridgehead, their overwhelming numbers could easily turn this into a war of attrition against us. I shook my head, clarifying the situation. What shall we do then? Magula asked, puzzled. For now, we must rely on the archers led by Su to temporarily hold the enemy at bay, apart from the shield-bearing infantry providing cover. The rest of the troops shall withdraw to rest. I folded the map just as the gates of Sevilla creaked open. Fully armed shield-bearers cautiously emerged from behind the gates, and Su's archers immediately launched their offensive. Arrows intertwining in the air, the whistling sounds of projectiles echoing in my ears. Occasionally, a shield-bearer would fall, but their vacancies were quickly filled by others to minimize casualties. Both sides engaged in ranged combat, until control of the exit was established. The enemy would not disperse their precious archers. Thus, amidst the aimless exchange of fire, time slipped away slowly. Yanni yawned beside me, eventually sitting down on the ground, thoroughly drained by such a monotonous battle. Surely they possess more cunning than this, I pondered, bewildered. Given the enemy's previously demonstrated tactical prowess, this battle bore little distinction from incompetence. Yanni, notify Su to prepare the heavy crossbows. A flash of inspiration crossed my mind, but just as I shouted this command, a massive wooden raft was pushed out from the castle gates. We've fallen for their ruse, I thought with a sigh. The enemy had employed a ruse of arrow exchanges to distract us while they took the time to construct this raft, rendering our archers ineffective. Losing the initiative allowed their archers to spread out. Retreat, I cried out, rescuing the archers from the impending rain of arrows, leading to a grueling struggle for the bridgehead. Following the usual expectation, the enemy had secured the bridgehead with arrows, their scattershot range sufficient to accommodate thousands of brigands, followed closely by those pushing the enormous wooden raft. Catapults, I commanded. This weapon had been highly recommended by the merchants of Landinovia. A compact version of a large siege engine, easily assembled and highly effective, though its range was only slightly greater than that of an archer, which is why it had never seen use in actual combat. I had brought 2 specifically to find an opportunity to test them. 1-2. Magula signaled, as 4 sturdy warriors strained to turn the winch, securing the massive catapult for release. A burning fireball nestled within the iron basket. Release. With a shout, the 2 fireballs soared awkwardly into the sky, tracing an unsightly arc before plummeting into the enemy ranks. One struck the raft directly, while the other fell among the rearward brigands. The shrill cries of the wounded echoed as several human-shaped fireballs plunged into the nearby moat, while others hastily discarded the burning raft, retreating swiftly back to the fortress, with a denser rain of arrows descending upon them. This wave of attack was repelled, but we could not reclaim the bridgehead. Both sides now faced each other across the moat. The enemy will likely wait until nightfall, I mused briefly, realizing that with their solid fortifications and ample forces, they would not be in a hurry. It was likely their commander was contemplating how to minimize casualties to secure victory. After dark, the archers' effectiveness would significantly diminish if they were to charge forth at that time. Tonight is crucial. With a heavy sigh, I commenced the preparations for the evening's defense. Our current predicament stemmed from a lack of sufficient troops to pose a credible threat to the enemy. Astonishingly, the forces besieging the city found themselves exerting more effort than those defending it. Facing the moat, the swift archers formed a neat line. At the bridgehead, I stationed the only 2 trebuchets we had, intending to leverage their extensive striking capabilities to intimidate the enemy's infantry. Behind them stood the infantry and pikemen, who, in dire straits, would be tasked with driving the enemy back. As the events unfolded, the 2 moons had already ascended, casting a slanted glow across the sky. The city gates slowly creaked open, and to my surprise, it was cavalry that surged forth, raiders clad in light armor, utterly defenseless against the onslaught of arrows that rained down upon them, leaving them to bleed profusely. However, it was precisely this lack of protection that rendered their speed astonishingly rapid. Had it not been for the narrow stone bridge, the front line of archers might well have been overwhelmed by the torrent of cavalry. Pike formations, dragon spear units, I shouted urgently, and the pikemen stationed behind the archers swiftly moved to the forefront, their lance tips resonating with the cries of the warhorses across the battlefield. To my astonishment, the enemy did not initiate a cavalry charge. Their sole objective was to target the 2 trebuchets. Countless torches arced through the air, igniting 2 fireballs before my eyes. The enemy sacrificed over 100 cavalrymen merely to destroy my trebuchets, a display of audacity that compelled my admiration. Lacking heavy artillery, it would be exceedingly challenging for us to suppress the enemy's infantry with just our archers. Indeed, a legion of shield-bearing infantry soon emerged in a relentless wave from the city gates. A war of attrition, I mused, shaking my head. Among the raiders, there truly existed a remarkable general. If only I could recruit such a talent into my ranks, the hope of reclaiming our homeland would not seem so distant. Suppress the enemy with a rain of arrows. Magura's voice rose above the clamor, and the swift battalion began discarding their longbows in favor of shorter range, faster-firing bows. The air was filled with the sound of taut strings, transforming the area of the bridge, less than 100 square meters, into a veritable sea of the dead, bodies tumbling into the moat, nearly saturating it. We are out of arrows. The rapid depletion of our thousands of arrows left me with no choice but to draw my curved blade. Prepare for close combat. Kill. The rolling tide of battle surged forward to mitigate the threat posed by the enemy archers. I was compelled to make the painful decision to engage in hand-to-hand combat, sending the berserkers directly into the enemy's infantry ranks, while the shield-bearing infantry provided the necessary suppression to control the scale of the engagement. The air was rife with the sounds of battle cries. Cleaving through the enemy's shields and sending their comrades to the afterlife had become the only option for both sides. Let me fight. Kill those raiders. I shall avenge my fallen kin. Behind me, Lanbis shouted in a frenzy, and to support the berserkers deep within enemy lines, I committed the entire dragon spear battalion, braving the threat of being cut down by both the enemy and the berserkers to rescue the remnants. Otherwise, the berserkers would have been decimated in this clash. Behind them lay a mound of several hundred corpses. In a mere quarter hour, the berserkers had dwindled to less than a squadron. A disastrous battle. I exhaled, kicking aside an advancing raider, only to plunge into the temporarily breached enemy formation, blood spattering around me. As the tightly knit shield warriors reformed their ranks before me, I swiftly retreated, continuing this back and forth. The Magura battalion suffered over half its casualties, and we withdrew, while the Schultz battalion took over the fight. Galen, drenched in blood, rushed to my side, delivering the grim tidings. Set fire. I nodded. Now was not the time to seek the perfect moment. A flare shot into the sky, followed by plumes of thick smoke rising from within the city of Sevilla. Its ablaze. Chaos erupted among the raider ranks, and at that moment, I threw the remainder of my forces into the fray. The disordered enemy pressed back into the castle. Countless raiders trampled beneath their own as they fled. Riding the wave of momentum, I led our warriors to dispatch the scattered archers, and when a considerable portion of the enemy surged out from the fortress, we withdrew to the bridge under the cover of our archers, bringing an end to the battle that had lasted over an hour. In the turmoil, the 4 hidden within the castle managed to return safely. Perhaps the only consolation of the day, wails of despair filled the air. In just an hour, the mercenary band lost 30% of its strength. The berserker squad could no longer fight, and the Magura battalion had suffered 83 fatalities, with the death toll surpassing the wounded. The enemy's losses were equally severe, with the stone bridge littered with corpses, shattered shields at both ends, and discarded weapons strewn about. More importantly, the enemy archers had been virtually annihilated, leaving them unable to engage us in battle with precise long-range strikes for quite some time. Lanbis, his eyes aflame with grief, gazed at the bridge where over 40 of his kin lay dead. Although every berserker killed exacted a toll of dozens upon the enemy, this had been the heaviest loss they had suffered since emerging from Trevino. That I placed a hand on his shoulder and said, "Ladies, they are worthy of the name berserker. I shall not allow their bodies to be left to the wilderness, my lord. There is no need to mourn for them any longer. Let them rest in peace." Ladies replied, his voice thick with emotion for the first time. That I nodded and suddenly grabbed a torch from the side, striding toward the bridgehead. With Galen instinctively following close behind, we stood there under the watchful eyes of tens of thousands of soldiers from both sides. I hurled the torch, and flames erupted before me, a plume of black smoke soaring toward the heavens. Warriors, rest in the fire. Regardless of where you hail from, return to the embrace of the divine. A thunderous lament echoed across the battlefield, and the soldiers of the mercenary band knelt in reverence, while countless torches fell from the walls of Sevilla, the conflagration dividing the two warring factions. This night, there would be no further battle. Thus, the day of June 22 ND, in the year 1353 of the Yuan calendar, came to a close. After burning thousands of corpses, both sides returned to a standoff. With the raider army suffering a loss of over 1,000 men, as well as nearly all their supplies, the shadow of starvation beginning to loom over their hearts. It is Melchior's forces. The sentry shouted, shattering the tranquility of the dawn. Accompanied by the followers of Saralas, Melchior's cavalry returned to Sevilla, although there was no significant improvement in combat strength. The increase in numbers was sufficient to deter any rash actions from the enemy. We began constructing low earthen mounds along the moat, adopting a posture indicative of a prolonged siege. The raider army in the city now numbers around 3,000, considering their rations and the slaughter of livestock. They may last half a month. After that, their combat capability will dwindle to nothing. I assess the situation. However, our own supplies are insufficient to sustain us for half a month, Magura interjected. Then we shall have to send some to hunt. We cannot let our soldiers starve. Fortunately, it is spring, and animals are not in short supply. Thus concluded this simple military council, with the only resolution being one of endurance, maintaining the siege until the enemy faced starvation. 10 days passed. During this time, the raiders within Sevilla exerted every effort to break free, having fought no less than 10 significant breakout battles. Our forces, relying on the earthen mounds, utilized the archers' strikes for suppression, coupled with counterattacks from the cavalry and infantry, successfully repelling the enemy multiple times. Recently, their assaults had grown increasingly feeble, showing signs of waning. The calm before the storm was a sentiment shared by both Melchior and myself, prompting us to strengthen our defenses further. With the followers of Saralas wholly dedicated to crafting arrows and throwing spears, my lord, Mitsai has returned, Yanis called from below the mound, where I had been observing the enemy's movements. Hearing this news, I promptly slid down. Mitsai has brought many people. Yanis's face glowed with excitement. Crossing the ground strewn with arrows and throwing spears, I entered the rear encampment, where the long-missed clatter of metal greeted my ears. Dear Fapu, I have not let you down. You cannot imagine the hardships I endured to locate the important members of the Merchant Guild. For instance, I had to travel all the way to Dongboli to find this gentleman. Lord John, Yanis, take good care of Mitsai. I waved my hand, and the young attendant warmly escorted the fellow away. Greetings, I am Fapu, commander of the mercenary band. I introduced myself, surveying the tent filled with individuals. All were adorned in the attire of Talanvino, amounting to 5 people in total, apart from 2 who appeared to be attendants. The one to note was the 30-year-old man seated at the center of the tent. From his presence, I sensed an aura of authority. I am Fido, the rotating chairman of the Talanvino Merchant Guild from years past. The first to speak was an elderly man with white hair. I am Batty, the chairman of the Talanvino Merchant Guild, he added with a typical merchant smile. And this gentleman? I inquired, glancing at the silent figure. I am Zeniavsky Ivanov Trievich, he proclaimed, reciting a lengthy string of names. The current president of the Talanvino Merchant Guild. The descendants of the legendary merchant Trievich are said to be endowed with extraordinary intuition, capable of foreseeing events before they unfold. One can even sense this innate gift merely by gazing into the profound depths of the eyes of the president of the Talanvino Merchant Association. We have heard that you seek to borrow a substantial sum from our association. However, based on my current observations, it seems you lack the means to repay it. Batty commenced his customary negotiation tactics. Indeed, we are unable to repay, I replied with remarkable candor. Then what grounds do you have to request a loan? A merchant would never engage in a losing venture. Feardo remarked sagely that I fixed my gaze upon Zeni and declared loudly, I rely upon the eyes of your association's president. The only guarantee I can provide is that once we restore Arulfasir, you shall no longer encounter the obstacles you presently face. Ridiculous, utterly ridiculous. You are hardly in a position to make demands. Batty guffawed heartily that I shook my head and stated, wherever the iron cavalry of Arulfasir treads, the merchant's paths shall remain unobstructed. Zeni blinked, a flicker of intrigue passing through his deep-set eyes. Wherever the merchant's paths lead, there too shall be the supplies of Arulfasir. On that day, I entered into a sacred pact with the Terralvino merchants, which would later be known as the Arulfasir-Terralvino Accord. Even after formalizing our cooperative agreement, the parsimony of the Terralvino merchants left me astounded. Batty, the president of the Terralvino Merchant Association, a balding man in his 40s, naturally remained with the mercenary band, asserting, I aim to ensure that every coin invested by Terralvino is put to good use. His jurisdiction extended even to the soldiers' toothpicks that a joke circulated among the mercenaries at the time. If you can leap over the walls of Sevilla, you'll owe a gold coin. If you can scale Mount Helry, you'll owe 100 gold coins. But if you can extract a toothpick from Batty's grasp, you may take all I possess. Yet, it cannot be denied that this man possessed exceptional eloquence. Under his persuasion, the arms merchants from Landanovia could only shake their heads as they sold weapons at prices so low that it revealed a harsh truth. We had been duped by those wretched Landanovians all along. This realization alone was enough to keep Magula perpetually orbiting around Batty, seeking the secrets of the trade. Thus, with the support of the Terralvino merchants, we not only secured ample military provisions, but also acquired superior and more affordable equipment. While the bandits remained entrenched in Sevilla, refraining from further incursions done on that day, I was once again devising strategies within the tent, pondering the enemy's potential assault tactics, while Yanni busied himself preparing some unknown concoction, presumably filled with the prescriptions of that Minavian physician. The mere thought of our physician gave me a headache, as various versions of Miss Minavian's preferences had already circulated among the camp. And I could only imagine how many had intentionally sustained injuries in hopes of attracting her attention. Recently, the followers of the Salis faith had gone even further, incessantly declaring her the radiant goddess, abandoning their duties to perform ritual dances before the makeshift clinic. My lord, 10 trebuchets have been installed on the hill, Melchior announced, lifting the tent flap to deliver good news. Is that so? I exclaimed, abandoning my calculations and eagerly racing alongside Melchior toward the hill, before Sevilla. The trebuchets stood in a row, their dark frames glistening in the sunlight. From a distance, I spotted Magula meticulously dusting one, his care akin to that of a father tending to his children. Nearby stood a Landanovian arms merchant, a frown etched upon his face as he finalized his dealings with Batty. Upon seeing me, Magula's eyes sparkled, and he exclaimed, Fapu, come quickly and see. We acquired these treasures for a total of 1,600 gold coins. I hurried up the hill, inspecting the trebuchet, unable to suppress my astonishment. With these, it is as though I have been granted 10 companies. After saying this, I cast a glance at the securely locked gates of Sevilla. It appeared the enemy would not delay much longer. Within the next few days, a large-scale assault was inevitable, and I could only wonder what it would entail. Melchior, relay the order that in the coming days, all soldiers must remain armored and armed, even sleeping with one eye open, I commanded, turning to Melchior below the hill. Victory or defeat hinged upon these next few days, for both us and the bandits. As I spoke, a gentle breeze carrying the scent of earth brushed past me. And gazing into the distance, I noted that while the sky here was clear, a few gray clouds loomed on the horizon, bringing with them the warm, humid air. Prepare additional torches. Tonight does not promise favorable weather, I called out to Melchior as he began to leave. He cast a glance at the distant sky, nodding thoughtfully in response. This day marked the 3rd of July in the year 1353 of the royal calendar, and that evening witnessed the greatest storm ever recorded in the northern snowfields. According to the astrologers of the time, the howling winds brought forth a deluge of rain. Tonight, there shall be no light. At that moment, I was oblivious to the fact that we would soon engage in the largest battle since the formation of the mercenary band. Amidst such dreadful weather, the wind howled, intertwining with my anxious thoughts as night fell. The climate took a dramatic turn, and standing outside, I felt as if I might be swept away to make matters worse. Rain the size of soybeans pelted me, sending sharp pangs through my body. while my vision blurred, rendering anything beyond 100 paces indistinct. Boom! A fireball was launched from the trebuchet, streaking through the rain-soaked air and landing heavily on the opposite shore, rolling several times before being extinguished by the downpour, leaving behind only darkness. With each successive launch, we barely managed to keep tabs on the bandits' movements, yet I understood that unease was consuming the hearts of every one of our men. My lord, if we continue like this, we will exhaust our fireball ammunition before dawn. When the enemy launches their full assault, our forces will find themselves at a grave disadvantage. Melchior cautioned from beside me. I sighed, aware as I was of the situation. Yet, with the weather so dire, it was exceedingly difficult for scouts to relay the enemy's status to us in a timely manner in this moment. Every second lost could mean the difference between victory and defeat. Cease fire. Deploy additional scouts, instructing them to ignite signal flares upon encountering any developments. Furthermore, advance the infantry, erect the shields, and prepare for close combat. I resolved after a lengthy contemplation. Understood. With a deep command. The infantry, bearing massive shields, swiftly advanced to the forefront of the hill. Accompanied by the dull thuds of their movements, a makeshift wooden wall over 2 meters high was raised. Archers and spear throwers took cover behind the shields, peering through the gaps to observe the murky expanse ahead. Silence enveloped us. The only sound was the howling wind, while the rain intensified, nearly obscuring all vision. That I stood in the rain, arms crossed, gazing toward Sevia's direction. Though unseen, I could feel the palpable intent to kill emanating from that place. Ping, ping, ping. Fireworks erupted along the riverbank as nearly all scouts sounded the alarm. The enemy had simultaneously launched an assault across the long moat. Trebuchets. Fire. The sharp voice of the herald resounded atop the hill, and numerous fiery projectiles ignited the night. As they soared briefly through the air, they descended into the moat, exploding into brilliant displays of light. It was only then that we discerned the countless makeshift rafts scattered across the moat, as the bandits surged forward, half swimming, half crossing the bridges. The fireballs continued to rain down, sending waves crashing upon the moat's surface. Each explosion claiming multiple lives, and several rafts caught fire. Yet the bandit forces pressed on, frenzied and relentless, soon closing within the archer's range. Arrows sliced through the air, their iron tips affixed, although their range was limited. The strength of the bows easily pierced the flimsy shields of the bandits. In such treacherous weather, we could only resort to these exorbitantly priced arrows, for the ordinary ones had long since become ineffective due to the relentless rain. A chorus of wails echoed through the rain-soaked air as the foremost bandits fell in droves, their comrades trampling over the fallen to continue their advance. Spear throwers. A volley of long spears filled the sky, their white shafts tracing luminous arcs against the darkness. In an instant, a deadly forest of spears materialized 50 paces before the hill, and a pungent scent of blood wafted into my nostrils. Kill. One bandit, narrowly evading the rain of spears, charged forward with a howl that pierced my ears. Thwip. The faint sound of a bowstring being released silenced his cries as an arrow embedded itself in his forehead. He staggered briefly before collapsing heavily at the foot of the hill. In a mere 15 minutes, our forces had expended nearly all of our fireballs and over 2,000 spears and arrows. The bodies of the bandits piled up before us like a dark mass. Yet the enemy's advance showed no signs of faltering. Yanni, go inform the non-combatants to evacuate immediately. You must protect them as you leave. I drew my curved sword and called out. Yanni resolutely shook his head, standing tall as he replied, My lord, please allow me to fight alongside you. I no longer wish to be an outsider. I gazed at him for a considerable time, and upon his youthful visage, a resolute expression emerged. He had already become an exceptional knight. I sighed inwardly and nodded emphatically. Do not stray from my side. Yes, my lord, replied Yanni, his face alight with excitement as he drew his knightly sword. Herald, I bellowed, delegating the task of safeguarding the non-combatants to them. Stepping over the bodies of comrades, the first thief finally ascended the earth mound, only to be met with a spear, followed by a dull thud. The thief tumbled back, engulfed in a mist of blood, marking the commencement of the close combat. All around me, heavy breaths filled the air, and in the dim light, I could only discern the silhouettes swaying. The scene was chaotically disordered, punctuated by the groans of splintering shields, as if thieves were aplenty. Hold your ground. Any who approach shall be slain without mercy. I shouted, understanding that if the chaos spread, We would swiftly lose the mound as our bastion. Extinguish all torches. The darkness shall serve us better. Oh, divine mercy. Some warriors began to extract their protective crystal pendants, placing them in their mouths. Particularly those hailing from Landinovia, who appeared increasingly frantic. Dragonlance warriors, advance. I commanded, reluctantly deploying the elite Dragonlance unit of the Vagrant Mercenary Corps into the fray. In this dire situation, only they could stabilize our morale. The long Dragonlances soon emerged atop the mound, their destructive power rivaling that of the usual dragon cavalry, manifesting before us. The Dragonlance warriors wielded lances approximately a meter longer than standard ones. Forged entirely of fine iron, the sheer weight was enough to intimidate an average person, and only the extraordinary strength of the Dragonkin could wield them with ease that I had always restrained their combat. Not wishing to squander such elite forces in a war of attrition, but given the present circumstances, I let out a sigh, realizing there was no choice. The azure luminescence emanating from the dragon lances enveloped the entire mound. Soon followed by a layer of blood mist, the first hundreds of thieves were utterly annihilated, with dragon lances piercing through two foes simultaneously being a common sight. That a brief silence ensued, as the subsequent thieves, momentarily stunned, hesitated to press the assault, but it was merely a fleeting moment before a cacophony of wolf-like howls erupted, and a tide of thieves surged forth once more. Blood mixed with rain flowed across the earth, layers of corpses accumulating beneath the mound, a grim portrayal of just half an hour into the battle that I in the darkness. It was impossible to discern how many we had lost or how many enemies we had vanquished. But all knew that falling at this moment meant never rising again. The enemy's assaults seemed endless. One wave fell, only for another to rush forth that I began to doubt whether the opposing commander was mad. Such sheer attrition, even if victorious, would only constitute a Pyrrhic victory. Could such a strategy truly belong to the one who had caused our forces so much suffering? Yet, it was undeniable that this relentless onslaught exerted monumental pressure upon us. Before long, a Dragonlance warrior collapsed heavily to the ground, his body riddled with at least 100 wounds. Infantry unit. I was compelled to withdraw the Dragonlance warriors, who had suffered a 10% attrition rate. Leaving the infantry as the focal point on the battlefield, they stood in phalanx formation, relying on mutual support to barely withstand the enemy's vigorous onslaught, while the archers and javelin throwers behind them dealt ranged strikes to the adversary. If we could hold on just a little longer, when the enemy's charge began to falter, our cavalry and Dragonlance warriors could re-enter the fray and deliver a fatal blow. The rain persisted, turning the mound into a quagmire. With no way of knowing upon whose corpse I trod, I defended against the enemy's unrelenting slashes, the clangs of my shield reverberating incessantly as I pushed back, struck, and pushed back once more. Mechanically repeating these actions, even the leader of the Vagrant Mercenary Corps could do no more. Behind us, the archers and javelin throwers made their final efforts, hastily launching remaining arrows and javelins into the enemy ranks. Yet such efforts felt as futile as casting pebbles into the sea. The enemy surged up the mound, our warriors gradually retreating, with no sign of the enemy's assault abating. The shadow of defeat began to loom over me. Oh, Lord Saras, grant me the brilliance of your power to dispel the darkness. A strange chant suddenly arose behind us, as thousands of Saras devotees appeared, brandishing a variety of weapons, frantically singing hymns as they charged forward. By the time we reacted, they had already breached our lines, clashing with the thieves. Stunned, there was nothing more astonishing than being rescued by fervent devotees, as white figures suddenly filled our view. The thief army, taken aback by this unexpected strike, was forced to retreat in disarray, relying on the archers across the moat to engage in a chaotic melee with the devotees, the roles of attacker and defender switching in an instant. An hour into the battle, various units finally had the opportunity to assess their casualties. The Shulk unit was rendered incapable of further combat, the Tatum unit likewise incapacitated, and the Magura unit suffered over 80% losses. Even the Dragonlance unit had lost 10 men. With only the cavalry squad, which had yet to engage, maintaining its basic structure. My lord, Yanni said, his face pale as he anxiously scanned the surroundings. I sighed and embraced his shoulders, feeling the intense tremors emanating from him. Yanni. Remember, war is perpetually brutal. The deeds of heroes may be recounted by future generations, yet who truly understands the thoughts of the hero himself? The young squire appeared bewildered. My lord. Carefully stepping over the corpses, Melchior came into view. What is it? Would deploying the cavalry squad to the battlefield still be of use? I turned to him. Melchior's gaze shifted to the Saras devotees engaged in melee with the thieves. And after patting his chest, he declared, "Leave it to me, my lord." I saluted. "Good luck." Melchior returned the gesture and vanished from my sight with a swiftness greater than his arrival. Moments later, the neighing of warhorses echoed from behind the mound as Melchior's cavalry squad joined the fray, assisting the Saras devotees in driving the thief army into the depths of hell. As the clock struck July 5th, ushering in the wheel of fate, the sounds of battle gradually diminished, and the tempest that had raged for so long began to subside. When the two moons' light shone anew, we could finally perceive the surrounding scene. A battlefield of azura, murmured Magura. Between Sevilla and us, the ground was no longer visible, awash in white, gray, and the crimson hue of blood. Javelins stood erect like weeds. Arrows littered the ground, and the scent of carnage lingered thickly, even after such a storm. Gazing at the moon, I could almost sense a faint pallor enveloping it. The thief army retreated to the castle, the drawbridge across the moat still flickering with flames. This battle would later be dubbed the Night of Azura in Sevilla, coming to a close with the thief army suffering the loss of half its strength. While the vagrant mercenary corps found itself utterly depleted, send forth envoys. There is no need for us to continue this senseless slaughter. The sight of corpses strewn about and the incessant sounds of agony weighed heavily on my heart. Though my understanding of thieves had only ever been greedy, vicious scoundrels, the battles of these past days had granted me a newfound perspective on these undaunted souls. My lord, we have lost so many. And not to mention Lanbis. Melchior hesitated. I understood his implication. The Travanans were known for their an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth mentality, and with so many berserkers fallen, it was likely they would not cease until they had slaughtered everyone in the city. If the death of one berserker demands 100-fold repayment in blood, then how many lives would be required for the countless thieves who have perished? This is war. Melchior, convey my words to Lanbis. If he still cannot comprehend by that time, let my blood serve as recompense. Yes, my lord, but the thieves may not be inclined to surrender. We shall have to attempt it. I cannot simply cast the remaining soldiers beneath the walls of Sevilla. I sighed, recognizing that the enemy's irrational assaults had already cost them a significant number of warriors. Leaving them with little strength, the battle for Sevilla would thus come to a temporary halt. What lay ahead, I did not know, but I was certain of one thing. From this moment forth, we had embarked on an irreversible path. Chapter 15. The continuing battle the year 1353, July, began to reveal a myriad of unfavorable signs for the corps, as the incessant mutterings of Mirik foretold. Fire month. All matters are obstructed. Several skirmishes in Sevilla seemed to validate his predictions, with nearly half of our companions from Landanovia eternally resting outside the cold walls of Sevilla, and half of their bodies remaining unaccounted for. Exhausted, we confronted the equally weary thieves across the embankment, both sides awaiting the outcome of negotiations. The thief army has refused to reconcile. Magura shook his head that in truth, I already knew. Our envoy had been dismembered and returned, accompanied by a message arrow lodged in a corpse, emblazoned with the words, Waitenor's dogs, dare to breach Sevilla if you can. These barbaric thieves, Yanni exclaimed, gazing upon the lifeless body of our envoy, unable to suppress his indignation. My lord, allow me to slay them all. I have always maintained that there is nothing to discuss with thieves. Lanbis slammed his battle axe down heavily, shouting loudly, with our mere few hundred men, before we even reach the walls of Sevilla, we would all perish. Tatum scoffed coldly. The current situation was one of strenuous defense, with a force of 1,500 now reduced to just over 700, most of whom lay bedridden. That I shook my head. Capturing Sevilla was beyond consideration, yet it was evident that the adversary's methods had spiraled into madness, suggesting internal strife within the ranks of the bandit army. Gallant, I called out, prompting the officers in the tent to glance around. The female dragon knight, known as the Shadow of Fapu, garnered attention within the mercenary band that rivaled even that of physician Minavaya. My lord, what are your commands? Came a subtle voice that pierced my ears. Release the eyes. I wish to ascertain the circumstances within Sevilla. Yes, my lord, she replied, and then fell silent. For now, we must fortify our defenses and dig another trench before the hill. Melchior, lead the cavalry squadron and do your utmost to eliminate the bandits' lairs scattered across this region. Shulk. Find a way to recruit soldiers from nearby villages. Speed. Intensify the training of archers, as our long-range striking power is of utmost importance. The rest should remain vigilant." "Understood." The officers rose in unison, saluting before exiting the tent, leaving only Yanni and me behind. "My lord, how long must we endure here?" Yanni ventured timidly. "Until victory is ours." I glanced toward the bright sunlight outside the tent. After a storm, the weather had turned stifling, heralding the arrival of summer. The ensuing defense proved remarkably tedious, as the enemy's assaults grew increasingly chaotic, clumsily launching wave after wave across the stone bridge, leaving behind only lifeless bodies with little else to show for their efforts. Reports from the infiltrated eyes revealed that the bandit army had executed all severely wounded soldiers and commenced slaughtering their horses. That a piece of information caught my attention. It appeared that many prisoners were being held in abandoned cells. Individuals clearly not among our ranks. A purge within the bandit army was my first thought. Yet given our current military strength, even with Shulk's temporary recruits, we would barely number 1,100. Too few to capitalize on such an advantageous opportunity. "My lord, Melchior has returned," Yanni announced, lifting the tent flap and rushing in with excitement, pulling me back from the mound of intelligence reports. "Is that so?" I responded, hastening to greet him. The camp erupted in jubilation, welcoming the returning cavalry squadron as if they were heroes returning from conquest. Among the cavalry, I glimpsed several heavily laden wagons in the distance. "My lord, we have succeeded beyond expectations," Melchior proclaimed from afar, a flicker of a smile breaking through his usually stern visage. Just that alone informed me that our cavalry had returned with significant spoils. Much faster than I, Megura, and Batty dashed to the wagons, eagerly rummaging through the items, their faces brimming with excitement. Indeed. It seems you two are quite the golden geese," Batty chuckled. "Hey, these are our core belongings. Do not harbor any foolish intentions." Megura hastened to catalog each item, marking them meticulously. "If left to me, I can guarantee a handsome profit. When have the Talonvenians ever engaged in a losing venture? Who's to say you won't line your own pockets?" The two exchanged barbs, a stark contrast to their previous camaraderie. Just a day prior that I shook my head with a wry smile. However, Melchior's return dealt a significant psychological blow to the bandits. The agony of having their stronghold raided was not something everyone could endure. Far more critical than the mere acquisition of such bountiful spoils, July 21st marked nearly a month of besieging Sevilla. I sat at the forefront of the hill, gazing at the city walls, where plumes of black smoke rose as the enemy burned their dead. With the weather growing ever warmer, failure to promptly bury or incinerate the deceased could lead to a plague. Over the course of the month, the various bandit banners atop the city walls had been halved, the remaining ones drooping weakly. Since the large-scale assault on July 5th, the bandits had suffered devastating blows both in morale and military strength, and their courage to mount another such offensive had long since evaporated. Meanwhile, our forces had been bolstered by the influx of berserkers drawn by tales of heroism from across the continent, alongside the servants who fled from Elfasir, replenishing our ranks. Although we were not yet strong enough to claim we could seize Sevilla, we possessed sufficient confidence to seal the bandits within. "Listen closely. Our berserkers are the mightiest on the continent." Leites bellowed from behind the hill, and I turned to see a row of new recruits standing before him, their resonant shouts echoing his proclamation. In Leites' berserker brigade, the proportion of new blood was as high as 80%, yet their combat prowess was comparable to that of the Dragonlance brigade within the entire mercenary band. "My lord," Melchior approached from behind, "news has arrived from Landinovia. Private noble militias are gathering in the southern region. Furthermore, in Waitenor, that Grand Administrator Leo accuses our forces of holding the young lord hostage, hoping that the Waitenor army will uphold justice and march against us." "Oh," I brushed off the dust from my clothes and stood up. Rofsky should have made some response. "Indeed. My lord, the nobles bought off by Rofsky are uniformly proclaiming that the righteous army is engaged in fierce battle with the thieves in Sevilla, truly the loyal and honorable men of Landinovia. Neglecting to support them is one matter, but to attack them, would that not tarnish Waitenor's reputation overnight? Currently, the two factions are embroiled in debate, and it is unlikely they will impact our forces in the short term. It appears we cannot afford to languish here, waiting for the bandits to open the city gates." I nodded. Our forces are predominantly new recruits, and with fewer than 2,000 men, we likely lack the strength for a siege. Melchior furrowed his brow. I shook my head. I would not be foolish enough to assault the impenetrable Sevilla. but I cannot allow the bandits within to feel too comfortable. Notify the troops to gradually advance our defensive line, creating the semblance of a siege. Additionally, let those Saruth clergy don military attire and join the front lines, ensuring the bandits clearly perceive our troops' strength. Of course, in areas beyond their line of sight, we should set up numerous straw dummies, creating the illusion that we possess several times their strength. Melchior's eyes brightened. My lord intends to undermine the bandit army's morale. At that point, we shall see how the discontented within the bandit ranks respond, I mused, stroking my chin and chuckling softly. Melchior, let us also spread some propaganda, suggesting that those who surrender will be provided with food. Yes, my lord. Melchior bowed and promptly set off to implement the orders. Shortly thereafter, a series of commands echoed from behind the hill, as troops formed up and marched forth, presenting themselves before Sevilla. The resplendent armor and weaponry supplied by Landinovia's arms merchants unmistakably showcased our military might. The bandits across the way immediately appeared flustered, their arrows flying haphazardly from the battlements, falling to the ground long before reaching our ranks. Under the very eyes of the bandits, we began constructing caltrops and wooden barriers, presenting a progressively advancing siege front. Within their line of sight, including the Saruth clergy, our numbers exceeded 5,000, far surpassing the total strength of the bandit army. Do not disappoint me, I silently implored. If fortune favored us, we might soon be resting within the walls of Sevilla. We had squandered far too much time and military resources on the bandits. As this thought crossed my mind, I suddenly felt a surge of ambition, increasingly resembling Batty, the miser. While I hoped for chaos within Sevilla, the bandits' response exceeded my expectations. In a matter of days, some bandits stealthily escaped, relishing the meager feast available to them, their faces radiating a sense of happiness. I surveyed the 7 bandits within the tent. Each was gaunt and haggard, their clothes seemingly unwashed for days, exuding a sour odor. Delicious, delicious, one bandit exclaimed, shoving a handful of rice into his mouth. While his other hand reached for a chicken leg on the table, the other officers exchanged glances, and even Latis, who harbored a deep hatred for thieves, could not help but display sympathy. Do you know how many have died in the city over a morsel of horse meat? 7 the day before yesterday, 13 yesterday, and today, it is nearing 20. Another bandit, chewing, stammered out. The most terrifying are those from the Black Wind Band. Rumors say they have resorted to cannibalism. Ever since the members of the Black Hawk Corps were captured, chaos in the city has escalated day by day. As the bandits feasted, they exchanged chilling tales, and from their words, we gleaned that Sevilla had now become a haven for the starving dead. However, from another perspective, the enemy's resistance is likely to endure for a considerable period, which is certainly not favorable news given our current predicament. After all, the faction advocating for a punitive expedition led by Waitenor has gained the upper hand, and the situation in Landinovia appears to be deteriorating as well. Well, I'm full now, said a young-looking thief in his 20s, rising and patting his belly. You can execute us now. Thank you for allowing us to indulge for a while. I was taken aback and asked in confusion, why would you want to be executed? The thief's expression turned sorrowful as he replied, I greatly admire your fighting spirit. You may be the most formidable soldiers of Waitenor I have ever seen. However, you are the officials, and we are but thieves that I would be foolish to believe you would spare us. You may proceed. All I ask is for a swift end. I fear you are mistaken. We are not the soldiers of Waitenor, but rather the ragtag mercenaries of Arulfasir, I replied, shaking my head. The thief was taken aback, and after a moment, burst into laughter. So you are not the soldiers of Waitenor at all. How absurd. We have lost so many lives fighting a meaningless battle against the wrong adversaries. Thief, what is your name? I inquired, intrigued by him. Straightening his clothes, he proclaimed, I am Yeshu, captain of the 1st Brigade of the Black Eagle Corps. What? You are the soaring eagle of the Black Eagle Corps, exclaimed the other thieves, their expressions revealing the grandeur of this soaring eagle. No one knows how young the soaring eagle is beneath the black mask. A hint of sorrow flickered in Yeshu's eyes. But what does it matter, in the end? I cannot save the fate of the Black Eagle Corps. Even Brother Decos could only watch helplessly as he was captured. If I could rescue your comrades, would you be willing to assist us? A sudden thought of recruiting this thief crossed my mind. From his words, it was evident he was a talented strategist. That Yeshu's eyes brightened. If you truly can free Brother Decos from Sevilla, I will gladly help you. Fapu, do not be foolish. If we could rescue someone from Sevilla, we would have already taken that tortoise shell, Magula interjected, tugging at my sleeve that I smiled. For rescuing someone does not necessarily require storming into Sevilla. That I turned to Yeshu and said, "It's a deal. Before I rescue your companion, I wish to learn more about you." Yeshu nodded and began, "Since your first attack, an entire brigade of the Black Eagle Corps stationed nearby has perished. In the subsequent battles, the Black Eagle Corps suffered heavy losses, dwindling from an original force of 800 to a mere third-rate power." I furrowed my brow and remarked, "Based on your previous performance, it shouldn't be this dire." Yeshu shook his head. "At first, everyone was united, but once we attacked Sevilla, the internal strife among the thief factions surfaced, especially during the first breakthrough battle. It was primarily the Black Eagle Corps leading the charge, while the other factions." His face betrayed his sorrow. "Originally, Brother Deco's planned to draw your attention from the front while a strike force flanked you from behind, allowing us to decisively defeat you. However, the flanking forces of the Black Wind Corps and the Swift Corps inexplicably faltered. When we retreated, they promptly captured our men. This led to the other thief factions resorting to desperate measures to assault your lines." Yeshu spoke bitterly. The officers in the tent were uncertain whether to feel relieved or regretful had Deco's plan succeeded. The mercenary corps should have been eliminated over half a month ago. And now, I pressed for further information. Yeshu shook his head. "Without Brother Deco's to command, the thief army is merely a disorganized mob. The defenses of Sevilla are riddled with flaws, and many are preoccupied with finding food. Half of those on guard tonight are absent. Even so, with our current forces, we cannot inflict any substantial damage on Sevilla. If we attack now, we will suffer significant casualties among the soldiers we have painstakingly assembled," Melchior offered from the side. Yeshu nodded. "Indeed, while the defenses may be weak, they are still sufficient to detect you as you cross the moat. At that point, regardless of how many soldiers can fight, it will result in a catastrophic blow." "Precisely," I replied, agreeing with Yeshu's assessment. The tent fell silent, and everyone's gaze turned toward the dark exterior, where the flickering lights of Sevilla revealed an expression of despair. "Thank you for your insights. Now is the time for me to fulfill my promise," I said. Rubbing my hands together to break the silence in the tent, the officers were taken aback, and Melchior exclaimed, "My lord, you do not intend to deploy the Dragon Lance Brigade to rescue someone, do you?" I shook my head. No, I am not that naive. That I merely wish to negotiate a trade, our supplies for the prisoners consuming their food." The officers exchanged glances, realizing that only I would conceive such a plan. Others would never consider exchanging such a vital resource for a few adversarial thieves, yet this idea could easily secure Deco's freedom. Yeshu blinked and suddenly knelt, exclaiming, "Thank you immensely for your rescue. I owe you my life." I sighed softly. At this stage of the conflict, notions of right and wrong were irrelevant. Since we could not take Sevilla for now, it was better to spare unnecessary lives. After all, warriors like Yeshu are not easily found, and having him on our side would be a blessing. For the starving thieves, nothing is more enticing than food. When our envoy pointed to the supplies stacked outside the city of Sevilla and proposed a trade, most thieves cheered, and the few dissenting voices were quickly silenced. That day, dozens of Black Eagle soldiers who could barely walk were escorted out, including Brother Deco's, who had inflicted countless casualties on our forces. When Yeshu excitedly embraced the seemingly unremarkable middle-aged man, exclaiming, "Brother," the mercenary officers were visibly pained. Is this the person? He appeared to be in his early 40s, but his hair was completely gray, adorned with an unkempt beard. If he were merely a schoolteacher from some village, we might have accepted it. Yet, it was he who had caused us to suffer through an entire night in the valley, subjecting our rescued soldiers to hardship. If the fallen warriors of the mercenary corps were aware of this, they would surely rest in unrest. For such a decrepit old man, we unwittingly sacrificed half a month's rations to the thief army, Magula muttered, his face etched with pain. "Yanni, please inform Physician Minavaya to tend to these individuals." I surveyed the nearly unconscious members of the Black Eagle Corps, all appearing on the verge of collapse. "Also, notify the logistics team to prepare some fine provisions to host our guests." "Yes, my lord." Yanni hurriedly ran to the rear. "Melchior, inform everyone to heighten their vigilance. I do not wish for the well-fed thieves to spring an unexpected surprise on us." "Understood," Melchior nodded. "Let us head to the tent to welcome our guests." That evening, the main tent was brightly lit, and our guests, having freshened up, arrived early. Deco's, clad in a blue robe, appeared rather refined. "You are the commander of the mercenary corps," Deco's remarked, Blinking with interest that I nodded and smiled. Yes. Sir, you have certainly given our army quite the trouble. The surrounding officers immediately displayed expressions of indignation. Is that so? Deco stroked his beard and suddenly burst into laughter. Yet, the commander is quite impressive. You managed to think of fighting behind closed doors. And your subordinates are all valiant and skilled, truly incomparable to us thieves. Laughter erupted, and Deco's light-hearted remarks eased the tension in the tent. Even the usually stoic Melchior raised his cup and drank heartily. In that moment, at such a close distance, I genuinely felt the prowess of this Black Eagle Corps commander. Well said. I subsequently drained my cup. Wanderers, what exactly do you fight for? Deco's asked, waiting for me to finish my drink before posing this question. I am curious how you, with barely over 1,000 men, aspire to restore Arulfasir. This folly is even less sensible than our thievery. I froze, his words reigniting the confusion in my heart, through a voice laden with unimaginable sorrow. I slowly replied, I do not know. All along, I have been focused on fulfilling Lord Shaya's orders, honoring my promise to General Lanbis that in my eyes, restoring Arulfasir is all that matters, and every sacrifice towards that end is worthwhile. Yet in Landanovia, Brother Rusu was the first to make me realize, even if we restore Arulfasir, what then? Shall we merely reinstate another wave of nobility to the throne usurped by Dracop, or shall we take on the mantle of nobility ourselves? I cast a sweeping glance over the officers of the wandering mercenary band gathered in the tent and continued. Thus, I am in great anguish. Due to my own stubbornness, I have compelled everyone to shed blood alongside me. The noble cause of restoring Arulfasir is indeed sweet, yet prior to that, the corpses outside the city of Sevilla have already burdened me with too much. My lord. Melchior rose, rendered momentarily speechless. Perhaps dying on the battlefield is what I truly seek. Only in that way can I provide the best response to General Lanbis, Lord Shaya, and the warriors who perished for my ideals. A heavy silence enveloped the tent, punctuated only by the soft sobs of Yanni. My lord, you are quite selfish, bearing all of this alone. But, my lord, you must not forget that this is not a war for you alone. It is a war for all of us. If you recklessly seek death, it is a betrayal of all your comrades. Melchior broke the silence, his voice tinged with agitation. We, your servants, are but lowly beings. Only you can elevate us to the title of warriors. We hope to create glory under your command, so that our descendants will no longer be ridiculed for our identity. This is why we, your servants, pursue you with disregard for life and death. Shulk added, his voice firm. I was at a loss for words. Feeling a wave of moisture welling in my eyes, Decas shook his head repeatedly, muttering, a bunch of madmen. Yet, Fapu, you still evoke a peculiar feeling in me that let's make a wager. I shall bet on my insight. You appear to be the kind who can create miracles. Brother, have you not always despised nobility? Yasha queried, glancing sideways. Hee, I've grown weary of being a thief. Adopting a noble identity isn't so bad that I believe our Lord Fapu would not mind this old rogue squeezing himself in, Decas replied. I gaped in astonishment, unable to fathom that this old thief, who had made us suffer greatly in Sevilla, was actually willing to join us. Stammering, I responded, of course. And so, in an impromptu gathering, Decas joined the ranks of the wandering mercenary band. Accompanied by nearly 100 warriors from the Black Hawk Brigade, Marachi's calculations had deviated at this moment, yet the grim circumstances for the wandering mercenary band remained unchanged. My lord, a youthful voice broke the tension. There was only one person in the mercenary band who would address me in such a manner. I sat up, rubbing my heavy head from the hangover. What is it, Yanni? Lord Melchior has urgent matters to discuss. Yanni handed me a damp cloth. Oh. I wiped my face, allowing the cool sensation to awaken my senses. Scanning the tent, I noticed most were still sprawled on the ground, and Radis was snoring loudly while clutching a wine jar. Only Melchior had managed to remain sober during last night's revelry. Please let him in. I nodded at Yanni. My lord. A flying message from Landanovia, Melchior announced as he entered, handing me a note that I unfolded the paper to find it hastily scrawled. Noble rebellion gathering in the south, estimated 2,000. Urgent situation in Landanovia. The handwriting was quite sloppy, indicating it was written in a moment of peril. The Elfasilians. I glanced at Melchior as I uttered the term. Given the current remnants of noble strength in Landanovia, it was impossible for them to muster such a large force without substantial backing. Timid nobles would not dare to act. It must be infiltrators from Jejenval. The Elfasilians are indeed a clever tribe. Instigating chaos in Landanovia serves their interests well, Dracop interjected, having woken up at some point. However, their numbers far exceed Brother Russ's guard. Neglecting them could bring significant trouble for him, I mused, stroking my chin. Indeed, Sevilla cannot be taken in the short term. Dracop laughed, rousing the officers from their stupor. What is happening? Fapu, Magula inquired, shaking his head. We are retreating from Sevilla, I replied softly. What? Retreating from Sevilla? Underestimating Radiz's hearing, his booming voice immediately swept through the entire camp, and soon all the soldiers were aware of my decision. In no time, a crowd gathered before the main tent. Why are we retreating? We are on the verge of victory. Shall we let our fallen brothers sacrifice themselves in vain? My lord, please reconsider your command. I gazed at the mud-streaked faces. My companions who had fought alongside me through countless days and nights, bleeding outside Sevilla. Just as we were about to reach the realm of victory, I was dragging them back to hell. Sevilla will not sprout legs and escape. Yet in Landanovia, those noble lords are eager to reclaim their rights, not through negotiation, but with the weapons in their hands. Can we stand idly by and allow them to reclaim what rightfully belongs to the people of Landanovia? We cannot. Many soldiers from Landanovia voiced their agreement. Their voices ringing out. Then who still believes we need to remain here? No one. Then what are we waiting for? Raising weapons, the soldiers promptly dispersed to their respective camps to pack their belongings. After a long pause, Bard finally spoke beside me. Now I understand why Shani chose you. On July 22, the wandering mercenary band departed from Sevilla, where they had fought for dozens of days. Behind us echoed the raucous laughter of the thieves, and repugnant yellow liquid cascaded down from the city walls. Sue. I glanced back at the thieves exposing their posteriors, my brow furrowing. Teach them that even thieves must adhere to some decorum. Sue nodded and jogged over to the stone bridge of Sevilla. Drawing an arrow under the watchful gaze of hundreds of thieves, in the blink of an eye, a scream erupted, and a thief clutched his groin, stumbling back into the city walls. Another scream followed shortly after. In a moment, the thieves atop the walls retreated in disarray, scattered arrows raining down. I witnessed Sue raise an eyebrow, silently knocking another arrow. Projectiles flew in rapid succession, and several figures vanished from the walls. The thieves' archers fell silent. Arrow of the wind. This name drifted from the walls of Sevilla to every corner of the continent, as only a marksman capable of calmly eliminating 7 among hundreds of thieves could be described as formidable. I will return, I proclaimed, brandishing my curved blade. The soldiers marching along the road raised their weapons in unison, a wave of sound sweeping across all of Sevilla. We will return. Bard's astonished mouth remained agape throughout the day. And later he penned what would become a historical account studied by historians on the battles of the wandering mercenary band, titled Chronicles of the Wanderers, the first chapter beginning, Beneath the Walls of Sevilla. I came to realize a truth. Fapu and his wandering mercenary band possess the ability to fulfill our Terrovenian pact. However, leaving like this feels rather unfortunate, Dracop suddenly remarked amidst the ranks. Oh. Dracop, do you have an idea? I turned my head to regard the man sporting a mischievous grin. Thieves are notorious for their treachery. Once the wandering mercenary band withdraws, the thieves, unburdened by external pressure, could become quite unpredictable if left unchecked. It could lead to considerable confusion, and this is an opportune moment to absorb some fighting strength. Dracop mused, scratching his disheveled hair. I stared at him for a while, sighing. This fellow's ancestors must have been some sort of animal. Yet, leaving so easily would indeed be too lenient on the thieves, to ensure a smoother reclamation of Sevilla in the future. We must leave a bit of trouble for the enemy. What do you propose? Let us handle the thieves ourselves. Dracop's gaze drifted to a figure beside him. Yashu thumped his chest in agreement. I nodded. Yashu, take your original companions, and I will assign you another squad. Sevilla is entrusted to you. Understood. My lord, Melchior furrowed his brow as he watched Yashu depart. The enemy reportedly has 2,000 men. Hastily deploying several hundred soldiers could be detrimental to the battles ahead. Do not worry. Dealing with those hastily assembled noble armies is nothing to be concerned about. I scoffed at the incompetent nobles, casting my gaze towards Landanovia, praying that Brother Russ would not encounter any mishaps. The July weather was unusually stifling, and the roads were a quagmire. The northern lands transformed into this sorry state during the rainy season. Exhausted from the journey, Desertions became frequent, and the soldiers Shulk painstakingly gathered from nearby villages swiftly slipped away. Damn it! At this rate, we will be devoid of fighting strength before we even reach Landanovia, Magula cursed vehemently. As his contingent suffered the most significant non-combat losses, nearly all his warriors having deserted, save for a few from the original Yellow Tiger. Is it because you've been hoarding too much rations? Shulk frowned. Scrutinizing Magula, his servant squad, Rades' Berserker Brigade, and Galen's Dragon Spear Brigade had seen no deserters. Pa, I am a warrior of the Flash tribe. Would I commit such a heinous act? Magula spat defiantly, raising his voice. Continuing like this is not a good sign. I turned my head to Melchior and stated, Indeed, there is a prevailing sentiment among the troops that questions why we should risk our lives to restore a kingdom that is not our own. If this continues, it will severely undermine our combat effectiveness. Why not simply conscript along the way? Thundered Rades. Excellent idea. Magura exclaimed, slapping his thigh. Then we shall witness more individuals vanish into our ranks. You? A recruitment poster is certainly a notion. I interrupted the ensuing outburst, but the phrasing must be revised. The gazes of the nearby officers all turned to me, and I felt a wave of embarrassment before finally uttering. Perhaps we should phrase it this way. Regardless of whether you are a slave, a lowly peasant, or a commoner, if you wish to bid farewell to a life mired in mud, the wandering mercenary band offers you this opportunity. Your fate lies in your own hands. A profound silence ensued, and after a lengthy pause, Dekos exhaled. Now I understand why so many fools would follow you to their demise. You are a born agitator. However, even if some simpletons are willing to join us, do you believe we can retain them under the current circumstances? With a sigh, I replied, Thus, upon our return to Landanovia, we must endeavor to find a solution, at the very least. A reason that will inspire the soldiers to truly dedicate themselves that I certainly do not wish for anyone to recklessly choose death merely based on my words. That would render me a butcher without a blade. Dekos chuckled. Indeed. Indeed. Fapu, I find myself increasingly intrigued by you. Perhaps you truly are the kind of person capable of creating legends, much like those 7 fools from a millennium ago. Only you, Dekos, could refer to the 7 heroes as fools. Yet the restoration of Arulfasir will indeed require your assistance, I nodded. Rest assured, how could I possibly miss such an intriguing endeavor? Dekos' eyes sparkled, a mysterious smile playing upon his slender face. Very well. Magura, you shall be responsible for posting the recruitment notices, endeavoring to affix them in every nearby village. Let us hope for a sufficient number to join our ranks. I gestured with my hand. Yes. Magura saluted and departed with enthusiasm. In 2 days, our army would enter Landanovia, and that would mark the misfortune of those noble armies. I proclaimed loudly, as cheers erupted from the soldiers surrounding me, their faces alight with excitement. I never expected our return to be so swift. Brother Rusu will likely greet us with astonishment, I murmured to myself. Hoping he would remain unharmed. My task was to ensure the expulsion of those treacherous nobles and sever the dark hands reaching from Elfasir. Chapter 16. The cracking of the old shell. A swift steed raced through the advancing soldiers. Bursting into the main formation, the rider, clad entirely in black, revealed only a pair of eyes. What has transpired? I grasped the reins and shouted at the scout who dared to act in broad daylight. The scout quickly dismounted, falling to the ground, panting, No, it's bad. Landanovia is in turmoil. I paused momentarily, then commanded, set up camp at once. Officers, convene an emergency war council. The hastily erected war tent was filled with officers. A map of Landanovia sprawled on the ground as the scout recounted the events that had unfolded. A few days ago, a significant battle erupted in the southern part of Landanovia between the noble armies and the guard troops, where Lord Rusu commanded fewer than 1,000 soldiers to repel the noble coalition multiple times. However, the enemy was simply too numerous, and we were forced to retreat to Landanovia, almost on that very day. A unit defected, and the gates of Landanovia were flung open without a moment to spare. What of Rusu? I pressed urgently. He fought valiantly under Lord Tejas' protection to escape the city, and his whereabouts are now unknown. How many enemy troops remain? Melchior calmly inquired. Approximately 2,000. Oh, a collective sigh of resignation swept across the faces of the officers. Dismissed. Inform all scouts at the front lines that their primary task is to locate any surviving members of the guard. I instructed with a wave of my hand. Yes, my lord. This is no time for rashness. Is it not a waste to deploy valuable scouts on a search of little significance? Melchior spoke in a low tone. I shook my head, replying, if it is merely for the sake of victory. Are we not being a tad too utilitarian? This command is mine, and I shall bear full responsibility for the consequences. Understood, my lord. Melchior fell silent. Decos, how do you propose we handle the noble armies? I turned to the former thief lounging in a corner. As all eyes shifted to the individual leisurely sipping tea, Decos, with an almost methodical slowness, set down his teacup and approached the map. The noble armies are likely holed up in Landanovia, and seeing our force of 5,000. They will undoubtedly refrain from engaging us. Our first order of business is to evacuate all non-combatants, including the 3,000 Sarath priests and those armaments merchants from Landanovia, escorting them to the corridor exit with the infantry and pike units that have already suffered significant casualties. In doing so, our combat strength will dwindle to less than 2,000. The officers were engulfed in confusion, and I had to clarify, given our current military strength, are we not positioned to besiege Landanovia? Decos chuckled. And how long would that take? A month? 2 months? It would be more prudent to return and besiege Sevilla instead. Silence enveloped the room. The second matter is to divide our forces. We shall detach the elite Dragoon Battalion, Berserker Squad, and Cavalry Unit. That will leave us with approximately 600 men, a force sufficient to entice the nobles. However, there lies a problem. The nobles are not fools. They will undoubtedly realize this is a trap, Tardam interjected. Thus, we must stage a performance. We shall first have spies disseminate false information in Landanovia, claiming our army is being pursued by the Waitenor army, and then withdraw in stages, giving the impression that we intend to engage the Waitenor army in a decisive battle at the corridor. While the remaining troops merely monitor Landanovia. In this manner, the Sarath priests, who have been acting as our main force, will prove invaluable. Yet, the people of Landanovia could simply wait until the Waitenor army eliminates us, one officer noted. That is precisely the point. Thus, we must add the necessary seasoning. The nominal heir of Landanovia is still within our ranks. Our original intention was to create a rift among the nobles. Now, we can convince them that to prevent a pincer attack, we have retained the heir among the guard troops as a hostage, and if necessary, we can dispatch envoys to negotiate. I can assure you, they will secretly mobilize their main force, should they rescue the heir. They can naturally present themselves as saviors. If that fails, there are plenty of heirs with distant bloodlines. They simply lack legitimate claims, which would undoubtedly be advantageous for anyone aspiring to the position of Archbishop of Landanovia. At that point, our elite forces lurking near Landanovia will have their opportunity. A collective sigh echoed, as the officers finally grasped. To have suffered under this man's command should be regarded as an honor. Let us proceed as Decos suggests. Commanders, it is now time for you to demonstrate your capabilities. The success of our endeavors relies entirely upon your efforts. I nodded gravely. Yes. The officers saluted in unison. Decos's grasp of the battlefield surpasses that of most. If war were a symphony, he would undoubtedly be its exceptional conductor, ensuring both friend and foe produce their respective melodies under his baton. However, Fapu, you are the most unruly of pianists, Decos remarked, perceiving me as one capable of composing my own unique piece. Much like the present moment. My lord, we have received news, Yanni announced, sprinting towards me, a message pigeon in hand. That I accepted the note tied to the pigeon's leg, which bore an untidy scrawl reading, Nobles, out of the city. Tonight, contact. The handwriting of the quartet was hardly commendable. These 8 words had already consumed far too much of my time. Shulk, quickly, I summoned the only 2 senior officers remaining by my side. Let us proceed to that location. I pointed to a small hill behind us. According to the scout's description, one side of the hill overlooked the Lyre River, which flowed across the entirety of the Landanovia plain. Another side met a small lake, while a thicket of trees adorned the third. Facing Landanovia was a vast expanse, allowing us to observe enemy movements clearly. If 600 men cannot withstand merely 3 times their number in enemies, then we truly deserve our fate. Magura had left those words with a fierce glare. I smiled wryly and shook my head. However, tonight's battle must be approached with utmost caution, for our noble lords are not merely lifeless tin puppets. Very well, let us fell trees and set traps. Striving to fortify that place before nightfall, I declared loudly. Understood. A voice of response immediately erupted from the soldiers. The date was the 3rd of August in the year 1353 of the Wanli calendar. Coinciding perfectly with the founding day of Landinovia, the prowess of the serfs was well known throughout the continent. The strength of the Elfasir army was undeniably linked to the dedication of the serfs behind them. However, their treatment within the Elfasir army was scarcely different from that of slaves. It was only upon joining the mercenary corps that they began to feel a sense of belonging, loyalty, courage. Became synonymous with the serfs later rebranded as the Yerafasir Guards. As two moons appeared in the sky, the transformation of the small hill neared completion. At the forefront lay several rows of caltrops, interspersed with horse traps and pitfalls, followed by a line of hastily constructed wooden barricades. Behind them stood a squad of serfs arranged in a line, shields in hand, with archers formed into 3 columns behind them. Finally, concealed among the small woods atop the hill were the main forces of the serfs, poised in a square formation. The enemy, numbering 1,000, has appeared 20 miles away and will engage us in half an hour, reported the scout. Far fewer than anticipated. There must be an issue, I mused, stroking my chin. My lord, do you mean? Yen-E blinked in confusion. I chuckled softly. It seems the adversary also favors cunning strategies. Swiftly, deploy the archers into the woods and remember to douse the area with oil. Swift nodded. He, the most taciturn among the mercenary corps, had always assumed the role of a protector. Shortly thereafter, a small squad of archers departed the main force, slipping into the nearby maple grove. Meanwhile, white armor from the Lantinovian army began to leap into view on the horizon. Do they truly need to wear such conspicuous attire even at night? Yenny questioned, perplexed by the mindset of those who prided themselves as guardians of chivalry, for in their eyes, appropriate attire seemed more significant than warfare itself. I replied with a smile, isn't it splendid? They will become perfect targets for Swift and the others, saving us the need for torches. The young squire scratched his head, revealing a simple smile. Raise shields. Shulk's voice rang out as a frontline squad of serfs lifted their shields and slowly approached the wooden barricade. With a resounding crash, the serfs knelt, while the archers knocked their arrows. Bathed in moonlight, coupled with the enemy's white armor, I could clearly observe their every movement. The cavalry flanked the sides, while the infantry formed a square in the center, advancing in a rhythmic cadence. Such a cliché formation across the continent could only indicate that the enemy's commander was a conventional individual. A headache of a character, I thought, recognizing that engaging with such a commander would inevitably lead to losses. The infantry steadily pressed forward. Though they would likely suffer considerable casualties under the archers' assault, the commander probably believed this approach minimized the risks associated with cavalry charges, and thus proceeded accordingly. The first wave of infantry came into view. An impeccably organized square, shields raised as they ascended the small hill, step by step. 3-part volley, I signaled, invoking a tactic devised by General Lanbis to counter infantry formations, dividing the archers into 3 waves to shoot in succession. This way, by the time the third wave had completed their volley, the first wave would be ready to retrieve arrows, knock arrows, shoot. This would rain arrows upon the enemy like a torrential downpour, and they would likely experience unusual disruptions under the continuous pressure of casualties. The general had added as a final note. Little did I expect to validate his hypothesis today. However, it appeared that these noble troops possessed far thicker skin than ordinary forces. Arrow strikes, falls, gaps filled, and more arrows struck, as the corpses of the enemy tumbled down the hill, accumulating at its base. The enemy's infantry square continued its slow yet forceful advance toward the summit, maintaining their formation without revealing a single flaw. A battle of wills, I sighed, noticing that it was our soldiers who were being affected. The frontline serfs exhibited signs of wavering. What are you panicking for? When they charge up, we shall strike with great force. Shulk's voice cut through the tension, his calm demeanor providing a stabilizing influence among the Elfasir troops at that moment. I nodded, casting my gaze toward the thicket on our right. Shrouded in a thin veil of mist, if the enemy intended to launch an attack, they would likely wait until the infantry were embroiled in close quarters with us. The most likely assailants would be the light cavalry. I could only hope the archers stationed there would deny them any opportunity. In an instant, the enemy's infantry reached the halfway point. The various traps along the route had seemingly vanished without a trace, and soon we would be engaged in close combat. Advance the rear serf units, I commanded. Staring down the enemy, whose glimmering white armor concealed faces marked by a dullness that betrayed no spark of life, an unsettling sensation washed over me. It was not that I looked down upon them. The life-valuing nobles of Lantinovia could not produce such valiant warriors. It was highly probable that this force comprised soldiers from Elfasir, albeit nominally referred to as mercenaries. Compared to the hastily assembled noble troops, these warriors were the true source of concern. Thud, the sound of blades striking shields jolted me back to reality as the serf units engaged the enemy. The frontline troops caught in the maelstrom point one blade sank into an opponent's chest, while another pierced our own soldier's belly, their bodies colliding for what felt like an eternity before they fell. Stepping on the remains of their comrades, the surviving soldiers repeating the actions of their forebears, blood trickled down the slope, mingling with the earth, creating a tableau that rivaled the sacred crusades. Each fallen body adding another stroke to the grim masterpiece that is war. An art form painted with precious lives. Despite my aversion to the slaughter, I issued command after command. Rear units spread to the flanks, frontline units fall back. Under the herald's loud summons, the frontline serfs retreated in an orderly manner, drawing the enemy's formation toward them like a sponge, while the rear units spread to the sides, swiftly encircling and dividing the elongated enemy forces. When the disoriented enemy finally surveyed their surroundings, all they could see were the swaying figures of the serfs. The cries of anguish erupted as numerous weapons found their mark in a single individual, the pain emanating from various parts of their body eliciting such sounds. After a mist of blood splattered forth, the enemy's first formation was decimated, and the remaining soldiers scuttled back down the hill, regrouping under the sharp rebukes of their commanding officer. "Shulk, the rear is in your hands," I declared. Turning from the remnants of the enemy, Shulk paused, his gaze reflecting confusion that I gestured toward the nearby maple grove at the foot of the hill. "I shall investigate there. Leaving behind a mere few soldiers is unsettling." "Understood, my lord," Shulk replied with a nod, without a hint of dissent. Swift, I turned to another commander. Our Wind clan member merely patted the quiver strapped to his back, his pale green eyes revealing readiness. "My lord, what about me?" Yin Yi inquired, looking up that I smiled and ruffled his soft hair, saying, "Observe the art of command from Shulk. Direct assault is his forte." With that, I waved my hand and led around 100 warriors into the thicket. The northern woods differed from the damp, shadowy southern ones. However, in the summer, particularly in Lantidnovia, known as the Land of Mists, the moisture in the forest still obscured our vision, while the ground was akin to a quagmire. Each step feeling like a laborious endeavor. Had I known, I would have sent a few soldiers to keep watch. I muttered in frustration, realizing that in such terrain, a cavalry unit could hardly gain momentum. And even an infantry ambush would likely lack combat effectiveness upon emerging from this place. "My lord, where have all the brothers gone?" a soldier exclaimed, glancing around in awe, just as I was about to respond. A faint sound reached my ears. Thwip, an arrowhead pierced the forehead of the speaker. After widening his eyes in shock, he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Almost simultaneously, the sound of bowstrings twanging filled the air. "Get down," I shouted. Diving onto the foul-smelling, muddy ground, drawing my curved blade, the soldier beside me, caught unawares, was swiftly shot to pieces, his body crumpling beside me, eyes wide open in terror, never to close again. Damn. I had never anticipated the enemy would employ their archers as the primary strike force. The lightly equipped archers could easily maneuver through the woods, proving that beneath their conventional tactics lay a shrewd opportunism. Struggling to roll behind a tree, I steadied my racing heart on the other side. Swift bit down on several arrows, taking cover behind a tree. The once 100-strong contingent now reduced to less than 60, the forest fell into an eerie silence, interrupted only by the distant sounds of slaughter echoing from the other side. Creak. The sound of footsteps on branches snapped Swift to attention. He pivoted, knocked an arrow, and shot before retreating. A brief, anguished cry pierced the air, followed by a barrage of arrows striking the tree trunk with a resounding thud. Seizing the moment, I darted to the right, rolling into a thicket of bushes. The combat on both sides swiftly devolved into a deadly exchange of sniper fire, with soldiers taking cover behind towering trees, peering out during brief lulls to unleash their arrows. Targets were of little concern, as long as their projectiles found their way into the shrouded mists beyond. The sharp, fleeting cries of the wounded signified the toll of battle, as one by one, individuals succumbed, joining the ranks of the fallen. Amidst this chaotic atmosphere, I ascended into enemy territory, dodging arrows that whistled perilously close overhead. Here, I caught the acrid scent of burning oil. The soldiers who had been stationed to ignite it were swiftly cut down by the opposing archers. My fingers brushed against the viscous substance, and a smile crept across my lips as I retrieved a flint from my pocket. In mere moments, a flicker of flame transformed into a roaring fire, dissipating the fog and leaving the panicked enemy soldiers exposed within the lethal range of our archers. The sound of bowstrings snapping echoed as arrows rained down, each finding its mark with deadly precision, their bodies soon engulfed by the ravenous flames. "Run for your lives," one enemy shrieked, dashing through the inferno into the depths of the forest, faced with the choice of burning alive or being shot. Many opted for the latter, scurrying before my eyes, their retreat a pitiful spectacle, hastened by the arrows that bid them farewell. My exhilaration was swiftly extinguished by the searing pain of burns, and I stumbled back to my own camp, flames licking at my back. Under the brilliant blaze, the fervor for battle on both sides melted away like snow beneath the sun, marking the abrupt conclusion of our first encounter. The enemy suffered the loss of an entire battalion, while those who perished in the jungle, their bodies rendered unrecognizable, could only yield a rough estimate of a company's worth of soldiers. Our forces sustained over 60 casualties among the frontline troops, with similar losses among those in the forest, leaving neither side with the advantage they had anticipated. Yet, in our objective to delay time, we had succeeded by the time the remnants of the enemy returned to the foot of the mountain. Dawn had broken, the fire raging throughout the night adding an oppressive heat to the already stifling weather. As I gazed towards the remnants of the once lush forest, I was taken aback, my tongue involuntarily darting out in disbelief. The landscape for miles around lay charred and blackened, wisps of smoke rising from the carbonized trunks, while the stench of burnt flesh wafted through the air, stirring a wave of nausea within me. I shook my head, muttering a single word: war. This term encapsulated the entirety of the present reality. All the soldiers removed their helmets, observing a moment of silence for the fallen. After all, the enemies who perished in the jungle were human too. "Black crystal!" Yanni's exclamation brought my attention back, as I noticed him picking up a black crystal pendant from the ground. Such a charm was indeed a rare find. The servants nearby turned pale, scattering as though they had encountered a demon, and I faintly heard words escape their lips. "Black crystal, devil, purple-robed mage, death row brigade, Shulk." I called for their commander, opting for a direct inquiry. Shulk strode over, his gaze immediately fixating on the black crystal in Yanni's hand, his mouth agape in astonishment. "Why is the black crystal of the purple-robed mage here? What's so strange about it?" "I found some outside Sevilla as well," Yanni replied, producing several more black crystals from his cloak. Only someone like Yanni, a mere boy, would find such trifles intriguing. The soldiers tasked with handling the bodies likely buried these items alongside their former owners, a grim nod to battlefield etiquette. What on earth is happening? I sensed a larger issue reflected in Shulk's expression. He bit his lip, struggling to articulate. "My lord, we may be in grave trouble." Everyone remained vigilant. "Shulk, come with me," I commanded, raising my voice to prevent chaos from spilling over, leading Shulk directly to a grove atop the mountain. The scorching sun filtered through the trees, casting dappled shadows. In contrast to the heat outside, this place felt refreshingly cool. However, beads of sweat dotted Shulk's brow, and I could perceive the hue of fear in his eyes. "My lord, you may not know this, but during the 50 Years' War, in the struggle for the crucial trade city of Talernvino at the border with Alufasir, and the gold mines of Alden at the border with Waitenor, the Elfasir forces were engaged on two fronts. How could the Rainbow Knights, with over 60,000 in strength, possibly contend with nearly 200,000 from both nations?" Shulk provided me with an impromptu history lesson. Thus, in the year 1212 of the royal calendar, at the behest of the then Grand Minister, posted to Failor, the Death Row Brigade was established. Utilizing the residual magical power of the purple-robed mages, prisoners sentenced to death were subjected to mental control, forming an army unafraid of death, which gained notoriety during the conflicts with the Waitenor forces, effectively dominating much of southern Waitenor. Consequently, this formation was retained, though the soldiers were no longer death row inmates, any tribesmen defying the king. Lowly commoners or captives could be subjected to mental control, becoming killing machines, with black crystals serving as the unique talismans of the purple-robed mages that controlled these assassins. For the average person, it is a harbinger of doom. But for the purple-robed mages, it is a rare source of magical sustenance. I shook my head, feeling a wave of revulsion wash over me. To fight without agency, to be a mere husk, was a fate worse than death. However, another term caught my attention. "Is this Failor the same as the one from Porterio?" Shulk paused, then nodded slowly. Indeed, the Grand Minister of that time was the great-great-grandfather of Porterio. And the current Death Row Brigade, in a certain sense, should be viewed as the private army of the Failure family. I exhaled sharply. Porterio's shadow lingered far too long, extending his reach further than I had imagined. If that were the case, it meant the ranks of the brigands in Sevilla also included members of the Death Row Brigade. No matter how one looked at it, this boded ill for us. Still, it's just a matter of engaging the Elfasirians. Having the Death Row Brigade is hardly a significant concern. I shrugged dismissively. However, Shulk's face turned as pale as winter snow, his voice trembling slightly as he spoke. My lord, you don't understand. The greatest strength of the Death Row Brigade lies in their ability to transform captives into killing machines. Just imagine, yesterday's comrades turned into today's foes. The impact on morale would be catastrophic. That is indeed a considerable predicament. The thought of Megura wielding a blade against me sent chills down my spine. Fortunately, there are very few true mages capable of using mental control magic, judging by the hue of these black crystals. They do not appear to be the pure black crystals used by genuine mages. They are likely remnants from enslaved, purple-robed mages. Wiping the sweat from my brow, Shulk continued that I nodded. Whether true mages or enslaved ones, these parasitic entities must be eradicated from the continent. However, before that, we must first tend to the aristocratic forces poised to launch another assault. Approximately 800 soldiers were forming a mixed battalion along the foot of the mountain, seemingly preparing to overwhelm the entire hill in one fell swoop. It's about time, I remarked, surveying the enemy at the mountain's base. Yanni looked puzzled, glancing at me in confusion, but I smiled, gesturing towards the direction of Landinovia. Megura and his men should have planted the Alufasir flag atop the city by now. If I'm correct, Melchior's cavalry squad is already on its way here, with our forces pinching them from both sides. I'm eager to witness the heroes of the Landinovia army in action. Enlightenment dawned on Yanni's face, and he appeared pleased, exclaiming, "Then can we go to Landinovia to sleep right away?" Laughter erupted, and I affectionately patted Yanni on the head, replying, "You can rest to your heart's content then. The enemy is launching an assault," a sentry shouted, jolting the servants resting in the shade into action, while the archers at the front quickly readied their arrows. This assault, however, contrasted sharply with the previous one, where the earlier enemy strategy involved infantry formations attempting a frontal breakthrough, supported by ambushes. This time it was a desperate, headlong charge. Infantry and cavalry surged together, a frenzied wave rushing up the hill, their reckless valor evoking my admiration. "Fire your arrows. Let the enemy taste despair," I bellowed, my tone laced with incitement, as our archers unleashed a deluge of arrows upon the advancing foes. "Kill them." Despite being riddled with arrows, an enemy soldier managed to breach the dilapidated wooden barricade and crash into the ranks of our servants. The foremost servant was struck down, collapsing with a dull thud, while swords and blades descended upon him from all sides, a spray of blood erupting in the chaos. "Re-Sephoner," Shulk murmured, but his voice was drowned out by the thunderous war cries of the enemy, who had broken through our front lines, engaging in a chaotic melee with our rear forces. Just then, the silhouette of our cavalry emerged on the distant plain, swiftly maneuvering into the enemy's rear flank. And the banner of Landinovia fell. Melchior, stepping over the pile of corpses, approached me. "I apologize for my late arrival and reinforcements. I hope my lord will forgive me." I smiled, replying, "Your timing is impeccable. Without the cavalry's assistance, we would have suffered far greater losses among our comrades. Indeed, it remains ambiguous whether the soldiers of Landivoria exhibit a combat style akin to that of berserkers, charging forward amidst a hail of arrows. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the cavalry, the foot soldiers would likely be engulfed in despair. How fares the city of Landivoria? It was then that I recalled the crux of the matter. Last night, under the direct command of Dracop, we annihilated the defending forces of 500 men, suffering the loss of 3 berserkers, 11 cavalrymen, and 53 injured. Our troops now hold dominion over Landivoria. Excellent. Melchior, dispatch a portion of the cavalry to retrieve Magula and his men, and send others to intensify the search for Brother Rusu. I nodded. After a brief blink, Melchior replied, "Dracop has already assigned personnel to this task. Currently, approximately 50 soldiers, accompanied by an equal number of locals, are scouring the southern forest that we anticipate results by tonight." Turning to Melchior, I clapped my forehead in amusement. This old fellow truly understands my concerns. Very well. Melchior, let us proceed to take possession of Landivoria. Yes, my lord. A rare glimmer of excitement illuminated Melchior's countenance. The sound of hooves echoed crisply against the streets of Landivoria, yet there were no cheers. Only the warriors of the mercenary band scuttled about. Rusu's purge of the nobility has incited even greater slaughter across the city, and to this day, the flagpoles lining the streets still bear the corpses of citizens to eye in the span of a single night. A city that once housed tens of thousands has been rendered a desolate wasteland. Are there no other residents? I inquired, surveying the empty streets before turning to Melchior. He shook his head, a bitter tinge in his voice. None remain. When we seized it, all we saw were corpses hanging from the flagpoles, and in the central square, I exhaled deeply. If Melchior appeared repulsed, the scene in that square must have been akin to the mountains of corpses and seas of blood outside Sevilla. The nobility's purge is far more systematic than Brother Rusu's. What we have acquired is merely a vacant city, a stark deviation from our initial expectations. What of Decas and the others? I scanned the vicinity, noticing no additional officers. They are likely in the council chamber, where a significant number of historical records from Landivoria's past inventions have been discovered. Decas remarked that our current strength resembles that of ants, and thus we must compensate for our deficiencies with advanced tools. Melchior coughed awkwardly as we spoke. We arrived at the central square, where several soldiers were busily washing the blood-stained cobblestones. And a faint, indescribable stench lingered in the damp air. Sigh. I drew a breath, reining in my steed, and bestowed a long, solemn gaze upon the square, feeling the mournful cries of those executed echoing in my mind. A total of 6,000 souls, the vast majority being women and children. I, in his fury, has ordered the execution of all captives, and he remains imprisoned to this day. Melchior stood by my side, speaking softly. Is such indiscriminate slaughter of captives the mark of a warrior? I frowned. Yet having witnessed the atrocities committed by the noble army, I could hardly blame his reaction. Let him languish a few more days. At the very least, he should comprehend that only the noble army would resort to such barbarism. Yes, my lord. Thus concluded the glory of Landivoria. Should the founder, Duke Vanishek, arise from the depths, he could only weep for the square now tinged with a faint hue of blood. The most technologically advanced nation on the continent has, in a sense, met its demise today. Following this battle, the nobility of Landivoria has nearly been eradicated, and the citizenry that constituted the core of this nation has been extinguished beneath the blade. Though I am loath to admit it, the war in Landivoria has created a void. With no more concerns, the mercenary band has naturally assumed control here. My lord, the search team has news. Yanni's voice snapped me from my reverie, and I promptly raised my head to see a scout, filthy and kneeling before my horse. Lord Fapu, as per your instructions, the forward scouts have been searching the surrounding forests for traces of the armed refugees. Until yesterday, we discovered their presence to the west, the scout reported, bowing his head. What? Take me there at once. A wave of joy surged through me, causing my voice to rise in pitch. My lord, should we not first head to the council chamber? Melchior reminded me from the side. No need. I waved my hand decisively. At this moment, nothing was more pressing than reuniting with Brother Rusu. At the very least, let the cavalry accompany you, for the remnants of the noble army have not been entirely eradicated, and the movements of the Elfasir army are equally concerning. I turned my horse around and cracked the whip. As you wish. The clattering of hooves resounded loudly on the streets of Landivoria. Chapter 17. Rebirth. The forest mentioned by the scout lay adjacent to the St. Helry Mountains, a mere hour's journey from Landivoria. Upon our arrival, the sky was shrouded in a light gray hue. Soldiers originally part of the guard leaned listlessly against the trees, their vacant gazes fixed upon the heavens, showing no reaction to our presence. The massacre in Landivoria had reached their ears, and the anguish of losing their kin had extinguished their will to fight. Brother Rusu. Brother Rusu. I dismounted and called out, my voice echoing through the woods, stirring a few birds into flight. But beyond that, there was no other response. My lord, perhaps we should leave, Yanni suggested, retracting his neck with a hint of trepidation. The current guard seemed less like living beings and more like breathing corpses. The entire forest exuded an atmosphere of profound desolation, with the hooting of owls adding an extra layer of melancholy. I shook my head, stepping deeper into the woods. Yanni hesitated for a moment before hastily following behind. Treading carefully over the fallen bodies, I ventured into the heart of the forest, and my gaze fell upon the towering figure of Tejas. Solemnly kneeling, following his line of sight, I spotted Brother Rusu. Compared to the last time we parted in Landivoria, I could scarcely recognize the figure before me. His face was caked with dirt. The once gaunt visage now reduced to mere skin stretched over bone, his eyes devoid of their former vibrancy. From him, I could no longer sense the essence of the Rusu I once knew. How could this happen? I took a few steps forward and knelt beside him. Rusu turned his head slightly, his voice hoarse. Brother Fapu, I never imagined you would see me in such a wretched state. It is I who have wronged you. Had I returned sooner, Landivoria would not have fallen to this fate. I bowed my head. Sigh. Everything came too suddenly, beyond our anticipation. Who could have foreseen the swift and forceful intervention of the Elfasir, or that betrayal would arise from those I trusted? Rusu shook his head, a look of helplessness etched across his features. Brother Rusu. I longed to speak, yet found myself at a loss for words. Landivoria is effectively over. The happiness that Brother Rusu fought to protect has vanished into thin air, much like everything before us. Now rendered blank. Where does the path lie? Rusu closed his eyes, a tear streaking down his cheek. Thousands of lives, all lost because of me. For more than a decade, have I striven for this? Silence, at this moment. I was uncertain of what to say. Any form of consolation would seem insincere and hollow. For Brother Rusu, who has nearly lost everything, life itself has begun to lose its meaning. Brother Rusu, I fixed my gaze upon his sorrowful face. Steeling my resolve, I shall rebuild Landivoria, restoring the grandeur of the holy city. With this, I can muster a force to march south and reclaim Arulfasir. Therefore, I beseech you, brother, to spare your life and lend me your strength. A wave of astonishment washed over the surrounding officers of the mercenary band, who collectively gasped at the blatant selfishness of my words, thoughts that should have remained hidden within the depths of one's heart. Rusu too displayed a hint of surprise. His previously rigid face softened as he extended his hand. Our palms clasping once more, the last rays of the setting sun flowed like liquid gold upon us, two figures frozen in a sculptural embrace. This moment, August 5th, year 1353 of the royal calendar, marks the formal alliance between the mercenary band and Landivoria. A monumental stone cast into the river of history, sending ripples far and wide. Before us lies the utterly devastated Landivoria, the once proud artisans annihilated in the noble army's massacre. To restore vitality will require at least 20 years. The first to regain his composure, Brother Rusu convened a meeting, with most attendees being military officers and a few remaining representatives of the citizenry. 20 years, by then, the band will have long since perished. Raidus thundered in protest. So, does my brother suggest we take a shortcut? Ignoring Riitus's outburst, I stroked my chin in contemplation. Indeed, the focus lies in our southern regions. Tracing along his finger, he marked the territory of Elfasir on the map. The prolonged conflict has ravaged the agriculture, industry, and commerce of Elfasir. Reports indicate that the number of refugees congregating at the border of Elfasir and War has surpassed 10,000, among whom there should be the skilled workers we require. My lord, what you say is not without merit. Yet you must understand that with our current fragile economy, we cannot possibly accommodate such a multitude. Moreover, over 60% of the gathered refugees are elderly, women, and children. We cannot overlook this segment of the population, which is purely a burden. Melchior furrowed his brow. Fundamentally, if we were to take in so many individuals, we would not even need to wait for the troops of Waitenor. The mere provision of sustenance for the refugees could overwhelm the vagabond army. However, if we were to only accept those who are useful to us, the psychological burden of abandoning our fellow countrymen would be difficult to bear, casting doubt upon our very existence. At the very least, we need to have sufficient grain reserves to last through the autumn harvest, Shulk interjected. The officers could not mask their despondency. Currently, the military's food reserves could barely sustain them until the autumn harvest. And adding 10,000 refugees would make it nearly impossible to last even 3 days. The prices of grain, especially during times of war, are notoriously high, and the prospect of supplying food for nearly 20,000 individuals for over a month would be enough to make any merchant gasp in disbelief. Barty, can you calculate how much funding we would require? I turned to the finance officer, feeling the tremor in my own voice. Barty's shiny face glistened even more as he swiftly battled with figures, finally reporting a staggering sum, at least 100,000 gold coins. A loud gasp escaped even from Lanbis, who was usually indifferent to numbers, while the rest of the assembled officials turned pale. Even if we sold all our equipment, it wouldn't suffice. Tatum shook his head repeatedly. Impossible, Suin remarked with a grim face, succinctly stating the reality. Following a moment of mutual glances, silence enveloped the room. Thus, I have devised a plan. Rousseau's voice shattered the impasse, and all eyes turned towards him. After clearing his throat a few times, he continued. The nature of merchants is to pursue high profits. If we raise the grain prices by 30% while abolishing all tariffs, merchants from across the continent will surely flock to Landanovia. 30%? You must be mad. Do you know what the current grain prices are? In abolishing tariffs, Landanovia would become a bottomless pit. We Talanvinians will not foolishly incur losses. Barty's face shone like the sun at its zenith, nearly charging directly at Rousseau. Indeed, it would be exceedingly difficult for us to provide the necessary funds. Melchior nodded in agreement. Do not forget, we also possess the mines of Landanovia. A smile blossomed on Rousseau's face. Moreover, we currently lack the surplus funds to develop that vast treasure. Are you suggesting? I suddenly grasped Rousseau's intent. The reason Landanovia could establish its independence was due to its proximity to the renowned and wealthiest mine on the continent, Ransite. A popular saying goes, standing on the land of Ransite, treasures lie beneath your feet. The Waitenor royal family has long coveted control over Landanovia for this very reason. The iron or already mined supplies over half of the continent's demand. No one knows how much wealth lies beneath the earth. Should the extraction rights, historically controlled by the royal family of Landanovia, be opened, it would be equivalent to a treasure trove in the eyes of merchants, sufficient to procure the essential provisions we so desperately need. Furthermore, on another front, should merchants converge upon Landanovia, it would stimulate the development of the entire city and provide the military funds required for the vagabond army in the future, a multitude of benefits beyond enumeration. Truly an excellent idea, Dekos remarked, sighing as he lifted his teacup to savor the brew. Rousseau glanced at the seemingly aloof old man in surprise, then fixed his gaze upon me, conveying a sense of urgency to make a decision. I nodded, slapping the map spread before us. From this moment forth, I shall sell Landanovia. Certainly, it will fetch a good price. We must not shortchange ourselves, Rousseau responded with a smile. The officers present exhibited expressions of understanding, while Lanbis remained bewildered, scratching his head. On the auspicious date of August 8, in the year 1353 of the royal calendar, the kingdom of Landanovia, under the auspices of the newly appointed archbishop, issued the following announcements. The borders of Landanovia shall be opened to allow refugees from Yalu Fazil to enter freely. Grain will be purchased at the price of 1 gold coin per stone. The mines of Landanovia shall be transferred at a bargain price. All tariffs shall be abolished. In the eyes of the upper echelons of the Holy States, these actions were condemned as the sale of national assets, the abolishment of crucial taxes, and the deliberate inflation of grain prices serve only to demonstrate that those in power in Landanovia are wastrels. And the foundation laid by the archbishop is on the brink of collapse, yet in the eyes of merchants, it transformed into Landanovia has fallen under the rule of fools, presenting a golden opportunity for wealth. The throng shouting, "Let us go to Landanovia to strike it rich," became a spectacular sight to behold. Landanovia was annihilated in a day, only to be reborn in a night, contemporary historians remarked. Anyone who had spent a night in the almost deserted city and awakened to find themselves amidst a bustling marketplace would have felt the same. First came a horde of grain merchants driving donkeys, cattle, and horses, followed by families bringing all manner of goods, flocking into the city of Landanovia. Every vacant room seemed to sprout various shop signs at an astonishing pace, and the cacophony of noise reached the heavens. Is this Landanovia? One could not help but exclaim. Rousseau's plan, to a certain extent, had met with great success. However, on the other hand, the sudden influx of so many people left the inexperienced command structure of the vagabond army in a state of distress. Soldiers need only to know how to fight. A statement attributed to an ancient philosopher, which, when reinterpreted, implies that soldiers are utterly ignorant of politics. When faced with issues, the first instinct of the army soldiers is to resolve matters through force. The high-ranking officers, upon receiving a flurry of complaints, struggled to manage a few, while the less competent, like Lanbis, could only exacerbate the situation with their negligence. A soldier should merely be a soldier. Melchior came to understand what might take a philosopher a lifetime to grasp within a matter of days. This was the first thing he expressed upon seeing me, his face etched with weariness. After regarding Melchior for a while, I sighed. The fatigue from the daily torrent of complaints seemed to dissipate my energy at an alarming rate. We cannot allow this to continue. If we do, the enemy will delight in watching the vagabond army drown in endless administrative matters. Let us establish a dedicated management body and have Rousseau oversee these affairs, after observing me for some time. Melchior hesitantly voiced his intention. Indeed, nominally, Landanovia remained the same Landanovia, but in essence, it had transformed into a military-controlled garrison city. When the influx of merchants and refugees was minimal, everything seemed manageable, but now, to suddenly relinquish what we have gained is indeed a dilemma. The leisurely Dikos, sipping tea nearby, spoke in a relaxed manner. This elder, known as the Wandering Fox, had somehow become a long-term resident of my quarters. However, when the time comes to let go, there will be no dignity left to salvage. I gazed towards the heavens, finally reaching a resolution. We shall establish a military encampment outside the city of Landanovia. All station troops will relocate there. Additionally, I will consult with Rousseau about reallocating a portion of our forces to form a garrison responsible for maintaining order within the city. Yes, my lord. Melchior, displaying a look of relief, hurried out of my chamber. Landanovia truly does not welcome us, I murmured. Then turned to instruct the young retainer beside me to gather our belongings. Thus, the vagabond army departed from Landanovia once more, setting up a modest temporary base outside the city, abruptly severing their ties with the bustling metropolis. Meanwhile, within the city, Rousseau worked with astonishing efficiency to establish a temporary management body, promoting numerous officials to address the mountain of complaints left behind by the army. The dark cloud that had loomed over Landanovia gradually dissipated. Once everything appeared to be back on track, the next order of business was the matter of the Sevilla fortress. We cannot allow the thieves to revel in their lair, the elder Dikos suddenly lamented one day. Known as the Wandering Fox, his gaze flickered with uncertainty as he spoke. Having endured enough of his troubles, I felt a chill run down my spine. Dikos, what are you planning? Sevilla has accompanied me through several unforgettable days. It has been a long time since it left my side. Dikos swayed his head. Is it time to reclaim Sevilla? No, it is time to take it back. A radiant smile spread across Dikos' face, the marks of time becoming increasingly evident. On August 29, the battle plans for Sevilla were fervently underway, with our elder Dikos boasting, "Give me 200 men, and I shall reclaim Sevilla." And I, in accordance with my reasoning, have appointed him the position of strategist, for even the most cunning of foxes must exert some effort to earn their keep. A few days later, Brother Dikos, with a warm embrace, the current commander of the Black Hawk Brigade, joyfully enveloped Dikos in his arms. At the elder's request, I had summoned Yashio, who had been persistently harassing the bandit army in the corridor. The surrounding officers displayed expressions of incredulity, and only Tees revealed a smile of approval towards the former bandits, while Tatum simply turned away, letting out a cold snort before falling silent. My lord Dikos, you do not intend to seize the unyielding Sevilla with the Black Hawk Brigade, do you? Shulk's skeptical gaze swept over the former bandits mounted on their steeds, though nominally regular soldiers of the Vagabond Corps. Their attire was anything but uniform, and their weapons were an odd assortment. The first thought that crossed the minds of the officers of the Vagabond Corps was a rabble, escaping Yashio's overly enthusiastic embrace. Dikos stroked his beard and replied with a proud air, "Why not?" The officers exchanged glances. If unyielding Sevilla were indeed captured by these ruffians, it would bring no glory to the Vagabond Corps, and even the Duke of Vanasek, who had guarded Sevilla over a century ago, would surely weep in his grave. That I cleared my throat, breaking the awkwardness in the air, and said, "Let us welcome our warriors. Let us celebrate heartily in the camp today. By the way, Brother Dikos, I have found the person you were looking for." It seemed my words stirred a deep memory within Yashio, prompting him to address Dikos once more. An exaggerated smile spread across Dikos' face, his eyes nearly disappearing as he nodded repeatedly, exclaiming, "Excellent, excellent. I am quite curious to see how Schultz and Celerizo will perform." "Where are they?" "Over there." Yashio gestured amiably, and following his direction, I spotted a distinctly unique figure amidst the 200 bandits. A woman clad in black gauze, exuding an air of dust and travel. "Welcome, Lady Schultz. Your beauty remains unchanged." Dikos raised his hands, uttering words that belied his age. The woman giggled, dramatically swaying her body, causing my vision to blur. And with a hand covering her mouth, her alluring voice floated over, "You old fox of the Black Hawk, when did you become so charming?" She casually placed a hand on the shoulder of a nearby bandit. She is the Black Rose of the Gale Bandits. Tease exclaimed with wide eyes. What is that? Latest frowned. Do you not know? The Black Rose of Gale is the woman who embraced the entire Gale Brigade. A look of longing surfaced on Tease's face. A long gasp followed. Surely Decos is not intending to use seduction? Tatum muttered. And the same thought crossed my mind. Suddenly, I felt that Decos' beaming face bore an uncanny resemblance to that of a fox. After whispering a few words to Yashio, Decos returned with laughter. While Yashio saluted me and said, My apologies, Commander, I must take my leave immediately. With a wave of his hand, the Black Hawk warriors turned their steeds, stirring up a cloud of choking dust before vanishing from our sight. Yashio rode in circles before us, nodding. Take care, Brother Decos. When the figure of the soaring eagle disappeared around the corner of the long corridor, the last rays of sunlight brushed over the high cliffs of the corridor. Well, tomorrow we shall proceed to reclaim Sevilla. Decos turned his head, a peculiar and radiant smile illuminating his face. This fellow was indeed terrifyingly confident. That scoundrel, Tatum voiced the sentiments of the majority. Tomorrow. I raised my head, gazing at the two crescent moons gradually ascending, appearing particularly bright. It should be fair weather. On a summer night, the dry wind carried waves of heat, rendering the atmosphere in the military tent especially stifling. Yanni mumbled as he rubbed his shoulders, turned over, and continued to sleep. Days of warfare had left him utterly fatigued. I sighed softly, donned my cloak, and stepped out of the tent. Travasai and Jekka remained as radiant as ever. Legend had it that Travasai was the bravest of warriors, while Jekka was the most beautiful of women, and countless tear-jerking stories had been born between them that I recalled a long time ago, a vague, tender voice recounting tales to me before I drifted into slumber. Mother. I touched the crystal pendant on my chest, a memory from a time long past. My lord, you cannot sleep either? At some point, Shulk appeared by my side. Indeed, and you? I turned to regard this Elfasilian. Me too. For some reason. I simply cannot sleep. Shulk scratched his head. Well, now that there are 4 hours until dawn, why not keep me company for a chat, and then we shall proceed to reclaim Sevilla. Upon finishing my words, I laughed heartily. That Decos truly had a peculiar mindset. Shulk chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head again. However, my lord, I still find it hard to believe that 200 men can truly seize Sevilla. Just as I was about to respond, a familiar voice interjected. Hee, I myself do not believe it. Decos appeared behind us, stroking his beard, his eyes devoid of their usual teasing glint. After a brief silence, Decos shielded his eyes, gazing at the shining crescent moons in the sky, as if looking for something. Following his gaze, I discerned nothing out of the ordinary. Strategist, what are you looking at? No, I am waiting for that thing. Decos pointed to a small speck darting between the two moons. A small messenger bird flitting down to land on his arm. Sevilla has stirred. That rascal Schultz still intends to undermine my authority. Decos chuckled as he handed me the note he retrieved from the bird's leg. The enemy is emerging from the fortress. I will lead them, Yashio. Has the bandit army lost its mind? Do they not fear a surprise attack on the fortress? I crumpled the note in confusion. Decos smiled, tapping his head. Because I made a boast, claiming that 200 men would seize Sevilla, that foolish woman must have relayed my words verbatim to Schultz, who has long dreamed of pulling me down from my position as the foremost bandit. He is likely now guessing that I intend to use the Black Rose to incite conflict between the two leaders, allowing Yashio's Black Hawk Brigade to exploit the opportunity, hence his preemptive strike. Sevilla now resembles a woman stripped bare. You mean? I began to grasp his intention. This fellow was indeed extraordinarily insidious, abandoning his promise and using Yashio's Black Hawk Brigade as bait. However, it was unexpectedly a brilliant idea. Thankfully, he remained my strategist, a flicker of admiration passing through my mind. Yes, we will launch a surprise attack using the most elite Dragon Lance Brigade. Decos nodded emphatically, but the reputation of the Vagabond Corps will be ruined. It is our reputations that are at stake, the boastful Decos and the despicable ambusher Fapu. Yet if we can seize a fortress, it would not be in vain. I nodded in agreement. Fapu. I knew I was not mistaken about him. Decos chuckled as he stroked his beard. By the way, I have something for you. Go check outside Sevilla. With that, he handed me a note, his face aglow with a smile. It will surely be of assistance to you. Shulk. Go notify the other troops. After we set off, have them follow in half an hour. I took the note and turned away. Besides the Dragonlance Brigade, I needed to add a layer of security. Rushing into my tent to retrieve my curved blade, Yanni, bleary-eyed, climbed up, rubbing his eyes in confusion. "My lord, what are you doing?" "I am going to see Sevilla." I smiled and ruffled his hair, then dashed out of the camp with my sword. A loud war cry echoing from my lips, and almost simultaneously, the Dragon Lance warriors burst forth from their respective camps. "Follow me." I raised my curved blade high, leading the charge into the corridor. The sound of the Dragon Lance warriors slicing through the air resonating beside me. "Good luck." Decos waved from behind. Sevilla, illuminated by the moonlight, remained as beautiful as ever, the white city walls shimmering with a faint silver glow. With a few flickering torches glimmering atop the walls that I steadied my excited heart, turning to observe the stealthy Dragon Lance warriors surrounding me. Over 200 of them were breathing in near-perfect unison. The strongest force of the Vagabond Corps. Nodding slightly, I retrieved the note Decos had given me, deciding to read what the old man had to say before the attack. The note was small, adorned with several simple symbols, and below them were a few crooked letters, identical to those on the note delivered by the messenger bird. Even without a signature, I recognized it as the handwriting of the soaring eagle. "Brother, the tunnel is open. I seek assistance." I tugged at my hair, raising my gaze to Sevilla across from me, a sudden flash of inspiration making me chuckle. This Decos has not been idle even while imprisoned. The square shape of the symbols clearly represented Sevilla, while the elongated, twisted lines extending into it denoted the tunnel. With a little observation, I could easily locate the entrance's mark. "First squad, follow me. The rest, remain on standby." I tightened my clothing and swiftly emerged. Followed by dozens of figures after a slight tremor, the exit of the tunnel was concealed within a thicket not far from the moat, an exceptionally narrow and crude passage that could barely accommodate a single person crawling through. Emanating a damp, moldy odor, once inside, the pervasive sensation of wetness was utterly revolting. Gritting my teeth against the unpleasant stench, I was compelled to use both hands and feet to hasten through this nightmarish place. When a breath of fresh air finally reached my nostrils, we had already entered Sevilla. The exit was hidden in what appeared to be a stable, and as I brushed aside a few strands of hay that had fallen over my head, I tumbled back into this long-forgotten realm. Sevilla looked as dilapidated as ever, perhaps even worse. Clothes hung out to dry by thieves were strewn about, and the few remaining window frames had seemingly vanished. The central pool, now probably used as a bath, was visible from afar, with white foam floating upon its surface. The fallen Sevilla, I silently lamented as I continued my search. Flickering flames from a few torches swayed before me, while the rest was consumed by darkness. Sensing the various scents swirling in the air, I realized one thing. There were not many people in Sevilla. Pointing into the shadows without uttering a word, the dragon spear warriors who crawled out of the tunnel vanished into the gloom after a gentle breeze swept past. After exhaling a sigh of pent-up frustration, I drew my curved dagger and darted toward the watchtower of Sevilla. A thief leaning against the watchtower evidently did not anticipate the sudden appearance of a person from the darkness. His astonished reaction was to reach for the sword at his waist. But before he could open his mouth to scream, my dagger had already silenced him. Holding the blade steady, I paused briefly, and as warm, damp blood slid along the edge and touched my hand. I confirmed that no commotion had ensued. Retracting my dagger, the thief slumped lifelessly to the ground, and almost simultaneously, the flickering torches throughout Sevilla dimmed significantly. I forcefully swung open the door of the watchtower, resulting in a dull crack of splintering wood, and rushed inside. A thief standing behind the door, startled and still chewing on a piece of bread, did not respond. After his astonishment subsided, I charged up the stairs of the watchtower. "What is going on?" shouted a thief from above as he rushed down. Colliding with the first person he encountered, my dagger effortlessly embedding itself in his body. Pushing the corpse aside, I struck again, and the next thief, his head bowed, fell down the stairs, crumpling into a twisted heap after producing a muted thud. Clearing the first body, I ended the last one as spine-chilling shriek. Leaping over the fallen corpses, I ascended to the top of the watchtower, where chaos reigned below, torches illuminating the scene. With no time to ponder, I slashed through the thick ropes securing the drawbridge, and almost simultaneously, the gates of Sevilla creaked open with a thunderous sound, as a tide of dark figures surged forth from a nearby grove. Flooding into Sevilla, the thieves' resistance crumbled instantly as the dragon spear warriors rushed in, and the clashing of weapons ceased following numerous piercing screams. When I descended the watchtower, the courtyard, apart from the bodies strewn across the ground, was devoid of any thief still gripping a weapon. Secure all the captives, I commanded, stepping across the blood-soaked, muddy ground to stand before the central pool. As I surveyed the surroundings, the torchlit Sevilla shimmered with a silvery glow. Appearing so beautiful, I have returned, and this time I shall not relinquish you to anyone. I scooped a handful of the murky water from the pool and gently touched it to my forehead. Inhaling deeply, after days of gloom, my heart finally felt a moment of clarity. Fap. The booming voice of Lanbis echoed throughout the castle, and before long, his massive form swayed into view, accompanied by Magula. Behind them, throngs of soldiers poured in, quickly filling every strategic position that I glanced around. Sevilla was now entirely under the control of the mercenary band, and it was time to deal with the thieves lurking in the corridors. Magula. Lanbis, remain here to guard Sevilla, I proclaimed loudly. Magula thumped his left chest heavily, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes as he responded. Are you preparing to eliminate those scoundrels? I smiled, patted his shoulder, and drew my dagger again. Everyone except the garrison, follow me. Shortly thereafter, Lanbis's deep voice resounded as he announced the names of the garrison troops. Navigating through the chaotic throng, I plunged into the dark expanse of Sevilla. The evening breeze, sweeping through the narrow corridor, carried with it all the scents from ahead. I inhaled deeply, a faint whiff of horse flesh suddenly igniting my senses. Quickly, I turned to the archer commander beside me. Confusion flickered in his green eyes for a moment before understanding dawned. Without further words, he adjusted the quiver slung over his back and led his archers into the adjacent thicket. Shulk, Tatum, form up in the rear. The infantry formed the front line, while the spear brigade assembled behind them. Positioned just beyond the wood's gazing back at the rising smoke signals of Sevilla, strode boldly to the forefront of the path, the light sound of hooves echoing in my ears. Emerging from the shadows was Galen, who silently took her place beside me, adopting a defensive stance that I smiled and nodded at her, comfort flooding my heart. With Galen by my side, there was nothing to fear. The disheveled thieves hurriedly retreated, and as the first few recognized my presence, their immediate reaction was to rein in their steeds, but the following thieves were too late to react, crashing into those ahead. Several cries of despair rang out as some thieves were violently thrown off. One particularly unfortunate soul landed heavily before me. As he swayed, attempting to rise, my dagger plunged into his throat. A profound silence fell. The faint sound of blood dripping onto the ground was distinctly audible. The fallen thieves, gritting their teeth against the pain, hastily returned to their ranks. The mournful whinnies of their horses abruptly silenced. It was just the two of us, causing the breaths of nearly 1,000 thieves to grow heavy. Slowly retracting my dagger and flicking off the droplets of blood, I called out, Shuts, Sevilla has returned to my grasp. You have no escape. Surrender. Dream on. I still have over 1,000 men. I will make you lose Sevilla again. A shrill voice echoed from the ranks of thieves. Is that so? Then come and try, I retorted with a smile. A moment of silence ensued. Kill him. That sharp voice resounded again, and the disdain on the thieves' faces was unmistakable. It should have been the leader stepping forward. Yet it was merely an order. Nevertheless, several thieves spurred their horses forward. Fools, my voice dripped with scorn as I raised my right hand at the moment they approached. A chorus of hoarse cries erupted, and before the thieves could comprehend the situation, they tumbled down, their groans swiftly silenced by Galen's daggered eye. In the blink of an eye, those who charged were all slain. A gasp of astonishment escaped the thieves, who instinctively recoiled a step. Shuts, why let your men die? Why not confront me yourself? I laughed heartily, making a brazen gesture of provocation. Rapid breaths followed as a voice rang out. Ignore him. Trample him with our numbers. Advance. I couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Dakash truly understood this man to a T. Shuts is clever but easily provoked, yet fearful of death. When riled, he tends to drag a bunch of fools down with him. There was no time to discuss his character now, before the sound of the thieves' hooves echoed again. I tugged at Galen and turned to flee. Dante let him escape, Shuts' voice urged, and the thieves surged forward like a tide. Draw bows, fire. Soot's commands were always succinct, and as his words fell, a torrent of arrows shot forth from the woods beside the path. The galloping horses let out mournful cries as they stumbled, kicking up clouds of dust, while the infantry scrambled to raise their shields amidst the cacophony of impacts echoing through the woodland path. Following a rain of arrows, the thieves lost a significant number of horses, and at that moment, our infantry emerged from the trees, swiftly maneuvering to flank the enemy's front and rear. tighten the formation. The darkness obscured the enemy's ability to gauge our numbers. After a brief skirmish, the thieves unmistakably lost their fighting spirit. The infantry formed a tightly knit circular defense with shields, while the remaining cavalry managed their restless steeds, weaving through the infantry formation. In that instant, both sides fell into a peculiar standoff, and Soot's archers also emerged from the thicket, positioning themselves behind the infantry to encircle the thieves in the shortest order. Now, perhaps you might consider surrendering. I called out to the thieves at the forefront, spotting the thief leader, Schutz, among them. Damn you, the government dog, that bastard Decas. The flamboyantly dressed thief shouted loudly. Today, either you die, or I do. Once those words escaped my lips, even in the darkness, I could perceive the faces of the foremost thieves paling in an instant. Clearly devoid of any courage left to continue the fight, truly, having such a leader is a blessing for the band of robbers. I let out a soft sigh, raising one hand. Stetz, if anyone is to die, let it be you alone. A voice suddenly rang out, and another thief, appearing to be a farmer, swiftly drew his blade and struck the richly attired thief. The bloodied blade emerged abruptly. The richly dressed thief's face displayed incredulity, his trembling finger pointing at the assailant. Cherivizo, you traitor. It is you, elder brother, who has betrayed the thieves. Cherivizo withdrew his blade across Stetz's throat, and a spray of blood scattered before me. Stetz staggered and fell heavily from his horse, the dull thud signaling the end of the thieves' resistance. Cherivizo was the first to cast down his weapon, raising both hands high, immediately followed by the clatter of countless weapons hitting the ground in the corridor. 800 thieves surrendered under the encirclement of 900 ragtag soldiers, and the war in Sevilla had finally come to a close. I lifted my gaze. The sky was beginning to brighten, as two moons slowly sank into the western horizon. It is over, I sighed, and it was only now that I truly felt a bit weary. On the 7th of September, 1353, the Sevilla raid concluded. Our army reclaimed Sevilla with minimal losses, and the threat of the thieves was thoroughly eliminated on this day. The notorious name of Sevilla was obliterated this year, which might be rather cruel for Duke Vanasek, resting in the netherworld. Yet according to Decos, it was simply stated, we merely took back Sevilla. Regardless, Landinovia finally attained a semblance of safety. The war-ravaged economy began to slowly recover during this brief period of peace, and everything returned to a normal course. However, before I could enjoy a sound sleep, another concern troubled me. Fool, an absolute fool. Decos's vitriol nearly drowned me. After wiping my damp face, I replied, Decos, did we not achieve victory? I do not believe I made any errors in command. Indeed, charging into the middle of the street to provoke over 1,000 men. Thankfully, Stetz was an exceptional fool, or else you would have become a porcupine on the road. I simply cannot comprehend how such an outstanding strategist as Lanbis could produce an imbecile like you. You have recklessly led the charge to the front lines on several occasions. Decos gasped for breath. Unusually furious today. Decos, I stumbled over my words. Indeed, in recent battles, I had placed too much emphasis on morale. Luckily, these were small-scale skirmishes. Had they occurred on open plains, I shudder to think what our fate would have been. Decos gradually calmed down, suddenly grasping my shoulder, and with a tone of seriousness I had never heard from him, he said, Fap, I know you are an exceptional warrior, but first, you must understand that you are a commander. While the battlefield may lack exceptional warriors, it cannot afford to be without a composed commander. For the sake of your troop and your own life, please cherish your existence. For the first time, I saw the keen gaze of a strategist in Decos's eyes, and I couldn't help but nod. Decos exhaled, lifted his teacup once more, and gazed out at the world beyond, infused with refreshing air. Suddenly remarking, the autumn harvest is approaching. I have not reaped wheat in a decade. I paused slightly, yet a warm feeling surged within me. Yes, the autumn harvest is indeed nearing. Chapter 18, Tranquil Days. In northern Landinovia, there is but one harvest season each year. The autumn yield significantly impacts the livelihood of the following year, rendering it all the more crucial. However, prior to this, a multitude of trifles had piled up before me. The first matter at hand was the determination of the tax system that we certainly could not, like the nobles, claim 9/10 of the farmer's harvest as our own, yet we could not be so high-minded as to collect nothing at all. Not only would this drastically diminish our credibility in the eyes of the merchants of Taranvino, but it would also make it exceedingly difficult to ensure that the soldiers of the mercenary band had sufficient provisions. While Brother Luzu was fully responsible for these matters, having previously served as a local governor, he handled them with considerable ease. Nonetheless, he was but one man, and most newly appointed officials hailed from humble backgrounds. Being too young and experienced to manage affairs independently, if we were to promote directly from the old nobility, just the thought of ladies' great acts dispelled that notion. Perhaps what I should do now is to cast aside my disdain for the nobility. I rose to my feet and strolled out of the small room I had occupied for 3 days. A refreshing breeze immediately caressed my face as the 2 guards outside cast astonished glances in my direction, perhaps because they were witnessing their commander emerge for the first time in 3 days. After indulging in such speculation, I strode out of the military camp where the mercenary band resided, situated right next to Landinovia city. Since the acquisition of Sevilla, apart from a portion of the forces stationed in the fortress, the rest had withdrawn back to the corridor. We must first protect Landinovia. There is no need to expend excessive effort on a fortress like Sevilla, which yields no resources, Decos explained. Indeed, training new recruits and integrating various combat units could not be facilitated within the narrow confines of the corridor. And moreover, the numerous captives could not be contained within Sevilla. The mere thought of captives made my head throb. The direct byproduct of several battles was a staggering 2,000 captives, including 600 from the noble army of Landinovia and over 1,000 from the band of thieves, whereas our fighting force had yet to reach 3,000. Just calculating the expenses required to sustain these captives made beads of sweat appear on Barty's brow. Viewing this issue solely through the lens of a merchant revealed numerous inconsistencies, yet one battle after another had postponed the resolution of the captives' predicament. A headache, I muttered, tapping my forehead. Everything was fine when my mind was in high gear. But once I paused, I discovered problems both big and small. After such a hard-won reprieve, it seems to be all for naught. After letting out a lament, a fragrant aroma pierced deep into my nostrils. The golden wheat fields extended to the horizon, the lush northern wheat undulating in waves under the gentle breeze. Having grown up in the forest, I had never witnessed such a breathtaking spectacle that stirred my emotions. This peculiar feeling, compelling me to raise my voice to the heavens, surged within my heart. "How beautiful!" I exclaimed sincerely, my hand instinctively reaching out as if to caress the endless golden fields, my spirits lifting instantly. Suddenly, a few clear bursts of laughter reached my ears. When I turned around, I saw an elderly man clad in farmer's attire. "Young man, have you never seen the golden wheat sea of Landinovia?" he inquired kindly. I shook my head. "Haha, if it were 40 years ago, I wouldn't have seen it either. It is all thanks to Lord Lands that we in this dry and cold northern land can now cultivate grain." "Lord Lands?" "Yes, the noble gentleman from the Chekhov family who dedicated his life to agricultural studies. Had he not improved the wheat to thrive in this region, we would still be cultivating only the useless firewood plant." The bindweed. The old farmer's wrinkled face radiated admiration that I stood still for a moment, and suddenly, all the dark clouds in my heart dissipated. Indeed, talent is not diminished by one's status. "Thank you." I grasped the old farmer's hand tightly and swiftly made my way toward Landinovia city. Finally, my mind felt invigorated. "What? You want to let the nobles join us? Those worthless scum." Ladies' booming voice echoed in the council chamber, and his copper gong-sized eyes were etched with discontent. I skillfully sidestepped Ladies' waves of indignation and continued my speech. "I do not demand that we deliberately seek out talented individuals from noble backgrounds. Rather, I ask that we do not intentionally avoid the noble status, as nobles have far more leisure to study impractical matters than we do." Most of the attendees shifted their gaze to Brother Luzu, who sat quietly to the side. Avoiding the noble identity meant that all appointed officials came from impoverished backgrounds. Although they worked diligently and genuinely cared for the people, their inefficiency was also a fact. "Fap, you make a valid point, but," Luzu blinked, hesitating to speak. "Elder brother, I understand your concern. You fear that those nobles will rise again. Indeed, Fap, you have done a great service for Brother Luzu, and there are many things he finds difficult to express. Allow me to speak on his behalf. If those nobles were to seize power, I cannot guarantee that the soldiers of Landinovia still within the mercenary band would tolerate it, as they have too much of our blood on their hands." Tejas shouted loudly. Compared to Ladies' simplistic thinking, Tejas could be deemed wise in some respects. That I sighed. The noble army's final purge in Landinovia had indeed sown deep-seated hatred, and in Tejas' eyes, anyone even remotely associated with nobility was an enemy. Fap's suggestion is indeed feasible. seated beside him. Dracop set down his teacup and was the first to voice his agreement, stating, "It is exceedingly challenging for a mere faction to survive solely through combat. Judiciously leveraging the intellect of the nobility could prove quite advantageous for us." "I concur." Su raised his hand, opting for silence thereafter. "I have no objections." Shulk surveyed the room before raising his hand as well. "You lot." Tejas suddenly sprang to his feet, and amidst the astonished gazes of the officers, he forcefully flung his helmet onto the conference table, the resounding clatter echoing throughout the chamber. "I shall devote my life to preventing any noble from stepping onto the soil of Landinovia." After uttering this vehement declaration, Tejas's formidable silhouette vanished through the grand doors of the assembly hall, plunging the entire room into an oppressive silence. A delicate sigh rolled in my throat but failed to escape my lips. Tejas's reaction was hardly surprising, though I had not anticipated such rigidity. I truly pity him. Both of Tejas's parents perished at the hands of the nobility. Russ shook his head and, after bowing to me, remarked, "Fap, to prevent that fool from committing any rash acts, I must take my leave for the moment." I nodded and added, "Please, brother, do bring him back." Russ's eyes sparkled momentarily as he smiled and departed, leaving 2 seats vacant. "We must consider the sentiments of the Landinovians," Dracop mused, stroking his beard, his eyes glimmering with an inscrutable light. "Why not simply have the nobles renounce their noble status?" piped up a youthful voice from the ever-watchful Yanni. A profound silence enveloped the room as all gazes fixated on the 14-year-old squire. Yanni's face flushed a deep crimson as he lowered his head and shrank into a corner. "Ha ha!" Laughter soon reverberated throughout the hall. I wiped away the tears at the corners of my eyes and nodded. Indeed, let the nobles relinquish their noble status. How did I not think of that? Dracop shook his head for a while before responding. "It appears I am indeed growing old." On that day, the proposal to incorporate the nobility into the management of Landinovia was unanimously approved, but it was appended with this statement: "Anyone with a desire to revitalize Landinovia, regardless of origin or status, shall be regarded as equal citizens." To our surprise, many talented nobles, particularly those of lower rank, were eager to forego their noble titles and join the ranks of Landinovia's management and specialized technical departments as commoners. Out of curiosity, I once asked a noble who had become a local affairs officer why he so readily discarded the esteemed title that many regarded as supremely honorable. He blinked and replied, "Career is of greater importance than title. Moreover, I find that my noble status has only brought me oppression." This statement left me pondering for quite some time. Stripped of our respective titles, we are all fundamentally the same. My sole concern now is Tejas, who harbored the belief that those nobles who shed their status to join Landinovia were merely wolves in sheep's clothing. Despite Russ's counsel, he had recently been conspicuously absent from public view, if his perspective remained unchanged. This singularly minded individual might incite unforeseen troubles. "My lord," Yanni's exclamation jolted me from my reverie. Rubbing my eyes, I noticed a rosy hue gracing his cheeks, and his pale blue irises sparkled with a peculiar excitement. "What has transpired?" I inquired, feeling slightly dizzy. "Lord Dracop has made significant progress. He instructed me to inform you that he discovered something remarkable among the ancient scrolls left in the assembly hall." Yanni relayed the strategist's words in one breath. While I marveled at his astounding memory, curiosity about Dracop's discovery surged within me. After donning my outer garment, I declared, "Let us go, Yanni, to see what astonishing revelation our strategist has unearthed." "Yes, my lord." Yanni thumped his chest and hurried to open the door. It was only then that I realized the sun had ascended high into the sky, marking the passage of half a day. Upon exiting the military camp and traversing the route to the city assembly hall, I observed the joyful faces of the people, the air suffused with a sense of happiness. Merchants had regained their profits in Landinovia, refugees had found their footing in the city, and this year's bountiful harvest alleviated our concerns about surviving the winter. The most immediate benefit was the sharp increase in young individuals applying to join the mercenary corps. A flicker of joy coursed through my spirit. After relentless fighting, I had finally begun to feel a sense of accomplishment. Perhaps transforming Arulfasir in a similar manner would deepen my sense of engagement. How dangerous, I mused inwardly, recognizing that maintaining the kingdom's legitimacy and seeing the descendants of the Saint King ascend to the throne of Saint Arulfasir was my true calling. Such actions would honor the spirit of General Lanbis and allow me to become a knight of the kingdom, dutifully raising Elise under Lord Shaya's guidance, ideally journeying across the Holy Land with Galen. But was that truly my aspiration? why did a lingering sense of discontent gnaw at my heart? Fap, come here and take a look, Decas called out with a wide grin. Already positioned atop the steps of the assembly hall, draped in a heavy coat, his eyes radiated the gleefulness of one who had discovered treasure, and this excitement from the fox of the mercenary corps must signify an extraordinary find. Grabbing my hand, Decas forcibly pulled me into the assembly hall, exclaiming, "Thank goodness those fellows managed to translate such obscure ancient texts. Otherwise, I would still be unaware that Landinovia possesses such treasures." "What is it?" I felt compelled to inquire. Decas abruptly halted, turning to face me, his eyes glimmering with an indescribable brilliance. "It is the treasure that will allow our ragtag mercenary corps to step onto the battlefield of the entire continent." "What?" I exclaimed in astonishment. While I had witnessed Decas's audacity before, such an outrageous claim startled me. Before I could fully process this, I found myself pulled into a vast hall. The room was filled with individuals who appeared to be noble scholars, their pristine white garments momentarily evoking the sensation of entering a medical facility. At the center stood an enormous table covered with countless scrolls and ancient manuscripts. "Behold, this is the treasure that will elevate the mercenary corps onto the continental stage." Decas stepped forward, unfurling a large scroll that I leaned in closer, discovering a peculiar weapon schematic alongside a host of arcane and incomprehensible ancient texts. "This," I pointed at the diagram, my mouth agape in astonishment. "Indeed, this contains records from history, referred to as the demon weapon, the Landinovian musket, and we are poised to liberate it from the dust." Decas laughed heartily. "Musket?" I struggled with this unfamiliar term. "It possesses the potential to remove knights from the annals of warfare. With it, we shall rewrite history." I gazed at Decas's almost splitting grin, taking a moment to comprehend. "Decas, you cannot be serious. Yanni, go summon a physician." "Fap, you must listen to me," he urged. "I'm sorry, but I have many matters to attend to. We shall discuss this later." Phew, I fled from Decas's hall as if escaping a disaster, gasping for breath. That Decas, is there a hint of madness in the minds of all intelligent individuals? Such a preposterous notion of removing knights from the continent's battlefields was truly beyond belief. After inhaling the fresh air outside the hall, I was about to return to the military camp when a cacophony of voices drifted from afar. It emanated from the recruitment center established in the city, where throngs of people encircled the towering recruitment banners, the clamor rising from within. Glancing at the densely packed crowd, I shook my head, losing interest in pursuing the matter any further, when a familiar voice pierced my ears. "What a joke! Women should tend to the home instead of becoming soldiers." That coarse, booming voice could only belong to ladies. How did this fellow end up here? A shiver coursed through my nerves. The wandering destroyer. A living bomb. Should this man cause any disturbances within the city of Landinovia, the resulting chaos would be catastrophic. That I hurriedly pushed my way into the crowd. Clad in military garb, Lanbis stood there, visibly displeased, facing a woman whose stature was distinctly smaller than Teas's. Her light blonde hair was styled in the curly fashion of Trevino, and she wore simple leather garments, her strikingly white legs exposed to the air, radiating an untamed allure. "Why is it not permissible?" the woman retorted, her voice resonating with equal vigor. Lanbis frowned. "It simply isn't. You women are such a nuisance." "Lord Lanbis, let us discuss this privately. Do not impede my duties," interjected the recruitment officer with a forced smile. Silence. The two voices erupted simultaneously, their owners turning in astonishment before letting out a haughty snort. I found myself both amused and exasperated. This Lanbis was actually engaging in an argument with a woman. "Ah, Fap, my lord. How fortunate you are here. Only you can handle this matter." The gaze of the recruitment officer, nearly splattered with saliva, was piercingly sharp. It instantly fell upon me, and a chorus of astonished exclamations erupted around us. "He is the commander. But he looks too young to be a commander." "Who says so?" He asked the brave soul who single-handedly vanquished an entire band of thieves. Amidst the murmurs that flitted through the crowd, I felt compelled to step into the vacant space. "You." The woman surveyed me from head to toe and burst into raucous laughter. "You look even younger than I am. How can he possibly be the commander?" "Women simply lack insight," thundered Lanbis with a heavy grunt. I cleared my throat, sensing that the commander's age had become a hot topic among the mercenaries, but having it pointed out by a woman who appeared to be a savage was rather disconcerting. "I am Fapu, the commander of the mercenary band, esteemed lady. May I inquire how you are addressed?" I am Falchini of the Kayazila tribe. She puffed out her chest proudly. Miss Falchini, our band is currently not considering the inclusion of female warriors. I paused, delivering what I deemed an appropriate response. Falchini's pale blue eyes flickered with curiosity. Why not? Primarily, it pertains to the combat effectiveness of female warriors. I swallowed hard, struggling to find other justifications. Exactly, what can women accomplish? Lanbis shouted loudly. Very well. If I defeat this hulking brute, will you allow me to join your ranks? Falchini pointed directly at Lanbis that I was taken aback, nearly dropping my jaw. Lanbis was among the most formidable fighters in the entire mercenary band. And aside from a few Dragonlance warriors, no one could rival him. Yet here was this seemingly petite woman daring to challenge him. Was she mad, or was I the one losing my mind? How absurd. I accept your challenge, and you shall learn that war is no place for women. Lanbis's eyes glimmered with disdain, and after a heavy grunt, he turned to me and said, Fapu, you shall act as our referee. I rapped my forehead, feeling a throbbing headache. It is not ideal to duel in the streets. Let us convene tomorrow at the military camp outside the city. Agreed. The two of them chorused in unison before spinning around and weaving their way through the crowd, disappearing at either end of the long street. I sighed, the only silver lining being that I need to worry about Lanbis wreaking havoc in the city. For now, that had to suffice. News of Lanbis's duel with a woman spread like wildfire through the mercenary band, and by dawn the following day, I was roused from sleep by the cacophony outside my humble abode. Upon stepping out, I was astonished to find the military camp had transformed overnight into a carnival, with various vendors mingling among the soldiers in uniform. What on earth happened here? Yanni exclaimed, rubbing his eyes in disbelief as he stood beside me. For a long moment, I remained in a daze. Come, 1-to-1 odds on Lanbis, 2-to-1 on the Talavino woman. The boisterous shout came from a Talavino merchant, beads of sweat glistening on his shiny forehead, clearly reveling in a thriving business. To my surprise, Magura was assisting him. Fapu, I can't believe I stumbled upon such an opportunity right after my return. Upon spotting me, Magura excitedly waved a stack of betting slips that I pressed my forehead. Dizziness washing over me. How could the once mighty mercenary band, which had valiantly fought outside Sevilla, descend to such a state? I began to question whether the comrades who once fought alongside me were now merely these individuals brandishing gambling slips. Eagerly awaiting the spectacle, ILL wagered 10 copper coins on the Talavino woman. With the clinking of coins in the betting box, I watched as our strategist stroked his beard and placed his bet decisively. A groan of anguish escaped my lips. The mercenary band was doomed. Sir, are you feeling unwell? Yanni inquired, leaning closer with concern that I waved him off, sighing. It is nothing, just a slight headache. Fapu, the warriors have been training hard for days. A bit of levity is in order, Decos chimed in. Having somehow materialized at my side, clutching a betting slip with fervor, that I felt an overwhelming urge to punch the smug grin off his fox-like face and retorted irately. Indeed, indeed. Did you get your fill of spectating? Decos grinned widely, giving my shoulder a hearty pat. All right, esteemed commander, we still need to settle the score regarding my magnificent discovery from yesterday. Let us allow everyone a day of rest. With a sigh, I was nudged toward the makeshift arena. Lanbis was already stationed in the center, bathed in the golden rays of dawn, his well-fitted combat attire making him appear as a deity of war. But it was no wonder the odds on him were soaring. While Batty and Magura's expressions grew increasingly grim. Yanni, go place a gold coin bet on Falchini. Otherwise, Magura and the others might just leap into the river. Yes. Yanni cheerfully accepted the gold coin and dashed toward Magura and the others, soon returning with expressions of delight that I shook my head, refocusing my attention on the arena. They re-hear. A shout pierced the air, and soon the Talavino woman strode into the arena with purposeful steps, clad in animal skins and wielding an astonishingly long spear, eliciting a wave of excited cheers. Before we commence, let us outline the rules of the duel. Due to, the officiating officer began, but was abruptly silenced by Lanbis's hand. Enough. Today, I will fight this woman barehanded. I want to harm her. Then I shall do the same. Falchini readily discarded her spear. Let the duel begin. I called out, and the officiating officer hastily retreated from the arena. Woman, best return home to tend to your children, Lanbis shouted, suddenly flexing his arms, causing his combat attire to shred apart, revealing his robust muscles to the air. Ah! Gasps of awe filled the crowd. Magura muttered beside me. Lanbis is just all muscle. Ha! Lanbis bellowed, stomping the ground before lunging forward with tremendous speed, the air whistling around him and stirring up a fine layer of dust in his wake. Bang! A figure was sent soaring. It's over. A chorus of disappointed sighs arose. Lanbis is utterly lacking in grace. Magura shook his head. Wait. The Talavino woman remained standing in the arena, while the one who had been flung out was. Everyone began rubbing their eyes in disbelief. Impossible. Lanbis roared, rising to his feet and charging once more. He was sent flying again, this time crashing to the ground and carving a deep trench in the earth. Ah! Gasps of astonishment echoed once more. I scanned the crowd, noting that most were agape, having witnessed clearly how the Talavino woman had somehow managed to throw him off in that instant. This is a windfall, Magura muttered, as more lamentations filled the air. Countless slips of paper soaring into the sky. I refused to believe it. Only ladies' anguished cries remained in the arena. The tale of the duel in the military camp would be a topic of discussion for a long time. Resulting in the outcome, one individual could not lift his head for a long time, while another officially joined the mercenary band. Falchini, a Talavino, became the first female commander in the history of the continent, while the unfortunate Lanbis was relegated to second place. Amidst waves of protest, I lightheartedly passed the buck to our strategist, who simply rolled his eyes and replied, "Those with strength should seize the captain's seat themselves." Thus, a tempestuous affair settled quietly, while the berserkers wore the label of pitiful creatures under a woman's command, becoming the subject of ridicule in taverns. Nevertheless, this contest stirred a distant memory within me. Upon deeper reflection, I realized there were merely 10 days until the Dragon Commander's position trial, and the shadowy hand of Jejinval was poised to reach Landinovia. What a predicament! After a deep sigh to the heavens, I returned to my duties, setting aside thoughts of the upcoming trial, for the pressing matters at hand required my personal attention, despite having recruited many talented individuals. Thus, the clock struck October 1st of the year 1353 of the royal calendar. With just 5 days remaining until the Dragon Commander's trial, Sir Yanni's astonished voice pulled me from my stack of documents that I pushed aside the scrolls before me, noticing the same flush on Yanni's face. A sensation that invaded my thoughts. What is it now? I rubbed my forehead. Lord Dekos has created that thing. He insists you must come to the council chamber at once. Yanni gasped, meticulously recounting Dekos's words without omission. Headache. I slammed my hand on the table, draping a coat over my shoulders. Let's go see what that Dekos has been up to. Yes, my lord. Yanni promptly opened the door, inhaling the fresh air that wafted in from outside, as I strode towards the council chamber. Dekos was already positioned at the steps of the chamber, wearing that familiar smirk of triumph. But this time, the researchers were gathered there too, their faces alight with the joy of success. Fapu, last time, it was merely a sketch. You might not have felt much, but this time is different. It's the real thing. Once you see that wondrous object, you'll believe that my words hold truth. He affectionately draped his arm around my shoulders. Smiling, is that so? I replied, my skepticism evident. Come and see. I've set it up in the back. Without waiting for my consent, he pulled me into the courtyard behind the council chamber. There stood dozens of officers, and a soldier-like man stood at the center of the yard, holding a pipe with a dark wooden handle, while a suit of armor loomed 100 meters ahead of him. Hey, Dekos, what are you up to? Bringing all these people here when the weather isn't great. If it rains, everyone will be drenched. Magura's voice echoed from a corner, and just as he spoke, a few drops of rain began to fall from the sky. Let us begin. Dekos waved his hand. The soldier quickly retrieved a bright iron rod from his pocket, thrusting it into the pipe, moving it back and forth before pouring black powder from a horn bag into it. He then inserted a round object, set up a stand, aimed at the armor, and stepped back, pulling out a flint. Click, 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 he struck it to ignite. 3 arrows, Sue suddenly announced. Others glanced at him, understanding immediately what he meant. During this prolonged wait, Sue could launch 3 arrows in succession. Finally, sparks flared from the soldier's hand as he strode forward, igniting the string that looked like a fuse attached to the odd contraption. A brilliant spark flashed. And then, nothing happened. 5 arrows. Sue sighed, shaking his head as he stepped out first. What a waste of my time, Magura muttered, following him out. Dekos, you truly are a braggart. Tatum huffed heavily, trailing behind Magura. It was merely an accident. It was working perfectly well. It must be the rain's fault. Dracop protested stubbornly. I sighed, my desire for words evaporating. These past few days had left me utterly exhausted, and it was high time I returned to rest. Boom! A tremendous explosion suddenly rang out, startling everyone into grasping their weapons. What is happening? Shock rushed to my side, shielding me behind him. It worked, came Dracop's jubilant voice that I turned to see the soldier kneeling on the ground, clutching his head, the pipe he had erected pointing straight at the sky, while the armor remained unscathed. What in the world is that? Magura was the first to shout, and just as he finished speaking, a twig snapped sharply behind the armor, falling onto it and bouncing lightly to the ground. A profound silence ensued. Let us make some improvements, I sighed. Such a device could only serve to frighten people. How could it be of any use on the battlefield? Dracop was becoming more foolish with age. Thus, the birth of the firearm was thwarted once more. Yet, I remained unaware of what this firearm would ultimately bring me. Chapter 19. The Dragon General's Ascendant's Trial. Lord Melchior has returned. Yanni exclaimed excitedly as he burst through my door, the cacophony of neighing horses flooding in. Melchior had been dispatched to the southern Talavino to procure war horses to replenish our meager cavalry. And I hadn't anticipated his swift return. Unable to contain my excitement, I tossed aside my scrolls and rushed outside. The horses, all of exceptional Talavino lineage, resembled celestial steeds, the best description for their elegant forms. So beautiful. Exclamations of admiration echoed around me. Even those unfamiliar with horses could sense their quality from their lithe and graceful bodies. Just as I was about to inquire about Melchior, a small figure rushed into my embrace. Uncle Fapu, I've missed you so much. That cherubic face, reminiscent of an apple, and that voice made me rub my eyes in disbelief. Elise, I exclaimed, my voice nearly cracking in surprise. Wasn't she supposed to be in the Forest of Pines? How had she come here? My gaze swept over the crowd of riders. The pale-haired figure bobbed alongside another with oversized eyes. And behind them, I glimpsed a cart piled high with clutter, containing people who were clearly not warriors. What was going on? Had the inhabitants of the Forest of Pines collectively relocated to Landinovia? Melchior, what is happening? I felt compelled to question the one who had remained silent. Because the dragon is about to arrive, Elder Shaya responded. For the first time in centuries, the Dragon General's Ascendant's trial is being held on land beyond Jajinver. Fapu, the wheel of fate has begun to turn, and we need not remain shackled in the desolation of the Forest of Pines. Although I couldn't fully grasp Elder Shaya's words, I could see in his eyes a crisis far larger than I had imagined. Regardless, Landinovia was still a safe haven, and allowing Elise to come here seemed like a prudent decision. Moreover, I have little faith in your chances against the Leviathan. I must ensure Elise sees you at least once. Elder Shaya smiled, his gentle gaze settling on Elise, who was nestled in my arms. That I scratched my head, feeling a bit embarrassed and at a loss for words. Yet, it was truly peculiar. The Dragon General's Ascendant's trial was just 2 days away, and I was about to face the terrifying power of the Leviathan, which could hardly be considered human. Yet I felt no panic whatsoever. Perhaps the countless battles had dulled my senses, or perhaps it was because I had promised someone that I would live until the moment she opened her eyes again. Elder, I shall prepare housing and provisions for you at once. I changed the subject. Elder Shaya chuckled, his white brows lifting slightly. He gently patted my shoulder and said, There's no need for your concern. Your companions are far more thoughtful than you are. I glanced at Melchior, who still stood solemnly, and nodded. By the way, to celebrate your arrival, let us hold a bonfire gathering outside the city tonight. I waved my hand and called out to the surrounding crowd. A wave of cheers erupted in response. The bright bonfire cast a rosy glow on everyone's faces, and a joyful atmosphere enveloped the land of Landinovia. That I scanned the surroundings. Sue remained seated in an inconspicuous corner. Tejas looked a bit downcast. But soon, boisterous laughter erupted after a few cups of lance wine. Magura was entertaining Elise, while Radis grinned widely beside them. Drink up, drink up. I haven't had a drink in ages. I've been toiling away daily. It's exhausting. You wouldn't believe how those Setians were completely unaware of our magnificent legion's existence. It took me ages to persuade them. To my surprise, the crow had also appeared among the crowd. Miraji shouted loudly. He had gone south with Melchior and managed to procure such fine war horses, leaving me astonished at his persuasive prowess. Meanwhile, Shock and Tatum clinked their cups together, their faces flushed. How delightful, I sighed. Glancing back at Galen, who was seated nearby. Upon hearing my words, She lifted her head, revealing a gentle smile that exuded a reassuring warmth. Indeed, my lord. If only it could always be this way. A faint blush crossed Galen's cheeks as she spoke softly. My lord. The Dragon General's ascendance trial is the day after tomorrow. Isn't it? Melchior took a seat beside me, pulling me from my reverie. Yes. I tossed a stick into the bonfire. The Leviathan must be restless and unable to sleep, eager to claim the head of the fourth Dragon General, which would add a striking hue to his emerald crown. A sense of discontent washed over me. My lord, with your strength, I must speak candidly. It would be tantamount to courting death, Melchior expressed, a hint of anxiety creeping into his voice. Who says that? Dracop, unabashed, plopped down between us, brimming with youthful vigor, producing that firearm once more. With this, even the mightiest warrior shall meet their maker. Melchior, bewildered by the object, blinked and asked, What is this? A tool for instilling fear, I replied curtly. Take it. Fapu, this is the improved version, designed to enhance shooting accuracy. That you'd best hold on to it if you don't wish to meet your end at the hands of that Dragon General. Dracop thrust the item into my hands. I grasped the heavy object and sighed. By the time I prepared my powder and bullets, the Leviathan would have already reduced me to shreds. Nevertheless, I took it, for it might prove unexpectedly useful. There will be others to assist you. Our commander cannot perish in such a senseless melee. Decos erupted into laughter, and following his gaze, I beheld another elderly man, Elder Shaya, whose white eyebrows seemed on the verge of falling off. These two must have struck some clandestine agreement. Splendid. Suddenly, a loud cheer resounded through the gathering. I noticed Falchini had arrived at the center, striking a pose reminiscent of an eagle in flight. His athletic form painted exquisite patterns in the air, igniting a lively atmosphere around the bonfire. The Trevino warriors were the first to succumb to the infectious spirit, rushing into the arena and performing a dance robustly characteristic of the plains, their powerful song resonating in unison. On this vast prairie, one gazes up at the blue heavens and down at the verdant grasses as eagles soar and wolves run free. Overwhelmed by such exuberance for the first time, I could not help but rise to my feet. Applauding in delight, the Trevino warrior immediately pulled me into the fray, and amidst the cacophony of cheers, I drew my blade and commenced the distinctive curved blade dance of the Shanju tribe. It had been ages since I felt such unrestrained exhilaration. In that instant, I felt as though I had returned to the enchanted forest, with all my worries scattering like leaves in the wind. Let us all dance together, Magula exclaimed, and the surrounding crowd sprang to their feet. Lanchinovians, Elfasilians, Yalyafasians, each performing their own unique dance, shattering the barriers between us in that moment. This night would be sleepless, on the 6th of October, in the year 1353. Many regarded it as a splendid day. White clouds floated delicately overhead, set against a cerulean sky. What a refreshing autumn. Decos inhaled deeply beside me, wearing an expression of pure enjoyment. That I sighed. Having such an indifferent strategist was truly a nightmare for the wandering mercenary band. Yet, compared to Decos's carefree demeanor, the other officers exhibited an unusual gravity, surrounded by soldiers clad in full armor, with archers already knocking their arrows. Shaking my head slightly, I adjusted the armor encasing me. This fish-scale armor, said to be crafted with the utmost skill of Lanchinovia, had purportedly cost 1,000 gold coins. While it felt surprisingly light, I could not shake off a sense of wastefulness under the impact of a moving vehicle. Even the finest armor would fail to protect. The occupants would be reduced to mere pulp. Nevertheless, under Magula's nearly threatening gaze, I donned the costly armored eye in the tense silence, punctuated by heavy breaths. The distant, resonant roars of dragons echoed across the horizon. They are coming. Melchior exhaled. A surge of excitement washed over me. No matter the outcome, facing off against a creature as formidable as a dragon was an honor for any warrior. However, honor could not make me abandon my promises. Steadying my emotions, I strode boldly into the vast, cleared plaza. The dragon flapped its enormous wings, producing a whoosh as it rapidly swept down, its colossal form casting a shadow over half the sky. For the first time in centuries, the dragon pack of Jaya Jinvil had emerged beyond the sacred realm, their overwhelming presence quickening the breaths of the soldiers behind me. Dust rose as the dragons descended, and from their backs dismounted numerous dragon riders clad in azure dragon armor. The direct squad of dragon riders from Leashed, I could not help but feel a twinge of unease. The mere presence of these riders was enough to send me to the depths of despair. Leash truly knew how to make a grand spectacle. The proud azure dragon circled before landing gracefully, and I beheld a dragon clad in armor, revealing only its wings and eyes. From atop it emerged Leash's towering figure. Still garbed in that azure-heavy dragon armor, his piercing red eyes, visible through the swirling dust, fixed intently upon me. "Ah, the fourth dragon lord still lives," Leash remarked with a glint of predatory delight. Suppressing my discontent, I nodded. "Very well, Indra, today I shall show you, the usurper of the dragon lord's position, what a true dragon lord is." Leash clapped his hands, and a dragon rider led forth a dragon. It appeared malnourished, seemingly even weaker than when I had last seen it. It was my steed, Flash. Upon catching sight of me, its vacant eyes instantly lit up with excitement, and it began to chirp joyfully. "Prepare yourself. The trial of the dragon lord must take place in the skies." With that, Leash returned to his mount, vaulting onto its back and accepting an astonishingly large dragon spear from his subordinate, which emanated a dark azure glow. "My lord Indra." A dragon rider offered another spear of equal magnitude. So heavy that I could barely lift it that I shook my head. How could I engage in battle with a weapon I could hardly wield? "My lord." Yanni hurriedly approached, thrusting the spear into my hands, but added a short blade that resembled a long spear. After taking it, I raised it, signaling my intent to use this weapon. The dragon rider before me was momentarily taken aback, glancing towards Leash. "He seeks death. Let him be." Leash waved his hand impatiently, soaring into the sky first, circling above me. Taking a deep breath, I mounted Flash. The steed excitedly unfurled its wings, releasing a clear, triumphant cry. "Let us go and fight together." Feeling the surge of my mount beneath me, I took to the sky once more. The trial for the dragon lord had officially commenced. Flash spiraled joyfully in the sky, basking in the sunlight, performing a few happy twirls that I clung tightly to its back. Feeling the rush of air slicing past me, this was the essence of freedom. Slightly raising myself, I gazed down at the earth below. My companions had transformed into tiny black dots on the ground, beside which lay the city of Lanchinovia, its square walls enclosing countless homes, divided into 4 quadrants by 2 intersecting white lines. The dome-shaped structure at the center was the council hall, and in the square before it, an unknown multitude had gathered, gazing skyward. For the first time, the battle of dragons unfolded before their eyes. Suppressing my rising excitement, I focused on Leash, who circled above me. His heavy armor made his steed appear somewhat sluggish. However, what truly alarmed me was the enormous dragon spear in Leash's grip, a weapon capable of slaying even dragons. Should I confront him directly, it would not take long for me and Flash to become mere skewers on that spear. I was not one to sacrifice my life for the sake of reputation, especially when I had someone I needed to protect. After a moment's contemplation, a peculiar idea struck me. "Flash, let us soar freely." I gently patted its neck, and Flash responded with a joyful neigh, suddenly veering away from Leash's direction and dashing forth. "Indra, you coward, do not think you can escape my grasp." Leash's furious shout echoed behind me, the sound of his rapid pursuit reverberating. The blue sky, white clouds, and the vast earth around me transformed into a dazzling spectacle. The wind whipped against my face with such intensity that I could barely open my eyes. That Leash's furious shouts reverberated behind me. But clad in heavy armor, the dragon and its rider could never catch up to us in our lighter gear. Ignoring the malicious curses from the second dragon lord, I suddenly pressed down on Flash and dove toward the earth. The parched yellow ground expanded rapidly before me. As my gaze nearly brushed against the small stones protruding from the withered grass, I yanked on Flash's reins. Flash swiftly adjusted its body, kicking up a cloud of earth as it shot skyward. Boom! A tremendous roar erupted as I turned the dragon. Witnessing Leash's mount carve a long trench into the ground, unable to turn in time due to its heavy armor, the dragon flapped its injured wings, struggling to rise again, but it was futile. It barely managed to stand before collapsing heavily. Stirring up clouds of dust, Leash clumsily dismounted from his dragon, brandishing the spear and glaring venomously at me. I sighed, tugging on Flash to leave. Without my mount, the trial of the dragon lord could not continue. And it would not be a bad ending to conclude the battle this way. A flash of azure light caught my attention. Suddenly, I felt a sharp pain as Flash let out a mournful cry and began to descend. Only then did I realize what had just transpired before me. That spear had inexplicably soared several hundred meters, piercing Flash's wing and tracing an azure arc across the sky before vanishing into the distance. This was the power of a dragon lord, an unimaginable force beyond the realm of humanity. The massive shockwave hurled me away, and as I arced through the air, I landed heavily before a flash. I watched as it let out a sorrowful cry, flapping its wings in a desperate attempt to rise, only to collapse once more, its large eyes helplessly fixed upon me. I spat blood, a searing pain radiating from my chest. Clutching the wound, I staggered to my feet, only to find Li's towering figure standing before me. I told you, you cannot escape my grasp. As the colossal maw split open, Li erupted into a raucous laughter, simultaneously tearing away the misshapen armor that clung to his form, revealing his sinewy muscles to the open air. I shall relish in torturing you slowly, ultimately draining every last drop of your blood, he proclaimed. The madness gleaming in Li eyes was unmistakable. His words were a harbinger of his intentions. A wave of trepidation engulfed my heart, compelling me to raise the firearm that I still gripped tightly in my hand. Resist, and the pain will only intensify, he cackled, taking a heavy step forward. A spark ignited as he produced a fuse from his breast, quickly igniting the gunpowder. A wisp of azure smoke curling upward, an expression of surprise flickered across Li eyes, soon overshadowed by a ravenous bloodlust as he advanced with heavy strides. The sound of muscle straining against bone echoing ominously. Bang! The sharp crack of the gunshot reverberated across the land, plunging it into silence. Drip! The delicate sound of water droplets fell, and a crimson bloom erupted before my eyes. Li gaze clouded with disbelief as he looked down at his chest, a gaping wound seeping blood, trailing a vivid line down his body. That he reached for the injury, letting out a low growl as he forcibly extracted the embedded bullet along with flesh. The pungent scent of blood wafting through the air. I could see the second dragon general's eyes glowing with an increasingly fierce intensity. To think you would use such a thing, Indra, I demand you repay this injury 100-fold. Li snarled, crushing the iron bullet in his grip, disregarding his wound as he strode towards me with determination. Apologies, but death is but a trivial matter. I care not for your remaining tactics. Discarding the firearm, I unsheathed my curved dagger, pointing it directly at Li Chaat. That moment, an unusual tranquility washed over me as the faces of my comrades flashed before my mind. Fear not, Galen, I shall not yield until the very end. In a fleeting instant, Li fists surged towards me, and instinctively, I crouched low and darted aside, beginning my escape anew. Perhaps this was the most absurd trial of the dragon general's position. Two mighty generals engaged in a game of cat and mouse upon the lands of Landanovia. As Li spilled a torrent of blood, he wreaked havoc upon the earth, while I, in a flurry of fists, fled in disarray, devoid of the dignified grace expected of the fourth dragon general Indra. Such disgraceful conduct, a soft voice chimed. In an instant, the pressure that had loomed behind me dissipated entirely. I turned in astonishment to see an additional figure standing between us. Elder Shaya, brow furrowed, had intercepted Li blow. Shaya, step aside. I will slay this wretch. Li bellowed, eyes wide with fury. Truly, you exhibit no respect for your elders. Elder Shaya retorted, delivering a heavy strike to Li abdomen. That I watched as Li eyes bulged, expelling a frothy breath before collapsing against the elder. Even the second dragon general should display some civility, now. These current generals are utterly lacking in quality. I stood speechless, gazing at Elder Shaya, who continued to speak to himself, finally managing to utter a single word. Is it over? Indeed, it is over, from this moment forth. You shall be the fourth dragon general. Elder Shaya laughed heartily. But is this not too? It seemed far from a rightful acquisition of the fourth dragon general title, merely handed over like that. The elders of Dragon Mountain would surely be infuriated. What else can they do? Those recognized by the Holy Dragon are already the legitimate dragon generals. The ones making a fuss are merely those on Dragon Mountain. Elder Shaya shrugged, effortlessly dragging Li massive form away, vanishing from my sight. That I stood in a daze, shaking my head as I approached Flash, patting its head. It is over. You have truly endured much. Flash extended its tongue, licking my face and emitting a low whine. Thus, the trial for the position of Dragon General, which had long plagued me, drew to a close. No one had anticipated that the trial would unfold in such a manner. The second Dragon General's unexpected fainting marking the end of the trial. The Dragon Knights bore Li away, their faces etched with expressions of "This is a despicable trap." I sighed. All matters have two sides. Just like my current predicament, in the effort to rebuild Arulfasir, I was compelled to drag more people into this whirlpool. Yet, Regardless of the weight of the responsibilities that burdened me, I could not abandon this path. To do so would be a disservice to Lord Shaya, General Lanbis, and countless fallen comrades. Galen, do you understand? The more halos encircle a person, the heavier the burden becomes. The savior of Arulfasir, the brave warrior. Yet, I desire none of this. I merely wish to fulfill my promises to Lord Shaya and General Lanbis, and then traverse the Holy Land with you. But now, I find myself increasingly unable to maintain my own identity. When will this end? I whispered softly to Galen, expressing the helplessness that dwelled within me. A veil of mist clouded Galen's eyes as she gently placed her hand in mine. Master. This dispelled all the fog in my heart, and I silently gazed at her, allowing tranquility to flow between us. Chapter 20. Undercurrents. Late autumn. The yellowing maple leaves thickly carpeted the streets of Landinovia, resembling a golden tapestry. As I tread upon the slightly soft ground, I reveled in this rare moment of leisure. The enthusiastic calls of nearby merchants mingled with the rhythmic clang of iron, a testament to the tumultuous times. Every warring nation required an abundance of weaponry. As the largest iron-producing region in the Holy Land, Landinovia was rejuvenated once more. The lucrative returns attracted even more merchants to apply for mining rights, and the wealth generated from the burgeoning entertainment industry was beyond measure. It was no wonder that the moniker Wandering Nouveau Riche spread across the continent in a single day. The number of those with twitching faces could not be less than 10,000. And I heard that Lord Paterio had even crushed an entire silver cup. Shaking my head with a smile, I strode towards the central square, having not visited Eliza in quite some time. Reflecting on Lord Shaya's admonitions, I felt a wave of embarrassment wash over me. Woman, we shall duel again. I refuse to believe I cannot defeat you. The boisterous voice halted my steps as I spotted a crowd gathered in the distance. A shock of golden hair standing out amidst the throng. That rage truly lacked shame, challenging Falchini publicly each time. Oblivious to the humiliation his presence brought to the entire Berserker court. I contemplated whether to circumvent the scene or approach for a closer look. A group of galloping horses thundered through the bustling market, the wind whipping around them as they reached my side. Before I could comprehend the situation, a knight tumbled from his mount, covered in mud and gasping for breath. My lord. Trouble brews. There has been a disturbance at the prisoner camp. One of them delivered the alarming news, and I sighed, lamenting the loss of my rare respite. We must depart at once. November 2nd. Year 1353 of the royal calendar. The riot at the prisoner camp heralded what would later be known as the Winter of Chaos. What on earth is happening? I inquired as I donned makeshift armor, questioning the overseer of the prisoner camp amidst the commotion of the mercenary soldiers bustling about, swiftly surrounding the already isolated camp outside the city. The squat overseer wiped the beads of sweat from his brow, his expression one of innocence. My lord, I truly do not know. Everything was fine yesterday, but this morning, they suddenly revolted. A whole squad of guards was disarmed, and they are currently held captive inside. How peculiar. It makes no sense for them to revolt at this time. Have they gone mad? Tatum appeared beside me, seemingly out of nowhere. I suspect it may be due to the lack of pay, Magula replied with an indifferent expression. However, the two squads were the first to arrive, successfully securing the prisoner camp and preventing the riot from spreading. I turned my gaze towards the camp, where the prisoners had stacked tables and chairs to form a makeshift fortress, with dozens of guards turned hostages held at the rear. Archers are of no use here, I sighed. I could not bear to disregard the lives of my subordinates. Yet, such statements would inevitably lead to a stalemate, offering no assistance in resolving the issue. Hey, what are your demands? I stepped out from behind the shield-wielding formation, exposing myself to potential arrows, my voice ringing out amidst the bewildered gazes. The prisoners within exchanged glances, their faces reflecting confusion, until one finally spoke. Set us free. We no longer wish to remain in this cursed place. What will you do with your freedom? Return to thievery, or serve as noble soldiers, waging war against us again? I replied with a smile. Silence fell over the camp. The prisoners were rendered speechless. Very well, you have been confined for quite some time. As a gesture of my apology, I shall set you free. However, I do not wish to see you on the battlefield again. Next time, I shall not hesitate to execute you. Furthermore, our mercenary corps is in need of skilled warriors, if you do not mind. I welcome you to join us. This is an invitation from me, Commander Fapu of the mercenary corps. Waving my hand, the soldiers outside began to retreat like a receding tide, leaving behind a substantial gap. After a moment of hesitation, The dirt-covered prisoners began to emerge, their faces painted with expressions of vigilance, weapons still at the ready, intermingled with the guards who had been taken as hostages. As the ragged throng passed by me, one of them emerged from the crowd, a young man, his face radiant with a brilliant smile. "Are you Lord Fapu?" he inquired. I glanced at him and nodded. His smile widened further. "Lord Patelio sends his regards." A dagger surged silently towards me. By the time I sensed the threat, a searing pain had already begun to spread from my abdomen. The assassin withdrew his blade, aiming for my heart for a second strike. In a flash of steel, a slender figure interposed itself before me. The assassin staggered and collapsed, blood gushing from his throat, staining the ground beneath him. Two more assailants sprang forth from the captive masses, employing desperate tactics as they lunged forward with their daggers. Galen's sword pierced one of their chests, only to be seized firmly by the dying man. The cold blade of another dagger rushed toward me. Damn it! A thunderous roar erupted as Radis, cloaked in wind, charged forward. His massive battle axe cleaved through the air, striking the waist of the assassin rushing toward me, the upper half of the foe crashing to the ground, while the lower half continued to spray forth blood like a gushing fountain from the severed torso. At this moment, Galen finally withdrew his sword, leaving the remaining assassin to sway unsteadily before toppling backward. In an instant, 3 bodies lay sprawled around me, while I, regrettably, bore the wound. "Damn captives!" Radis bellowed, raising his axe in fury. The surrounding soldiers, roused from their stupor, began to shake their weapons, preparing to slay the bewildered captives en masse. "Hold your fire," I shouted, pressing my hand against the wound with all my strength to halt the impending massacre. "Let them go. This is my promise. No matter what, I cannot go back on my word." "Fapu, have you lost your mind? There could still be assassins among them." Magura rushed to confront me. "I must honor my word." I looked at him and uttered but this phrase, leaving Magura momentarily speechless as he waved his hand in resignation. The advancing soldiers gradually retreated, leaving a path for the captives. With a thud, one captive fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face as he prostrated himself before me. The second, the third, soon, a sea of captives knelt before me, their voices resonating with the fervor of gratitude. "We shall repay your mercy for eternity." Their resounding declaration echoed for a long time in front of the captive camp. In total, there were 1,345 captives. After accounting for the injured and those returning home, 800 remained, organized into my personal guard under the leadership of the former thief. Kilavizo. This unit would later earn the illustrious title of Fapa's 800 brave warriors, yet at this moment, I feared there was none who could comprehend the audacity of my actions. Lantanovia is rife with spies and assassins. Elder Dekos lamented. Seated before my bed with his cherished teacup in hand, I managed a wry smile and replied, "Advisor, surely this is not the time to disturb a patient such as myself." To be honest, I could not fathom the old man's thoughts. Each day, he either plunged into the council hall, rumored to be a mingling of madmen and fools, or sat before me, lamenting this and that, devoid of any sense of the dedication expected from one of his esteemed position. Were it not for his commendable performance in several battles, he would likely have been drowned in calls for his resignation by now. I do apologize for intruding upon your private time," he remarked, his gaze drifting toward Galen, standing at the side, a knowing expression adorning his face. "That is not my intention," I quickly explained, for this cunning old fox was not to be trifled with. Tomorrow, the camp might be rife with scandal. "Oh really, advisor, surely this is not the time for such discussions." "Very well, let us speak of serious matters." Dekos adopted a grave demeanor, indicating the emergence of unusual events. The identities of the 3 assassins have been uncovered. They were soldiers from the Northern Convicts Brigade. This in itself is not particularly surprising, given the infiltration of Alfasir into the noble army's rebellion. What is curious, however, is how they managed to mobilize with such precision to attempt your assassination. Is that what you were alluding to? Indeed. Present-day Landanovia bears no distinction from a woman stripped bare. Dekos stroked his beard, articulating this rather unrefined observation with an air of sophistication. If this continues, it would be quite humiliating to allow spies from various nations to reap the rewards here. Looking at Dekos, who blinked innocently, I hesitated. "You do not mean to establish our own spy and intelligence network? As the saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you shall never be defeated." The fox's tail had risen high. "In essence, you merely desire your own faction. You have seen through me. Hey, you two should moderate your conversation, and your wound has not yet fully healed. Even if you are of the lizard kin, do not become too complacent. The voice of physician Minavaya interrupted our almost mercantile negotiation. The two of us involuntarily exchanged foolish smiles at the beautiful healer, after declaring, "Leave this to me. The patient need not concern himself." The elderly Decos vanished like a whirlwind, leaving me alone under Minavia's scrutinizing gaze. I do not wish to bear the stigma of a quack physician. "So you had best behave," she warned, yanking at the bandages around my injury with a degree of menace that I grinned through gritted teeth, stifling the excruciating pain emanating from my wound. This woman was nothing short of a sadist, even with my sacred dragon blood. I had yet to heal, largely due to her careless handling of my injuries. "Physician, perhaps there is an issue with your medicine? How is it that?" Alas, I found myself forced to remain bedridden for a few more days. While Galen, who had been standing watch, made no move in the face of Minavia's overt aggression. Elder Decos' approach was unexpected. During the days I lay in bed, he assembled the Lantinovian intelligence network at an extraordinary pace. Officially named the Special Security Bureau, he recruited individuals who had previously engaged in espionage work, including the likes of Leoduo Paplov, the spy who had introduced me to Brother Lusu, simultaneously in my name. He allocated a staggering sum of approximately 10,000 gold coins to buy off enemy spies captured by our agents, spreading a mixture of truth and falsehood through their words. Additionally, spies were dispatched under the guise of merchants, vagabonds, and other identities. No wonder that years later, when discussing the various generals of the mercenary corps, nearly everyone would exclaim, "Even Rades' valor pales in comparison to a single cell in Decos' devious mind." Thus, the calendar turned to the third week of November. The true climax of the chaotic early winter began to unfold. The intelligence gathered following the upheaval in the captive camp pointed toward a dire reality. Elfasir was weaving a net of encirclement around Lantinovia. Reports from spies operating in Elfasir indicated that envoys were frequently traversing between Elfasir and the great eastern nation of Satanare. While in Waitenor, Elfasir seemed to have invested considerable wealth and manpower in fervently inciting Waitenor to declare war against me. All signs led back to a singular name, Patelio de Phaler. This noble scion, recalled to the holy capital for restoration, was gradually pouring forth his hatred toward me. If this continues, it will not be long before we see various national flags fluttering upon the soil of Lantinovia. I mused, sifting through a pile of documents, my brow furrowed. Indeed, even the hardest turtle shell of Sevilla would show signs of cracking if pierced by 3 blades, and then Lantinovia, weak and vulnerable, would become the delicacy spoken of by others. Decos lamented, causing the officers beside him to turn pale. "What exactly is this Satanare?" I inquired, pointing at the unfamiliar name. To be honest, even now, I struggled to keep track of the continent's flowery nomenclature, only knowing that all nations ending in "air" were founded by the 7 heroes. One of the 7 heroes, the Shadow King, founded the nation, most renowned for its assassination corps, the Shadow Knights. Melchior promptly alleviated my embarrassment, only to introduce yet another unfamiliar term, Shadow Knights. The name itself carried an unsettling aura. Indeed, those assassins from the Northern Convicts Brigade were as helpless before them as infants. Decos responded, his expression revealing disbelief at such a dim-witted commander. "Sounds like quite the predicament. Indeed, should they become involved, your head may very well vanish by nightfall." Lord Fapu, a voice tinged with the sin of blood, rushed toward me, interrupting the meeting that I looked up to see a soldier, bloodied and breathless, kneeling at the doorway. My nerves tensed. The chaos in the captive camp was still fresh in my mind. "What has happened, my lord?" "There has been an incident in the council hall." "What?" Decos darted toward the soldier with alarming speed, demanding, "Repeat that." "There has been an incident in the council hall." "My precious." With a shriek, Decos vanished from my sight. Steeling myself against the racing heartbeat that surged within me, I dashed out, with the accompanying officers hastily following suit. The throng of people crowded outside the assembly hall, while a row of soldiers clad in gray-white armor stood on the steps, brandishing long spears to prevent the masses from surging into the hall. "The Lord has arrived." A voice, its source unknown, pierced the air, and the crowd parted to create a passageway. Lissu emerged with a grave expression, nodding at me before falling silent. Behind him trailed a long line of soldiers bearing a stretcher. As one was lifted, a pungent smell wafted forth, revealing the lifeless body of a guard, its throat slit. Vacant eyes staring blankly at the heavens. "So brutal," said Yanni, his face showing signs of shock as he turned away. I slightly shifted my position to shield his view, casting a glance at Lusu. "All 20 guards are gone. 7 scholars have been slain, and the enemy left no bodies behind." He quickly articulated the grim reality. Gesturing for the soldiers carrying the stretcher to depart, I hesitated for a moment before rushing into the assembly hall. A sea of blood greeted me. White sheets were marred with stains as vivid as cherry blossoms. Dikos, his face etched with despair, rifled through disordered documents, muttering, "It's all over, completely over, military strategist." What transpired? "The manuscripts on gunpowder have been entirely stolen. Our advantage has evaporated." With his head bowed, Dikos bore the countenance of one contemplating despair. "My lord." A soldier presented a broken sword, its design peculiar, a narrow stiletto with remarkably sharp double edges, sharp enough to slice a single hair. "This is the only item the enemy left behind. Found within a guard's body." "What? Let me see." Shulk took the broken sword, scrutinizing it under the light, his expression growing graver. "This is the favored stiletto of the Sadnal Shadow Knights, without a doubt. It even bears the unique blood grooves that only Sadnal artisans can craft." "No way," Dikos exclaimed as he approached, taking the broken sword and glancing at it before looking up at me. "Tonight, we must increase the guard of dragon spear warriors outside your chamber. Immediately notify all units to conduct a comprehensive search of the entire territory of Landanovia. Apprehend any suspicious individuals on the spot, and eliminate any resistance without mercy." Melchior strode out of the hall, announcing the first martial law since the mercenary corps entered Landanovia in a resounding voice. That a flurry of responses followed, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps. Amidst the chaos, I stood bewildered. "Can someone tell me what exactly is going on?" "Assassins have arrived, and they are of the most perilous kind." Standing in the hall, I murmured, "Why must I encounter such formidable adversaries? The gods surely have a peculiar fondness for me." My question went unanswered as the officers of the mercenary corps, their faces grave, swiftly exited the hall, issuing commands that echoed in unison as Landanovia prepared to confront the assassins. On a wintry night in early December, the air was filled with a biting chill as I sat in a small room, accompanied only by Gallon and a dim oil lamp. "Let me serve as bait. It's quite the notion from Dikos," I sighed, setting down my book. That I couldn't emulate the ancients who could feign nonchalance before impending danger. Yet, considering that Landanovia was a full 3 miles away, surrounded only by the inky night and the howling of night wolves, others would surely have quaked in terror. To cast the commander into such a place as bait seemed overly conspicuous. I couldn't help but question whether those legendary assassins would even come. "Master," Gallon suddenly straightened, one hand resting on her short sword at her waist. "They've arrived." I glanced at her, deducing the answer from her gaze. Surely, the Sadnal were out of their minds, knowing it was a trap, yet still leaping into it. Were they mad, or was I the one losing my wits? A loud crash echoed from the roof as wooden planks splintered, countless shards raining down. The twin moons shone brightly, and against this picturesque backdrop, a shadow descended, cold steel glinting in the moonlight. Gallon leaped, intersecting with the shadow midair. A delicate clash of blades ensued, followed by a spray of blood as the shadow fell before me, struggling momentarily before falling silent. Only then did I discern the assailant's attire clad in black, with a scabbard slung diagonally across their back. In the blink of an eye, another assassin leaped through the breach, launching toward me with lethal intent. I swiftly raised my blade to parry the incoming strike. The assassin deftly twisted their wrist, aiming for my throat. In that moment, my mind was as tranquil as ever. Without a second thought, I redirected my blade, thrusting forward, the tip embedding into the assassin's throat. The assassin shuddered, their sword clattering to the ground as they instinctively clutched their wound. Blood gushing forth, staining my blade and their hands alike. Retrieving my curved dagger, I toppled the still twitching assassin's body, finally noticing Gallon withdrawing her sword from another fallen FOE. In the blink of an eye, 5 assassins lay lifeless. So this is the Sadnal Shadow Knights? I surveyed the corpses strewn across the room, feeling no sense of threat. While not entirely inept, they had failed to harm either Gallon or me. And 5 of their number lay vanquished. The chilling winter wind howled through the breach, and outside, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. At that moment, I sensed something amiss. Though the skirmish inside had not been earth-shattering, it surely would have stirred some commotion, and weren't there supposed to be dozens of soldiers lying in ambush outside? shadows emerged from the darkness, revealing bloodied swords in their hands, indicating that the ambushed soldiers had all perished. We had underestimated the mobilization of the Shadow Knights. It appeared they had sent a considerable force, rendering our initial plans for a small-scale assassination utterly futile. It seems the old man's plan has faltered. I turned to Galen with a smile, retrieving the signal flares from my pocket and casting them into the sky. Before reinforcements arrive, we must ensure our survival. With steady steps, the assassins closed in, the cold wind rustling their garments while carrying the scent of death. A total of 34, even Galen might struggle against such numbers. With a sigh, I approached her, standing side by side against the advancing foes. Galen, this time, let us fight together. She regarded me silently before drawing another short sword. Her hands poised in a stance of resolute defiance that I inhaled deeply, raising my curved blade to obscure half of my visage. Loose arrows. A sharp command rang out as the darkness erupted with the illumination of countless torches. Arrows sliced through the air, illuminating arcs of silver light before embedding themselves into the ranks of assassins. Brief cries of agony echoed as several shadows collapsed, their backs adorned with a forest of arrows. Resembling a porcupine, the assassins did not falter. With a rallying cry, they split into two groups, one charging toward the archers, the other heedlessly advancing toward us despite the hail of arrows. Galen shifted and surged ahead, her dual swords creating a dazzling orb of light. And as she plunged into the throng of assassins, the edges of that orb quickly became tinged with a faint mist of blood. The foes scarcely had time to scream before they fell, their blood pooling and filling the air with a metallic scent. Kill. This was the last cry I heard as an assassin leaped over Galen, barreling toward me. Before I could react, a piercing green light impaled him, the long spear driving through his chest as he was sent reeling back, ultimately falling still after a few convulsions. The Dragon Spear warriors arrived just in time to conclude the brief assassination attempt. 45 members of the Shadow Knights lay dead, while 30 of our ambushed soldiers had perished. This skirmish, though among the smallest in scale, had drawn to a close. All around, the remnants of the assassins lay scattered, with no surrenders nor even a chance for capture. I tore the mask from one assassin's face, revealing the youthful visage beneath, still retaining a hint of boyishness, perhaps only a few years older than Yanni, his eyes wide open, perhaps still clinging to some memory. This was the one tasked with assassinating me. Sighing, I closed his eyes and stood, declaring, "Let us bury these as well." So nodded briskly, gesturing for the archers to hastily come forward and clean up the aftermath. Was this the arrangement of decoys? I surveyed the surroundings, noting that the elite warriors of the mercenary corps were all present, a testament to Deco's meticulous planning against the assassins. Indeed, from where did you depart? It's impossible for you to have arrived so swiftly after I signaled for help. The corridor. Just before the third watch. Oh, I sighed deeply, piecing together Deco's strategy. He had used me as bait, setting up a basic ambush. I suspected that the forces of Raiders were serving as another lure in Landanovia, creating the illusion of reinforcements approaching. While the true ambushers had stealthily infiltrated from the corridor, a route the assassins had overlooked. The old fox had outwitted us. I patted Sue's shoulder, not wishing to say more. Let us return. The matter of the assassins should reach a conclusion. Before the arrival of spring next year, we could afford a period of rest. In truth, 3 days hence, on the 25th day of November in the year of Wanli 1353, the Lord of Waitenor formally declared war against me. The full text is excerpted as follows. The renegades of the Wanderers, having usurped the lands of the Empire of Landanovia and deceitfully seized my stronghold, are hereby issued a decree of extermination by the divine mandate of His Highness King Porto Waitenor. Thus, the chaotic early winter drew to a close in a crescendo, ushering blood and fire into the final month of the year 1353, extending into the early winter, which would be known as the Weeping Blood of December, as the Wanderers and the Waitenor forces were poised to add their vivid strokes to this month. Chapter 21. The corridor. I sat idly upon a small hill, gazing in the direction of Arulfasir. Though merely separated by a short distance from Juanwar, I felt an increasing chasm between us. As if ensnared in a bizarre cycle, reclaim Arulfasir. One must secure the northern territories. Yet, to solidify those territories, I was compelled to engage in this wretched war with Waitenor. But if this continued, it would likely lead to conflict with Elfasir as well. Perhaps once Waitenor and Elfasir are vanquished, I could finally tread upon the soil of Arulfasir. I sighed, pondering how much blood would be needed to pave the path to restoration. This cannot be, I thought, for Lord Shaya and General Lanbis are watching over me. Raising my gaze to the heavens, I observed a few white clouds drifting across the cerulean sky, the sun casting a gentle golden glow, and everything appeared so serene. Galen, might you come forth? Pray, accompany me in conversation, as I basked in this tranquility. An odd notion welled up within me that a familiar presence, Galen, silently appeared behind me. Turning around, the sunlight struck me directly, causing me to squint until I could discern her features, which seemed more gaunt than a few days prior. Her complexion increasingly pallid. To guard against the potential threat of a Saturnal assassin, she had remained vigilant at my side. You have lost weight. These past days have been arduous for you, I remarked, Master. It is but my duty, Galen replied softly, lowering her head. I shook my head and sighed. Galen, when will you address me without the title of Master? Her gaze fell even lower. Galen shall forever be your servant. Is it so? The gentle guardian who watches over me is but a servant, yet I do not wish for it to be so that if fate permits, I yearn to share a joyful existence with you. I silently mused, though the words remained unspoken. Silence enveloped us, with only the winter's chill and the distant chirping of insects resonating. Oftentimes, Galen and I shared this state. An invisible wall separated us. A tinge of melancholy brushing against my heart. My lord, a voice called from below the hill, and I turned to see Yanni rushing towards me, breathless. The scouts from the front line have sent word. The Waitenor forces have suddenly mobilized. I sprang to my feet. A gentle rustle of movement behind me indicating Galen had vanished from sight. A fleeting sense of loss washed over me, yet I promptly instructed, notify all officers to convene an emergency military council. I am but a man of war. I thought to myself, chuckling inwardly as I strode purposefully toward the distant city of Lanbis. The officers who had arrived at the central assembly hall ahead of me could hardly mask their astonishment. What season is it? Winter. Have the Waitenor people lost their senses? There exists no precedent for engaging in battle amid such harsh weather. I nodded at the gathered individuals, surveying their expressions, and declared, very well. According to the scouts' reports, the enemy, Waitenor's Third Army, comprises 8,000 men and is estimated to reach the corridor in 4 days. What say you, military strategist? All eyes turned to Decos, who stroked his beard and stated, the timing of Waitenor's assault does not bode well for us. Compared to the northern warriors, who are hardy and resilient, the majority of the southern wanderers lack combat effectiveness in winter. Who says that? We, the Trevino's, fear not the winter, roared Lanbis. Indeed. Yet we are quite susceptible to the cold. Should we falter, how many berserkers can we muster? Tatum scoffed. 1 Trevino is worth 10. What of the 7,000 remaining? Silence. I swiftly interjected, halting the bickering between the two. I gestured for Decos to continue. After taking a leisurely sip of water, Decos outlined. The general plan is this. We will rely on the forces of Sevilla, Yushu, and Tees, who should be able to withstand the Waitenor assault. Our main forces will be positioned at the corridor's entrance, ready to strike at a moment's notice, thus minimizing our casualties. I nodded in agreement. Very well. We shall proceed according to the strategist's plan. That if it fails, we must ensure the corridor becomes a place of lament for Waitenor. Understood. The officers responded in unison. Saluting. This is a trial for our army. I implore each of you to take care. I hope to share a cup of victory with all present. On the 3rd day of December in the year of Wanli 1353, our forces officially engaged in battle with Waitenor, an event that would be chronicled as the Battle of the Corridor in December. The weeping blood of December joyfully took center stage. The climate in December in the north is bitterly cold. And within the corridor, it is even more so, as the frigid winds unique to the northern lands sweep through, chilling the warriors to their very course. Lanbis tightened his cloak, his face tinged with a shade of blue, reflecting his curses upon the weather. What wretched weather! When shall I be able to move? Where have the damned scouts gone? I furrowed my brow, staring intently at the far end of the corridor, where abrupt rocks obscured all sight. 3 days prior, the Waitenor forces had already entered the corridor, and according to the scouts' descriptions, the gray surface of the corridor turned white overnight. As anticipated, the Waitenor army's primary target was the fortress of Sevilla, and reports from the previous day indicated that the Third Army had launched a sizable siege. The bodies of the Waitenor soldiers nearly overflowed over the walls of Sevilla, while lamenting the folly of the Waitenor men. I realized that since this morning, our scouts had ceased all communication. That we had dispatched 6 waves of scouts, yet the empty corridor was the only discovery I had made in these 3 hours, and formed the 4 of them. I sighed, recognizing the necessity of extending our eyes. Standard scouts would not suffice. Yanni, summoned strategist Dekos. A moment later, Dekos, his brow furrowed with concern, appeared before me. "We must alter our plans," was his first utterance upon seeing me. "The strategist senses something amiss," I acknowledged with a nod. Initially, our plan was to allow the Waitenor forces to engage with the garrison at Sevilla for a time before we intervened, thus maximizing our chances of victory. However, with the sudden silence of the scouts, the front line had become chaotic. The current situation suggests our scouts have been eliminated, and the Waitenor army possesses the energy to undertake such a strenuous endeavor. The most basic assumption is that the enemy intends to play tricks. Should this be the case, we could be subjected to a surprise attack. With their military strength, if we remain idle here, we will soon find ourselves embroiled in a war of attrition. Dekos shook his head. A rare look of worry etched upon his features that I surveyed the surroundings. The majority of Magula and Tatum's troops were fresh recruits, their combat prowess significantly inferior to that of the Waitenor regulars. Even if we deployed Dragon Spear warriors and berserkers, 1 against 10, our army's strength would barely match that of the enemy. Engaging in a war of attrition in the corridor under such circumstances, no matter how masterful the command, would merely add a few more names to the enemy's list of the fallen. What does the strategist imply? I inquired, fixing my gaze upon Dekos. "We attack," Dekos declared emphatically. I gasped, for this diverged entirely from our original plan, to directly engage with our current forces in an unknown situation. "Are you suggesting we simply join the fray?" However, based on yesterday's response, the Waitenor army retains at least 90% of its fighting capability. Here, we benefit from advantageous defensive terrain. Once we charge into the corridor, our army will be plunged into a melee. Dekos nodded in agreement. Indeed, abandoning our current advantageous position to assault the enemy carries immense risk. However, precisely because of this, the enemy will likely presume we are entrenched in defense. If we strike now, they shall be utterly unprepared. For us, seizing the initiative on the battlefield outweighs all else. After a brief silence, I nodded and called out, "Prepare for battle. I shall lead the cavalry squadron in an initial charge, with the remaining forces to follow." Melchior was taken aback. "My lord, allow me to command. Should you recklessly advance, what if?" I waved my hand dismissively. For reasons unknown, I was particularly eager to direct this charge. "Leave it to me." Melchior nodded, stepping aside. The messenger, already present, swiftly conveyed the command to the entire Wanderer army. The soldiers, initially seeking refuge from the biting cold winds, emerged from the shadows, surrounding me in a throng of wanderers. That I mounted my steed, drew my elven curved blade, and proclaimed, "From this moment forth, we shall confront the Waitenor Third Army head-on. Let your might render it a name forever etched in history. I, your commander, shall stand alongside you." Roar! The soldiers raised their weapons, erupting in a chorus of fervent cries. As I clutched the horse's belly, I surged forth from the throng, my curved blade aimed straight at the far end of the corridor. Attack! The cavalry squadron closely followed behind, marking the commencement of our onslaught against the forces of Waitenor. Our furious gallop lasted but a fleeting moment. As we rounded a bend, an endless stream of white-clad figures appeared before us. Waitenor had opted for a surprise ambush in the end. In an instant of astonishment, I scarcely had time to discern the countenance of the Waitenor soldiers before my steed let out a piercing whinny and plunged into the ranks of the enemy. The dull thud of impact resonating along the front lines of the Waitenor Third Army, fueled by the momentum of my horse, my curved blade deftly sliced through the throats of 2 foes, as blood erupted forth. The hand shield raised instinctively by a third was shattered. Its owner, after a fleeting glimpse of terror, joined the ranks of the deceased, their lifeless body hurtling into the rear lines of the enemy. In the blink of an eye, a squadron of Waitenor had become a mere footnote in history, the startled enemy retreating with cries of alarm, their formation utterly dismantled. "Kill!" I shouted hoarsely, brandishing my curved blade to rally my troops. The cavalry squadron surged forward with astonishing speed into the disarrayed ranks of Waitenor, the entire corridor echoing with mournful wails beneath the pounding of hoofs. Thud, thud, as the Waitenor soldiers before us crumbled in combat effectiveness. A peculiar drumbeat suddenly resonated from the distant rear of the enemy lines. Instantly, the fleeing Waitenor soldiers halted as if they had collided with an unyielding wall. In that moment, the enemy was so tightly packed that the charge of our cavalry squadron was abruptly thwarted. From our elevated position, we wielded our weapons, while the front ranks of the lightly armed Waitenor infantry could only emit feeble groans. As the enemy before us began to thin, I was taken aback to discover, not far away, the neatly arranged formations of Waitenor heavy infantry. Before them lay a small mountain of the fallen light infantry who had retreated, the enemy's cohesion preserved only by the ruthless slaughter inflicted by their heavy infantry upon their own ranks. Loose arrows. A chilling command rang out from the Waitenor camp. Before I could react, the narrow sky above the corridor was suddenly obscured by a dense rain of arrows, and for a moment, the sun was blotted out. Gazing at the swiftly descending projectiles, I was seized by a profound numbness. This was a method that would indiscriminately slay both allies and foes alike. Such a commander, treating their own troops with such cruelty, was nothing short of a beast. Pain surged through my body as 3 arrows struck me from different angles. My steed let out a shriek and collapsed heavily to the ground, casting me off. After a dull thud, I found myself embracing the earth. Struggling to rise, I beheld a landscape of corpses and rivers of blood surrounding me. In the act of shooting us down, they had simultaneously condemned their own comrades to hell. Many Waitenor soldiers died with unyielding eyes wide open, gazing at the chilling presence of their heavy infantry. Fire again, the same cold voice commanded, and once more, the sky above the corridor was shrouded. That moment, I found myself unable to move even a single step. It is over, a voice whispered in my heart. As I realized with disbelief how swiftly death had come to me, the rapid sound of hooves thundered behind me. Just as the arrows began to fall, a tremendous force yanked me away, accompanied by the mournful cry of a dying horse. As a soft body collapsed atop me, in that familiar fragrance, I finally discerned the pale face so close to mine. Jalon. A surge of energy coursed through me, allowing me to sit up, only to realize that her back was riddled with arrows. My lord, a flicker of joy flashed in Jalon's dazed gaze, her complexion growing ever paler. It cannot be. You shall not come to harm. I caressed her face, my mind a tumult of confusion. Kill! A thunderous shout erupted from my opposite side, as countless enemies surged forth from the breach in the heavy infantry. Yet around me, there were no soldiers left. Just a heap of the slain cavalry and their numerous foes, piled high. Clang! The sharp sound of clashing weapons rang out, and a Waitenor soldier fell softly before me, a short sword of Jalon's embedded in his chest. That diminutive figure once again stood before me, and I could clearly see the blood flowing from her form. No, I reached out my hand, but could no longer grasp Jalon. Before me, the haunting song of blood danced in a phantasmagoria. And in that moment, red was all I could perceive. Thud! A heavy thump echoed as a Waitenor soldier's body fell at my feet. Pulling me from my disarray, I glanced down at the corpse. Its wide eyes filled with terror. Raising my gaze in the direction from whence it had come, I saw Jalon kneeling on the ground, surrounded by fearful Waitenor soldiers, brandishing their gleaming long spears and shouting in disarray. I braced myself and stood tall. I shall die alongside Jalon. A voice resonated within my heart. Just then, a Waitenor soldier shouted and charged at Jalon, followed by a second, then a third, in an instant. The place where Jalon stood was engulfed in a sea of white, blood mist swirling into the air. No, a shrill scream erupted from my throat, my heart feeling as though it were being torn asunder. A tremendous heat coursing through my right hand and throughout my body. Unbeknownst to me, a surge of strength propelled me forward, and I shouted as I lunged. The foremost Waitenor soldiers instantly reduced to mere dust by my curved blade. Treading over the shattered corpses, I cleaved through a dazed Waitenor soldier before reaching Jalon, her body pierced by an array of weapons. Jalon, my voice rasped as I knelt, oblivious to the surrounding enemies. Reaching out to touch her increasingly cold face, tears spilling from my eyes. Why? Did you not vow to remain by my side for eternity? I am still alive. How could you depart first? There is but one enemy left. Do not hesitate. Slay him. That chilling voice emerged from behind the Waitenor heavy infantry. I turned at the sound, peering through the layers of human barricades to catch sight of the commander, a lean man in his 40s clad in Waitenor knight's armor, his eyes radiating disdain for all. I shall kill you, I spat vehemently, forgetting the presence of thousands of Waitenor soldiers surrounding me. Ah! A soldier lunged at me with a war cry. I thrust my curved blade forward, kicking up a cloud of dust as it pierced his abdomen, the tip emerging from his back. The enemy's eyes bulged in shock, and after expelling a mouthful of blood, he slumped against my shoulder. Die. My vision reddened as I drove the blade deeper until it was fully embedded in the enemy's gut, ensnaring his neck, and I staggered to my feet. With a sudden pull of my curved blade, I unleashed a brilliant arc of light, cleaving another advancing Waitenor soldier in half, blood splattering across my face. The stench of iron invading my nostrils, I felt something within me snap as the scent of blood surged, and everything around me became unreal. the cries of Waitenor soldiers, the whinnies of horses, the clash of swords, all sounds transformed into meaningless phantoms. Jalon, wait for me, I will send everyone here to the grave along with you. I wiped the blood from my face, whispering to myself. This was the first time such a powerful urge to kill surged within me. Only at this moment did I realize how profoundly important Jalon was to me. Without her, my existence held no luster. Kill! I roared, charging toward the phalanx of Waitenor heavy infantry, the trembling light infantry parting in fear as the unresponsive enemies fell beneath my blade. Shattered corpses swirling across the battlefield, the heavy infantry raised their massive shields, and I struck fiercely against the foremost soldier's shield, a deafening crack resounding as the iron shield splintered into fragments. My curved blade plunging unimpeded into the thick armor. That heavy infantryman sank heavily to his knees, bowing his head. Almost simultaneously, searing pain erupted in my left shoulder as a heavy infantry spear pierced it. Grasping the spear shaft with my left hand, I yanked it fiercely, pulling the heavy infantryman closer even as the spear tip tore through my shoulder. Another strike, and the enemy's helmet shattered, blood oozing from his forehead as he toppled backward, kicking up a cloud of dust. Thud, thud, thud. The drumbeat of Waitenor intensified, and suddenly a path opened before me among the heavy infantry, immediately revealing a multitude of archers behind them. Whoosh, a cerulean spear whizzed over my head, striking true amidst the ranks of the archers, wails erupting before me as the enemy archers lost their will to fight in an instant. My lord, we have arrived. Behind me, the boisterous voice of Lanbis rang out. As berserkers wielding battle axes and dragon spear warriors who had discarded their weapons surged onto the battlefield, the already wavering formation of heavy infantry was shattered by the berserkers' massive axes, and the Waitenor soldiers retreated from the fight. Around me, the air was filled with jubilant cheers as the forces of Waitenor ebbed away like a receding tide. Yet within my heart, not a flicker of joy emerged. I numbly walked to Galen's side and collapsed heavily. Darkness swiftly enveloping my spirit. The battle on December 3rd of the year 1353 had since become a tale oft recounted in the annals of history. Tactically speaking, the decision-makers of the wandering mercenary corps could hardly be deemed exceptional. Even Dracop himself had to concede that the venture was excessively reckless. To plunge the command center into the most perilous front lines, while the enemy's cruelty far surpassed expectations, resulted in disarray among our infantry. They maintained their formation by slaughtering their own ranks. Subsequently, cavalry units engaged in fratricidal skirmishes, resulting in the complete annihilation of an entire squadron. This outcome alone caused Dracop to gaze skyward with a deep sigh. Ultimately, the tally was grim. 100 of our cavalry fell, 6 berserkers perished, and 56 others sustained injuries. The enemy's dead numbered 1,151, with approximately 70% succumbing to trampling. 731 were captured, and countless others were wounded. The Third Army of Waitenor lost a third of its fighting strength in a single day, temporarily retreating from the corridor. Yet all of this was unbeknownst to me. Lying helplessly on a sickbed, I struggled to open my eyes, greeted again by that familiar hue of white, with a pungent aroma of herbs invading my nostrils. The scene of Waitenor soldiers brandishing their weapons surged into my mind. Galen, was my immediate reaction as I shot upright, only to be met with the stark reality of my wounds, causing me to lose my balance and tumble to the floor with a resounding crash that reverberated throughout the small room. "What has happened?" a high-pitched female voice exclaimed as the door swung open forcefully, revealing the face of physician Minavaya, sunlight streaming in behind her, forcing me to squint. "My lord has awakened." The exuberant cheer belonged only to Yanni, and soon the small room was filled with various scents and sounds. "My lord, thank goodness you are safe, otherwise I would have made those Waitenor people pay with their lives," Lanbis exclaimed, wiping his eyes with a dramatic flourish. "Fap, I thought you were gone for good, but it seems your life is not so easily extinguished," Magura grinned. Revealing a hint of a smile that I scanned the familiar faces. One crucial person was conspicuously absent, and a wave of sorrow washed over me. What of Galen's body? I wished to see her once more. My empty gaze reflected a desire to slip away from this world. Silence fell, broken only by Manavia's cold scoff from the doorway. "Do you wish her dead?" I was momentarily taken aback, joy flooding my heart like a tide. "Galen is still alive. 1, 2, both are of the lizard kin. You woke up within a day, while she bears 156 wounds and still breathes. But whether she will awaken is uncertain," she replied. Thud. I fell once more to the ground. Galen is alive. A voice from deep within me surged forth, and the fatigue of countless days overwhelmed me. When I awoke a second time, it was already the following morning. Deco sat beside me, a hint of guilt etched on his face. Fap, it was my blunder that led you into such peril. I shook my head. Sighing, strategist, I never expected to reclaim Arulfasir without bloodshed. Your decision was not flawed. Had we remained besieged, the number of our dead lying in the corridor would have been far greater. However, my thoughts turned to Galen. Still bedridden, and according to Menavia's assessment, unless another miracle occurred, I dared not entertain the dark thoughts that crept into my mind. What is the current situation? I inquired. Deco shook his head. The enemy's reconnaissance troops are remarkably tenacious. Our scouts have suffered severe casualties over the past 2 days. Even a quartet can only glean slight insights into their movements. The Third Army of Waitenor is currently fortifying their position on the other end of the corridor. Our scout standards have not improved significantly over this time. I coughed softly. As the spy, shadow, and scoutmaster, a hint of red crept across Deco's face. After a brief cough, he continued, the only troubling matter is the commander of the Third Army. Reports from Rovsky indicate that the original commander was replaced for reasons unknown. Now led by the commander of the original First Corps of Waitenor, Chechikov, a man rumored to be notoriously iron-fisted. I nodded. Waitenor's forces are not entirely devoid of intelligence. There exist individuals among them. Strategist, what do you believe should be our next course of action? Deco tilted his head back. It will depend on the intelligence gathered from Rovsky that we must identify any weaknesses that Chechikov may possess, and if necessary, eliminate him outside the battlefield. I cast a surprised glance at Deco. His words hinted at the darker intrigues of court struggles to eliminate him beyond the battlefield, if one were to adhere to the chivalric code. Such a decision would be difficult to make. Yet, if upholding that code meant sacrificing more lives, then perhaps I need not abide by it. Strategist, I entrust this matter to you. I merely wish for less bloodshed. Understood. Deco stroked his beard, leaving with his customary cunning smile, leaving me alone in the desolate room. Is it necessary to sell one's soul for victory? This question lingered in my heart, softly whispering as I gazed up at the dark ceiling. In the following days, the wandering mercenary corps continued fortifying defenses near Sevilla, engaging in a stalemate with the Third Army of Waitenor, aware that any assault on our positions would risk being caught in a pincer movement. It is likely that the enemy will muster the courage for another battle come spring, Magura remarked after surveying the front line. I offered a bitter smile and shook my head. The reports from the spies dispatched to Arulfasir revealed that the Royal Army and the Dracop rebellion mirrored our current predicament. Locked in a stalemate on the Trevino plain, it was said that the Rainbow Knights of Elfasir had largely been deployed there, with soldiers on the Trevino plain exceeding 100,000. 100,000. I barely have over 3,000, making us seem like infants in comparison. I tilted my head back and shook it once more. It's time for medicine, a voice announced, revealing Magura's changed expression as she made a face before dashing away. I had intended to say something, but my mouth was already filled with a bitter concoction of herbs, followed by a scorching brew poured down my throat. Such treatment of a patient could only be attributed to physician Menavia. Helplessly, I emitted a muffled protest, enduring the additional torment. By the way, another situation is rather dire, Menavia suddenly interjected, clapping her hands. What? I shot upright, inadvertently tugging at my wounds, gritting my teeth against the pain as I grasped her hand. Urgently imploring, take me there. Really now, what kind of patient has such strength? She complained while nonetheless supporting me towards the adjacent room, where Galen lay. Galen lay silently on the sickbed, unresponsive for 4 consecutive days. Her gaunt face devoid of color, evoking a sense of her life rapidly slipping away. No need for me to say it. You can see for yourself, as a physician. I can only advise you to await a miracle. It cannot be. I will not allow Galen to perish. Drawing upon an unknown reserve of strength, I broke free from Menavia's support and staggered to Galen's side, grasping her slightly cold hand tightly, gazing into her eyes concealed by lashes. Softly murmuring, now, let me do something for you. Give me a knife. Under the compulsion of my gaze, Menavia instinctively handed me a small blade. Without hesitation, I slashed my wrist and pressed it against Galen's lips. Allowing my blood to flow into her mouth, let my sacred dragon blood be the price for your life. You must be mad, Menavia exclaimed, wrenching my hand away and hastily binding it up. If you must die, do not do so while I am treating you. I refuse to be a quack. Feeling an unusual dizziness, I glanced at Galen, her face now tinged with a healthy hue. This must be the miracle. A miracle wrought from my sacred dragon blood. A wave of fatigue washed over me, and I collapsed into Manavia's embrace. Hey, is it so bold to take liberties? Please, do not faint. Though absurd, both Galen and I survived. And under the astonished gaze of physician Minavia, we gradually recovered. We owed a debt of gratitude to the old dragon from Jejenval. However, on another front, we bore certain changes, at least in the taverns. Tales circulated that our commander is a monster. Such was one example. Fapu, we have received news from Waitenor. Magura exclaimed, waving a strip of cloth. It was now the 6th day after the first battle of the corridor, and I was atop a small hill. Practicing with my curved blade as part of my rehabilitation, I handed the blade to Yanni, who stood nearby, and without pausing to wipe the sweat from my brow, I made my way toward Magura. Is it bad news or good news? I inquired. Magura glanced at the strip of cloth again and replied, it should be good news. It states that Lovsky has bought off several prominent nobles, and now there are calls within the court of Waitenor to replace the commander. Oh, I took the strip and glanced at the words. Did the strategists know about this? I have already informed them. Aren't they the ones in question? Following Magura's finger, I noticed a dozen officers approaching the small hill. According to Dekos's hypothesis, if Chechikov was still with the Third Army of Waitenor, given our current combat strength, it would be difficult to make any breakthroughs. However, we should be grateful to those in power within the court of Waitenor. They are indeed the best allies of our wandering brigade. With Lovsky, who is still active in the holy city of Waitenor, disseminating news of Chechikov's inaction on the front lines and adding some embellishments like rumored movements, I didn't expect such a swift reaction. Corrupt nobles. The first remark from Tejas after reading the strip was just that. We are entirely reliant on them. Dekos chuckled. Melchior, how is our military readiness? I turned to one side. Melchior took out a piece of paper from his pocket and scrutinized it. After replenishing our forces, we currently retain 2 infantry regiments, 1 pike regiment, 1 archery squad, 1 dragoon squad, and 1 berserker squad, totaling 3,900 men. That we are also attempting to recruit some cavalry from southern Trevino, but it will not be feasible to deploy them in battle in the short term. If we include the zealots, we could mobilize 7,000 men. Lacking assault forces makes it challenging for us to deliver a decisive blow to the enemy. I sighed. The cavalry squad had been obliterated in the corridor within a single day, and reorganizing such a unit would undoubtedly take considerable time. The only advantage now was that the Third Army of Waitenor was composed entirely of infantry, so we did not yet require mobile units to counter their attacks. In fact, the best approach would be to engage more actively in Waitenor. If we could replace the commander with someone slightly less competent, this issue could be easily resolved. Dekos suggested. Radies' face first showed signs of discontent, and he huffed. Always thinking of these underhanded schemes, I say. Dekos, can't you come up with some straightforward ideas? With the bravery of us Trevino people, why fear those Waitenor rabble? Dekos' smile widened as he stroked his beard, saying, the means to victory are not solely through warfare. If we can coax others into willingly relinquishing the fruits of victory, I would gladly accept. Tejas, Melchior, and the others shook their heads in unison, for these officers born of the battlefield. Dekos' notions were decidedly unorthodox. However, Chechikov is quite an impatient individual. I fear he will not wait obediently for the court's orders, and soon this place may become a sea of blood. Dekos suddenly sighed and gazed up at the white clouds above. I furrowed my brows. Chechikov, cold-blooded and ruthless, was undeniably a talented commander, and if he were to lead an attack, it would surely result in a brutal battle. Even with the advantageous defensive terrain here, our hard-won wandering brigade would pay a heavy price. For now, the only course of action is to strengthen our defenses. I resolved that I decided to reassign some soldiers from the Dragoon squad to serve as frontline scouts. Gathering intelligence on the enemy while eliminating their scouts, we had suffered enough from being blind. It was time to let others taste the same fate. As for the activities in the city of Waitenor, I would execute the strategist's directives. Understood. The officers nodded in unison and dispersed, while Rusu, my elder brother, approached from a distance. Brother Rusu. I greeted him with surprise, hastening forward. He had been occupied with the pressing affairs of Landinovia. Yet he had found the time to visit this gathering place of warriors. Rusu surveyed the surroundings, quickly approaching me with a hint of worry on his face, his gaze flickering uncertainly. Avoiding direct eye contact with me several times, noticing the evident change in Rusu, I hesitated and asked, Brother Rusu, do you have something on your mind? Indeed, it seemed he forced the words out with the air from his lungs. Looking directly at me, his expression slightly relaxing. Fap, I am concerned about the future of Landanovia. The future of Landanovia? I echoed, looking at Rusu in confusion, seeking answers from his face. Rusu turned away. Not meeting my gaze, speaking in a somewhat murmurous tone, months ago, Landanovia was a land of corpses and blood. I nearly lost my desire to live. It was you, Fap, who pulled me back from despair. Over the past months, I have labored to rebuild it, feeling its rebirth, but just a few days ago, I suddenly felt a sense of loss. What am I truly striving for? Gazing at the bustling streets, I felt an aversion to confront the reality, for it lacks a soul, merely a city where people gather. Today they may be here, tomorrow in Talanvino, the next day perhaps in Waitenor. They will never feel a sense of belonging to this city. Brother Rusu, I began to speak. Rusu suddenly turned towards me, his fiery eyes locking onto mine. Fap, putting everything aside, even the soldiers of the brigade cannot forever pledge their loyalty to a nebulous cause of revival. They need appreciation and affirmation. Yet present-day Landanovia cannot provide them with that, for there is no king here. The entire brigade remains united solely due to their loyalty to you as an individual, should anything happen to you. A troop of thousands, along with tens of thousands of the citizens of Landanovia, would march towards destruction. It was during your near-fatal encounter in the corridor that I realized this. Beneath our feet lies not solid ground, but thin ice. A silence fell, and Rusu's words struck deeply at the core of my being. Indeed, what if I were to die? While lamenting my inability to fulfill General Lanbis's trust, had I overlooked the fates of my comrades who fought alongside me? Were their destinies bound to mine? With a long sigh, I gazed skyward and said, Brother Rusu, it is still difficult for me to answer your doubts. Please grant me some time to seek the answers. If, in my quest for answers, I encounter misfortune, then, Brother Rusu, I entrust you with the duty to protect the wandering brigade and the displaced refugees in the name of Landanovia. Understood, I will do everything in my power. However, Fap, I believe you will find the answers you seek. Rusu nodded, and the two of us stood bathed in the light of the morning sun, falling into silence, after the bloody December had quenched its thirst on the blood flowing through the corridor. It settled down. In the days that followed, under the leadership of Lovsky, the Special Combat Unit wreaked havoc in Waitenor, further tarnishing Chechekov's reputation by revealing scandals from his childhood. Baseless accusations became the staple of conversation in the Holy City. Simultaneously, they extolled the former commander's wisdom and valor, and amidst the clamor for change in the court, the saintly king of Waitenor issued a decree. He reinstated the former commander of the Third Army, Kaskoy, to lead the campaign against Landanovia. Upon receiving the news, this individual immediately dispatched secret orders to his subordinates in the Third Army to seize military authority, preventing Chechikov from making any moves. He then spent about 3 days hosting banquets in the Holy City to thank those who had recommended him, finally returning towards the corridor, flanked by hundreds of guards, his face likely adorned with a triumphant expression for having vanquished the Western bandits. Waitenor had already presented us with an opportunity. If we do not cherish it, even heaven itself might be angered. Let the people of Waitenor fill the entire corridor. Following my words, Raidus shouted loudly. And under his encouragement, the soldiers brandished their weapons, erupting in joyous laughter. Thus, while welcoming the Second Corridor War, we stepped into the year 1354, a year that would be forever remembered as the Year of Flames. Chapter 22. The Corridor on the first day of the year 1354. The new year dawned. It seemed the divine favored those who fought, for since yesterday, the heavens had unleashed a flurry of thick snow, and by today, the snow had accumulated past our knees, while the sky remained a vast expanse of white. Until the snow melted, neither side would find it easy to engage in battle. It appears that even the heavens are weary of bloodshed, Dekos remarked, holding a steaming cup of tea, standing alone at the entrance of the tent. I rubbed my hands together. The biting wind sent shivers through my fingers, prompting me to move closer to the stove, while Magura beside me voiced his dissatisfaction, saying, I say, Dekos, could you please close the door? Do you want to freeze us to death? Isn't it delightful to watch the snow? Dekos replied, enraptured, showing no inclination to act. What's so delightful about it? It's just white upon white. It reminds me of the Waitenorians, Magura added as he tossed in another branch, causing the fire to blaze higher. You just don't understand. Before Dekos could finish, Raidus sprang from his seat, abruptly pulling him in. Whoosh, he yanked down the curtain, then glared at him, stating, We Trevino people do not like the cold. Dekos gaped, Momentarily taken aback, and instinctively took a sip of tea to regain his composure. I in the tent, the gathered officers of the troop wore expressions of mirth. Even the shrewd old fox found himself at a loss against the straightforward advance of a single-celled creature. After a brief interlude of levity, each individual resumed their serious demeanor. Continue speaking. I gestured towards the young scout, who stood in astonishment, stationed at the end of the corridor. Clearing his throat, he resumed the interrupted report. The forces of Cascoy have intensified their cleansing operations at the far end of the corridor. As of yesterday, 6 villages have been branded as collaborators, effectively sealing off access to and from the corridor. Furthermore, there are circulating rumors within Waitenor that the Second Army is about to mobilize. The Second Army of Waitenor, commanded by Chernov? Dekoz's expression shifted to one of grave concern. That seems to be the case. This is truly perplexing. Chernov's involvement complicates matters significantly. The officers exchanged glances, shaking their heads in dismay. I delved into my recollection, swiftly identifying this new adversary, a seasoned general nearing 50, renowned as the commander of the Second Army, aptly dubbed the Wall of Waitenor, having endured countless battles with fewer than 10 defeats to his name, truly comparable to the legendary Serb General Vanisek of yore. He is indeed a formidable opponent, remarked our strategist. With the addition of the Second Army, we will face a formidable force of 17,000. With a stern countenance, Melchior calculated the figures. Moreover, due to the heavy snowfall and enemy blockades, our supply routes have been cut off, even if we were to refrain from engaging before spring. Our amassed strength would struggle to contend with this force. It seems that in terms of combat capability alone, we have already lost. I nodded in agreement. You wouldn't actually be contemplating surrender, would you? Magura exclaimed, her mouth agape. Surrender? That thought had never crossed my mind. However, confronting such a vast army was indeed a daunting task. What should be done? Gazing vacantly beyond the curtain, I fell into contemplation. Neglecting to respond to Magura's inquiry, I've made a decision. After a moment of reflection, I rose to my feet. Under the astonished gazes of the officers, I strode purposefully to the curtain, flinging it open, allowing the biting cold wind to sweep in. Let us commence the celebration of the new year right here in the snow. Magura, go procure grand fireworks immediately. Tonight, I wish for those on the other side of the corridor to feel our joy. And what about the enemy? All matters concerning them can wait until after the celebration. My head aches, and I shall not dwell on such matters now. You cannot genuinely be considering surrender. If the enemy thinks so, I would not mind. Thus, I concluded the lengthy deliberations and stepped out into the snow, letting the crystalline flakes kiss my face, feeling the chill as I extended my arms, freezing that moment in the officer's gaze. Is he mad? Light is murmured. That night, countless bonfires ignited on the side controlled by the wandering troop, twinkling like stars in the night sky. Bang! A fireball wobbled skyward, bursting into bloom like springtime daisies, the sparks tracing beautiful arcs across the night. As more fireballs soared aloft, adorning the New Year's Eve with vibrant splendor. After rubbing my hands together, I gazed upward. Such brilliant colors. The scouts on the far side should see this quite clearly. It won't be long before they realize we are celebrating. Absolutely beautiful, Yanni exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with excitement as she clapped. Indeed, each one is worth a silver coin. Grimacing, Batty retorted. If it draws the enemy's attention, it would be worth a gold coin. I responded to Batty before averting my gaze. What, do you think that's a chicken that lays golden eggs? It's merely a consumable. Do you understand? There will be no profit from it, and you still wish for gold coins. I will demand the chairman allocate less from this year's special loan. Batty's fury erupted, roaring behind me. I deftly avoided his spittle. Seizing Melchior, select 1,000 soldiers and send them to rest immediately. Yes, my lord. Additionally, as today is a holiday, let the soldiers enjoy themselves, provide them with whatever except for alcohol, and let the army cover the expenses. Understood. Nodding, Melchior promptly departed to carry out the orders. I exhaled, looking back toward the far end of the corridor, my mind racing. The former commander Chechikov, though cold and ruthless, was far superior in troop movements and battlefield management compared to the current General Cascoy, who had ascended through sheer influence. With Chechikov in command, seeing such dazzling fireworks would likely prompt a hasty dispatch of a death squad. A victory would be delightful, but even a total defeat would bear little consequence. However, with the current general, whose sole ambition was to quickly establish merit and escape this accursed corridor, a surprise attack would surely mobilize a significant force. the corridor lay thick with snow, and an estimated 10% non-combat attrition would occur during the advance. By the time we reached here, perhaps only 3,000 soldiers would remain. Those weary troops would only serve to bolster the army's accolades. If that were the case, it would be a sound choice. My only fear was that the winter's biting wind would sap General Casco's courage to strike, necessitating my long trek to pay him a visit. Never mind, dawn is still far off. Let us first observe the enemy's actions. Breathing out a cloud of vapor, I chuckled softly, wandering back to the lively camp, where the troops sang heartily, reveling in dance and fine wine, the spirit of the new year palpable. Thus, we passed 2 hours in joyous revelry, and when fatigue began to show on the faces of the revelers, the scout's report reached my ears. Heavy snowfall. The Third Army of Waitenor has entered the corridor. The first battle of the new year has begun. Historians would later record, as time froze at the early hours of January 2nd, 1354. Finally here. I have been waiting for ages. Stretching my limbs, I stood up. The resonant sound of a military horn reverberated throughout the camp, and the resting battalion departed their tents, fully armed and in formation. Let us welcome the Waitenor forces, I shouted. And after the soldiers fervently responded, I led 1,000 soldiers into the snowy curtain, while the remaining 3,000 soldiers prepared for departure in half an hour, with long spears in hand. The Waitenor soldiers, hunched and shivering, appeared sporadically in our line of sight, their white armor blurred by the swirling snowflakes, making it difficult at times to distinguish them. One could aptly refer to them as snowmen. Approximately 5,000, the scout reported. And despite being mentally prepared, the news still took my breath away. The enemy had truly mobilized in force, a sight to behold. Where is the enemy commander position? A mere trickle of a surprise attack would prove futile. A direct thrust into their ranks would better disrupt their command structure, allowing us to deal with the remaining forces afterward. The scout swallowed hard, struggling to respond. He remains at the far end of the corridor. What? The commander is not present at the front lines. Indeed. My lord, the information from the frontline scouts confirms this, and there are still about 1,000 troops at the far end of the corridor, with the enemy commander's standard flying near the main tent. I see. The situation appeared even more favorable than I had anticipated. If so, the plan required adjustment. Immediately notify the follow-up units and inform General Decos that the enemy commander is not among the ranks. I shall lead the vanguard in a direct assault on the enemy camp. And how to handle the 5,000 enemy troops will be entrusted entirely to him. Yes. The scout nodded and disappeared into the snowfall. This must be the mark of a mediocre general, fearing for his life. Having briefly mocked the current commander of the Third Army, I issued a command for the entire army to conceal themselves, as 1,000 soldiers dispersed to the flanks. Lying in the snow, I could still feel a hint of warmth, as the falling snowflakes swiftly enveloped me, leaving only my eyes exposed to watch the Waitenor troops pass by. In their haste, they remained oblivious to the anomalies beside them, exhaling wisps of vapor until one by one, they vanished into the snowy shroud, leaving behind only a chaotic trail of footprints, stark against the white. A drop of melted snow slid down my cheek and into my collar, transforming into mist upon contact with my skin, before the chilling air solidified it into frost at a second drop. The warmth of my body was rapidly drained, inducing a drowsy sensation. Even a fool knew that sleeping now would spell doom. I bit my lip to rouse myself from the stupor, keeping my gaze fixed on the last Waitenor soldier as he disappeared before hastily rising to my feet. Stretching my stiff limbs and signaling to those around me, the concealed soldiers emerged from their snowy hiding spots, while those who could not rise became the first casualties, met with silence. The remaining troops followed closely behind me as we sprinted toward the far end of the corridor. 720. This was the count of soldiers who reached me at the end of our arduous day. After a long trek, only these men could accompany me, while the rest, without exception, had succumbed to the cold along the way. Before us loomed the brightly lit enemy camp, with only a handful of sentinels visible, while everything else lay exposed, as if stripped bare. My lord, we have arrived, a soldier stammered, his voice trembling with excitement. We have arrived. Echoing his words, I nodded, gazing at the unguarded enemy's main tent before us. That I understood that all sacrifices made had been worthwhile. The winds and snow that had impeded our progress for so long could now only emit a feeble groan. Nothing could stand in our way now. Advance. Once we vanquish the enemy, we shall rest in the warmth of our tents. After issuing the final command, I donned my mask and led the charge towards the enemy's encampment. Who goes there? The sentry. oblivious to the impending danger, inquired, "Is it a messenger returning? Those reveling brigands have already met their end. They are truly feeble." "Huh. What unit are you from? Your insignia is quite peculiar." "Ugh." I drew my curved blade, silencing his incessant questioning. Before his lifeless body crumpled to the ground, my warriors had already thrust open the tent's grand entrance, howling like wolves as they surged into the encampment, torches whirled in their hands, landing upon nearby haystacks, igniting waves of heat that quickened the flow of blood as anguished screams reverberated through the enemy's ranks. In less than a TS time, from the moment the first sword pierced an enemy's flesh to the billowing gray tide that swept across the entire camp, feeble resistance dissolved into splattering blood, painting the white snow with faux cherry blossoms of crimson. Surrounded by dozens of soldiers, I entered the enemy's main tent. Scattered skirmishes still played their final notes. But soon after, a few piercing cries marked their end. Only within that space did the clamor of clashing weaponry persist. We encountered an unexpectedly fierce resistance, the silver-clad heavy infantry, towering over the average man. Donned armor fashioned from iron plates, resembling moving fortresses. Such cumbersome soldiers were a rarity in my experience. Their thick armor merely allowed blades to leave faint markings upon its surface, owing to their bulkiness. They were ill-suited for wielding swords. Instead, they brandished morning stars. These grotesque figures swung their weapons with deadly precision, claiming the lives of 27 men, their bodies piling up mere steps from the main tent. Rendered nearly unrecognizable, their blood staining the white armor of the heavy infantry with vibrant patterns. A soldier, driven mad with fury, charged forward, his spear striking the enemy's armor. With a spark, it slid off entirely. And at that moment, a morning star crashed into his chin, the sound of shattering bones echoing as his body soared over my head, crashing into the distance, blood spilling forth. 28. "Fall back," I commanded, halting the soldiers' relentless assault. Standing before these iron giants, the only sounds piercing the air, besides the whisper of falling snowflakes, were the gusts stirred by their morning stars. Through the narrow slits of their helmets, the enemy regarded me coldly, immobile as they were. They posed no immediate threat that I counted 12 in total, just enough to guard the grand tent. Beyond the gaps between their morning stars, I discerned several lightly armored attendants shielding a corpulent middle-aged man. "General Kashoy, surrender. The battle is over, and these iron guardians cannot protect you for long." By mere appearance, it was evident that the rotund man was the current commander of the Third Army, his body trembling beneath the luxurious garb, a look of desperate hope lingering on his pale face. My 5,000 troops shall return at any moment. 12 silver knights can sweep away you brigands." His quavering voice rendered his defiant words akin to pleas for mercy. I felt a pang of pity for his subordinates, but ultimately, it was I who had elevated him to this position. Archers. With little time to parley, I summoned the most practical of troops. Dozens of archers hastily approached the main tent, knocking arrows aimed at General Kashoy's head. "I surrender." His harrowing cry echoed as, under the scornful gazes of many, General Kashoy produced a white handkerchief. The valiant silver knights collectively sighed, casting their morning stars to the ground. And thus concluded the brief skirmish. Among the 1,000 defenders in the main formation, fewer than 100 had perished, approximately 300 remained unaccounted for, and the rest, including General Kashoy, had been captured, after a brief respite in the enemy's encampment. A portion of the soldiers escorted the captives, while I led another contingent, donning the attire of the Waitenor people, hastening through the corridors where the battle had not yet ceased. Our first encounter was with 1,000 Waitenor soldiers besieging Sevilla, desperately calling for surrender amidst the biting cold. "The camp has been breached. The general abandoned us and fled." Upon my arrival, I raised my voice, proclaiming thus. The astonished Waitenor troops descended into chaos before they could react. Our soldiers, disguised as the enemy, surged into their ranks, amplifying the turmoil. "Roving brigands abound. We have been cut off. We cannot return home. The general fled alone." "Nonsense. How can this be?" the commanders shouted, but soon became targets themselves. I unsheathed a Waitenor sword, plunging it into the body of a nearby officer, who, stunned, struggled briefly before collapsing. Brandishing my sword, I declared, "The officers do not consider us human, forcing us into this accursed place to perish in this frigid weather. We going home." "Spy. An enemy spy." The infiltrating soldiers sprang into action, and in an instant, dozens of corpses littered the ground. The Waitenor troops, now incapable of discerning friend from foe, erupted into disarray, scattering in all directions. At that moment, the garrison within the city seized the opportunity to emerge, utterly shattering the enemy's will to fight. The ground was strewn with surrendering foes, and only our soldiers, displaying the banner of the roving brigade, stood tall. This encounter proved far easier than assaulting the enemy's main camp. Our side suffered minimal losses while annihilating 1,000 of theirs. Where are the others? Though I had not anticipated a grand display from Decos. The total disappearance of the 3,000 troops that were supposed to be stationed here was rather perplexing. They fled, Tejas replied, a frown upon his face. Fled. It was Brother Decos' decision. He wished to avoid a confrontation with the enemy and led the troops in retreat towards Landinovia. Another commander at the fortress chimed in. I regarded Yeshu for a moment before nodding. Continue onward. As we trod upon the thick snow, the corpses along the route to Sevilla became increasingly visible, most belonging to the Waitenor Third Army. Their exposed faces bloomed with shades of green, their lifeless eyes devoid of focus. Moreover, the discarded armor and shields were astonishingly numerous, almost all bearing the insignia of the roving brigade, creating the illusion that Decos and his men had fled in the nude. When the ground was littered with bodies, I halted the pursuit. My lord, shall we not chase them? I have no desire to become one of the fallen. By now, I comprehended Decos' strategy, shedding the burdensome armor and shields. He opted for a light retreat. When the fully armed Waitenor soldiers, intoxicated by their victory, pursued, they unwittingly stepped into the jaws of hell. This moment, Decos was likely savoring fine tea in Landinovia. I mused with a smile in the direction of Landinovia. The battle was already won. There was no need to squander more troops. Let us return to Sevilla to regroup. At this point, fewer than 300 soldiers remained to hear this command. Among the 1,000 who had fought alongside me, many had perished from the cold, and fate had been equally unkind to both sides. News of Decos' actions reached us 3 days later. The cunning fox, upon receiving my message, decisively ordered the removal of all burdens, draping whatever warmth he could find upon himself, discarding armor, shields, and even the main banner along the path of retreat, hastening back to Landinovia. The enemy's response mirrored the fervor of any ordinary person, intoxicated by their triumph. They snapped back to reality upon encountering the stout walls of Landinovia. However, it was too late. In winter, prolonged warfare is tantamount to suicide. After less than a day of siege, they retreated, only to be met by the roving brigade, which had rested well overnight. Most surrendered, while a few succumbed to the cold along the way. Thus, the banner of the Waitenor Third Army collapsed with a resounding crash, the death toll amounting to approximately 1,000, over 80% of whom succumbed to frostbite. Commander Kashoy and 4,000 of his men were captured, marking a complete rout. While the roving brigade suffered fewer than 1,000 in casualties, the adversary, merely a band of border brigands, had inflicted upon the Waitenor their gravest defeat since the founding of the nation. Upon hearing this news, the Waitenor court remained silent for an entire hour, until finally, the holy king of Waitenor sighed deeply and uttered, "Waitenor is finished." Shortly thereafter, the banners of Waitenor across the land were lowered to half-mast. On the 6th day of the first month in the year 1354 of the Wan calendar, the calamity of the Kingdom of Waitenor unfolded. 2 days later, the Second Army of Waitenor officially set forth. Approximately 10,000 soldiers marching forth under the command of the venerable General Chernov, accompanied by an equal number of craftsmen. This torrent of 20,000 individuals overwhelmed the exit of the corridor. As speculation arose regarding the timing of an assault on the walls of Waitenor, astonishing news reached us from the front lines. The enemy has begun constructing fortresses. The officers, who had just returned to Landinovia for respite, were compelled to reconvene and deliberate on strategies. Indeed, it is the Great Shell Turtle. 3 completed fortresses were marked on the map, tightly securing the exit of the corridor. Between these fortifications, trenches and caltrops were being constructed. And should this endeavor succeed, we would have no opportunity to escape the corridor. In other words, we found ourselves confined within the narrow confines of Landinovia, and thereafter, our fate would lie entirely in the hands of the Waidenorians. I never would have imagined that old Coot would be so perverse. Magula shook his head, lamenting, "Now we are truly like fish in a bowl, merely waiting for others to scoop us out. In winter, we cannot launch an offensive. There will be no second chances." Melchior swiftly dispelled my optimistic thoughts. Everyone was aware that Chernov was not like that incompetent. He would not afford us any opportunity. Furthermore, within the court of Waitenor, no one dared to suggest a change of commanders, for there was a widespread purge of those ministers who had previously called for such changes, many of whom had been accused of treason and executed. Espionage activities in Waitenor have also faced setbacks. Some have already been put to death, and operations must temporarily cease. The atmosphere was indeed one of sorrow. After a great victory, profound grief seemed to have become the hallmark of the mercenary band that I inwardly scoffed, at least for now. We can rest. Why don't we build fortresses ourselves and seal off the entire corridor? Magula's suggestion sent a shiver through the assembly. Observing the glances directed at him, he swallowed hard and continued. Is that not feasible? After all, our objective is Elfasir. If we seal off the corridor, the trade routes of Randonovia will become exceedingly treacherous, drastically diminishing their commercial viability, which will swiftly impact the residents of the city. Once spring arrives and commercial activities intensify, it could lead to a mass exodus of citizens, resulting in significant financial losses for the populace and consequently jeopardizing the survival of the entire mercenary band. Speaking in a calm tone, Melchior declared the demise of the Magula plan. Magula opened his mouth, but ultimately fell silent, retreating to his seat. Let us take the lead as the Travenans and engage the Waitenorians in battle, extinguishing the kingdom of Waitenor once and for all. Ladies' unconstructive proposal was met with indifference. Tatum, seated beside him, rolled his eyes and retorted, "What do you propose? To charge through the fortress with your brutish physique? You underestimate us Travenans." Slamming his fist on the table, Lanbis sprang up, his eyes fixed on Tatum, ready to confront him. "Silence." Falcini softly interjected, elegantly laying his spear across the table. Lanbis scratched his head, sulking back into his seat, causing the chair to emit a sharp sound. Having such companions was indeed a stroke of fortune. Each meeting presented a new farce. The mercenary band was progressing along a trajectory of combat. Meetings, combat, meetings in an orderly fashion, and it seemed likely we could safely step into the year 1355 under these circumstances. Heighten defenses. Engage in diplomacy and rest. A somewhat cold voice shattered the meeting's gloom, and Sue, a member of the Wind clan with green eyes, became the focus of everyone's attention, having never spoken in public before. He had always played the role of a statue. The 8 words that tumbled from his lips, though simple, were the most practical course of action at present. Let us act upon Sue's suggestion. Yanni, notify Brother Rusu to oversee the diplomatic mission and negotiate with Waitenor on behalf of Randonovia. Strategist, gather all intelligence from the enemy territory. Melchior, you will oversee the defenses along the Sevian front. The rest of the troops shall enter winter quarters, allowing soldiers to return home to visit their families. If the merchants were to discover how much money would be lost due to the roadblock, our task would become significantly easier. Decos added, then let that be assigned to your spies. Very well. It's essentially the same work. From now until spring, there will be no battles. Let us take this opportunity to rest well. Indeed, after offering a salute, the officers departed in succession. As usual, our strategist lingered, wearing a mysterious expression as if he were still engaged in a small meeting. Strategist Decos, do you have any further matters? I wish to show you something remarkable. Rubbing his hands together, he donned the smile of a street vendor, uttering words that sent a chill down my spine. Before I could respond, he grasped my hand and led me to an unfamiliar location. What brings us to the mine? I surveyed the surroundings, which were dominated by snow and dark, yawning mine shafts, not far from the city of Randonovia. After scanning the area, Decos clapped his hands, and with a clear sound, a dozen fully armed soldiers emerged miraculously from the snowy ground. They were outfitted as standard light infantry, but instead of the typical long spears or great swords, they wielded iron tubes coated in white paint, a shape all too familiar firearms. Weren't the blueprints stolen? How could they be produced so quickly? Haha, this is my brainchild. How could it be so easily stolen? The version in the council chamber was a counterfeit, containing some flaws. While it appears functional at first glance, it could result in catastrophic failures in actual combat. The entire continent is advancing in the development of new weaponry, and with the might of great nations, it is only a matter of time before weapons of comparable power to firearms emerge. It would be wiser to gift others with flawed creations that require substantial funding to produce. By the time they realize it, a fortune will have already been squandered. A brilliant theft indeed. Otherwise, I would have been at a loss for how to distribute them. Decos chuckled heartily. I glared at this old fellow, begrudgingly admiring the deviousness of his schemes. Such a cunning plan could only spring from a twisted mind. If this were the case, I found myself feeling somewhat sympathetic towards the nation that acquired the blueprints. When spring arrives, the entire continent will tremble. Fapu, We are on the verge of rewriting the annals of history. Indeed, I sighed. As the snowflakes continued to drift down from the sky, crystalline and pure did I in that moment. I felt a sudden aversion to gaze upon the snowflakes. In comparison to their purity, we bore the stains of war. Yet, did I have a choice? Before the resurgence of Arulfasir, I did not. The winter that had lingered since the year 1353 of the Yuan calendar was nearing its conclusion, and soon the spring of the year 1354 would dawn. I wondered if the colors of that season would remain as monotonous as those of winter. Perhaps alongside white and red, other hues would emerge. However, that was of little consequence. The only certainty was that the wars across the continent would continue. And my journey was far from over.